He is the legitimate eldest son of his family, the primary heir to a trillion-dollar conglomerate. He is a scion of nobility, a paragon of privilege standing tall amidst the clouds. For him, power and wealth are merely inherent appendages. Luo Sheng remarked, "In my eyes, this world knows no absolute black and white, only the appropriateness of the price." Chapter 1. A New Chapter of Destiny. On the rooftop of a high-rise residential building in Donghai City, Luo Sheng sat despondently on the parapet, surrounded by several empty bottles of ergo-2. He had never imagined that the wind atop the rooftop could be so fierce. His presence here was not born of despair, nor a desire to abandon this world. Rather, he sought solitude tonight, to quietly gaze upon the city's nocturnal splendor, a radiance that constantly exuded a wealth beyond the reach of ordinary folk. In his youthful exuberance, Luo Sheng had once arrived in this city brimming with ambition, eager to forge a career of his own. Years ago, through his own abilities and a touch of fortune, he had amassed savings of over 100,000. Eventually, he met his soulmate at work. Their acquaintance blossomed into romance, culminating in a seamless journey to marriage and parenthood. For an orphan like Luo Sheng, this was a remarkable feat. Had fate not intervened, perhaps his life would have been one of modest happiness rather than grand riches. But 3 years ago, with no prior entrepreneurial experience, he rashly resigned from his job under the encouragement of a friend. Together, they embarked on a venture. The initial stages of entrepreneurship were arduous, yet relatively smooth. It revealed to Luo Sheng the formidable challenges of building a career in today's society. He believed that everything would unfold in an orderly manner, allowing him to gradually realize his ambitions. Yet, fate has a penchant for jesting with individuals. The abrupt withdrawal of project partners, shifting policies, and the sudden retraction of capital by his associate plagued him in rapid succession, leaving him utterly overwhelmed. With no financial backing, he could neither afford to lose nor dare to fail. He could only grit his teeth and persevere alone. Ultimately, not only did 3 years of hard work dissipate into oblivion, but he also found himself burdened with over 2 million in debt. Such exorbitant trial-and-error costs were insurmountable for him. That day, Luo Sheng watched helplessly as his wife took their newly enrolled daughter in primary school and left. This was a mutual decision between them, for even if he himself could bear it, he had to consider his wife and daughter. They should not, and could not, be ensnared by his plight. Returning to his thoughts, Luo Sheng gazed up at the city that had accompanied him for over a decade. From arriving here with nothing, he now still had nothing, or perhaps not entirely empty-handed, for he bore the weight of over 2 million in debt. Ding-dong, ding-dong. The crisp sound of 2 text messages shattered the rooftop's tranquility. Luo Sheng, with a numbed expression, retrieved his phone, suspecting it to be a debt collection message. Upon unlocking his phone, he discovered that it was not. The first message was from his ex-wife, Han Yutong. "Luo Sheng, I transferred 50,000 to your account. You need not repay me. Focus on resolving your issues and do not sink deeper. Do not reply." Luo Sheng felt a surge of tears. The guilt towards his ex-wife and daughter was a burden that only those who have experienced it could comprehend. The second message was from a brother named Chen Yajun. "Brother Sheng, I've heard about your situation with your wife. You need not worry about the finances. We will find a way together. We will overcome this hurdle." Chen Yajun was a true friend, perhaps the only one who had not abandoned him. In his time of turmoil, he was willing to lend a hand, unwilling to see him sink further. As for the others who once called him brother, they had either kept their distance or turned against him. The harsh realities of life, of loyalty and betrayal, he had come to know all too well during this period. The cold wind at high altitude sent a shiver through him. Climbing down from the parapet, Luo Sheng, wearied by mental torment and the influence of alcohol, felt drowsiness wash over him. He succumbed to the ground, leaning against the wall, and gradually drifted into sleep. A soft, comforting sensation enveloped Luo Sheng as he regained consciousness. His mind was still hazy, but one thing was crystal clear. In the previous moment, he had been on his own rooftop. Having indulged in too much alcohol, he had lost track of time. How was he now in a bed? Luo Sheng slowly opened his eyes. The first sight that greeted him was an opulent ceiling adorned with a grand crystal chandelier. He, however, was bare-skinned, lying on an exquisitely comfortable bed. Luo Sheng felt utterly bewildered. This was not his home. Where was he? He had not even taken the time to scrutinize his surroundings. It was only when he sensed movement beside him that he realized he was not alone in this bed. Cautiously lifting a corner of the blanket, he beheld a beautiful young woman nestled beside him. Her exquisite features, fair skin, and long, Dark hair cascaded alluringly over her curvaceous form, resembling a captivating work of art. The young woman seemed to sense his gaze and opened her eyes, looking toward him. With a slight blush gracing her cheeks, she sat up, one hand propping herself up while the other modestly covered her chest. "Sir, you are awake. Would you like to get up and freshen up now?" Her voice was soft, laced with a hint of respect. Luo Sheng's eyes widened, fixated on her. After a few moments, he realized he was behaving inappropriately and hastily regained his composure. Fortunately, the young woman kept her gaze lowered, avoiding direct eye contact, patiently waiting in silence. Luo Sheng felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He was at a loss to comprehend what had transpired. He did not recognize the identity of the young woman before him. Yet, it was evident that she was not a stranger, as her demeanor suggested familiarity and respect. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Sheng spoke, "You please continue to rest. I will just step into the bathroom for a moment." The young woman nodded obediently. "Of course, sir." Luo Sheng hastily grabbed a towel from the bedside table and wrapped it around himself haphazardly. Surveying the room, he discerned the location of the bathroom and rose from the bed. In the expansive, luxurious bathroom, Luo Sheng stared blankly at the mirror above the sink. He swore he had never encountered anything so absurd in his life. Reflected in the mirror was a young man in his early 20s. His chiseled features, paired with deep-set eyes, exuded an unmistakable air of nobility. A muscular, well-proportioned physique, standing at least 6 feet tall, epitomized the essence of perfection. Luo Sheng could assert with absolute certainty that the person in the mirror was not him. Just as Luo Sheng was about to freshen up and contemplate his next course of action, a sudden wave of intense dizziness overwhelmed him. A fragment of memory, one that was not originally his, began to crystallize within his mind. Chapter 2. Noble Birthright. 2 minutes later, Luo Sheng gradually rose from the wash basin, propping himself up against the counter. When he glanced into the mirror once more, the uncertainty that had previously clouded his gaze had been replaced by a newfound confidence and resolve. Although the reasons eluded him at that moment, the memories of his original self had awakened, merging with his consciousness. He had come to understand his circumstances. The world he inhabited was still the one he had once known, albeit 10 years into the past. The original owner of this body shared his name, Luo Sheng, and was the renowned firstborn son of the illustrious Luo family in the Great Xia. This family's prominence was widely acknowledged, primarily due to the Tian Luo Group, a colossal conglomerate with interests spanning healthcare, pharmaceuticals, education, retail, telecommunications, construction, energy, and heavy industry. Essentially, it encompassed nearly every aspect of an ordinary person's life, from hospitals and schools to supermarkets, electronics, and housing. Remarkably, close to 2% of the population within Great Xia were employees of the subsidiaries under the Tian Luo Group. Many of the youth of the new era found it difficult to comprehend how such a formidable entity could exist under the auspices of the Great Xia dynasty and the royal family. In truth, this family had a legacy that predated the establishment of the Great Xia dynasty by over a century, having persisted for nearly 100 years. They were the true premier sponsors of the service, as well as privileged players in early access testing. Furthermore, the current royal family remained the only external shareholders of the Tian Luo Group aside from the Luo family. The group's development had reached a point where its annual global revenue rivaled that of many small to medium-sized nations, with its assets defying mere monetary evaluation. This was due to the closed-loop systems established across various industry chains, meaning that money would inevitably circle back to the Tian Luo Group after circulating externally. As the new generation's firstborn son and the future heir of the Tian Luo Group, Luo Sheng was, by all accounts, born to stand at the pinnacle of society. A figure of unparalleled privilege. Just months prior, he had completed his studies and returned to the family stronghold, Chiyun Villa, in Donghai City. He was poised to embark on a brilliant journey in life, only to find himself usurped by another Luo Sheng from a decade hence. Or perhaps this Luo Sheng from 10 years ago had acquired a fragment of an ordinary person's memories. This was a question he could not answer even for himself. He exhaled softly, turning on the faucet to wash his face repeatedly, striving to rid himself of this surreal sensation. It was not until 5 minutes had passed, interrupted by a knock at the door, that Luo Sheng began to temporarily accept this absurd reality. "Sir, do you require my assistance?" came the voice of the young maid outside. This maid was one of his dedicated attendants, her name eluding him. Yet there were over 200 such maidens in the estate, all of similar beauty. One should not find this outrageous. In addition to serving Luo Sheng's daily needs, they each held specific roles, ranging from housekeeping to massage therapy and dining service, scattered throughout Chiyun Villa to provide around-the-clock service to the family. whenever Luo Sheng desired. These attendants were available at any time and place. He paused briefly before responding in as calm a tone as possible. "Come in." Upon hearing his voice, the maid bowed her head and cautiously entered the washroom. She never raised her gaze to meet Luo Sheng's, not out of shyness, but due to the villa's regulations that forbade any attendant from making direct eye contact with the master without permission. Violating this rule could result in severe punishment, including expulsion from the villa, a fate no servant willingly risked for a job that offered a six-figure monthly salary. The maid wore only a lightweight cotton nightgown, casually tied at her waist, the loose neckline barely concealing her form. She approached Luo Sheng, gently unfastening the towel draped around him. Influenced by the memories of his original self, Luo Sheng felt no embarrassment being exposed to the air, allowing the maid to guide him deeper into the washroom. Notably, even the washroom, which was an extension of the bedroom, measured nearly 100 square meters. Beyond the entrance, 2 rows of double-sided sinks fashioned from solid natural jade awaited. At the rear were 2 spacious toilet stalls and a storage area stocked with various high-end fragrances and cleaning supplies. Further in, separated by a marble wardrobe housing towels and robes, were independent shower and sauna rooms enclosed by glass partitions. At the far end of the washroom stood a massive, oval-shaped, temperature-controlled massage bathtub, akin to a miniature swimming pool, perpetually filled with water to ensure immediate access for any bathing desire. Under the maid's attentive service, Luo Sheng stepped into the tub, immersing himself in the pleasantly warm water while gazing through the large one-way floor-to-ceiling window at the estate's scenic views. The maid knelt beside him, tenderly massaging his shoulders. As he soaked in the tub, Luo Sheng's mind raced with thoughts. Everything felt surreal, leaving him to wonder if the people from his past still existed in this world. Half an hour later, after completing his ablutions, Luo Sheng emerged from the washroom clad in a robe. Once the maid confirmed he had no further needs, she discreetly exited the bedroom. As soon as she departed, Luo Sheng surveyed the expansive room, and one word came to mind: opulent. It was unfathomable for an ordinary person to conceive that a mere bedroom could possess such grandeur. He estimated its size to be over 200 square meters, partitioned into multiple open areas through various decorations and screens, complete with an enormous sunlit terrace and a temperature-controlled infinity pool. The semicircular arrangement of sofas added an additional space for relaxation beyond mere sleeping. Morning sunlight streamed through the panoramic windows, casting a regal glow across the entire bedroom. The decorative elements scattered throughout the space were of considerable worth, each piece potentially valued in the tens of thousands, if not more. Feeling the plush, hand-woven carpet beneath his feet, Luo Sheng pushed open a small door at the side of the bedroom. This led to an equally astonishing walk-in closet, with wardrobes lining the walls, meticulously organized with an array of styles and garments. In the center of the closet lay a chaise longue and a small table. Leaning back on the chaise, Luo Sheng pressed the call button on the table beside him. After a few seconds, a cool female voice emanated from the intercom. "Sir, what is your request?" Luo Sheng paused for a moment before replying to the device. "Meng Qing, please arrange for someone to come to the closet." "Certainly, sir. Please hold on," came the prompt response. Meng Qing was the only name he recalled among the many female workers at the villa, as she was not merely a maid but his personal life assistant, responsible for coordinating and managing the attendants assigned to him. Within seconds, a wooden door in the corner swung open, revealing a young woman with shoulder-length hair, dressed in a tailored professional outfit. As she stepped inside, behind her followed 4 maids clad in elegant black silk-made outfits. They approached Luo Sheng with utmost reverence, bowing deeply as they greeted him. "Good morning, sir." Chapter 3. A life of extravagance. Luo Sheng regarded the individuals before him with a slight nod. Meng Qing, standing at the forefront, gestured to the maids behind her, signaling them to bring forth the garments. Shortly thereafter, the maids returned, each bearing a set of clothing from the wardrobe. Luo Sheng cast a casual glance, offering no comment. Observing his indifference, Meng Qing discerned that the attire had failed to meet his approval, prompting her to instruct the maids to fetch another selection. After several rounds of deliberation, Luo Sheng ultimately settled on a silver leisure suit. Rising from the chaise longue, he allowed the maids to assist him in donning his attire, all while he maintained an air of regality, requiring not a single motion of his own. Yet, this was not the pinnacle of opulence. The seemingly simple dressing room boasted annual expenditures on clothing that soared into the hundreds of millions. Many would find such figures incredulous. Even the reigning emperor could scarcely reach such heights. However, each piece of apparel worn by Luo Sheng was meticulously crafted by the world's premier design teams, tailored by masterful seamstresses through pure artisanal craftsmanship. Every aspect of his garments, from the lining to the outer fabric, down to the minutiae of buttons and zippers, was a unique, bespoke creation. Within the confines of the dressing room, apart from accessories such as glasses, watches, and brooches, Any clothing that had been worn, even but once, was immediately discarded. As the legitimate heir of the Luo family, he would never don the same outfit twice. Once attired, the maids retrieved a tray bearing a luxurious wristwatch from a nearby display case. Selecting a Patek Philippe limited edition Starry Sky watch, Luo Sheng stood before a grand, full-length mirror. The tailored suit, in both cut and material, was nothing short of exquisite. To his side, Meng Qing, holding a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, positioned herself opposite him. Standing at 172 centimeters, her height was only slightly less than his, especially in her high heels. With her delicate features framed by an air of aloofness, she halted mere inches from Luo Sheng. He gazed unabashedly at her, as if admiring a work of art. Meng Qing's expression betrayed no hint of emotion as she gradually lifted her hand to place the glasses upon Luo Sheng's face. He understood that her demeanor was not a reflection of discontent. Rather, it was simply her nature to maintain a certain distance, exuding an air of cool detachment. Had he not been privy to her more amiable side, he might have been deceived by her frosty fade. Inhaling the fragrance that lingered near him, Luo Sheng playfully patted Meng Qing's backside. Informed Chun Tai to prepare. After breakfast, I shall need to step out. Meng Qing inclined her head slightly, her tone remaining cool as she replied, Understood, sir. Once fully dressed, Luo Sheng exited the dressing room and returned to his bedroom. In the brief interlude spent changing, the bed had already been meticulously arranged. Pushing open the intricately carved double doors of the bedroom, he stepped into a living room adorned with high-end bespoke furniture and an array of antique artworks. After taking a moment to admire the surroundings, he departed the living room. Descending the spiral staircase toward the dining area, he recalled from memory. The residence he occupied was the main house of Chiyun Mountain Villa, comprising 4 stories. The 3rd and 4th floors housed bedrooms, studies, and a tea room, while the entire 2nd floor was designated as the dining area. Each dining room, Chinese, Western, and breakfast, boasted distinct decor and purposes, yet all were epitomes of lavishness. Seated at the table, which overflowed with a sumptuous array of dishes, Luo Sheng found himself surrounded by enough food to serve 10, despite being alone. In the expansive breakfast hall, apart from him, 2 maids stood attentively. After declining their offers of service, he leisurely lifted a glass of freshly squeezed juice to his lips. In a fleeting moment of nostalgia, he recalled the life he once envied, a life of wealth, surrounded by beauty and indulgence. No longer would he rush to dress and groom himself each morning, nor would he be compelled to catch the subway for work. Often, in a desire for just a few extra minutes of slumber, he would forego breakfast entirely. Yet now, glancing at the 2 maids standing with their heads bowed, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. In this lifetime, he would no longer endure such a mundane existence, nor would he fret over the burden of financial concerns. Perhaps, in the days to come, his sole endeavor would be to pursue joy. After finishing his breakfast, a maid approached with a towel, her delicate, fair hands gently wiping the corners of his mouth. At that moment, Meng Qing entered the breakfast hall, bowing respectfully before addressing Luo Sheng. Sir, Captain Chun has brought the car to the entrance and is ready for departure. Luo Sheng nodded, rising to leave the breakfast area. Passing through the reception hall on the 1st floor, he traversed an elegantly antiquated corridor, crossed an indoor garden, and arrived at the entrance hall of the villa. Here, several maids awaited his arrival, bowing deeply in greeting. Luo Sheng seated himself on a bench in the entrance hall, where a remarkably sweet-looking maid immediately knelt before him, removing his slippers and replacing them with a pair of brown leather shoes. During this brief interlude, he observed the others around him. Each individual displayed a profound humility in their demeanor towards him. Every action and greeting radiated respect for Luo Sheng. As he stepped outside through the towering main doors, standing at the top of the steps, he gazed down at the Rolls-Royce Phantom convoy in the courtyard below, flanked by a dozen bodyguards in black. A wave of inexplicable emotion surged within him. Chun Tai, the captain of the bodyguards, approached briskly, halting 2 steps below Luo Sheng. Sir, shall we depart now? Luo Sheng nodded, emitting a soft affirmative sound, then proceeded toward the vehicle. Once seated, the car began to move, followed closely by 4 black Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles, all making their way towards the entrance of Chiyun Mountain Villa. As they traveled, Luo Sheng reclined in the back seat, gazing out the window to admire the picturesque landscapes that flanked the road. The entire Chiyun Mountain Villa, established in the early 20th century, had undergone 2 expansions and numerous renovations, culminating in the sprawling 640,000 square meter private estate it had become today. The villa comprised only 9 main structures, including a primary residence nearing 3,000 square meters and 8 auxiliary villas. Beyond these edifices, the estate boasted a private equestrian center, an outdoor swimming pool, a comprehensive sports complex, a helicopter landing pad, as well as man-made streams and lakes. Chapter 4. a return to familiar grounds with a creaking sound. The imposing iron gates of Chiyun Mountain Villa, standing over 5 meters tall, gradually swung open. Several armed guards stood at attention on either side, observing as Luo Sheng's convoy departed. Inside the vehicle, Chun Tai, seated in the passenger seat, turned around and inquired, "Sir, where do you intend to go today?" Luo Sheng reclined against the hand-stitched leather seat, his arms casually draped at his sides. The primary reason for his choice to venture out, despite still acclimating to his new identity, was to verify certain matters. Although the memories in his mind bore little deviation from his previous life, the occurrence of such an extraordinary soul transmigration left him pondering what else might be deemed impossible. As he calculated the timeline, he recalled that during this period in his former life, he had just graduated from university. Subsequently, he had arrived in Donghai City with Chun Yajun, stepping into his first formal role at Jingtai Commercial, a subsidiary of the Tianluo Group. To Jingtai Central Square, he declared. Chun Tai exchanged a surprised glance with the bodyguard in the driver's seat. Jingtai Central Square, being part of the Jingtai Commercial subsidiary, was not typically where someone of Luo Sheng's stature would conduct inspections. Protocol dictated a visit to the headquarters of the subsidiary itself rather than its projects. Nevertheless, adhering to an unquestioning demeanor, Chun Tai hesitated only briefly before instructing the convoy to head towards Jingtai Central Square, simultaneously retrieving his phone to contact the subsidiary's general manager. Approximately 20 minutes later, Luo Sheng's convoy arrived at the entrance of Jingtai Central Square. In response to the message, the general manager of Jingtai Commercial, Zhang Sheng, summoned all senior executives with great urgency, arriving on site just 5 minutes prior. What a jest it would be if the group's young heir were to suddenly pay a visit. As the general manager of this subsidiary, any hint of negligence could likely cost him his position by the next day. Losing his job was minor in comparison to the repercussions of offending the Luo family, which would make finding suitable future employment exceedingly difficult. After all, at his age, with responsibilities towards both elders and children, and nestled in a high-ranking position, he could hardly afford to seek out just any job to make ends meet. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Chun Tai opened the door, and Luo Sheng stepped out, adjusting his attire slightly before encountering a middle-aged man approaching him with a beaming smile. "Mr. Luo, welcome to Jingtai Central Square. I am Zhang Sheng, the general manager of Jingtai Commercial." As he spoke, Zhang Sheng extended his right hand, eager to shake hands with the esteemed heir of the Luo family. Luo Sheng, however, kept his hands in his pockets. The vast disparity in their statuses prompted him to merely cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Sheng before bypassing him entirely, striding confidently into the shopping center. As the saying goes, the superior does not extend their hand first. It is a social etiquette of the upper echelon, a token of respect towards those in higher positions. Zhang Sheng awkwardly retracted his hand, continuing to trail behind Luo Sheng with an obsequious expression. The other executives, observing the exchange, refrained from approaching him. After greeting Luo Sheng, they discreetly followed at the back of the procession. At that moment, Jingtai Central Square had just opened for business, and the store employees were stationed at their respective counters, welcoming the sparse flow of customers. The entrance of Luo Sheng instantly captivated the attention of all the staff. He walked with a steady gait at the forefront of the group, followed closely by a number of senior executives from Jingtai Commercial, approximately a dozen in total. In stark contrast, the usually exalted store managers and department heads within Jingtai Central Square trailed behind, resembling mere subordinates. This impressive display undoubtedly heightened the vigilance of the store employees. Although they did not recognize Luo Sheng or the many executives accompanying him, they were familiar with the project leader, whose cautious demeanor at the rear of the procession signaled the extraordinary status of the individual leading the way. Once Luo Sheng and his entourage had moved a distance away, the store employees began to murmur among themselves. Who is that young man? He seems so imposing. Even Manager Li can only follow at the back. If you ask me, I wouldn't know either, but that guy is incredibly handsome. The one who just walked in front. Could he be a high-ranking leader from the headquarters? But he looks so young. He must not be from the headquarters. Didn't you notice the man right behind him? I just recalled. That should be the general manager of the headquarters. If even the general manager follows behind him, could the handsome guy be someone from the group? The employees exchanged glances, realizing that if he were indeed from the group, it would be momentous. And such a youth, with boundless potential. Some young female employees, believing themselves to possess a modicum of charm, began contemplating whether to seize an opportunity to request his contact information later. After all, if he were from the group, he would at least be a director or something of the sort. With such looks and youthfulness, even a romantic dalliance could yield rewards surpassing years of labor. Luo Sheng, however, had no inclination to entertain their fanciful speculations. At that moment, he had arrived at the door of the management office. The office staff, having been informed of his impending arrival, were in a state of fervor. What a joke! Is today April Fool's Day? The young heir of Luo Group is not only visiting the subsidiary S project, but is also coming to the office. For them, the chasm between their mundane existence and the presence of someone of such stature was beyond mere metaphorical comparison. Luo Sheng strode into the office. The moment he crossed the threshold, everyone present felt an imposing energy radiating from him. Not a single individual dared to lift their gaze to meet Luo Sheng's presence. He stood at the entrance, surveying the familiar yet foreign office space, his eyes scanning across the faces of the employees. He recognized them all, able to name nearly everyone, having shared 3 years of collaboration in the past. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a workstation occupied by a male employee he did not recognize, clearly fresh from academia and bearing an innocent countenance. Luo Sheng's brow furrowed slightly. That station was once his own in his previous life, now occupied by a stranger. It seemed that changes had indeed transpired. Zhang Sheng, Luo Sheng called out nonchalantly. The general manager of Jingtai Commercial immediately bent forward, adopting a posture of utmost humility. Mr. Luo, how may I assist you? Everyone, to the main conference room, he instructed. Zhang Sheng promptly nodded. Understood, Mr. Luo, please follow me. As they entered the conference room, an air of trepidation enveloped the attendees, for they were wholly unaware of the purpose behind this unexpected visit from such an esteemed figure. Seated at the head of the table, Luo Sheng exuded an aura of calm confidence. After a moment of silence, he spoke in an even tone. First, bring me the personnel files of all new recruits for this year's project. Chapter 5, Bidding Farewell to the Past. Before long, the door to the conference room swung open. A young man cautiously entered, cradling a stack of folders. Hearing the commotion, Luo Sheng lifted his gaze towards the newcomer, and in that instant, his pupils involuntarily narrowed. The young man, prompted by his superior, nervously approached and placed the folder before Luo Sheng, stuttering, Luo, Mr. Luo, here is the document you requested. This year, we have welcomed 17 new colleagues to our project, though some have already departed. All the information is contained within. After delivering his message, he retreated to the side, his gaze unable to meet Luo Sheng's. Luo Sheng picked up the folder from the table and began to peruse its contents with an air of seriousness. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the young man's awkward demeanor and couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. This individual was none other than his brother from a previous life, Chen Yajun. They had been childhood friends, their bond strong, having attended the same university and subsequently joined the same company after graduation. In those early days of employment, when finances were tight, they shared a long-term rental arrangement, spending their days working together and their evenings gaming, all while living under the same roof. Had their orientations been different, they might have even become more than friends. Even when Luo Sheng's life unraveled in his past existence, this steadfast companion remained by his side, tirelessly assisting him in securing loans. Now, encountering this old friend once more invoked a sense of the passage of time. The stark contrast in their statuses suggested that, moving forward, their lives would likely diverge significantly. Yet, seeing him today served as a testament to his past existence. What Luo Sheng could do now was to arrange a favorable position for this erstwhile companion, preferably one that required minimal effort but offered substantial financial reward, ensuring his future comfort and security. After finishing with the folder, Luo Sheng casually tossed it aside and, with a composed expression, remarked, "That will be all. You may leave." With trembling hands, Chen Yajun bowed slightly to Luo Sheng before quietly exiting the meeting room. Luo Sheng reclined in his chair, surveying the individuals before him. His presence today was merely to satisfy his own curiosity, not as the others speculated, for a project inspection. The Luo Group, a colossal entity, had roots that reached into nearly every corner of the world, binding together countless interests that ordinary people could scarcely fathom. Thus, there was no need for the powers that be to exert undue interference. The march of time would nurture this enterprise like the gentle rains of spring, further enhancing its grandeur. Moreover, even if Luo Sheng had been inclined to do so, his position would only allow him to visit the group's headquarters or its overseas branches, never even the subsidiaries, much less the specific projects. However, to allay the concerns of those present, he slowly spoke. "I am merely here to take a look. There is no need for you to be overly anxious." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the meeting room relaxed somewhat. "Starting with you, General Manager Zhang Sheng, please briefly discuss the project's status. I will listen and then take my leave." For the next half hour, Luo Sheng pretended to familiarize himself with the project's operations before hastily concluding the impromptu meeting. He declined invitations for tours from Zhang Sheng and various senior executives of the subsidiaries. Accompanied by Chun Tai and his entourage of bodyguards, Luo Sheng returned to his vehicle. Once the car was in motion, Chun Tai respectfully inquired, "Sir, where to next?" Luo Sheng gazed out the window at the Jingtai Central Plaza and replied, "To 118, Shanghai Road." Are we going to see Dong Xiaolei? Chintai asked. Yes, I wish to check on the arrangement of his new venue. The individual Luo Sheng sought was Dong Xiaolei, whom he had met while studying in America. Regardless of how Luo Sheng perceived their relationship in Dong Xiaolei's eyes, Luo Sheng was undoubtedly a big brother figure. Dong Xiaolei hailed from a relatively well-off family with educated parents. The bond between them flourished primarily due to Luo Sheng's recognition of Dong Xiaolei's exceptional computing talent. During their sophomore year, he independently delved into virtual reality technologies, achieving notable results, though none were aware of this except for Luo Sheng. Initially, Dong Xiaolei was unaware of Luo Sheng's true identity, simply perceiving them as peers from the same region, and was drawn to Luo Sheng's remarkable demeanor and eagerness to befriend him. Their camaraderie quickly blossomed into a close friendship. Throughout their university years, Luo Sheng generously supported him, even leveraging the Tian Luo Group's resources in America to grant Dong Xiaolei access to supercomputers. Their shared enjoyment of leisure activities became a routine. Although Dong Xiaolei was initially astonished by Luo Sheng's generosity, he soon grew accustomed to it. Never questioning the source of Luo Sheng's wealth or the nature of his family's background, his understanding of money was vague. He merely sought enough to satisfy his needs, eschewing any desire for vast riches, focusing instead on honing his skills. As their relationship deepened, Luo Sheng discovered that Dong Xiaolei resembled a protagonist from a novel endowed with extraordinary abilities. His computing prowess far exceeded Luo Sheng's previous comprehension. On one occasion, Dong Xiaolei excitedly took Luo Sheng to his secret research facility, donning him with a full head helmet. As he manipulated the controls, Luo Sheng's consciousness blurred. In the next moment, he found himself within an empty room, unable to control his body or even sense its existence. Before he could react, Dong Xiaolei's voice resonated through the void. At that moment, Luo Sheng realized he had entered an entirely new virtual world. However, due to technological limitations, he could only see and hear. Senses such as touch and smell had yet to be realized. In his astonishment, Luo Sheng made a silent vow. He must secure this individual. This technology had the potential to change the world and humanity itself. Thus, from that point forward, Luo Sheng embraced the role of the benevolent big brother. Whatever Dong Xiaolei needed, be it in research, daily life, or even romantic pursuits, Luo Sheng was always there to provide. Upon returning to China after graduation, Luo Sheng naturally brought him under his wing. Yet, whether in public or private, he always maintained the brotherly persona with Dong Xiaolei. Luo Sheng understood that for someone like him, emotional connection was paramount. Mere material wealth was insufficient for lasting bonds. Chapter 6, 118, Qianhai Road. The vehicle swiftly arrived at 118, Qianhai Road. This site had once been a tech park, later acquired by Luo Sheng at a high price and gifted to Dong Xiaolei. Subsequently, he mobilized every resource at his disposal to provide support, even stationing a private armed unit from the Luo family in Donghai to ensure that he could focus on his research without concern. At the entrance of the tech park, several armed guards stood vigilantly on duty. Only upon confirming Luo Sheng's arrival did they raise the barrier. Upon reaching the building where Dong Xiaolei was located, Luo Sheng gestured for everyone to remain behind, allowing only Chun Tai to accompany him inside. The arrival of Luo Sheng did not disturb anyone within the park. He directly took the elevator to the 21st floor. This entire floor, spanning over 5,000 square meters, was solely occupied by Dong Xiaolei's office. Apart from the secretary by the elevator, there was no one else present. Upon stepping out of the elevator, Luo Sheng fortuitously encountered Dong Xiaolei, clad in casual sportswear, who was busy instructing the secretary on some matters. Seeing Luo Sheng approach, Dong Xiaolei excitedly came forward. "Brother Sheng, what brings you here today?" Luo Sheng surveyed the sleek and technologically advanced office, smiling as he replied, "I came to take a look at your new domain." Dong Xiaolei scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. "What new domain?" "Brother Sheng, please come in and have a seat." The two settled onto a sofa in a lounge area, where the secretary served them each a cup of coffee. "Brother Sheng, did you come to see my latest research achievements?" Dong Xiaolei grinned. "I knew you couldn't wait." Luo Sheng had grown accustomed to Dong Xiaolei's conversational style, which was refreshingly informal compared to others. According to Dong Xiaolei, "Brother Sheng is my elder brother, so why bother with formality?" Luo Sheng lifted his cup, taking a sip before responding, "I can see you are eager to show off. So, what new developments do you have since moving in?" The moment the topic shifted to his field of expertise, Dong Xiaolei became exceedingly animated. "Brother Sheng, remember before I returned home, I mentioned I had new ideas regarding bodily perception? After setting up the space here, I began my experimental calculations. You wouldn't believe the number of challenges I encountered. It took me a full 2 weeks to complete." He then proceeded to explain, which turned into an extensive discussion lasting the entire morning. Luo Sheng consumed 5 cups of coffee during this time. Although he comprehended little of the intricate details, he was content simply to accompany his friend, occasionally affirming, "Indeed, that sounds quite taxing." Yet, deep down, Luo Sheng was genuinely astonished. In just 2 weeks, this young man had achieved substantial technical breakthroughs, a feat almost monstrous in its magnitude. Glancing at his Patek Philippe, he noticed it was already noon. Rubbing his temples, he smiled. "Xiaolei, it's about time for lunch. Shall we go eat?" Dong Xiaolei paused for a moment, then checked his phone. "Brother Sheng, it's already noon. Why does time fly so fast when I'm chatting with you? Let's go. I'll treat you to lunch." Luo Sheng nearly chuckled at Dong Xiaolei's boldness. Where did this kid find the audacity to say such things? They would discuss it further once they arrived at their destination. After descending in a Rolls-Royce Phantom, Dong Xiaolei began to fidget, glancing around nervously, unsure where to place his hands. "Brother Sheng, this car must be quite expensive. I've never seen you in one before." Luo Sheng smiled. "It's all right. I kept things simple while abroad. If you like it, I might just gift it to you." Dong Xiaolei shook his head. "I can't get accustomed to such luxury. This is a car for someone like you, Brother Sheng. I'll pass." The vehicle soon arrived at its destination, a restaurant named Guantinjian. Dong Xiaolei had never heard of it before, yet upon stepping out, he immediately recognized its exceptional stature. The grand, vintage architecture exuded an air of nobility. A typical wage earner would scarcely muster the courage to enter. As Luo Sheng emerged from the car, a suited gentleman hurried from the restaurant's entrance. "Mr. Luo, welcome to Guantinjian. A private room has been prepared for you." The restaurant manager, clearly familiar with Luo Sheng, greeted him warmly and led the way. In Luo Sheng's memory, he had dined here occasionally, hence the staff's familiarity with him. Individuals of Luo Sheng's stature are invariably treated as the utmost VIPs wherever they go. After all, being the eldest son of the Luo family and heir to the Tianluo group represents unparalleled power. Once inside, the restaurant's exquisite and opulent decor was evident, and notably, it lacked the usual clamor of typical dining establishments, as there were no open areas, only private rooms ensuring customer privacy and an uninterrupted dining experience. Once seated, the restaurant manager personally attended to them, respectfully presenting the menus to Luo Sheng and Dong Xiaolei. Luo Sheng casually flipped through the menu, which featured Australian lobster, king crab, and top-tier sturgeon caviar, foie gras with black truffles, A5 Wagyu beef, and shark fin abalone sea cucumber soup, all presented with a touch of artistry. "Let us stick to our usual preferences, something a bit lighter in flavor," Luo Sheng decided, then turned to Dong Xiaolei, inquiring if he had any particular cravings. The latter simply gazed at him with clear eyes and shook his head. Luo Sheng merely smiled, knowing Dong Xiaolei always deferred to him in matters of dining. Much like a game character whose attributes were heavily skewed towards intelligence, rendering him inept in all other areas, save for women. After handing the menu back, Luo Sheng contemplated for a moment before addressing the restaurant manager, who was patiently waiting. "Please bring a bottle of Romani Conti, one with a good vintage." "Certainly, Mr. Luo. I will arrange that for you right away. Please hold on for a moment." With the manager's departure, the room was left with just Luo Sheng and Dong Xiaolei. Chen Tai and the other bodyguards had been stationed outside from the beginning. Seizing the moment while waiting for the dishes to arrive, Luo Sheng casually inquired, "Xiaolei, have your parents settled in?" Dong Xiaolei's parents were retired university professors, residing not in Donghai but in Jiangcheng, which was relatively close. However, considering the need for Dong Xiaolei to work closely alongside him, Luo Sheng had arranged housing for his parents in Donghai. Upon mentioning this, Dong Xiaolei displayed a look of gratitude. He had come to understand the cost of living in Donghai quite well during his brief time there. In short, it could be summed up in one word: expensive. Everything was costly, especially real estate. Were it not for the ample salary Luo Sheng provided him each month, he would not have been able to stay in this city. Yet, Donghai also had its advantages: a higher quality of life, better medical facilities, and a more vibrant urban environment. It was every child's greatest wish and pride to ensure their parents enjoyed a comfortable life in their later years. And Dong Xiaolei was no exception. "Yes, my parents moved over from Jiangcheng about 2 weeks ago. Brother Sheng, you wouldn't believe it. When they learned the house was arranged by you, they told me to work hard and not let you down. I've almost worn them out with my explanations." Luo Sheng chuckled. "They have good intentions." Dong Xiaolei shook his head helplessly and sighed. "How could I not know how good you are to me, Brother Sheng? You are my brother. If I don't support you, who will? Besides, I have to realize our shared dream of establishing a second world." He hesitated to mention this to his parents. At this point, Luo Sheng regarded Dong Xiaolei with a serious expression and earnestly stated, "Xiaolei, regarding our shared aspirations, let us refrain from voicing them aloud in the future, understood?" Indeed, Luo Sheng intended to leverage Dong Xiaolei's technological prowess to establish a virtual realm in the future, a second world entirely governed by the Tianluo group, encompassing all of humanity. However, This grand vision had only just taken its first step. Observing Luo Sheng's solemn demeanor, Dong Xiaolei nodded in agreement. Brother Sheng, I comprehend. You mentioned this to me previously. Soon, the waiter pushed open the door to the private room, beginning to present an array of exquisite dishes on the table. Luo Sheng gestured towards the beautifully arranged culinary delights and remarked, Xiaolei, this is the first time I've taken you out to dine since your return. Do take a moment to compare the flavors of our Daxia cuisine with those from abroad. All right, Brother Sheng, Dong Xiaolei replied, picking up his chopsticks. Just as the sound of light footsteps approached, following the sound, he turned to see a young maiden clad in a flowing traditional dress, gliding into the room like a delicate butterfly. Her movements were graceful and poised. Upon reaching the vacant space at the table, she paused, slightly bowed, and performed a standard traditional greeting to the two-seated gentlemen. At that moment, a gentle melody reminiscent of celestial music began to fill the air, flowing around the room like a babbling brook from the surround sound system. As the music played, the maiden parted her lips, revealing a soft smile, and began to display her enchanting dance, akin to petals dancing in the wind. Concurrently, two charming waitresses quietly appeared beside Luo Sheng and Dong Xiaolei, crouching gracefully like docile fawns, skillfully arranging the tableware for the two. However, at that moment, Dong Xiaolei found himself utterly overwhelmed by the spectacle before him, particularly by the waitress crouched beside him. Her beauty was breathtaking, her fair skin akin to the smoothness of mutton-fat jade, while the delicate cherry blossom of her lips appeared naturally rosy. More alluring was the faint, intoxicating fragrance emanating from her, drawing one into a state of blissful reverie. She gently extended her slender fingers, carefully scooping a steaming spoonful of soup from the bowl, blowing lightly on it to cool it slightly. Subsequently, with an exquisitely gentle motion, she offered the spoon to Dong Xiaolei's lips, her gaze imbued with infinite tenderness. Faced with such attentive and thoughtful service, Dong Xiaolei felt his mind go blank. Unable to utter a single word, he gazed at the enchanting figure before him, a surge of indescribable emotions welling up within him. In contrast, Luo Sheng declined the waitress's offer to feed him, requesting instead that she assist him in peeling the crab. He then savored a glass of freshly opened romanicani while enjoying the young maiden's graceful performance. As the meal progressed, Luo Sheng felt no particular discomfort. However, Dong Xiaolei felt increasingly ill at ease, overwhelmed by the sensation of being entirely catered to, a feeling he had not experienced even during his previous dining outings with Luo Sheng in America. The last time he enjoyed such treatment was before the age of 3. Yet, it must be said that the restaurant's offerings were truly delectable, with flavors and textures he had never encountered before. Indeed, the culinary delights of Daxia were incomparable to those abroad. Once they had finished their meal, Luo Sheng called for Chen Tai. Sir, Chen Tai bowed his head and replied softly. Luo Sheng casually handed him a black gold card, saying, please settle the bill. Chen Tai respectfully accepted the card and exited the private room. Shortly thereafter, he returned, holding not only Luo Sheng's black gold card, but also a bill. Sir, here's the bill. Luo Sheng nodded, acknowledging receipt. Dong Xiaolei glanced at the bill, his eyes widening at the staggering total of 270,000. He hastily shoved his phone back into his pocket. Spending over 200,000 on a single meal was equivalent to a month's salary for him, and to make matters worse, his salary for the month had yet to be disbursed. He had just over 100,000 in his account, rendering him unable to cover the bill. Luo Sheng rose from his seat, patting Dong Xiaolei on the shoulder. Don't just sit there, let us go. The two returned to the car, and as Dong Xiaolei pressed the window button, he inquired, so, Brother Sheng, where are we headed next? Luo Sheng leaned back in the rear seat, closed his eyes, and replied, Xiaolei, you possess a Daxia driver's license, correct? Dong Xiaolei nodded. Yes, Brother Sheng, I obtained it during the summer after my high school graduation. Good. Now that you're back, let us get you a vehicle for convenience in your travels. With that, Luo Sheng turned to face Dong Xiaolei again. Since you mentioned you can't get accustomed to a Rolls-Royce, what sort of car do you fancy? This left Dong Xiaolei utterly bewildered. To be honest, he had no real understanding of automobiles and was indifferent to the models available on the market. Besides the well-known brands like BMW, Mercedes, and Volkswagen, he was oblivious to others. Even obtaining his driver's license was at his father's insistence, who asserted that a license was as essential as an ID card. Everyone should have one. After pondering for a moment, Dong Xiaolei finally replied, Brother Sheng, how about a Toyota? Or perhaps a Volkswagen would suffice. I recall reading online that both brands offer good value for money. You can help me select the model. Dong Xiaolei believed that when purchasing something, one should indeed consider cost-effectiveness. Since these brands were widely regarded as good, they must be reliable. However, upon hearing this, Luo Sheng outright dismissed his notion. What nonsense! Only ordinary people would seek so-called cost-effectiveness when making a purchase. You're passing up a Rolls-Royce Phantom and telling me you want a cost-effective option? Chintai. Luo Sheng called out to the front passenger seat. Chintai immediately turned with his head bowed. Sir, how may I assist you? Take us to the Bentley flagship store. Yes, sir. Chapter 8. If satisfied, seal the deal. Upon arriving at the Bentley flagship store, the saleswoman at the entrance could instantly discern that they were catering to a significant client and hurried to greet them warmly. The bodyguards descending from the Mercedes G-Class promptly positioned themselves 5 meters away to create a barrier. The saleswoman had never encountered a customer accompanied by such a formidable entourage before, yet this did not dampen her enthusiasm. Despite the distance, she maintained a respectful demeanor, saying, Esteemed guests, welcome to the Bentley flagship store. Luo Sheng merely cast a glance in her direction before leading Dong Xiaolei into the showroom. As soon as they entered, their group attracted the attention of everyone present. Naturally, with a dozen bodyguards in tow, it was impossible not to be noticed. Once inside, Luo Sheng strolled leisurely past each vehicle. Throughout this time, both the store manager and the sales staff attempted several times to approach and introduce the car models to Luo Sheng. However, without exception, they were halted several meters away without his permission. After perusing the showroom, Luo Sheng approached the latest Continental GT convertible and asked Dong Xiaolei, What do you think of this one? Dong Xiaolei gazed at the sleek contours of the car, swallowing hard. Brother Sheng, this vehicle is simply magnificent. However, upon glancing at the price tag, his jaw dropped in disbelief. Brother Sheng, this car is exorbitantly priced. Perhaps we should consider another? Luo Sheng frowned slightly. Let us go inside and take it for a test drive. If you find it satisfactory, we can finalize the purchase. At Luo Sheng's gesture, Dong Xiaolei opened the door and settled into the driver's seat. His hands delicately caressed the steering wheel as his eyes roamed over the luxurious interior. He could scarcely fathom that in his early 20s, he would find himself ensconced in a multi-million-dollar luxury car. Luo Sheng patted Dong Xiaolei on the shoulder and asked, Do you like it? Overcome with excitement, Dong Xiaolei could barely articulate a response, eagerly nodding in affirmation. Communicate with the sales staff regarding the details. And once you have everything sorted, find me in the lounge, Luo Sheng instructed. Their exchange was overheard clearly by the store staff. Under the personal guidance of the store manager, Luo Sheng, accompanied by his entourage of bodyguards, proceeded to the VIP lounge. At that moment, a striking saleswoman in black stockings approached with a radiant smile. After greeting Dong Xiaolei, she gracefully took a seat in the passenger side. Hello, handsome. My name is Millie. Do you fancy this model? Faced with the alluring saleswoman who was almost leaning into him, Dong Xiaolei felt a surge of nervousness. Why yes, this car is quite impressive. Millie, perceiving his bashfulness, recognized him as a novice. If that were the case, this sale was as good as secured. She subtly placed her left hand on Dong Xiaolei's thigh and began to elaborate on the vehicle's features. This bold move sent a rush of blood to the cheeks of Dong Xiaolei, who had been single for over 20 years. Sensing the shift in his demeanor, Millie's touch became increasingly audacious. Her intentions had shifted from merely closing the sale to capturing the interest of this young man. The reasoning was simple. Although she was unaware of his identity, the man who had brought him clearly held considerable influence, suggesting a connection to a powerful figure. Birds of a feather flocked together. Thus, winning over this young man would surely benefit her. Just as Millie continued her conversation with Dong Xiaolei, a sharply dressed young man entered the showroom. Upon spotting Dong Xiaolei, who was clad in casual athletic wear and appeared youthful, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. However, he quickly redirected his gaze, scanning the incoming sales staff for something or someone. The other sales personnel clearly recognized this young man. One of them stepped forward, exclaiming, Young Master Wang. What brings you here today? Are you looking to purchase a vehicle? Young Master Wang cast a condescending glance at the sales staff, clearly unimpressed. Where's Millie? Have her come over to assist me. The sales representative hesitated, glancing toward Dong Xiaolei. Young Master Wang. Millie is currently attending to another customer. Would you like me to assist you instead? Following the salesman's gaze, young Master Wang noticed that Millie was indeed engaged in a lively conversation with the very individual he had dismissed moments earlier. This ignited a flame of fury within young Master Wang, who snapped at the sales staff. What is the meaning of this? Am I to be outclassed by a mere boy? He gestured disdainfully in Dong Xiaolei's direction. What a farce. He had already set his sights on Millie, intending to seize the opportunity today. Yet here she was, laughing and chatting with someone who might not even have $1,000 in his pocket. Was this not a public humiliation? Though young Master Wang's voice was low, his words reverberated throughout the now silent showroom. Dong Xiaolei's face flushed with embarrassment. And even Millie noticed the newcomer, caught in a dilemma about whether to exit the vehicle. At that moment, the store manager hurried over. Upon recognizing the young man, he smiled warmly. Ah, young Master Wang, welcome. This young gentleman here is a valued guest of our store today. Young Master Wang scoffed, skepticism etched on his face. Yang, are you out of your mind? This mere boy could not possibly be a valued guest. Just as the manager was about to clarify, Luo Sheng approached leisurely, flanked by his imposing bodyguards. He regarded the young man with a calm demeanor and stated, "My associate is unworthy of being a valued guest. Are you truly worthy?" Young Master Wang appraised Luo Sheng, taken aback by his youth yet formidable presence. A flicker of doubt crept into his mind, but he stubbornly retorted, "And who might you be? What pretense is this?" Yet internally he mused. This young man emanated a powerful aura and was accompanied by a cadre of bodyguards, all appearing to be formidable fighters. He was not a top-tier heir from Donghai, but his family wealth exceeded 10 billion. He had encountered many young masters, but none with such a commanding presence. Was it possible he had just stumbled into a formidable opponent? A cold smile crept across Luo Sheng's lips as he turned towards Dong Yajun, leaving behind a simple command. "Chen Tai, take care of this." Chen Tai bowed his head in acknowledgement. "Understood, sir." With a swift motion, he gestured, and two burly men in black sprinted forward, arms outstretched as they prepared to escort young Master Wang out. Frustration bubbled within young Master Wang as he watched Luo Sheng walk away, feeling insulted by the dismissive treatment. "Hey, let go. On what grounds do you think you can throw me out?" He shoved aside the bodyguard's arm, feeling deeply humiliated. How dare they act so arrogantly? Clearing the room at a whim. I've never stooped to such levels. He turned to Yang, the manager, who appeared caught in a difficult position. "Are you not going to intervene?" he demanded, his tone aggressive. Yang, having been singled out, forced a smile. He had hoped to remain inconspicuous. Remembering that earlier in the VIP lounge, Chen Tai had handed him a gilded business card emblazoned with Tian Luo Group Global Headquarters, Chief of Security, Chen Tai. That card still lay in his pocket. He dared not inquire about the identity of the young man he had deemed a sir, but it was undeniable that he was of high standing within the Tian Luo Group. Realizing this, despite young Master Wang being a regular patron of their store, he understood the necessity of preserving his own safety. "Young Master Wang, I sincerely apologize. Perhaps it would be best if you returned another day? I promise to visit you tomorrow to express my apologies." Though this statement could not entirely evade offending him, Yang had no other choice. The young man present held far too much prestige to be trifled with. Young Master Wang's eyes widened in disbelief at Yang's words. This normally subservient manager was suggesting he be ushered out? His ire intensified as he locked eyes with Millie, who had glanced his way, further fueling his indignation. However, faced with the overwhelming number of people present, he felt unable to confront them directly. With a bitter remark, he declared, "Just you wait, boy. If the mountain won't come to Muhammad, then Muhammad must go to the mountain." As he turned to leave, he was abruptly seized by Chen Tai, who clutched his neck as if he were a mere chick, pinning him to the ground. "To speak disrespectfully to our esteemed sir, there are consequences." Chen Tai's icy voice rang out. Wang Zhe, in a state of disarray, attempted to turn and look at Chen Tai, yet he felt as if he were ensnared by a pair of iron arms, utterly immobilized. Struggling, he shouted in fury, "Do you have any idea who I am? You will pay for this. My father will not let you off so easily." Chen Tai, exerting even greater force, dismissed his bluster, asserting that no one could intervene in the presence of their superior. At that moment, the store was enveloped in a profound silence, with all present holding their breath. Luo Sheng's voice resonated from a distance. "Chen Tai, do not disturb others' business. Take it outside." "Understood, sir," Chen Tai replied succinctly, together with two bodyguards. He escorted Wang Zhou out of the exhibition hall, and not a soul dared to intervene. Disregarding such trivial matters, Luo Sheng approached Dong Xiaolei and inquired about the car. "If everything is in order, we can finalize the deal." Dong Xiaolei nodded enthusiastically. "Brother Sheng, everything is perfect. I can't thank you enough." Luo Sheng patted his shoulder. No need for formality among brothers. Just then, Millie quickly adjusted her demeanor, smiling as she said, "Gentlemen, the paperwork will be ready shortly, and we will also provide some premium automotive accessories." Luo Sheng nodded slightly in approval. Before long, Chen Tai returned, his sleeve stained with a trace of blood. Luo Sheng merely cast a glance before resuming his discussion with Dong Xiaolei about the vehicle. Once all the necessary formalities were completed, Millie approached Dong Xiaolei with a bag of documents. With a radiant smile, she announced, "Brother Dong, all your paperwork is finalized. The blue Continental GT convertible you requested is available for immediate pickup." Dong Xiaolei accepted the materials from her, responding courteously, "Thank you for your assistance. Let us proceed to collect the car." As Dong Xiaolei settled into the luxury of his newly acquired Continental GT, he could hardly contain his exhilaration. While he acknowledged the car might lack value for money, its sheer elegance was undeniable. Much like a woman who, despite knowing the worthlessness of a diamond ring, cannot resist the allure of its sparkle, so too do men succumb to the charm of lavish automobiles. These multi-million-dollar luxury cars and supercars, often limited to mere speeds of 30 or 40 kilometers per hour within the city, were little difference to their less expensive counterparts. Yet, their allure remained irresistible. Driving one conferred a certain prestige. "Brother Dong, add me on WeChat. If you ever need anything, feel free to reach out." Millie's voice broke through Dong Xiaolei's reverie. Faced with the enchanting figure at the car door, he found no reason to decline. He promptly retrieved his phone and added her as a friend. Upon departing from the Bentley flagship store, Dong Xiaolei opted to ride with Luo Sheng in a Rolls-Royce. This choice was not due to the vehicle's higher cost, but rather because it had been years since he last drove. During his driving test, he figured he would need to practice diligently once back at the park. Otherwise, he feared he might require repairs before even leaving the dealership. The newly purchased vehicle was entrusted to a bodyguard for driving. Seated in the back of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Dong Xiaolei again expressed his gratitude to Luo Sheng for the earlier incident. "Brother Sheng, I truly appreciate your intervention. I would have been at a loss otherwise." Luo Sheng waved dismissively. "Those individuals are insignificant, not worth your concern. However, it is high time you updated your wardrobe. Back in school, you favored sportswear, but now, as the head of the technology park, it's time for a change." Dong Xiaolei shyly replied, "But Brother Sheng, I find this outfit comfortable." "Xiaolei, heed my advice. This afternoon, find a place and purchase a few decent outfits," Luo Sheng urged earnestly. "But Brother Sheng, I'm not good at choosing such things," Dong Xiaolei lamented. "I cannot assist you with that. My own clothing is managed entirely by Meng Qing." As he spoke, Luo Sheng had a thought and promptly transferred 2 million yuan to Dong Xiaolei. The latter was astounded by this extraordinary gesture. "Brother Sheng, what does this mean? Transferring money without warning?" Before he could voice his thoughts, Luo Sheng continued, "Didn't you just add that saleswoman as a friend? If you're uncertain, simply invite her to accompany you." He added, "Also, arrange for a Mercedes G-Class and a couple of drivers for you. Consider today a day off. Make the most of it." With that, he flashed Dong Xiaolei a knowing smile. Despite having followed Luo Sheng for quite some time, Dong Xiaolei remained somewhat naive. Initially, Luo Sheng assumed he was merely shy or uninterested in women, and thus did not press the matter. It was only upon returning to the country that he realized Dong Xiaolei simply did not favor Western women. "But Brother Sheng, isn't it a bit inappropriate to directly invite her?" Dong Xiaolei asked hesitantly. Luo Sheng chuckled. "Trust yourself. Once you extend the invitation, Millie will likely be more enthusiastic than you." Ultimately, Dong Xiaolei exited the car with lingering doubts. Yet, as he glanced at the notification of 2 million yuan deposited into his account, he felt a pang of anxiety. How on earth would he spend such a sum? Chapter 10. Racing. As the Rolls-Royce Phantom glided along the road, Chun Tai inquired softly, "Sir, where are we headed now?" Luo Sheng, reclining against the back seat, contemplated whether to return to Chiyun Mountain Villa when his phone rang. Upon checking, he noted a contact named Qin Zhen. This individual was the eldest son of the Qin family in Donghai City and a close friend of the original owner of Luo Sheng's body. The Qin family primarily operated within the insurance and financial sectors and was among the leading enterprises in the entire Daxia region. Upon answering the call, before Luo Sheng could speak, Qin Zhen's voice came through. "Brother Sheng, what are you up to?" "I just wrapped up some errands and am preparing to head back to the villa," Luo Sheng replied. "Don't return just yet. Come to the Donghai International Racing Circuit. I have a few friends joining me this afternoon, and we can hit the bar later tonight." The Donghai International Racing Circuit is one of the few large-scale international standard racing tracks in Daxia, typically open to the public only when no official events are scheduled. Local and nearby amateur racing enthusiasts often seize this opportunity to take their cars for a few laps, also allowing them to expand their social circle. After all, the vehicles allowed on the track are not your average household cars, but rather luxury models starting from the million yuan mark. "Sure, I can come, but I want to be driving my own car today," Luo Sheng stated. "Brother Sheng, what are you saying? If you come, do you think I'll let you just sit there?" "I'll take care of everything," Qin Zhen insisted. "All right, but I'm not driving anything under 10 million," Luo Sheng stipulated. "Brother Sheng, if you come, I'll let you drive my LaFerrari. How does that sound? I'll be there shortly." Meanwhile, Dong Xiaolei sat in the back of the Mercedes G-Class, pondering how to spend the money. He had just messaged Millie, the Bentley saleswoman, asking her to accompany him to purchase some clothing, citing that he needed her advice. He expected her to decline, but to his surprise, she promptly replied, requesting his location so she could take a taxi to meet him. This truly made Dong Xiaolei feel that Sheng Ji's words were indeed spot on. He is worthy of being his elder brother. Consequently, he selected a nearby shopping mall and sent the location to Millie. After a moment's hesitation, he picked up his phone once more to search for hotels in the vicinity. Meanwhile, Luo Sheng was speeding towards the Donghai International Circuit in his Rolls-Royce. Before long, he arrived at the venue. At the entrance of the racetrack, Qin Zhen was lounging on the hood of a red LaFerrari, accompanied by a young and beautiful girl. Upon catching sight of Luo Sheng and his entourage of bodyguards, he eagerly approached and embraced him. "Shenggu, you finally made it." Luo Sheng smiled, glancing at the girl behind Qin Jun. "You've switched girlfriends again, haven't you?" If this had been anyone else, such a remark might have sent them into a frenzy. However, Qin Jun nonchalantly replied, "Shenggu, this is Sasha. She is an internet celebrity with over 1 million followers." He then turned to the girl and called out, "Aren't you going to greet him?" Sasha, a demure beauty, stepped forward shyly and said, "Hello, Shenggu." Her voice sweet and soft. Luo Sheng nodded slightly, acknowledging her. Qin Jun retrieved the car keys from his pocket and pointed to the red LaFerrari behind him, saying, "Shenggu, the car is right there. Do take it easy on us today." Luo Sheng accepted the keys, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. As everyone entered the racetrack, a multitude of luxury car owners and racing enthusiasts had gathered around. Most recognized only Qin Jun and were unfamiliar with Luo Sheng. However, seeing Luo Sheng accompanied by a cadre of bodyguards, and Qin Jun, the scion of the Qin family, welcoming him so warmly, they inferred that he was no ordinary individual. Qin Jun led Luo Sheng to the reserved lounge area, where 3 others were seated, friends of Qin Jun whom he had invited. Although the 3 were not particularly close to Luo Sheng, they were acquainted. Upon realizing that Qin Jun had indeed brought Luo Sheng, they all stood to greet him. Qin Jun stepped forward and said, "Shenggu, you should remember these 3. We've dined together previously." Luo Sheng pondered for a moment before recalling their identities. Wang Yaozong, whose family operated outdoor sports products with specialized stores across various provinces. Li Su, whose family was involved in chain dining, including hot pot, buffets, and cuisine. And Shen Feng, whose family engaged in venture capital, making him the wealthiest among the trio. These 3 affluent young men shared a good rapport with Qin Jun and had dined with Luo Sheng on 2 occasions. "Qin Xiao, now that Luo Xiao has arrived, shall we warm up with a few laps?" Li Su suggested. "Certainly," Qin Jun replied, moving towards a nearby yellow Lamborghini Aventador. "Shenggu, don't hold back. Show the brothers what you've got." As Qin Jun opened the car door and noticed Luo Sheng still outside, he urged him. Luo Sheng chuckled and opened the LaFerrari's door, settling into the vehicle. Once everyone was prepared, the roar of the Ferrari's engine reverberated, and Luo Sheng, like an arrow released from a bow, sped away. Luo Sheng was no stranger to racing. In fact, he was quite familiar with it. He had often frequented the Donghai International Circuit in the past. After all, his family owned a plethora of world-class supercars, and not taking them for a spin would be a travesty. After completing a lap, the group parked their cars and engaged in idle chatter within the lounge. Qin Jun proposed a friendly match against an amateur racing team next door, noting that he knew their captain. Luo Sheng had no objections. Otherwise, racing among acquaintances would lack excitement. Qin Jun quickly returned. "Shenggu, the captain next door, Li Jun, wishes to meet you." Luo Sheng smiled and replied, "Li Jun? He is from the Lin Supercar Club next door, isn't he?" "Indeed, Shenggu. Li Jun has long wanted to meet you, and upon learning of your arrival, he decided to drop by for a visit," Qin Jun responded. Just then, a hearty voice emerged from behind. "Luo Xiao, I hope you'll pardon my uninvited presence." Li Jun, clad in a stylish racing suit, entered the lounge area. Luo Sheng was somewhat familiar with Li Jun. His father had once been involved in real estate in the country before moving to Southeast Asia to focus on high-end residential projects. However, Li Jun himself did not wish to pursue real estate and instead founded the Lin Supercar Club. Is there something you wish to discuss, President-Li?" Luo Sheng inquired casually. Li Jun stepped closer with a smile, extending his hand to shake Luo Sheng's. "I, Li Jun, have long admired your esteemed name, Luo Xiao. It is a rare pleasure to encounter you today, and I thought to come by and familiarize myself." He continued, "After we race a couple of laps together, I hope Luo Xiao will honor me with your company for dinner this evening." Luo Sheng stood up, casually patting Li Jun on the shoulder. "Let us discuss dinner another time. For now, let us hit the racetrack." Chapter 11. Next time, bring someone understanding. Luo Sheng had encountered many individuals like Li Jun. Each one sought to forge a connection with him. However, the truth was, among his peers within the grand realm of Daxia, very few could engage with him as equals. Luo Sheng had little desire to entertain such youthful pursuits. Li Jun offered an awkward smile, fully aware that this was their first encounter, given his background. It was understandable that he did not capture Luo Sheng's attention. They soon transitioned to discussing the race. "Luo Xiao, while our team may be amateur, we do possess some skill. I hope everyone has a thrilling time today," Li Jun said, his eyes brimming with anticipation. As the race was about to commence, the drivers took their positions. With a signal given, the vehicles surged forward. Luo Sheng, leveraging his exceptional driving skills, swiftly took the lead, with Li Jun closely trailing him. In a daring maneuver at a bend, Li Jun attempted to overtake, but inadvertently grazed the protective barrier, causing his speed to plummet. Observing this, Luo Sheng did not accelerate to widen the gap. Instead, he slightly reduced his speed, allowing Li Jun to catch up. On the subsequent stretch, Luo Sheng, capitalizing on the Ferrari's superior performance and his adept driving, consistently maintained a lead over Li Jun. Ultimately, Luo Sheng crossed the finish line without a hint of suspense, securing first place. Whether this outcome was a testament to genuine skill or simply a matter of social niceties remained ambiguous. After the race, Li Jun and others gathered around Luo Sheng, showering him with compliments. Many, having learned of Luo Sheng's identity during the exchanges, sought to seize the opportunity to befriend him or exchange contact information. However, they were all politely intercepted by Chun Tai and the numerous bodyguards. At this moment, Qin Zhen emerged from the Lamborghini. "Shenggu, it's about time. Let us find a place to dine." That evening, in a private room of an upscale Chinese restaurant, Luo Sheng and Qin Zhen sat around a round table. Apart from Luo Sheng, each of them had brought along a strikingly beautiful companion. Though the contrast was stark, none dared to jest about it in Luo Sheng's presence. As the illustrious scion of the Luo family, if he desired female company, he could summon a multitude in an instant. Considering the need to drive later, the table opted for beverages instead of alcoholic drinks. Yet, despite this, the revelers continued to raise their cups, and the atmosphere gradually began to enliven. Once everyone had nearly finished their meal, Qin Zhen finally spoke up. "Brother Sheng, I've heard that the land in the west of the city is set for development. Could you take the brothers along for some fun?" Luo Sheng set down his chopsticks, eyeing the somewhat expectant Qin Zhen. "Where did you hear that? I generally don't inquire into such matters." Qin Zhen chuckled. "Brother Sheng, is there any need to keep this from the brothers? The entire circle is already abuzz with the news." Luo Sheng pondered for a moment before gently shaking his head. "As far as I know, the group currently has no plans to get involved. However, if you have ideas, feel free to explore them." At this point, a girl sitting next to Li Su chimed in playfully. "Brother Sheng, why let such a good opportunity slip away? Is there a better project you're keeping from us?" Luo Sheng narrowed his eyes at her, remaining silent. Hearing the beauty beside him say such a thing, Li Su quickly admonished, "Is this really your place to speak?" The young lady looked a bit aggrieved, hesitating to respond. Qin Zhen cast an unhappy glance toward Li Su. "Li Su, next time you bring a girl out, remember to bring someone sensible." He then addressed the young lady. "Well, it's getting late. You should take a taxi home." His words were utterly unrelenting, leaving the young lady somewhat at a loss. She tugged at Li Su's arm, seeking comfort and support from him. Li Su had no intention of indulging her. They had barely known each other for 2 days. If it weren't for her pretty face and decent figure, and the fact that he hadn't had his fill of fun yet, he would have already kicked her to the curb. However, Li Su wasn't one to take advantage of others. He pulled out his phone, transferred 2,000 yuan to her, and coolly said, "Didn't you hear what young Master Qin said? Here's 2,000 for you. Go have fun tonight." The young lady was momentarily stunned, and upon seeing the unkind expression on Li Su's face, she silently picked up her bag and left. In contrast, the companions of the other three were quite understanding. Throughout the evening, apart from continuously linking arms and smiling, they helped their partners with food, occasionally picking up napkins to wipe their mouths, embodying the essence of demure obedience. After this brief interlude, the group refrained from mentioning the development in the West any further. About 10 minutes later, the door to the private room was pushed open. A man clad in an exquisite suit hurriedly entered, whispering a few words into Luo Sheng's ear while presenting him with a car key. Luo Sheng accepted it and gestured for the man to leave. Noticing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, he chuckled. "Before we started eating, I had my subordinate drive the car over." As he spoke, Luo Sheng raised his hand, shaking the car key imprinted with the letters EB. Qin Zhen gazed at the key, seemingly recalling something, and uncertainly asked, "Brother Sheng, did you bring that car over directly? What else? You know the emblem well enough." Luo Sheng replied with a smile. Qin Zhen immediately sprang to his feet, a hint of excitement in his voice. "No way, I need to see it. Is the car parked outside?" Wang Yaozong, Li Su, and Shun Feng were oblivious to the situation. They naturally recognized the Bugatti emblem. Although this brand was quite rare in Daxia, with various models priced in the tens of millions, it was entirely normal for the young master of the Luo family to possess such a top-tier supercar. Yet, why was Qin Zhen so agitated? Luo Sheng raised his hand to calm him, chuckling, "Don't rush, we haven't finished eating yet." Wang Yaozong also interjected, "Exactly, young Master Qin. The car isn't going anywhere. Why the hurry? Do you know what car is parked outside?" Qin Zhen replied, still somewhat excited. "A Bugatti," Wang Yaozong responded. Qin Zhen smiled and continued, "Indeed, it's a Bugatti, but it's the globally limited voice of the night." Upon hearing this, Wang Yaozong and the others became unsettled. "Wait, young Master Qin, you're joking, right? Isn't that car in the hands of a foreigner?" "Yeah, I heard it was bought by an old man abroad. Qin Jin glanced at the smiling but silent Luo Sheng and explained, these are all red herrings. Don't concern yourselves with who bought the car. It's currently in young Master Luo's possession and parked right outside. Hearing this, Wang Yaozong also grew anxious. Young Master Luo, how about we finish our meal first, and then continue at the bar? Seeing everyone so eager, Luo Sheng decided not to insist further. He stood up and walked with the others toward the restaurant entrance. At that moment, in the parking space at the entrance, a sleek, all-black supercar, resembling the king of the night, stood quietly. Two bodyguards clad in black stood at the front and rear of the vehicle. Upon seeing the legendary Bugatti voice of the night, Qin Jun and the others rushed forward, gently caressing the car's body. Have you all had your fill of admiration yet? This is a sports car, not a beauty, Luo Sheng remarked, standing behind them with one hand in his pocket, amused. Once Qin Jun regained his composure, he approached Luo Sheng, hesitated for a moment, and said, Brother Sheng, are we not brothers? Anticipating what he would say, Luo Sheng irritably tossed the car key to him. It's just a car, if you want to drive it. Just say so. Don't keep asking if we're brothers. Receiving the car key, Qin Jun was overjoyed and replied, I was just afraid you'd be reluctant. Meanwhile, Wang Yaozong and the others could only watch in silence. They didn't have the audacity to ask Luo Sheng for the car key, as their relationship hadn't reached that level yet. After the group settled on their next destination, Qin Jun and his female companion climbed into the voice of the night, while Luo Sheng drove his red LaFerrari. As for Wang Yaozong and the others, they had also brought out their own luxury vehicles, including Lamborghinis, Aston Martins, and Porsches. The Rolls-Royce Phantom had been returned when Luo Sheng arranged for someone to drive it back. As the engines of the supercars roared to life, they sped through the streets of Donghai City, closely followed by 4 Mercedes G-Wagons. Such a lavish convoy drew the attention of pedestrians and passing vehicles alike. Countless weary workers who had just finished their shifts fantasized about how exhilarating it would be if they were the ones seated in those supercars. In the most bustling area of Donghai City at night stood a bar named Golden Count. As a renowned high-end bar in the area, it welcomed countless luxury vehicles every evening. However, due to the location, parking spaces in front of the bar were limited. Unless one reached a certain status, they could only opt for the underground parking beside the bar. Undoubtedly, the cars driven by Luo Sheng and his party far exceeded that threshold. Before the convoy even reached the entrance of the parking lot, the security had already moved the traffic cones aside, respectfully standing by to guide them in. Groups of young men and women took notice of the arriving vehicles, hastily pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Some who were not frequent visitors to the bar gasped in awe upon seeing the cars. Wow, is that a LaFerrari? So cool. And there's an Aston Martin. A Lamborghini. These are all my dream cars. Did you see that black Bugatti behind? I think it's the voice of the night. Isn't it's supposed to be globally limited to one? No way. I was astonished to behold the one and only Bugatti, the voice of the night, in the entire world. Is that Bugatti really so formidable? Could it possibly be more expensive than a Ferrari? Isn't that stating the obvious? A LaFerrari costs around 30 million, while the voice of the night is worth at least over 100 million. It's priceless. 100 million. This single vehicle is equivalent to a residence in Huangpu No. 1. Under the guidance of security, Luo Sheng and his companions parked the car, and as they alighted, they elicited a chorus of gasps from numerous young women in the vicinity. Not only were they driving an astonishingly valuable supercar, but they were also all so young and handsome. Some of the younger women, had it not been for their companions restraining them, would have rushed forward in an instant. Consequently, those girls incessantly chastised their friends. Let me go. I must get over there. If I miss this chance, who knows when the next will come. Meanwhile, the two friends holding her back were apprehensive about her nearly 180-pound stature, fearing that if she charged ahead, she might be knocked down by one of the bodyguards. The arrival of Luo Sheng and his entourage created quite a stir outside the bar. They exchanged knowing smiles, seemingly accustomed to such reactions, and proceeded together into the establishment. Initially, Qin Jin suggested they enjoy the ambience of the main hall, particularly since this bar featured a distinctive girl group performance. However, Luo Sheng found it too boisterous and preferred a quieter setting, ultimately opting for a private room. Once everyone was seated, the bar's marketing manager, Lu Qian, entered with a radiant smile, dressed in a sleek black professional outfit and holding an iPad. She was well aware of who had graced them with their presence that evening. Young Master Luo, young Master Qin, it has been quite some time since your last visit. Qin Jun took the iPad to peruse, while Luo Sheng casually wrapped an arm around Lu Qian, who leaned into his embrace, feigning soft gasps. At 25, Lu Qian was in the prime of her allure. Her striking features and meticulous makeup, combined with an intoxicating charm that enveloped her, left many patrons yearning for her attention. Were it anyone else, she would not have been so compliant. Even with her longtime clients, she merely engaged in flirtation. But who was Luo Sheng? He was the scion of the Luo family. Not only in the vast realm of Daxia, but specifically in the Donghai region, he belonged to the most affluent and influential echelon. Every woman is drawn to power. Whether single or married, every woman experiences a flutter in the presence of a formidable man. Nonetheless, Luo Sheng's embrace was more playful than intent, as he had no genuine inclination to pursue anything further. Lu Qian gently caressed Luo Sheng's chest, speaking softly, "Young Master Luo, are you planning for me to keep you company tonight?" Luo Sheng casually propped his legs on the table, one arm around Lu Qian and the other draped over the back of the sofa, responding playfully, "Your thoughts are rather fanciful. I intend to keep you here merely to share a drink." Regarding the women from the nightlife scene, Luo Sheng never sought to engage deeply. At most, he would indulge in a little hugging and drinking. The rationale was simple. First, his family lacked for high-quality young women, and second, he had no interest in deeper entanglements. Lu Qian anticipated that Luo Sheng would avoid intimate involvement with women of her profession, hence she was unperturbed. "Young Master Luo, my tolerance for alcohol is rather limited. If I happen to get inebriated, will you take care of me?" "Take care of you? That is a matter for your father, is it not?" Luo Sheng replied with a wry smile. Lu Qian playfully swatted at him. "Aren't you just my baba?" Luo Sheng responded with unabashed laughter. Meanwhile, Qin Zhen had just finalized the drink order, consisting of the usual selections such as Ace of Spades and Louis XIII. As the server departed, the door swung open, and a group of elegantly dressed beauties entered the private room. Chapter 13, The Tragedy of the Underdog. These stunning women, clad in a variety of distinctive outfits, stood at the forefront of the room, numbering around 20. Each was in their 20s, and perhaps informed in advance of the esteemed guests in the room. None wore a scowl. They all endeavored to present themselves as alluring as possible. Qin Zhen and the others, seasoned in such affairs, unabashedly scrutinized the young women. "Brother Sheng, why don't you select a couple more to accompany you?" Qin Zhen inquired. Releasing his embrace of Lu Qian, Luo Sheng rose and approached the ladies, hands in pockets, surveying each one with unabashed interest. After completing his examination, he turned to Lu Qian without looking back and remarked, "Your General Su knew I was coming and has sent the finest for me." Lu Qian smiled. "Young Master Luo, you flatter us. Since you have chosen to grace our golden count with your presence, we must ensure your satisfaction. Had General Su not been out of town, he would certainly have joined you for a drink." Returning to the sofa, Luo Sheng propped his legs up and declared, "Since General Su has shown such consideration, let us not choose, let them all stay." Upon hearing this, the women promptly ceased their stillness and surrounded him. Among them, Luo Sheng was undoubtedly the most sought after. It was clear to all that he was the evening's star, someone even their boss, General Su, sought to curry favor with. Before long, an array of expensive drinks began to grace the table. Lu Qian first poured a glass of Louis XIII for Luo Sheng before serving herself. "To you, young Master Luo," she proclaimed, downing her drink in one go. Luo Sheng accepted the glass with a smile and took a sip, while the other ladies nearby raised their glasses in toasts and offered fruits. The atmosphere quickly reached a fever pitch. Qin Zhen had already taken a full bottle of Ace of Spades and began to shower the nearby girls with it. Just as the revelry reached its zenith, the door to the private room was suddenly flung open with great force. A man in a server's uniform, his expression grim, stormed in. Following closely behind were Chun Tai and two bodyguards, who swiftly subdued him and pressed him to the ground. "Sir, this man is impersonating a server," Chun Tai explained. Luo Sheng gestured for Chun Tai to remain silent, intrigued to see what this intruder intended. Wang Yaozong, who had been selecting songs, instinctively paused the music. The man on the floor struggled futilely before surrendering. He raised his head, directing a furious gaze at Lu Qian, seated upon the sofa. "Qian, didn't you say you wouldn't accompany anyone?" He spat. Lu Qian hurriedly adjusted her disheveled attire, rising with a slight frown. "Chunyu, what are you doing here?" The man, identified as Chunyu, was firmly restrained on the ground. As Lu Qian's boyfriend, he basked in the envy of those around him for having such a beautiful partner, relishing the attention. However, in his eyes, no good woman would work in a bar, regardless of her role in marketing. Thus, he had consistently opposed her employment in such an establishment. Yet Lu Qian always countered with the prospect of higher earnings for their future, effectively silencing him. If it weren't for the message sent by one of Lu Qian's colleagues today, Qin Yu would have remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Listening to Lu Qian's accusations, Qin Yu managed to force out a response. "What am I even doing here? If I didn't come, you would have ended up in bed with another man." Just as Lu Qian was about to explain, she was abruptly pulled back into the embrace of Luo Sheng, who coolly stated, "Don't forget, your primary task tonight is to drink with me." He didn't even bother to glance at the man on the floor. With no other option, Lu Qian leaned against Luo Sheng, allowing him to hold her as she said, "Qin Yu, you should go back. I will explain everything after work." Just as the man on the ground was about to say something further, Luo Sheng impatiently addressed Chen Tai. What are you waiting for? Take him away. The two bodyguards exchanged glances and immediately seized Chen Yu, dragging him out forcefully. Lu Qian, how could you betray my trust? Chen Yu lamented. The bodyguards promptly silenced him, escorting him out of the private room. Chen Tai then bowed to Luo Sheng and exited the room as well. Luo Sheng had no concern for Chen Yu's fate or the actions he might take afterward. The narrative of an underdog turning the tables and vanquishing the powerful, as seen in novels and films, would forever remain a fantasy. The reality was that once he was removed, he could very well be rendered incapacitated and receive a settlement, disappearing from existence. From beginning to end, Luo Sheng need not intervene, nor exert any effort. That man would never even learn Luo Sheng's name. Inside the private room, silence enveloped the space following Chen Yu's unexpected intrusion. Luo Sheng leisurely picked up the microphone from the table, resumed drinking, and allowed the music to continue. His seemingly nonchalant words, when juxtaposed with the recent events, instilled a sense of fear in the attending women. In contrast, Qin Zhen and his friends appeared utterly unfazed, continuing to embrace their companions, drinking, singing, and dancing. They had encountered similar situations before, especially when picking up girls outside certain universities, where their boyfriends would often confront them, leading to dramatic breakup scenes. Yet, in the end, the girls would still climb into their sports cars, spending the night together. Ironically, those same girls would later attempt to cling to them for a lifetime. As adults, they should take such encounters lightly instead of taking them seriously. Lu Qian, somewhat distracted, raised her glass and offered an apology to Luo Sheng. Master Luo, I had no idea how Chen Yu managed to come here. Luo Sheng raised a finger, silencing her before she could continue. I am not interested in your personal affairs. However, it would be wise for you to avoid that little boyfriend of yours. Otherwise, your time here may be short-lived. His tone was utterly devoid of emotion. Confused, Lu Qian could only nod in agreement, planning to clarify things with Chen Yu after work. Chen Feng, who had been relatively quiet and lacked presence, pushed aside the beauty beside him and approached Luo Sheng with a glass in hand. Master Luo, I would like to offer you a toast. My father often mentions the Luo family, and I hope to have more exchanges with you. Luo Sheng regarded the seemingly gentle Chen Feng, accepting the glass from a nearby beauty, and replied, I recall your family is involved in venture capital. Chen Feng's face lit up with joy, surprised that Luo Sheng remembered what his family did. He had assumed that someone of Luo Sheng's stature would find individuals like himself insignificant, unworthy of attention, let alone remembrance. Though Chen Feng was a top-tier second-generation rich kid in Donghai, he felt insignificant compared to Luo Sheng. Indeed, Master Luo, if an opportunity arises, I would hope to befriend you, Chen Feng said eagerly. Luo Sheng smiled slightly. We are already friends, are we not? This marks our third meal together. Chen Feng quickly responded, Yes, we are friends now. I will drink to that, and you may do as you please. With that, Chen Feng downed his drink in one go. In truth, Luo Sheng had always taken a casual approach to friendships. He understood that those who sought him out typically did so because of his status. However, he remained indifferent, after all. Few could compare to him in terms of family background. The gathering continued until past midnight. As the atmosphere in the room shifted, Lu Qian felt compelled to leave early, and Luo Sheng accompanied her. The female companions brought by Qin Zhen were quite understanding, transforming into the best of support. After the gathering, aside from Luo Sheng, the others appeared somewhat fatigued, leaving behind over 20 beauties still searching for scattered garments within the room. At the bar's entrance, Qin Zhen, aided by his little girlfriend Xia, stumbled towards Luo Sheng, slightly inebriated. Brother Sheng, shall we go for a massage? Luo Sheng observed them, noting their unsteady state. However, it had no effect on him. Take Wang Yaozong and the others with you. We can arrange another day. Qin Zhen did not press the issue, feeling somewhat tired himself. He waved his hand, saying, All right then, Brother Sheng, we shall take our leave. Wang Yaozong and the others also came forward to bid farewell to Luo Sheng. Despite their state of drunkenness, they still exchanged contact information with him for future arrangements. As he watched them head towards a nearby foot massage center, Luo Sheng settled into his Bugatti Chiron. Due to having consumed alcohol, he chose to sit in the passenger seat, allowing Chen Tai to drive. As the vehicle traversed the route back to Qian Mountain Villa, Luo Sheng gazed out at the retreating night scenery, lost in thought. His first day after reincarnation had passed in such an eventful manner. From waking up in the manor that morning, surrounded by numerous beautiful attendants whom ordinary people could scarcely hope to approach, all dutifully fulfilling his every command. Then, at Jingtai Central Square, he encountered former superiors and colleagues who now bowed and fawned over him. Later, he was invited to race by the high-ranking heir of the Donghai Qin family, experiencing the exhilarating speed and thrill in a sports car worth millions. Something he had never experienced in his past life. After the race, he was lauded by countless wealthy heirs. In the evening at the bar, hundreds of thousands worth of drinks flowed freely, all in pursuit of fleeting moments of pleasure and satisfaction. All these experiences felt both real and surreal, akin to a dream, one that an ordinary person could scarcely conceive. Noticing Luo Sheng's unusual demeanor, Chen Tai hesitated before inquiring, "Sir, is something the matter?" This question drew Luo Sheng back to reality. He regarded Chen Tai, then glanced at the luxurious interior of the Bugatti, offering a nonchalant smile. "Nothing much. Just reflecting on some intriguing matters. Tell me, what do you suppose the lives of those residing in those buildings are like?" Luo Sheng raised his hand and pointed towards a high-rise residential building in a nearby commercial complex. Chen Tai was taken aback by Luo Sheng's unexpected inquiry. Could it be that he wished to experience the life of an ordinary person? It might not be too bad. After all, this was Donghai, where those who could establish a home in this city generally possessed a certain economic foundation. But what about those who rented? Chen Tai fell silent for a few moments before responding. Perhaps they are merely surviving in Donghai. Yes, merely surviving. Although Donghai is a first-tier metropolis, its inclusivity is remarkable. It accommodates individuals earning a monthly salary of 3,000 to 4,000, as well as nurturing billionaires with immense wealth. However, for the average office worker, Donghai is characterized by endless subway rides, unceasing overtime, and an abundance of takeout. How could one enjoy life as freely as Luo Sheng does now? The two men chose not to delve deeper into the topic. The convoy soon arrived at Yunding Avenue, leading to Chiyun Villa. At the entrance, several armed guards, upon recognizing the leading vehicle as Luo Sheng's, promptly lifted the barrier and saluted respectfully. This 2-kilometer, dual-lane thoroughfare, exclusively paved by Tian Luo Group for the Luo family's estate, is a testament to their stature. The checkpoint and the armed guards at the villa's entrance are also granted by the Royal Court of the Great Xia, privately owned by the Luo family. Consequently, Chiyun Villa has remained an enigma to the outside world, as all vehicles and personnel are strictly prohibited from passing through without permission. Should anyone foolishly attempt to do so, the armed guards would have no qualms about offering them a rather unpleasant experience. The Bugatti glided smoothly along Yunding Avenue, entering the grand gates of Chiyun Villa. Within the estate at night, a myriad of lights illuminated the surroundings in a brilliant display. Particularly striking was the colossal crystal fountain in the plaza behind the gates, casting a dazzling array of colors that enveloped visitors in a sense of opulence upon their arrival. Soon after, the vehicle came to a halt in the space before the main villa. Meng Qing, Luo Sheng's life assistant and housekeeper, had been waiting there early in the morning, accompanied by 2 maids. Upon seeing her young master disembark from the car, she and the maids promptly bowed, exclaiming, "Sir, welcome home." Luo Sheng nodded slightly, stepping into the villa. The entrance hall was ablaze with light, adorned with a plethora of exquisite decorations. A row of over 10 maids stood before a 20-meter-wide relief screen carved from golden camphor wood, all bowing in unison. "Sir, welcome home," they chimed in delicate, melodious voices. Luo Sheng settled onto the long sofa, and without needing to utter a word, a maid promptly knelt before him, offering him a pair of comfortable slippers. Meng Qing quietly inquired, "Sir, did you enjoy your day?" "It was fine. I had a few drinks with Qingjin this evening," Luo Sheng replied, gazing down at the maid still kneeling before him, gently caressing her cheek as he spoke. "Then, shall I notify the SBA room to prepare for you? You could relax there shortly," Meng Qing suggested. "That sounds good. I'll have some tea first," Luo Sheng said, rising to head further inside. He traversed the tranquil courtyard and took a seat at the tea table in the living room. Within moments, a maid dressed in traditional attire approached gracefully. "Good evening, sir," she greeted, bowing before kneeling at the tea table to brew tea for him. Chapter 15: A phone call. Savoring the precious Imperial Dragon Well tea in his cup, Luo Sheng pulled out his phone to browse through his contacts. There were few individuals worth noting, with only a little over 30 entries aside from family. Among them was his younger brother, Luo Xiao, who was 2 years his junior. As the legitimate second son of the Luo family, Luo Xiao was destined to be excluded from the line of succession. However, compared to other illegitimate offspring, his circumstances were relatively favorable, at the very least. A life of luxury was assured for him. If he were to demonstrate some ambition, he might even receive some support in business endeavors. Yet, this younger brother had never been favored by Luo Sheng's father, which allowed him to remain in the shadows. After all, even if he were to make a significant blunder outside, the Luo family could still protect him. Fortunately, Luo Xiao maintained a respectful demeanor towards his elder brother, Luo Sheng, never daring to overstep his bounds. Otherwise, their father would not have allowed him to continue residing in the Great Xia. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Sheng dialed his brother's number. Although it was nearly 1 in the morning, he knew his younger brother would not be resting. After several rings, the call was answered. "Hello, brother, what is up?" came Luo Xiao's voice, accompanied by the sound of roaring winds, indicating he was outside. "Where are you?" Luo Sheng asked. "I'm out with friends. Are you coming?" Luo Shao replied. "No, just come back tomorrow at noon. Father's flight arrives in Donghai in the afternoon. And you'll accompany me to pick him up," Luo Sheng instructed. "Got it, brother. I'll be back on time before lunch," Luo Shao acknowledged. "All right. That's settled then. Goodbye." After hanging up, Luo Sheng set his teacup down and made his way to the leisure area on the lower level. A sauna followed by a spa session was a daily routine for him. In stark contrast to the bustling day in Donghai, the city at night resembled a vibrant metropolis, alive with dazzling lights. The streets were lined with a plethora of nightclubs and bars, and exotic cars, rarely seen during the day, were now ubiquitous. A bright red Ferrari SF90 idled at a traffic light. Behind the wheel, Luo Shao, with his head full of white hair and sporting silver earrings, had just ended the call. Beside him sat a charming young woman. "Xiao Ge, who called?" she inquired, her voice sweet and melodious. "No one special. Just my brother asking me to return tomorrow at noon," Luo Shao replied nonchalantly, one hand on the steering wheel and the other reaching toward the passenger seat. Entirely unfazed by the girl's reaction, her cheeks flushed slightly as she softly pleaded, "Xiao Ge, please stop, the light's green." With a smirk, Luo Shao pressed the accelerator. But his hand's movements remained unchanged. The Ferrari's exceptional acceleration left the two following Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles far behind in an instant. The girl appeared visibly anxious. "Xiao Ge, slow down, you drank so much tonight." Luo Shao, somewhat inebriated, paid no heed to her warnings. Instead, he intensified his grip, both on the wheel and the gas pedal. As the Ferrari surpassed 100 miles per hour, there was no sign of him slowing down. Before long, they approached a traffic light flashing red ahead, likely a checkpoint for sobriety checks. Cursing under his breath, Luo Shao calmly began to decelerate. The girl beside him, increasingly anxious, exclaimed, "Shao, is it a sobriety checkpoint? Why are you so worried? Just sit tight." Luo Shao retorted, nonchalantly rummaging through his contacts on his phone. As the Ferrari drew closer, two traffic officers signaled for him to stop and prepared to conduct a breathalyzer test. As they approached, the two men were immediately engulfed by a pungent aroma of alcohol. There was no need for further examination. It was abundantly clear that the occupants of the vehicle had indulged in libations, and to a significant extent. "Turn off the engine. Step out. Your driver's license and vehicle registration." Even in the presence of a multi-million-dollar Ferrari, the traffic officers exhibited no semblance of leniency. Luo Shao, casually holding his phone, nonchalantly exited the vehicle and leaned against its sleek body, casting a scornful gaze at the two officers. Taken aback, they promptly barked, "Put down the phone and present your driver's license and vehicle registration." At that moment, two imposing Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles arrived on the scene. As they came to a halt, 8 bodyguards clad in black swiftly disembarked, positioning themselves beside Luo Shao. Second young master. Their synchronized call left the traffic officers momentarily bewildered. Other officers nearby hurried over, demanding, "What are you doing?" Luo Shao, still engaged in his phone call, gestured for silence, then spoke into the receiver. "Well, why don't you discuss it with them yourself?" He then turned his attention to the stern-faced traffic officers before him, a smirk playing on his lips as he inquired, "Who is in charge here?" A middle-aged officer stepped forward, asserting, "I am." "What do you wish to say?" Luo Shao didn't even spare him a glance. He merely tilted his head, extending the phone towards him. "Here, take the call." The middle-aged officer, seemingly realizing something, declined. "You can convey your message directly. There's no need for me to take the call." Luo Shao regarded the man with derision, speaking in an arrogant tone. "Whether you take it or not won't alter the outcome, but I advise you to do so." The middle-aged officer, sensing Luo Zhao's confidence, reluctantly accepted the phone. Curious about the source of this young heir's audacity. "Hello, who is this?" he queried. Upon hearing the response, his eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at Luo Shao, quickly adopting a conflicted expression. "Yes, understood. Rest assured, sir." After handing the phone back to Luo Shao, he made a decision that astonished all the traffic officers present. "You may leave, but drive safely." "Captain Yang?" Several officers exchanged puzzled glances. "I said, let them go." The middle-aged officer's voice rose in urgency. Anticipating this outcome, Luo Shao expressed his gratitude as he took back the phone. He then slid into the Ferrari, flanked by his entourage, and departed gracefully. All the traffic officers present were left yearning for a coherent explanation from their captain. It was undeniable that the other party was in the wrong. Why then had Captain Yang, upon receiving a phone call, allowed them to leave without protest? Was there someone influential involved? Had promises of benefits been made over the phone? Captain Yang sighed before responding. The call was from the city bureau. "But I want to disclose the identity. As for that young man, he is Luo Shao, the second son of the Luo family. Whether we take action against him or not makes little difference to him. Do you understand?" With this revelation, silence fell over the group of officers. Chapter 16. Chiyun Mountain Villa. On the journey to the Intercontinental Hotel, the girl seated beside Luo Shao chattered incessantly, her words laced with boundless admiration. Xiao Gu, you're truly remarkable. With just one phone call, you resolved everything. Luo Shao chuckled, responding nonchalantly. Little fish, have you forgotten? Your Xiao Gu excels in more than just this. He added with a teasing tone. Wait until you see what true prowess looks like, haha. The girl, affectionately nicknamed Little Fish, squealed in response. Oh, Xiao Gu, you're so mischievous. She then inquired, by the way, did you say you're heading back tomorrow afternoon? Luo Shao nodded. Yes, I'll be dining with my elder brother and later picking up my father from the airport. Although he was aware of his father's disfavor towards him, he typically avoided spending time at home to spare them both the discomfort. Yet, as his elder brother had personally called regarding this matter, it was a courtesy he felt obliged to honor. Otherwise, it would appear as if he were bringing ridicule upon himself in front of others. The underlying reason, however, was his fear that his elder brother might sever his financial support. Upon hearing this, Little Fish pouted. Xiao Gu, can you take me with you tomorrow? Luo Shao raised an eyebrow in surprise. What would you do there? The Luo family is not a place you can just waltz into. I'm just curious. The internet has painted Chiyun Mountain Villa as so mysterious. I just want to see it for myself and satisfy my curiosity. She exclaimed. Have you heard the saying that curiosity killed the cat? Luo Shao feigned seriousness. Xiao Gu, please take me to see it. I promise I'll agree to anything tonight. She pleaded. Luo Shao smiled. Well, that depends on how well you perform. The following morning, shortly after 10 o'clock, Luo Zhao's Ferrari SF90 arrived at the entrance of Chiyun Mountain Villa, with Little Fish seated in the passenger seat. Despite having had little rest the previous night, she was brimming with excitement. This exhilaration had persisted since they left the hotel. It was no wonder she felt this way. Rumors abounded online that armed private guards patrolled the villa's exterior, strictly prohibiting any unauthorized access. Within, it was said to be vast, akin to a self-contained city, replete with an array of rare and luxurious estates, as well as exotic plants and towering trees sourced from around the globe. Many of these species were so obscure that even the most seasoned horticulturists might struggle to identify them. Moreover, the villa boasted an impressive array of high-end facilities. Though specifics varied widely in speculation, whispers suggested that countless beautiful maids resided within, each possessing stunning looks and graceful demeanor. Just this notion alone sent the imaginations of countless men into a fervor. Not to mention the antique paintings and collectibles scattered throughout the luxurious residences, each piece a priceless treasure capable of transforming an ordinary person's fortunes. As a budding influencer who delighted in sharing her opulent lifestyle, the prospect of entering such a villa set Little Fish's heart racing. From the moment they turned onto Yunding Avenue to the site of the Grand Gates, it was evident that the villa indeed had armed guards. Though she could not identify the firearms they wielded, she suspected they were authentic. Like many netizens, Little Fish pondered. Wasn't private gun ownership strictly prohibited in the Great Xia? After a moment's hesitation, she turned to Luo Shao, who was behind the wheel. Xiao Gu, are those guards' weapons real? Why don't you go and find out? Luo Shao replied with a chuckle as he drove into the villa grounds. But isn't gun ownership illegal in the Great Xia? Little Fish asked cautiously. Were it not for her knowledge of the Tian Luo Group's legitimate business dealings, she might have suspected they were involved in illicit activities. You only need to know that this is a privilege bestowed upon the Luo family by royal decree. There's no need for further explanation. Luo Shao dismissed her queries with a wave of his hand, while inwardly he mused. Prohibitions? Rules are never intended to bind those who create them. As the Ferrari glided through the grand and imposing gates, the final veil shrouding the mysterious estate was lifted. Inside the vehicle, Xiaoyu opened her eyes wide, her mouth slightly agape. It was nothing short of a breathtaking tableau of opulence. The first sight that captivated her was an immense crystal fountain. Gleaming water columns soared high, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors under the sun's radiant glow, resembling vibrant rainbows. Surrounding the fountain plaza were exquisite sculptures adorned with gold and rare gemstones, each one either standing elegantly or dancing gracefully, seemingly imbued with life. In the distance, a vast expanse of verdant grass unfolded like a soft green velvet carpet, stretching endlessly to the horizon. The atmosphere of grandeur surged towards Xiaoyu like crashing waves, overwhelming her visual senses. In the past, she had been fortunate enough to visit a few so-called high-end restaurants, hotels, and even a couple of villa districts. At that time, she naively believed that such environments represented the pinnacle of the affluent lifestyle she had touched, albeit briefly. Yet today, as she entered the gates of this estate, all her prior perceptions were swiftly overturned. The car traversed a serene tree-lined path, and along the way, Xiaoyu's eyes were glued to the ever-passing landscape outside. her heart brimming with wonder and curiosity. Here, there were intricately shaped rockeries, babbling clear streams, and quaint stone bridges arching gracefully over the water. Scattered around these beautiful vistas were several villas, each imposing and architecturally distinct, embodying the extraordinary status of their owners. Some villas featured classical European styles with pointed arches and magnificent stone columns, exuding a rich historical essence, while others incorporated modern architectural elements, showcasing sleek lines complemented by expansive glass facades, replete with a sense of fashion and technology. Just as Xiaoyu was lost in admiration, a uniquely shaped building caught her attention. It resembled a smooth water droplet, its reflective surface mirroring the surrounding scenery, giving it an ethereal appearance. Noticing her fascination, Luo Sheng remarked, "That is the multi-purpose sports complex. It houses a variety of activities, though I seldom visit." Before Xiaoyu could fully digest Luo Zhao's words, a sprawling racetrack, comparable in size to several standard football fields, came into view. Was this truly a private estate? Her mind felt utterly blank. When Luo Sheng finally parked the car in front of the main residence, Xiaoyu gazed at the edifice, realizing that her impoverished imagination had severely limited her understanding. Chapter 17. The Luxurious Mansion. The main residence of Qiyun Mountain Villa sprawled over nearly 3,000 square meters. Its architectural design harmoniously blended modern and classical elements, showcasing unparalleled luxury and prestige. With its exaggerated ceiling height, it stood majestically as a grand palace despite having only 4 stories. The towering wooden door, intricately carved with exquisite patterns, not only exuded weightiness and grandeur, but also signified the owner's identity and status. Though Xiaoyu was unfamiliar with the type of wood used for this grand entrance, its distinctiveness was immediately apparent. Even before stepping inside, she was already awestruck by such a magnificent mansion. Anyone standing before such a structure would instantly feel their own insignificance. Luo Sheng playfully draped his arm around Xiaoyu's shoulders and teased, "Are you stunned? It's just a house." Xiaoyu silently cursed under her breath. Just a house? This was a villa in Donghai, where every inch of land was precious, boasting such an estate and such a residence. Not to mention ordinary people. Even the elite might toil for a millennium without ever possessing it. Yet she replied, "It's not like I've never seen a mansion of this size." "All right, let us go inside and take a look," he said, guiding Xiaoyu into the main residence. Upon entering, she was greeted by a spacious and lavish hall. The soaring ceiling was adorned with a magnificent crystal chandelier. Every detail here appeared to have been meticulously designed and refined, leaving no room for criticism. Prepared for what she might encounter, Xiaoyu was not overly surprised, yet her envy was evident in her gaze. She couldn't help but glance at Luo Sheng, contemplating that if she could become his official girlfriend, perhaps one day she might have the opportunity to reside here. Just then, a group of maidens emerged from a side hall, greeting Luo Sheng in unison, "Second young master, welcome home." Luo Sheng nodded and inquired, "Where is my brother?" One of the maidens stepped forward and replied, "Second young master, the sir is waiting for you at the swimming pool on the lower level." After learning his elder brother's whereabouts, Luo Sheng settled onto a sofa, patting the spot beside him, indicating for Xiaoyu to join him. They both slipped into slippers under the attentive service of the maidens. When Xiaoyu noticed that the maidens, who were no less attractive than herself, knelt before her to assist with her slippers, she felt quite taken aback. As they strolled through the indoor courtyard's corridor, Luo Sheng paused and remarked, "Aren't you curious why there are so many beautiful women here? Yet I'm still out looking for you?" Xiaoyu nodded, thinking to herself, what else could it be? He must be tired of them. Luo Sheng, unfazed by her thoughts, casually stated, "Because I cannot engage with the maidens in this main residence or anywhere in the estate. They belong to my elder brother and father. In other words, everything in Qiyun Mountain Villa can only be claimed by the family patriarch and the first heir. That's why they call me second young master and refer to my brother as sir, to differentiate between us." Xiaoyu gazed at Luo Sheng in astonishment, never expecting such a revelation. In typical households, brothers would equally share the family fortune, and even if the eldest received more, the others would still have their share. Yet, according to Luo Sheng, it seemed he owned nothing at all. How could she even think about living here? Luo Sheng, observing her expression, teased, "You seem disappointed?" "Indeed. When I marry, or when my brother officially ascends to his position, that will be the day I leave here," he continued. "That's why I don't like staying here. It will never truly be mine." Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned. Did this mean she would ultimately be left with nothing? "Luo Gu, why did you suddenly choose to share this with me?" "It's nothing, just someone I've been looking for to confide in. And today I felt like sharing," Luo Sheng replied. "So don't harbor any fantasies." Seeing her facade shattered, Xiaoyu quickly retorted, "I have no fantasies whatsoever. That's for the best," he said, pausing before adding, "But at least I was born into the Luo family as a legitimate son, so I needn't worry about wealth in this lifetime." Xiao Yu offered consolation. Luo Gu, don't think too much. Being happy is what matters most. Luo Xiao smiled, leading Xiao Yu forward. Upon entering the living room, he instructed her to take a seat and advised her not to wander about. He then ventured alone to the basement level to find Luo Sheng. The vast living room was now empty except for Xiao Yu, who, with nothing to occupy her time, settled onto the sofa and opened a video with booming sound. She noticed a flurry of private messages asking why she hadn't broadcasted last night. Yuzong, what were you busy with last night? I waited for you all evening and you didn't go live. Yuzong, will you be broadcasting tonight? Xiao Yu, let me know when you go live. I'll prepare a sports car for you. Streamer, did you not broadcast last night? In truth, she had been preoccupied with Luo Xiao, reveling until the early hours of the morning, leaving no time to stream. However, Xiao Yu suddenly remembered that today was a rare opportunity. Here she was at the legendary Qiyun Mountain Villa. Countless streamers and influencers had longed to explore this place, but had been halted at the entrance of Yunding Avenue. Yet she was inside, in the grand living room of the manor. So, she tidied up her appearance, selected an angle she deemed flattering, and initiated the live stream. Within mere minutes of starting, a number of loyal fans flooded in, and the online viewer count quickly surpassed 100. Streamer, why did you choose to go live in the morning today? Streamer, what were you up to last night? Yuzong, where are you today? It looks quite upscale. Xiao Yu, I'm here. Yuzong, did you change the broadcast time? I didn't see you mention it in the fan group. Xiao Yu greeted, good morning, everyone. Today, I chose to stream in the morning as it's a rare opportunity. She added, just to be clear, I'm taking a risk by going live. So I might end the stream at any moment. Is this the streamer's home? It looks quite spacious. Based on the background, it should be at least a 300 square meter flat. Has Yuzong moved into a large flat? Xiao Yu clarified, ladies and gentlemen, this is not my home. She continued, but I can give you a glimpse. Let us all guess together, and I will reveal the answer when we have more viewers. With a cheerful smile, she stood up, flipping the camera to ensure the viewers could see. She first aimed at the nearby sofa and coffee table, then at the enormous embedded LCD screen straight ahead. As the camera swept across, the entire living room gradually unveiled itself. The interior was adorned with opulence, each corner radiating an unparalleled aura of luxury. The ceiling, soaring nearly 10 meters high, was graced by an exquisitely ornate crystal chandelier. Sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the exquisite relief sculptures adorning the walls. All of these elements, which were not supposed to be showcased, appeared before the viewers in the live stream. The sheer size and height of the living room were utterly breathtaking, surpassing the earlier speculation of 300 square meters. The floor was meticulously laid with slabs of natural marble, polished to perfection. The marble's natural patterns flowed seamlessly, its warm hues resembling jade, resembling a vast and splendid tapestry unfurling beneath their feet. With each step Xiao Yu took, it felt as if she were traversing the interior of an extraordinarily luxurious palace, where every movement resonated with prestige and grandeur. Wow, this is too luxurious. Streamer, where exactly is this? Could it be that Yuzong has strolled into a palace? This is astonishingly spacious. This seems to be merely the living room. Hurry and show us other areas. Xiao Yu reassured, everyone, don't be impatient. I'm here as a guest invited by the master of this estate. She continued, so we shouldn't overstep. Let us just explore the living room. Upon hearing that she was a guest, the viewers began speculating about the identity of the house's owner. Xiao Yu teased, that's something I can't divulge just yet, but you'll surely figure it out when I reveal the answer at the end. Seeing the viewer count steadily climb, she felt a surge of delight. Indeed, her decision to stream today was a wise one. This wave, not to mention the potential for gifts, would surely attract a significant influx of followers. The audience continued to marvel at the opulence of the living room. At that moment, a maid clad in a black silk uniform approached, gracefully carrying a fruit platter. The maid softly said, Miss, the second young master has instructed that if you wish for something to drink or eat, you may let me know. He and the gentleman have matters to discuss and will likely need a while. The maid's appearance sent the live chat into a frenzy. Wow, there's even a maid here? And she is so beautiful. What kind of family is this? The house is lavish, and even the maid is of such caliber? I admit, I'm truly envious. Streamer, can I get the maid's WeChat? I'll reward you with a sports car. I'm in love. If I had a maid like that, I wouldn't let her serve tea or water. With the maid still present, Xiao Yu acknowledged the viewers' comments in the chat. She cheerfully told the maid, thank you, but I can wait for him here. The maid looked slightly perplexed at the phone in Xiao Yu's hand, but said nothing further. Being a guest brought by the second young master, the attendants had no authority to inquire about the visitor's identity or interfere with her actions. After the maid departed, Xiao Yu gleefully addressed the camera. Did you see that? The service here is incredibly attentive. Afterward, She resumed, guiding the viewers through the various details of the living room. On one side of the living room stood a tea table over 3 meters long, accompanied by several chairs. Xiao Yuer took a seat to experience it and casually showed the viewers the various items displayed on the tea table. Directly opposite was a nearly wall-sized embedded aquarium. Although the aquarium was beautifully decorated, it contained no fish. Streamer, that aquarium wall is impressive. Just that wall must cost over $1 million. Not just that. From the water scene inside, to achieve this setup, it probably costs at least $2 to $3 million. Indeed, but I wonder if the red coral inside is real. If so, that would be terrifying. How could it be? A gram of real red coral costs at least several thousand. Who knows how many kilograms are in there? Wow, that aquarium wall is worth more than my entire house. Looking at my own fish tank, I'm not sure whether to throw it away or keep it. Curious about the aquarium wall's value, Xiao Yuer approached for a closer shot. However, just as she focused the camera on the water scene, she suddenly noticed movement in the water above. Naturally, she lifted her phone, following the camera's view upwards. To her astonishment, several mermaids, nearly clad in nothing, gracefully swam down from above. Their celestial beauty, skin as fair as cream, and alluring curves made them appear as true mermaids. In the moment that Xiao Yuer beheld the scene before her, she quickly came to her senses and hastily set her phone down. Simultaneously, she was struck with astonishment. No wonder this aquatic wall housed no other fish. It was home to a multitude of mermaids. The mermaids, too, had sensed the presence of an outsider, with smiles gracing their faces. They waved at Xiao Yuer before leisurely swimming back to the surface, disappearing from sight. Only then, her heart still racing, did Xiao Yuer muster the courage to pick up her phone again and glance at the barrage of comments in the live stream. What did I just see? Mermaids? I saw them too. So this multi-million-dollar aquatic wall is for raising mermaids. This is mind-blowing. I can't handle it. Whose house is this? It's absolutely incredible. Countless netizens flooded the comments, teasing that they hadn't seen enough and urging the streamer to capture it again. Just as Xiao Yuer was about to say there was nothing left to see, she noticed a distinct comment. Streamer, although I do not know who invited you here, nor do I know where this place is, I advise you to end the stream promptly. From the moment you sat at the tea table, I noticed that the entire 3-meter-long table and chairs are made of exquisite Wangwali wood. This is exceedingly rare in the market. It cannot simply be purchased with wealth. Furthermore, regarding the box of tea leaves on the table, though I only caught a fleeting glimpse, I can assert with certainty that they are indeed the legendary Imperial Longjing. Therefore, in my view, this household is far more than just a top-tier wealthy family. Your reckless filming without the owner's consent could lead to consequences beyond your capacity to bear. This netizen expressed a lengthy warning, hoping the streamer would cease and desist. After reading the comment, Xiao Yuer felt a pang of guilt but remained undeterred. She even considered the possibility that the individual was merely engaging in alarmist rhetoric. After all, it was just a live stream showcasing the living room. What harm could arise from that? Dismissing the individual's words, Xiao Yuer resolved to take her audience outside for a glimpse. Earlier, she had noted the beauty of the courtyard. While she was uncertain about the other floors and their accessibility, the courtyard was adorned with flowers and trees, leading her to believe it would pose no issues. Thus, she raised her phone and proceeded toward the indoor landscape courtyard at the front of the living room. Meanwhile, on the lower level, Luo Sheng had arrived at the indoor temperature-controlled swimming pool. There, he found Luo Sheng, tall and with a stern countenance, leaning against the pool's edge. 2 attendants clad in bikinis flanked him, one holding a fruit platter and the other a glass of red wine. Meng Qing stood meticulously at the edge of the pool, accompanied by another attendant holding a towel. Upon noticing Luo Zhao's arrival, she greeted him. Good morning, second young master. Recognizing his brother's presence, Luo Sheng lifted his gaze slightly. Brother, I'm here, Luo Shao announced. Luo Sheng acknowledged. Wait for me in the lounge. All right, brother, Luo Shao replied, casting a glance at the attendants before turning towards the adjacent lounge area. Anticipating that his brother would take some time, Luo Shao began to idly scroll through videos. He entertained the thought of perhaps discovering another beautiful streamer online, akin to Xiao Yuer, an ordinary small-time streamer. Yet a mere few hundred viewers could compel someone to rush to her side. With the prestige of being the second young master of the Luo family, no small streamer could escape once they met. Having indulged in Xiao Yuer's streams for nearly a week, it was time for a change of pace. Due to his following of Xiao Yuer, as soon as he opened the streaming platform, her live broadcast was suggested to him. Luo Shao stared in astonishment at the familiar scene within the stream. He never anticipated that Xiao Yuer would dare to broadcast the interior of the Qiyun Mountain Villa without his permission. Without a moment's hesitation, he clicked into the stream and noted that nearly 1,000 viewers were online. Without a second thought, Luo Shao sent a comment. Luxurious life. What the hell are you doing? End the stream immediately. However, His comment was swiftly overshadowed by others. At that moment, Xiao Yuer was engrossed, captivated by a tree that netizens claimed was worth millions. Is this tree truly worth a few million, as you say? She questioned, extending her hand to touch its branches. Just then, a phone call interrupted her. Noticing it was Luo Sheng calling, she initially intended to decline, but ultimately answered. Withdraw your hand from that tree. Luo Zhao's voice, tinged with suppressed anger, echoed through the receiver, startling Xiao Yuer. What? She exclaimed, turning her head to survey her surroundings. Luo Sheng barked again. Shut down that damn stream. Stay put. I'll send someone to find you. Brother Xiao, why are you scaring me? Xiao Yuer attempted to sound playful, but the call was abruptly disconnected. Pouting, she reluctantly opened the live stream again, preparing to end it. Dear viewers, I suddenly have something to attend to, so I must end the stream. Yuzong, you still haven't revealed where this place is. Indeed, streamer, I've been waiting for you to disclose it. Please tell us. Streamer, I'm eager to know where this is. Yuzong, are you really ending the stream so soon? I wish to see more places. Xiao Yuer replied, I have no choice. I truly must end the stream. However, since everyone is so curious, I shall reveal it to you. This is the main residence of Qiyun Mountain Villa in Donghai City. Just as she began to speak, her previous smile vanished in an instant as she was met with a notification that her stream had been permanently banned. Confusion washed over her. I haven't done anything against the rules. Why am I suddenly flagged for a violation? A permanent ban? Does this mean my account is rendered useless? Xiao Yuer felt a surge of indignation. She needed to appeal. Yet before she could do so, several men in black suddenly emerged from nowhere and approached her. What do you want? Xiao Yuer inquired, her voice trembling with fear. One of the men in black coldly replied, Miss, we have received orders to escort you with us immediately. Where are we going? I won't go. I'm waiting for young Master Luo here. Xiao Yuer attempted to invoke Luo Zhao's name, hoping it might intimidate these men. I'm sorry, but it's the second young master who sent us. One of the men stated, to ensure your safety, I advise you to cooperate with us. With that, two men in black moved to either side of Xiao Yuer, and she instinctively recoiled. You have no right to make me go with you. Don't touch me. The men exchanged a cold smirk before swiftly closing in, seizing her arms and forcibly escorting her away. Although Xiao Yuer's live streaming room has been permanently banned, and she herself has completely vanished from the online realm thereafter. This particular broadcast was meticulously recorded in its entirety by some netizens accustomed to replaying. In the lounge, Luo Sheng seethed internally, cursing the foolishness of it all. This woman, despite possessing an exquisite visage, seemed utterly devoid of sense, her mind filled with nothing but mush. Did she really think she could film at Qiyun Villa at her whim? Even he had never dared to take selfies here, let alone live stream. It was sheer audacity. Luo Sheng paced irritably around the lounge. Just then, Luo Sheng, clad in a bathrobe and freshly emerged from a shower, entered. Upon seeing his second brother's troubled expression, he casually settled onto a nearby sofa. Meng Qing, following closely behind, placed her hands on his shoulders, gently massaging him. Then, Luo Sheng slowly inquired, what trouble have you stirred up this time? After a moment's hesitation, Luo Sheng recounted the entire incident to Luo Sheng. After all, this debacle had occurred within Qiyun Villa, and there was no way to keep it concealed. Luo Sheng's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this. Come here. Luo Sheng approached his brother cautiously. The next moment, Luo Sheng stood up and delivered a sharp slap across Luo Zhao's face. Although the sudden blow left Luo Sheng somewhat dazed, he maintained a straight posture. Luo Sheng regarded his silent brother, speaking in a remarkably calm tone. You brought a small internet celebrity, someone you've known for less than a week, into Qiyun Villa? Pray tell, what were you thinking? The more affluent and powerful the individual, the more they cherish their privacy. Many things simply cannot be exposed to the eyes of ordinary people. And now, a mere live streamer had the audacity to broadcast from the main residence of Qiyun Villa? Did she truly consider this a mere hotspot for internet celebrities? Luo Sheng, unable to meet his older brother's gaze, stammered, Brother, I honestly didn't think much of it at the time. It was just a moment of novelty. Where is she now? I had to take her to a small dark room for the time being, Luo Sheng replied. After dinner, you will handle it yourself. Pausing, Luo Sheng appraised Luo Sheng's attire before continuing. Additionally, change into something more formal. Father's plane arrives at 3 in the afternoon. Understood, brother, Luo Sheng acknowledged. Chapter 20. You can only blame yourself. After lunch, Luo Sheng went to deal with his affairs, while Luo Sheng returned to the study on the 3rd floor. Seated within, he dialed Dong Xiaolei's number. Upon connection, Dong Xiaolei's slightly excited voice came through. Brother Sheng, what are your instructions? Xiaolei, from your tone, it seems you are in good spirits, Luo Sheng remarked. Dong Xiaolei chuckled. After receiving the saleswoman Millie yesterday, the two of them had indulged in a shopping spree, completely revamping Dong Xiaolei's wardrobe and rejuvenating his appearance. They then dined at a Michelin-starred restaurant and spent the rest of the night at a nearby intercontinental hotel. Having never experienced such delightful escapades before, he felt utterly refreshed the next day. "Brother Sheng, thanks to you, yesterday felt like a dream," Dong Xiaolei exclaimed. "You have no idea. That Bentley saleswoman named Millie is truly—" "That's enough. I'm not interested in the details," Luo Sheng interjected. "Are you on your way back to number 118 Shanghai Road?" "Not yet. I just dropped Millie off, and I'm heading there now." "Good. Return and tidy up. Come to Chiyun Villa to find me in the evening." "Brother Sheng, is there something planned for tonight?" "You will find out then. It will fulfill one of your wishes." Dong Xiaolei had long harbored a dream of experiencing the allure of Macau. He had mentioned this numerous times while in America, vowing to visit Macau upon his return to China. Now that matters at number 118 Shanghai Road were nearly settled, there was no need for Dong Xiaolei to worry. Others would take care of the arrangements. It was only fitting to seize the day and take this young brother for a tour of Macau. Dong Xiaolei refrained from asking further questions. He had come to trust that whatever Luo Sheng arranged for him would be for his benefit. After concluding the call with Dong Xiaolei, Luo Sheng made a few more calls, exchanging brief pleasantries. Time swiftly passed to 2 in the afternoon. The two brothers, traveling in a Rolls-Royce Phantom, were followed closely by several black Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles as they exited Chiyun Villa, heading towards the airport. In the back seat, Luo Sheng held a glass of Krug champagne, admiring the pale golden liquid within. It was his favorite. Typically, such top-tier champagne is exceedingly rare due to its limited production and is rarely available on the market, with its few allocations claimed by the elite, even designated as the official champagne of the British royal family. For this reason, Luo Sheng had invested heavily in acquiring shares of LVMH Group, becoming one of its shareholders to ensure a stable supply of Krug champagne for the Luo family. After savoring a sip, Luo Sheng turned to Luo Xiao and inquired, "How has that woman been dealt with?" Luo Xiao, now clad in a blue suit, responded to his brother's query, "Rest assured, brother. She has been taught a lesson and sent away. It seems the platform has also noticed and issued a permanent ban." This Xiaoyer truly did not foresee this. She merely sought to capitalize on the opportunity to gain followers, utterly oblivious to what is permissible in broadcasts and what is not. Luo Sheng nodded thoughtfully, then regarded Luo Xiao with an indifferent expression as he said, "Be more mindful in the future. If there is a next time, you may find yourself residing abroad." Luo Xiao's pupils constricted, and he immediately acquiesced. Internally, he cursed Xiaoyer once more. Meanwhile, in a desolate mountain area on the outskirts of Donghai City, a silver Alphard came to a slow stop along a mountain road. With a dull thud, the car door creaked open. Two burly men, their imposing frames unmistakable, seized a woman whose head was completely shrouded in a black hood. With a forceful tug, they mercilessly dragged her from the vehicle. At that moment, a sinister-looking man descended from the passenger seat, his visage contorted with malice. He swiftly approached the unfortunate woman and, without hesitation, tore off the hood obscuring her face. It was none other than the live streamer known as Xiaoyer. Yet, at this moment, she had lost her former allure before the camera. Her once neatly arranged hair was now a tangled mess, and her clothing bore shocking stains of crimson. Extreme terror had caused her tears to flow like a breached dam down her pallid cheeks. Even more dire was the fact that her mouth was tightly bound with a filthy rag. Apart from being able to emit only a feeble, low, and indistinct whimper, she was utterly incapable of articulating even a single word to convey the profound despair and pleading that resided deep within her heart. Suddenly, an urgent sound of footsteps echoed from within the dense and shadowy woods not far away. A burly man clad in pitch-black attire approached the group. He hastily ran to the side of a man with a fierce countenance and whispered, "Brother Hu, everything is ready." The man, referred to as Brother Hu, slightly lifted his head and scanned the surroundings with vigilance. After confirming that there was nothing amiss, he expressionlessly nodded and coldly replied, "Then take her away and bury her." This cruel and emotionless statement struck Xiao Yu's heart like a bolt of lightning. Her body shuddered violently, and she felt as though she had plunged into an abyss of unrelenting cold. Driven by the instinct for survival, she began to shake her head desperately, exerting all her strength in an attempt to free herself from her restraints. Crack! A sharp, resounding slap echoed through the air. A vivid five-finger imprint suddenly appeared on Xiao Yu's delicate, fair cheek. This unexpected blow silenced her cries and struggles in an instant. Hu, with a grim expression, leaned closer and ruthlessly grasped her chin. He spoke coldly, "Don't blame me. You can only blame yourself for provoking Brother Xiao." With that, Hu abruptly gestured, "Drag her away swiftly." The several men in black, upon receiving the command, naturally did not dare to delay in the slightest. After about 10 minutes, the group returned to the mountain path, but notably, the female broadcaster known as Xiao Yu was missing. "Brother Hu, it's done, and there are no traces left." One of them whispered. Ahu extinguished his cigarette with indifference and replied, "Let us go back to the villa." Chapter 21. The representative of the Mei Long family. Before long, Luo Sheng's convoy arrived at Donghai International Airport, entering through the VIP passageway. Once all vehicles came to a halt, Chen Tai swiftly exited the car and opened the rear door of the Rolls-Royce. The other bodyguards positioned themselves around, on high alert. Luo Sheng stepped out and glanced at his wristwatch, noting that there were still a few minutes until the arrival of the plane. Beside him, Luo Xiao inquired, "Brother, why has father suddenly returned to the country? Didn't he just go to America last week?" Luo Sheng, with his hands in his pockets, gazed into the distance and replied slowly, "The matters over there have been settled, and the Mei Long family is quite satisfied with the future cooperation plan between both parties. Along with my father, there is also a representative from the Mei Long family, here to assess the market in Daxia." Luo Xiao, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Brother, there's one thing I don't quite understand. If it's merely a collaboration, does father really need to go in person? The Mei Long family has been eager to cooperate with our Luo family for several years. Everything should have been straightforward, and sending someone to discuss the details would suffice." Luo Sheng shook his head, a hint of uncertainty flickering in his eyes. The Luo family of Daxia holds an unshakable position worldwide, and almost no faction would not wish to collaborate with them. It is indeed unnecessary for his father to make an appearance in person. I am not entirely sure of his thoughts on this matter. He did not elaborate, only stating that I would understand once he returned. Soon, they spotted an aircraft adorned with the Tian Luo Group insignia entering their line of sight. It was a large Boeing 747-8 passenger plane. As the plane came to a stop, accompanied by a faint mechanical whirring, the doors gradually slid open to either side. The first sight that greeted them was a dozen tall bodyguards dressed in black suits and sunglasses. Like well-trained soldiers, they swiftly poured out from the cabin. Upon landing, they efficiently dispersed and stood in a straight line along the sides of the staircase. They slightly bent forward and bowed deeply, adopting a posture of respectful welcome. Luo Sheng and the others stepped forward, standing directly in front of the cabin door, holding their breath in anticipation. A middle-aged man, seemingly slender yet exuding an air of authority, appeared at the door. He possessed an undeniable presence, as though the entire world revolved around him. This man was none other than Luo Sheng's father, the current head of the Daxia Luo family, and the chairman of the vast commercial empire, Tian Luo Group, Luo Zhen. With a stern expression and sharp eyes akin to those of a hawk, Luo Zhen descended the staircase at a measured pace, each step radiating stability and strength. Following closely behind him were several assistants, equally clad in suits, bearing expressions of solemnity. "Father, welcome home." Luo Sheng and the others respectfully bowed in greeting. Luo Zhen approached Luo Sheng and said in a neutral tone, "Sheng, you've worked hard." "Father, this is what I ought to do," Luo Sheng replied. Luo Zhen glanced at Luo Xiao behind him before shifting his gaze back, continuing, "Sheng, go welcome your old friend." Following his father's gaze towards the cabin door, Luo Sheng saw a noble-looking blonde woman standing quietly there. Sunlight illuminated her face, accentuating her high nose and slightly upturned smile. Clad in a black dress that hugged her graceful figure, her perfectly proportioned waist and curvaceous hips formed an exquisite silhouette. Luo Sheng raised an eyebrow, surprised that the representative from the Mei Long family would be her. The blonde woman approached Luo Sheng with a charming smile, speaking in a still somewhat halting Daxia dialect. "Sheng, it's been a long time." As she opened her arms, intending to embrace Luo Sheng, he took a step back and extended his arm in a gesture of handshake. "Miss Emily Mei Long, welcome to Daxia." Emily's blue eyes revealed a hint of sadness as she looked at the man before her. "Sheng, do you not welcome me?" Luo Sheng smiled. "How could that be? I just didn't expect the representative from the Mei Long family to be you. Let us get in the car. Miss Emily Mei Long, my father is waiting for us." As he spoke, Luo Sheng gestured towards Luo Zhen, who had already entered the vehicle. Behind them, Luo Xiao recognized the blonde beauty before him. She was a core member of the Mei Long family and one of his elder brother's fervent admirers during his time studying in America. However, it seemed his elder brother had no intention of seeking a foreign woman as a future partner. Moreover, given her special status, engaging with her would be far from straightforward. Thus, he opted to keep a prudent distance. After all, as a member of the Luo family, he was never short of high-quality beauties in his surroundings. On the way back, under Luo Zhen's deliberate arrangement, Luo Sheng and Emily found themselves alone in one vehicle. Inside, noticing Luo Sheng's deliberate attempts to distance himself, Emily smiled and remarked, "Aren't you curious why I specifically came here?" Luo Sheng casually toyed with the wine glass in his hand and replied nonchalantly, regardless of the reason. "The moment I saw you, I realized that the so-called market assessment was nothing but a farce." Emily let out a melodious laugh. She gazed with keen interest at the man beside her, extending a finger to gently trace the back of his hand. Regarding matters of collaboration, the Mellon family would undoubtedly dispatch a professional team, rendering my personal involvement unnecessary. Just as Uncle Luo would not need to journey to America for the sake of partnership. Upon hearing this, Luo Sheng's eyes glimmered with a hint of something unusual. Yet he continued to feign politeness, stating, "Then I wish Miss Emily a delightful time in the great Xia. Sheng, won't you accompany me?" Emily playfully pouted. Luo Sheng chuckled softly. "Miss Emily, I wish for you to understand one thing. I, Luo Sheng, am the legitimate eldest son of the Luo family in Great Xia, and no woman has yet earned the privilege of my company. However, out of courtesy, I shall arrange for an assistant and bodyguard to ensure your safety during your stay." In response, Emily feigned mystery. "That will depend on your father's wishes. Your words alone do not suffice." Noticing her unshakable confidence, Luo Sheng was taken aback. Just how much investment had the Mellon family made to compel his father to go so far as to sell his own son? However, it was evidently not the right moment to inquire further. The convoy swiftly returned to Chiyun Manor. Upon entering the estate, even Emily, the American heiress, could not help but marvel at its opulence. After temporarily settling this esteemed guest in one of the other villas on the estate, Luo Sheng hurriedly made his way to the main residence. Chapter 22. Reception. In the tea room on the 4th floor of the main residence, Luo Sheng and his father sat facing each other, with only a maid serving tea for the two. "Father, was the negotiation for collaboration successful?" Luo Sheng tentatively inquired. Luo Zhen sipped from his cup, fixated on it without making eye contact. "You should be able to deduce that my personal presence was not merely for matters of collaboration. Such trivialities do not warrant your inquiry." His tone was utterly unremarkable. Luo Sheng, fully aware, pondered for a moment before changing the subject. "Father, during Miss Emily's stay in Great Xia, I will arrange for Meng Qing to accompany her throughout and oversee all her needs." Luo Zhen regarded his son with a faint smile, setting down his teacup. "Now that Emily has arrived, are you still oblivious? The Mellon family seeks a form of assurance, which the Luo family can provide. However, concerning the family lineage, there must be no mingling of bloodlines among the direct descendants. The rest is up to you. I shall not interfere. You need not worry about other issues. They only desire a safeguard and lack the audacity to reach for anything beyond that." Luo Zhen's final statement held an indubitable tone. Luo Sheng nodded, comprehending his father's intent. The other party feared that as collaboration deepened, they might be gradually consumed, wishing to leverage the bond of marriage as an additional safeguard. Although such a strategy often holds little significance within high society, it remains a prudent precaution. Luo Sheng understood without needing to ask that the other side must have made considerable concessions in the collaboration. However, the bloodline of the Luo family in Great Xia could not be tainted by foreign influences. His father's perspective was straightforward. Assurance could be granted. But should a crisis arise, its efficacy was uncertain. Furthermore, any rewards must be shared, or else all negotiations would be moot. After another sip of tea, Luo Zhen spoke again. "What are your plans for your younger brother? I noticed he seemed somewhat subdued today, trailing behind you." Luo Sheng gently tapped his fingers on the table before replying. "Father, I shall allow my second brother to make his own choices moving forward. Should he wish to pursue a career, I can provide him with financial support. If he merely desires a peaceful existence, I will ensure he is granted a comfortable position within the group, securing his future." Luo Zhen nodded slightly. "That is acceptable." At this moment, the maid refilled their teacups. The father and son enjoyed another cup of tea and engaged in casual conversation. Luo Zhen glanced at the time and remarked, "You may return to your affairs. I have plans with several friends and must soon depart." "Understood, father. I shall take my leave," Luo Sheng replied, bowing to his father. After exiting the tea room on the 4th floor, Luo Sheng returned to his chamber and summoned Meng Qing. As he intended to fly directly to Haojiang with Dong Chalet that evening, arrangements for Emily's stay needed to be preemptively organized. He had never contemplated bringing her along. After all, Haojiang was a place where, apart from its casinos, one could find an abundance of stunning women from across the globe. If one desired, any nationality could be arranged. Since this was Emily's first visit to Great Xia, it would suffice for Meng Qing to accompany her on some excursions. The remaining matters could be addressed upon his return from Haojiang. Meng Qing quickly arrived at Luo Sheng's room. "Sir, you summoned me?" Luo Sheng nodded. "Has Miss Emily's accommodation been arranged?" Meng Qing lowered her head in response. "Yes, sir. I have instructed the staff at Villa Number 2 to prepare everything." "Sir, shall we arrange for you to meet with Miss Emily soon?" Luo Sheng pondered for a moment. Regardless of the circumstances, she was indeed a guest and could not be neglected. "Yes, that is acceptable. However, there is no need to host her in the main residence. Please prepare Villa No. 2 for the meeting. I will come by shortly." Meng Qing acknowledged. "Understood, sir. Do you have any further instructions?" Luo Sheng stood from the sofa. Walking to the nearby water bar to pour himself a glass of water. After taking a sip, he said, I will be flying directly to Haojiang tonight. Likely for several days. During this time, I entrust Miss Emily into your care. Please ensure her safety and comfort as she explores the East Sea. Meng Qing nodded in agreement. Rest assured, sir. I shall ensure that Miss Emily is thoroughly satisfied. Luo Sheng waved his hand. You may go now. After Meng Qing departed, Luo Sheng rested in his room for a while. When the clock struck 4:30 in the afternoon, he appeared at the entrance of Villa Number 2. In comparison to the main residence, the other villas, regardless of scale, grandeur, or the lavishness of their interiors, were somewhat inferior. Yet, this was merely relative, if compared externally. Each of these standalone villas could rival those worth hundreds of millions outside. However, within Qiyun Manor, they served merely as guest accommodations for friends and family. In the elegantly designed tea room, maids presented exquisite platters of pastries. As Emily sipped fragrant black tea, she indulged in delicacies crafted by top pastry chefs. She looked across at Luo Sheng, smiling as she spoke. Sheng, I may stay in Great Xia for quite some time. Luo Sheng raised his teacup in response. Miss Emily, as long as you are pleased, you may stay for as long as you wish. Should you have any needs, feel free to contact Meng Qing. He also took the opportunity to introduce the maid standing beside him. Emily glanced at the woman standing attentively by Luo Sheng's side. Her beauty and poise were remarkable, and her figure was perfectly proportioned. Even the maid pouring tea was an exquisite sight. It was no wonder that Luo Sheng had previously shown little interest in her advances. The attendants surrounding her were all of such exquisite beauty that any ordinary man would have long since grown accustomed to them. However, as she recalled the admonitions from her family before her departure, Emily's gaze grew resolute. After all, they were merely a contingent of attendants. She was a core member of the illustrious Mellon family of America. For someone of her standing, appearance held little significance. It was wealth and status that truly symbolized power. With this thought in mind, Emily chose to disregard the presence of these women and continued chatting with Roshan about amusing anecdotes from the past. Had Roshan possessed the ability to read minds, he would have surely scoffed at Emily's musings. Born into a lineage of unparalleled nobility, he was accustomed to wealth and power being mere embellishments in his life. Thus, when it came to matters of courtship, he needed only to follow his heart. Even Roshan's father had not imposed excessive restrictions, merely stipulating that she should be a woman of good family from the Great Xia. Chapter 23. Ariel mentioned during their conversation. Emily suggested going out for dinner that evening, expressing her desire for Roshan to show her the nightlife of Donghai City, to see if it lived up to its reputation of opulence and indulgence. Leaning back in his chair, Roshan glanced at his watch and replied, I'm afraid I cannot fulfill your wish this evening. Emily, slightly puzzled, inquired, Do you have other arrangements tonight? I could join you, and it would be a good opportunity to meet your friends. Roshan thought to himself, this woman certainly knows how to seize an opportunity. Shaking his head, he said, I was unaware that you would be representing us this time, so the occasion I am attending is not suitable for you. Perhaps next time, when I return, I can personally take you out. Upon hearing that he would be returning, Emily immediately asked, Are you going to another city? Yes, I will be away for a few days, Roshan replied. Emily's brows knitted together. She had come to Great Xia specifically for him. What meaning would her visit hold if she were left alone? She wasn't here merely to conduct market research. So, I arrived in Donghai just this afternoon. And you plan to leave tonight? Emily fixed her gaze on Roshan, skeptical. She did not believe he had any urgent matters that required his immediate attention. Being from her social stratum, she understood all too well what it meant to be the eldest son of the Luo family. Anything he wished to accomplish could be achieved with a mere phone call. Conversely, if he was disinclined, nothing could compel him to abandon his plans and leave that very night. Thus, Emily pouted and said, Roshan, are you deliberately avoiding me? Roshan chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. It is all prearranged. Rather than saying I am avoiding you, Miss Emily, your arrival was somewhat unexpected for me. Seeing her still wear a look of disbelief, Roshan opted not to elaborate further. He continued calmly, During my absence, Meng Qing will take good care of everything for you. If you wish to go anywhere, purchase anything, or dine on something specific, she will accommodate you. After a brief silence, Emily nodded, somewhat disheartened, Since you have made arrangements. What more can I say? This was quintessential Roshan. If it had been an ordinary person, a woman flying thousands of miles to find him, only to be set aside upon arrival while he jetted off to another locale for a few days, the repercussions would have been unimaginable. The two engaged in light conversation until Dong Xiaolei called, announcing his arrival, prompting Roshan to bid farewell to Emily. After picking up Dong Xiaolei at the intersection of Yunding Avenue, their convoy headed straight for the airport. Unaware of their destination, Dong Xiaolei asked from the back seat, Brother Roshan, are we attending a dinner party tonight? We are not attending a dinner party. We are heading to Haojiang. We will have dinner there, Roshan replied casually. Dong Xiaolei's eyes widened in disbelief as he instinctively glanced at his newly purchased Cartier watch. Brother Roshan, are you saying that at 6 o'clock in the evening, we are going directly from Donghai to Haojiang? Roshan regarded Dong Xiaolei with a calm expression. What is the matter? The flight will only take a little over 2 hours. We should arrive before 9 o'clock. Are you hungry and want to eat first? Dong Xiaolei retorted, exasperated. Brother Roshan, this isn't just a matter of eating or not eating. Are we really going to Haojiang so casually? Just like that? As soon as he voiced his thoughts, Dong Xiaolei realized the absurdity of his concerns. Sitting before him was Roshan. The idea of making an impromptu trip to Haojiang was trivial. He could just as easily decide to fly to the other side of America for dinner and return afterward. It was merely a matter of words. Roshan, unperturbed, countered. It's just a trip to Haojiang. It's not an international flight. What preparations are needed? Once again feeling the carefree nature of the elite, Dong Xiaolei could only manage an awkward smile. Before long, the two arrived at the airport in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. However, to Dong Xiaolei's surprise, the car did not drive into the airport's drop-off area, nor did it head to the underground parking lot. Instead, it passed through the VIP passage and entered the airport interior, coming to a stop beside a massive passenger aircraft. Spotting the Tian Luo Group logo emblazoned on the fuselage, Dong Xiaolei surmised that this was likely the private jet of the esteemed young Master Luo. Even then, Dong Xiaolei did not find it particularly astonishing. After all, tycoons typically owned private jets. For someone of Roshan's stature, possessing 1 or even 10 private jets seemed entirely reasonable. However, when he followed Roshan's lead and stepped into the cabin, he realized how shallow his perceptions had been. Though it was still a private jet, the one Dong Xiaolei boarded was a Boeing 747-8. As an intercontinental aircraft, it possessed a range of over 14,000 kilometers, capable of reaching nearly every city in the world. With Roshan's permission, Dong Xiaolei took the opportunity to tour the entire cabin with the assistance of a flight attendant before takeoff. The expansive cabin space, coupled with the 2-story layout, accommodated nearly everything one could desire for a luxurious journey. This included, but was not limited to, a fully equipped comprehensive dining room, meeting room, and lounge. There were also several opulent sky suites, complete with walk-in closets and living areas. The interior decor radiated a sense of lavishness, replete with golden embellishments. The flight attendant informed him that even the smallest fixtures, from doorknobs to faucets and the railings on the stairs, were coated with a layer of 20M gold, resulting in their rich luster. All the furniture and furnishings, whether the seating in the common areas or a small lamp in the presidential suite, were custom designed by world-class teams. Had it not been for the view of the airport runway through the window, Dong Xiaolei might have doubted whether he had entered a top-tier mansion. However, the most astonishing feature awaited him on the second level. Ascending the staircase to the rear of the cabin, he discovered a bar, a private cinema, a spa room, and even an emergency medical suite, nearly overwhelming him. In that moment, he was sincerely impressed and finally understood why affluent individuals at a certain level of wealth opted to acquire their own private jets. In addition to saving time and facilitating more efficient travel while ensuring privacy, perhaps the most significant aspect is the overall experience. Seated within such a private aircraft, regardless of the destination or the duration of the journey, one would not feel the slightest fatigue. Rather, the comfort of this voyage is elevated to an entirely new echelon. As the engines roared to life, the Boeing 747-8 began its gradual acceleration down the runway, ultimately soaring into the clouds. Dong Xiaolei remained enraptured by the opulence of this airborne mansion, unable to extricate himself from its allure. Every detail within was a novelty for him. Throughout his life, although he had boarded a few planes, he had only ever experienced the cramped confines of economy class, never even having the opportunity to indulge in business class. Now, however, he found himself stepping directly into the lap of luxury. Meanwhile, Luo Sheng had settled into his exclusive suite aboard the aircraft. Reclining in a custom-made leather seat, he was enveloped in an exceptionally comfortable posture, delicately sipping a freshly poured glass of Krug champagne, while a stewardess knelt beside him, gently massaging his feet. Through the porthole adjacent to his seat, Luo Sheng gazed down upon the twinkling cityscape below. Perhaps, at that moment, within that illuminated metropolis, there were weary workers just finishing their shifts, looking up at the night sky, and possibly exclaiming to those beside them, "Look, an airplane." After more than 2 hours, the aircraft successfully arrived above the skies of Haokong. Even at several thousand meters high, one could still sense the city's palpable atmosphere, imbued with an unmistakable scent of wealth. The plane touched down at Haokong International Airport, where MGM's public relations team, having received prior notification, awaited in the VIP passage. Gao Xiaoyun, a senior public relations officer at MGM, was well acquainted with the esteemed guest she was to receive, as this was not Luo Sheng's first visit to Haokong. She had been his host since his inaugural arrival. Perhaps due to satisfactory service or a sense of familiarity, she had continued to be assigned to him on subsequent visits. Beside Gao Xiaoyan stood a few requisite bodyguards and her assistant, Su Xiaoxiao, a fresh-faced young woman, exuding innocence and charm. Sister Xiaoyan, who exactly are we picking up today? I noticed you pushed aside President Lu and arranged for so many cars, Su Xiaoxiao inquired curiously. Gao Xiaoyan glanced at the time, noting that their guest should have already arrived. To prevent Su Xiaoxiao from inadvertently offending him, she earnestly instructed, Xiaoxiao, remember, the person we are welcoming is Mr. Luo. He is our distinguished guest, and we must not treat him with anything less than the utmost respect. The numerous vehicles arranged are due to his entourage, and they too deserve our consideration. For this airport reception, Gao Xiaoyan had organized a Rolls-Royce Phantom along with 8 Maybach S-Class vehicles. Moreover, the hotel accommodations were secured at the pinnacle of luxury, the Yonghua Mansion in Haokong. Such treatment is typically reserved for only the most privileged individuals. Is this Mr. Luo perhaps a holder of the Lion King card? Su Xiaoxiao inquired. The Lion King card is MGM's most prestigious membership, offering various privileges, such as first-class round trips, luxury car transfers, accommodations at the highest-end Yonghua Mansion, and the company of a personal butler throughout one's stay. The services provided are virtually limitless, catering to any desire one may have while in Haokong. It is often said, in Haokong, no one dares to deny a Lion King. However, such privileges usually come at an exorbitant price, as the entertainment industry is not a charitable endeavor. Only through substantial expenditure does one receive comparable service. Nevertheless, Luo Sheng stands as a singular exception. With a smile, Gao Xiaoyan shook her head. Mr. Luo does not possess a Lion King card. Yet he is a man of even greater distinction. Ignoring Su Xiaoxiao's skepticism, she reiterated, you will come to understand in due time. Mr. Luo will be here shortly. Remember my words. Do not be disrespectful in his presence. Understood? Su Xiaoxiao blinked in response. I understand, Sister Xiaoyan. Moments later, a group emerged into the VIP passage, led by none other than Luo Sheng himself. With his hands in his pockets and a determined stride, his gaze exuded confidence and decisiveness. 8 bodyguards clad in black flanked him, while behind him trailed Dong Xiaolei, accompanied by 2 handmaidens and 4 additional bodyguards. Gao Xiaoyan, alongside Su Xiaoxiao, hastened to greet him. Mr. Luo, welcome to Haokong. Luo Sheng nodded. Xiaoyan, it's been a while. Gao Xiaoyan smiled. Indeed, Mr. Luo, our last meeting was several months ago. With a graceful gesture, she invited, please, allow me to escort you to the vehicle. Your accommodations have been arranged. In the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Luo Sheng and Dong Xiaolei shared the rear seat, while Gao Xiaoyan occupied the front passenger seat. As they journeyed toward the hotel, Dong Xiaolei, despite his efforts to maintain composure, could not suppress his curiosity, peering out the window in awe. Since his student days, he had longed to visit Haokong, hoping to experience the lavish lifestyle of the affluent as depicted on television, where they casually spent fortunes amidst laughter and camaraderie. Observing the opulent, resplendent architecture outside, Dong Xiaolei quietly asked Luo Sheng, Brother Sheng, may I take a photo? Luo Sheng chuckled at his younger brother's enthusiasm. What? Do you need me to lend you my phone? Dong Xiaolei awkwardly laughed. No need for that. With that, he produced his own phone and began snapping pictures of the scenery outside. From the front passenger seat, Gao Xiaoyan regarded the man in the rearview mirror with a quizzical expression. His attire suggested he was not lacking in means, and accompanying Mr. Luo, he should not be displaying such behavior. He resembled an ordinary person, experiencing Haokong for the first time. With uncertainty in her voice, she asked, Is this your first time visiting Haokong, sir? Dong Xiaolei put away his phone and replied, Yes, it is indeed my first visit, thanks to Brother Sheng. Xiaoyan, this is my little brother, Dong Xiaolei. I brought him along to experience the city, Luo Sheng interjected appropriately. Upon hearing this, Gao Xiaoyan's tone shifted to one of respect. Ah, so you are Mr. Luo's friend. I hope you enjoy your time here, Mr. Dong. Upon arriving at Yonghua Mansion, Chen Tai, seated in the rear of the Maybach, along with the bodyguards, swiftly disembarked. Chen Tai even opened the car door for Luo Sheng before the attendants could reach it. Sir, please, he offered. The bodyguards dispersed, vigilant against the approach of any strangers. As Luo Sheng stepped out, he began to survey the grandeur of Yonghua Mansion. Although this was not his first visit, he could not help but admire the lavish investment that Haokong's hotels poured into their interiors, surpassing many establishments in the mainland, perfectly embodying the essence of prestige and magnificence. Even an ordinary individual stepping into this realm would feel elevated as he walked through the opulent corridors of Yonghua Mansion. Despite the extravagant decor surrounding him, it appeared rather commonplace in Luo Sheng's eyes. Accompanying him, Gao Xiaoyan sensed the noble aura that emanated from him. This was far more intense than anything she had experienced with any of the prominent figures she had ever hosted. Yet, this reaction was not unexpected. Throughout history, it has been remarked that wealth nurtures individuals. When riches accumulate over time to a considerable magnitude, their significance transcends mere numbers or tools for satisfying material desires. They evolve into an invisible yet formidable force, endowing their possessor with a serene composure, regardless of the circumstances they face. Such individuals are acutely aware that their fortune equips them to confront the vast majority of life's challenges and hardships. Among them, the eldest son of the Luo family, a man embodying immense wealth, stands out as a paragon. Suppressing the ripple of emotion within her, Gao Xiaoyan respectfully addressed, "Mr. Luo, as it is rather late. Perhaps you might consider washing up and resting after dinner? I can arrange for the subsequent matters tomorrow morning, if that suits you." Luo Sheng nodded slightly. "That is acceptable. Please also ensure my younger brother is well taken care of. Rest assured, Mr. Luo, I will not disappoint General Dong. I have arranged for my assistant to attend to him personally," Gao Xiaoyan replied. Glancing at the two maidservants trailing behind Luo Sheng, she tentatively inquired, "Mr. Luo, shall I arrange for companionship during this trip?" Luo Sheng replied nonchalantly, "No need." Many believe that the most distinctive feature of Macau is its entertainment venues. However, this is not entirely accurate. There exists a well-known hidden industry here, characterized by the presence of beauties from across the globe, who, if one is willing to spend, will provide around-the-clock paid companionship. Unlike the mainland, the personnel here are more professional, having undergone comprehensive pre-service training and regular health checkups. Each one, upon entering your room, drags along a suitcase filled not with trivial props, but with high-end luxury apparel and accessories. During your leisure time, they don these items, transforming into your attentive girlfriend. To outsiders, as long as you refrain from speaking, no one would suspect that these individuals have known you for less than an hour. Likewise, when night falls and you return to your room, they offer you the most comfortable experiences, often proving to be more attentive than a genuine girlfriend from the mainland. Their focus is solely on maximizing emotional and physical value. Nevertheless, Luo Sheng had a habit of never casually engaging with women from outside. Hence, for this trip, he specifically arranged for two maidservants to accompany him from Qiyun Mountain Villa. After dining with Gao Xiaoyan, Luo Sheng retreated to his room to rest. The following morning, freshly washed and dressed, Luo Sheng was enjoying breakfast in his room when Gao Xiaoyan, guided by the maidservants, approached. "Good morning, Mr. Luo," she bowed. Luo Sheng set down his coffee and, wiping his mouth with a nearby towel, replied, "You arrived rather early. I was just about to send you a message." Gao Xiaoyan smiled. "Mr. Luo, it is my duty. May I inquire how you rested last night?" "Quite well, especially in comparison to the mainland. The facilities at Yonghua Mansion are indeed commendable." Receiving Luo Sheng's praise, Gao Xiaoyan continued, "I appreciate your acknowledgement. Mrs. He even called me last night, urging me to ensure your comfort, fearing you might find it difficult to sleep here. After all, compared to Qiyun Mountain Villa, Yonghua Mansion is still lacking in several aspects." Luo Sheng stood up with a smile, taking a delicate gift box from one of the maidservants and handing it to Gao Xiaoyan. "You may find these next few days to be a bit taxing. Please accept this small gift." With both hands, Gao Xiaoyan respectfully accepted the gift box, refraining from opening it immediately. Knowing it was a gift from Luo Sheng, she understood its contents must be exceedingly precious. Previous instances had already shown that the items were invariably worth millions. "Thank you, Mr. Luo. I feel guilty for your generosity. If you continue to visit, I might be able to retire early," she jested. "It seems your retirement threshold is rather high. With your current assets, I surmise you possess at least tens of millions. If not a billion," Luo Sheng chuckled. "But my expenses are considerable," Gao Xiaoyan replied with a charming smile, then naturally linked her arm with his. "Mr. Luo, let us proceed. The VIP lounge is prepared for you." The VIP lounge in the casino is distinct from the main hall. Not only does it have an entry threshold, permitting only customers who meet a certain expenditure level, but it also avoids the chaotic mix of individuals found in the main hall. Inside the VIP lounge, in a private room, as Luo Sheng settled at a table, Gao Xiaoyan led two attendants who arranged an impressive pile of chips, each worth 1 million. Neatly before him, approximately 200 in total. At that moment, a server wheeled in a cart with a pot of tea. The maidservant who had been following Luo Sheng approached, pouring tea into a cup and placing it before him. "Sir, please enjoy." Gao Xiaoyan pulled up a chair beside him and respectfully inquired, "Mr. Luo, is this the agreed-upon amount for your bet?" Luo Sheng toyed with the chips in his hand, smiling as he responded, "No need. I shall merely play for fun." For Luo Sheng, gambling held little allure. He contemplated that those who frequent the casino generally fall into two categories: those who exchange a few thousand chips purely for entertainment, and those who are in dire straits, seeking a swift turnaround. Luo Sheng, however, belonged to a third category, neither in need of money nor seeking mere amusement. In Macau, even the most extravagant games rarely result in losses exceeding a few hundred million, mere pocket change compared to the balances in Luo Sheng's bank account. Thus, even though Gao Xiaoyun's credit limit in the VIP lounge was not particularly high, it was instantly elevated to unlimited upon learning that her client was Luo Sheng. Should he wish to play, even 2 billion would pose no issue, let alone 20. This made Gao Xiaoyun particularly fond of such clients, extravagant spenders who were indifferent to wins or losses. Their substantial fortunes rendered her commissions virtually risk-free, allowing her to effortlessly secure hefty earnings. Occasionally, there were unexpected bonuses, such as the glass pendant Luo Sheng gifted her that morning, valued at over 2 million. Chapter 26. Do you want me to play the safety net? In this round, Luo Sheng opted for baccarat, often regarded as the fairest game in the casino, which has remained perpetually popular. Once the cards were dealt, Luo Sheng, adhering to tradition, instructed the dealer to draw cards. He aimed to observe the emerging trends before deciding whether to place a bet. Since he had reserved the entire table, he was the only client present. As long as he refrained from betting, the dealer could continue drawing cards indefinitely until he felt ready. Time slipped by unnoticed for 10 minutes. Observing the patterns displayed on the monitor, a promising trend emerged, prompting Luo Sheng to decisively call for a halt to the card drawing. Feeling the chips in his hand, he casually wagered 5 million, causing Gao Xiaoyun, watching nearby, to gasp in astonishment. Indeed, it is no surprise that the eldest scion of the Luo family commenced with a staggering wager of 5 million. The demeanor he exhibited was akin to her casually spending 500, not batting an eyelid. As the dealer revealed the cards, it came as no shock that Luo Sheng emerged victorious. Retrieving his winnings, he proceeded to stake another 5 million. This continued for over 2 hours, with the gaming table witnessing both losses and gains. However, perhaps fortune favored Luo Sheng this day, for thus far, he had accrued nearly 100 million. The private room he occupied also drew the attention of other patrons and public relations personnel who gathered at the doorway, observing. Among them were 2 young men, their eyes sparkling at the sight of the mountain of chips stacked upon the table, all in denominations of 1 million. Brother Tian, is that man truly wagering such sums? I see he bets 5 million each time, inquired the long-haired youth of his crew-cut companion. The man referred to as Brother Tian chuckled. Now? That is a true big shot. Only by playing like this can one secure substantial gains. Brother Tian, the lady seated beside him must be Sister Xiaoyun. The long-haired youth pointed out, his gaze fixed on Gao Xiaoyun's silhouette. Brother Tian followed his finger's direction and indeed noticed Gao Xiaoyun. This woman has certainly struck luck. Encountering such a significant client, he mused. After a moment of contemplation, Brother Tian resolved to approach and greet them. Yet, before he could draw near, he was intercepted by Chun Tai and his associates, their icy stares fixed upon him. Warning, the gentleman is currently engaged in leisure. Please step back to the entrance of the room. Brother Tian was momentarily daunted by their lifeless gaze and quickly replied, I apologize, but I am also part of the public relations team here and would like to have a few words with your boss. Unfazed, Chun Tai coldly reiterated, please step back to the entrance of the room. Simultaneously, other bodyguards in the room began to inch forward, preparing to detain him at a moment's notice. At that moment, Luo Sheng, who had been contemplating a brief respite, turned to investigate the commotion behind him. Gao Xiaoyun leaned in to whisper in his ear, Mr. Luo. That man is called a Tian, a senior public relations officer in the VIP lounge. He has only recently transferred from another establishment, so he is not acquainted with you. Taking a sip of tea, Luo Sheng replied nonchalantly, so, in essence, you are colleagues? Just as he considered allowing a Tian to enter to inquire about his intentions, Gao Xiaoyun interjected with irritation, this a Tian delights in setting traps, enticing certain patrons to engage in under-the-table play. Many have ended up losing their fortunes as a result. I once had a client with whom I maintained a solid relationship, but after being ensnared by a Tian, within 6 months, he was left destitute and vanished without a trace. Oh, he enjoys leading others into under-the-table play? Luo Sheng observed a Tian, who was now prepared to exit the room. With keen interest, it is well known that such under-the-table dealings essentially involve leveraging bets, for instance, 1 to 3. On the surface, one wins a portion of money, while beneath, they can secure 3 times that amount. Of course, the same applies to losses. However, in Macau, such practices are explicitly forbidden. Yet, some individuals, unable to resist temptation or in dire need of funds, find themselves led astray by unscrupulous public relations individuals. Ordinary card games hardly piqued Luo Sheng's interest, but the prospect of under-the-table play did. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was already 11. Let us call it a night. Shall we have lunch together? He proposed. Gao Xiaoyun glanced at the table, where Luo Sheng had amassed nearly 100 million, Yet he displayed no sign of emotional fluctuation, as if winning a mere 10,000. Very well, Mr. Luo, I shall make the arrangements, she replied. Luo Sheng rose, and a nearby maid promptly draped his coat over his shoulders. Observing this scene, Gao Xiaoyan found herself at a loss for words. She had seen players bring companions to gamble before, but never had she witnessed someone accompanied by 2 maids, let alone surrounded by a dozen expressionless bodyguards. Nonetheless, this was indeed the MGM of Macau, where safety was assured. Was it really necessary? As Luo Sheng approached the entrance of the VIP lounge, he suddenly added, "By the way, please invite that young man from the doorway to join us. I would like to have a word with him." Upon hearing this, Gao Xiaoyun's eyes widened in disbelief. "Mr. Luo, are you considering engaging in under-the-table play?" Although she understood the vast wealth of Luo Sheng's family, and that even a loss in such dealings might not be of consequence to him, she genuinely wished for him to refrain from such actions. It seemed unnecessary. He was certainly not in need of funds. In response to Gao Xiaoyun's skepticism, Luo Sheng calmly stated, "No, I merely seek some amusement." Initially disheartened, Ation's spirits soared upon learning that Luo Sheng had invited him to lunch. In the hotel restaurant, Ation cautiously took a seat opposite Luo Sheng, his gaze darting nervously towards the surrounding bodyguards. Who exactly was this man? To come to Macau with such an entourage of guards? What astonished him most was that these bodyguards all appeared to be bulging at the waist, distinctly not carrying walkie-talkies or similar devices. Had they not undergone security checks upon entering the hotel? How could they have been permitted to bring such items inside? This only deepened Ation's curiosity regarding the man before him. Accompanying them was, of course, Gao Xiaoyun, who seemed disinclined to disclose Luo Sheng's true identity, merely stating, "Mr. Luo is the most esteemed guest at MGM." Ation, however, did not concern himself overly much. As long as the individual was wealthy, that was sufficient. The more powerful, the more he relished the opportunity. After exchanging pleasantries, Ation lifted a glass of red wine from the table and cheerfully remarked, "Mr. Luo, your luck today is truly remarkable. Might I inquire if you would be interested in engaging in a 1-to-3 play? On the surface, you win 1 share, but beneath, you can win 3 more." Luo Sheng thought to himself, this fellow is quite impatient, attempting to draw him into under-the-table play right off the bat. He feigned confusion and inquired, "Brother Ation, did you come to see me solely to entice me into under-the-table play?" Chapter 27. Are you brave enough to play 1-to-20? Ation recognized that the man before him possessed considerable strength. Such a high-stakes player would pique anyone's interest. However, individuals like him often had one flaw: they were not in urgent need of money. Since they were not pressed for cash, their sense of urgency regarding money was diminished. To avoid letting this rare opportunity slip away, Ation decided to take a different approach, first familiarizing himself with Luo Sheng before subtly leading him to the allure of under-the-table play. "Mr. Luo, please do not misunderstand. I merely observed your fortunate streak and hoped you might win even more. However, my primary intention today is to forge a friendship with you. After all, there are not many young and accomplished individuals like yourself." Listening to Ation's words, Gao Xiaoyun could only smile in silence. How naive to think he could befriend Mr. Luo. Luo Sheng leaned back in his chair, his arms casually resting on the shoulders of the 2 maids beside him. In a tone laced with disdain, he replied, "Many seek to befriend me, but not everyone is worthy of that title." "Mr. Luo," Ation began, eager to continue the conversation. Luo Sheng raised his hand to halt the other party, speaking in a calm tone, "Let us discuss the matter of the bottom line. I find it rather intriguing." Ation looked at Luo Sheng in astonishment, then turned to Gao Xiaoyun beside him. The implication was clear: if you refuse this deal, my friend here will gladly accept it. Yet, Gao Xiaoyun displayed an air of indifference, sipping her red wine with an air of nonchalance. Observing this, Ation's expression brightened as he remarked, "Mr. Luo, since you are a friend of Sister Xiaoyun, I, Ation, shall certainly be accommodating." With that, he extended 5 fingers, suggesting, "How about a 5-to-1 deal? I wonder if Mr. Luo would find that satisfactory?" Luo Sheng shook his head, replying, "If we are to play, let us do so with enthusiasm. How about a 20-to-1? I wonder if this brother Ation dares to accept?" 20-to-1. Ation's heart jolted at the thought. Was the other party truly this formidable? To propose a 20-to-1 deal meant that a loss of 1 million on the table would translate to a 200 million loss beneath it. Ation hesitated momentarily. Despite the opponent's apparent strength, a 20-to-1 gamble could lead to losses that would reach 1 or 2 billion. Did the other truly possess the means to settle such a staggering amount? For any major business owner, this was no trifling sum. After careful consideration, Ation finally spoke, "Mr. Luo, I am certainly willing to accept. However, since we have only just met, might a 20-to-1 be a bit too?" He left his sentence hanging, fully aware of Luo Sheng's hidden strength and concerned that he might not withstand the repercussions. A subtle smile crept onto Luo Sheng's lips. This was the first time someone had questioned his financial prowess. Even the two young attendants in his embrace could not mask their disdain, their eyes glinting with contempt as they regarded the other party. Luo Sheng remained silent, merely gesturing for Gao Xiaoyan to express her stance. Seeing this, Gao Xiaoyan ceased her pretense of ignorance. She delicately wiped her lips and addressed Tian. You may consult Brother Zhong. Just inform him that Mr. Luo wishes to engage in a 20-to-1 game and see what he has to say. Brother Zhong was the one who managed their VIP lounge, as well as their superior. Upon hearing this and receiving Luo Sheng's implicit approval, Tian stood to excuse himself, departing. 5 minutes later, Tian returned to his seat, but his demeanor had transformed entirely. He now exuded a marked politeness. The reason for this change was the respectful attitude conveyed by Brother Zhong on the other end of the call regarding the mention of Mr. Luo. Zhong had earnestly advised Tian to accommodate Mr. Luo's desires to the utmost. As for the ability to settle debts, he assured Tian that there was no need for concern. Tian wished to inquire further about Mr. Luo's identity, but Zhong had cautioned him against prying into matters that were not his concern. Although Tian remained puzzled about Luo Sheng's true identity, it did not diminish his excitement. He felt he had caught a big fish. Unbeknownst to him, Brother Zhong's respectful demeanor stemmed not merely from Luo Sheng's affluence, but from his formidable standing in their world. Mr. Luo, I sincerely apologize for the earlier offense. If you wish to play 20-to-1, consider it arranged, Tian proclaimed, thumping his chest with confidence. Had time permitted, he would have eagerly whisked Luo Sheng back to the VIP lounge without delay. Luo Sheng took a sip of the red wine in his glass and replied coolly, I wonder when Brother Tian will have this arranged. How does tomorrow sound, Mr. Luo? Tian responded cheerfully. Very well, tomorrow it is. After a simple lunch and sending Tian on his way, Gao Xiaoyan finally spoke. Mr. Luo, how much will you require for tomorrow? Let us utilize the 1 billion in chips from today, along with the additional 2 billion I have on hand, Luo Sheng replied. By the way, how has that young brother I brought along fared? Gao Xiaoyan pondered briefly before responding. Mr. Luo, President Dong seems to have had a streak of bad luck this morning, losing about 1 million. Prior to coming to the restaurant, I had my assistant take him to unwind. I expect he will continue this evening. Luo Sheng nodded, saying, let him play. It will all be counted under my name. Also, arrange for him 2 beautiful ladies, as he has a penchant for those of Japanese and Korean descent. Gao Xiaoyan chuckled softly before adding, Mr. Luo, President Dong has already arranged for himself some company last night. What a clever lad. No wonder he has been silent since entering the hotel last night. It seems he has taken good care of himself, Luo Sheng mused, not concerning himself with Dong Xiaolei any further. After all, he had brought him along for the experience. With his presence, Dong might have felt a bit timid. Before their flight, Luo Sheng had even advised him to feel free, assuring him that he could directly reach out to the public relations manager for any needs. That afternoon, Luo Sheng did not return to the VIP lounge. Instead, under Gao Xiaoyan's arrangement, he first took a refreshing shower, followed by a sauna, and then indulged in an exotic high-end spa experience unique to Haokong. After a brief period of relaxation, he enjoyed a spectacular performance that evening. After all, Luo Sheng had not come to Haokong merely to sit in a VIP lounge and play chips. That would be far too mundane. Following the conclusion of tomorrow's game, he planned to explore other attractions in Haokong and perhaps charter a yacht for a sea party, inviting Dong Xiaolei along, to show him that one need not be a fool confined to mere gambling. This was a common folly among ordinary people who, upon arriving at their destination, would head straight to the entertainment venue and immediately book a return flight that very night. The reason was simple. They sought to complete their money-sending task and wished to leave without lingering even a moment longer, often not even spending a single night in a hotel. Chapter 28. I have yet to satiate my desires. Do you know why it is said that 9 out of 10 gamblers lose? As long as neither party cheats and sufficient fairness and impartiality are ensured, the ultimate victor will always be the casino. This scenario arises not only from the well-known probabilities inherent in games, but also from an insurmountable barrier ordinary individuals cannot breach: infinite wealth. According to game probabilities, among 100 participants, 49 will win while 51 will lose. This numerical probability becomes increasingly aligned with standard odds as the number of participants grows. The house will always possess boundless resources to keep you playing until you are wiped out. This is why casinos in Haokong often say, they are not afraid of you winning, but rather of you not returning. However, if your wealth is substantial enough, far exceeding that of the casino, then when you play, you shatter the equilibrium of this law of large numbers. After all, your single fortune equates to the combined wealth of 100 individuals. The meaning is quite straightforward. Under equal probabilities, the one with the greater capital has a higher chance of winning. If I possess $100 and you only 10, and we engage in a coin toss game at $5 a round, who do you think has a greater chance of winning in the end? If you insist that your luck is extraordinarily favorable and you win 100 from me, that's fine. With a single phone call, I can have $10,000 deposited into my account, and we can continue our game. The following morning, Luo Sheng awoke from his deep slumber. The two maids beside him had risen early, completed their morning routines, and quietly awaited on the sofa in the bedroom. Their opportunity to accompany the master to the magnificent river had incited envy among the sisters back at the estate. Within the manor, Luo Sheng's numerous personal attendants adhered to a rotation system, changing daily. To serve him as they did now might require a month's wait. Should he happen to be away on any given night, the delay would extend another month. With the assistance of the two maids, Luo Sheng rose to wash up, followed by a light breakfast delivered by the hotel. Once everything was prepared, he summoned Gao Xiaoyan, accompanied by a Tian. After exchanging pleasantries, a Tian eagerly presented a contract. Mr. Luo, here is the contract. Please take a look. If all is satisfactory, a signature will suffice. Luo Sheng perused a few pages, and, finding no issues, signed without hesitation. A Tian had spared no effort for today's affair. Knowing that Luo Sheng held a stake of 300 million, he realized he could not manage it alone. Thus, he had painstakingly gathered over 20 prominent local business figures to share in the venture. However, to his surprise, Gao Xiaoyan bluntly declined a Tian's invitation, expressing her disinterest. A Tian did not press the matter, as he had only mentioned it out of courtesy, not wishing to appear overly eager with a client she had brought along. If she was unwilling, then so be it. At exactly 10 o'clock, Luo Sheng made his entrance into the VIP lounge. As he appeared, the group of businessmen in the backstage lounge turned their heads in unison. To their astonishment, he was accompanied by a considerable entourage of bodyguards. It was evident from his demeanor that he was no ordinary scion of wealth. Seated comfortably in an armchair, 300 million in chips, each worth 1 million, were neatly arranged before him, creating a palpable air of intimidation. A maid presented him with a freshly brewed cup of tea, which he sipped leisurely before calmly addressing the dealer across from him. Let us commence. In the VIP lounge's office, Brother Zhong, the owner, was also present today. He was a middle-aged man nearing 50, of modest height, with a shaved head. Observing the images on the monitor, his eyes were filled with apprehension. Beside him stood Gao Xiaoyan, who had not accompanied Luo Sheng this time. The office was occupied solely by the two of them. Brother Zhong, what is your take on today's affair? Gao Xiaoyan inquired. What do you think? I am merely an observer, Zhong replied curtly. I never anticipated that a Tian would possess such audacity. Mr. Luo's presence here has stirred the entire river region. Does he not realize that those who dare to play with Mr. Luo must either be extraordinarily desperate for money or extraordinarily wealthy? Is Mr. Luo in need of funds? Is Tian Luo Group in need of funds? After today, a Tian will likely vanish from this place. As he spoke, Zhong inhaled deeply from the cigarette in his hand. Gao Xiaoyun, unable to hide her disbelief, murmured, Brother Zhong, is it truly that severe? Zhong scoffed, his gaze fixed on Luo Sheng's face on the monitor, asserting confidently, by the end of today, regardless of the outcome, a Tian will cease to exist. After a brief pause, he continued, do you know why Mr. Luo chose to come to the magnificent river instead of Las Vegas? Gao Xiaoyan shook her head, aware only of Mr. Luo's status and the imperative not to offend him, yet lacking knowledge of his other affairs. Zhong poured himself a glass of whiskey, then filled one for Gao Xiaoyan as well, before slowly articulating. It is because Las Vegas neither dares to win his money nor can afford to pay him what he wins, thus they simply do not allow Mr. Luo to participate. Missy is a friend of Mr. Luo, which is why he is welcome to play here, and Mr. Luo will not act recklessly. Upon hearing this, Gao Xiaoyan immediately asked, then why did you agree to a Tian's actions, Brother Zhong? Zhong raised an eyebrow. Did I agree? A Tian approached this himself. I couldn't possibly dampen Mr. Luo's enthusiasm. As time passed in the VIP lounge, Gao Xiaoyan returned to the main hall. The initial 300 million in chips had dwindled to less than 100 million. Luo Sheng remained composed, engaging in light-hearted banter with Gao Xiaoyan while placing his bets. Another half-hour slipped by. Observing the meager remaining chips, Luo Sheng calmly turned to Gao Xiaoyan and said, please, fetch me another 500 million in chips. Although it was merely an increase in bets, Luo Sheng's demeanor did not reflect desperation, but rather the casual indulgence of one savoring a delightful delicacy and requesting more. Gao Xiaoyan understood the gravity of the situation, her concern evident as she remarked, Mr. Luo, is this truly necessary? With a gentle smile, Luo Sheng caressed her cheek. I have yet to fully enjoy myself. Be obedient. Although taken aback by the sudden affection, Gao Xiaoyan complied. In no time, Luo Sheng's table was once again piled high with chips, each worth 1 million. Chapter 29, Let Them Be Quiet. In the VIP lounge S resting area, the assembly of over 20 businessmen had initially observed the dwindling chips before Luo Sheng, believing the game was nearing its conclusion and that they would soon be awaiting their share. Yet, who could have anticipated that an additional 500 million would be added to Luo Sheng's stack? This unexpected turn left all expressions frozen, their gazes instinctively shifting to Atian. Realizing the situation, Atian promptly exited the lounge and hurried to the office to inquire with Brother Zhong why additional chips were being granted. Upon entering, he found Zhong sipping whiskey while monitoring the proceedings. Panting slightly, Atian asked, "Brother Zhong, I just saw Sister Xiaoyan grant Mr. Luo another 500 million in chips, which clearly exceeds her limit." Zhong set down his glass and approached Atian with a stern expression. "What? Do you think I need your guidance on how to conduct my affairs?" "But Brother Zhong, such actions are against protocol," Atian protested, taking several deep breaths before continuing. "If everyone acted this way, what would happen if a client could not repay?" After Atian voiced his concerns, Zhong remained silent for a moment, perhaps contemplating the ramifications. Atian seized the opportunity to elaborate. "Brother Zhong, I acknowledge Mr. Luo's capabilities, but shouldn't we also consider the risks?" Suddenly, Zhong shifted the conversation. "Do you know how Mr. Luo arrived at the magnificent river?" Atian was taken aback, unsure of the relevance. What does his mode of arrival have to do with the current situation? He probably just took first class. What is so special about that? Before he could finish, Zhong interjected. "Mr. Luo flew here on his private jet, directly from the East Sea to the magnificent river. Just that aircraft alone is valued at nearly 4 billion. At this revelation, Atian's eyes widened in disbelief. A private jet worth 4 billion. What an astounding concept. The tycoons from the mainland typically acquired jets worth just a few billion at most. What manner of individual is worthy of possessing a private jet valued at 40 billion? Contemplating the imposing figure of the bodyguard at the other party's side, and their unimpeded access to the extravagant gaming establishments of Macau, Atian queried, his voice trembling. "Brother Zhong, please tell me candidly, who exactly is this Mr. Luo?" Brother Zhong, casting his gaze upon the monitor displaying Luo Sheng's smirking visage, sighed and replied, "The Luo family of the Great Xia." "Well, what Luo family of the Great Xia?" Atian stuttered, his voice quaking. "Within the entirety of the Great Xia, is there truly any other Luo family of which you are unaware?" With the conversation having reached such gravity, Brother Zhong continued, "To be forthright, Mr. Luo is the legitimate heir of the Luo family in Great Xia." After stating this plainly, he turned to Atian and patted his shoulder. "Tell me, can I, or dare I, question Mr. Luo's capacity for repayment? Furthermore, I advise you to remain patient until Mr. Luo concludes his business. Everything may be addressed thereafter. After all, as soon as Mr. Luo disembarked from the aircraft, Missy contacted me, urging that we must not afford any negligence towards him." At that moment, Atian's complexion resembled that of someone who had just consumed something vile. He was at a loss for how he returned to the lounge. Upon his arrival, a group of businessmen promptly surrounded him, inquiring about the situation. For the time being, Atian dared not disclose Luo Sheng's identity, instead muttering that the other party possessed sufficient proof of assets. As long as the game persisted, it seemed likely to endure for some time. After speaking, he slumped on the couch in the lounge, deflated. The high-stakes game continued unabated. During a brief intermission, Luo Sheng took the opportunity to enjoy a simple lunch. Such is the nature of fortune. Where there are downturns, there are also upturns. In the first half of the game, Luo Sheng's luck was notably poor, depleting 3 billion in chips within a mere 2 hours. However, in the second half, after just 1 hour of play, he had not only regained his losses, but also secured a profit of several million. This turn of events sent the observing businessmen into a state of disarray. Unlike Luo Sheng, who possessed true infinite resources, every cent they held was hard-won, making even the slightest loss a painful blow. Unbeknownst to them, the true cause of their agitation was yet to unfold. As time passed, Luo Sheng's luck began to turn, achieving an astonishing win rate of over 90%. The stack of chips on the table, initially valued at 1 million, continued to rise. In no time, he amassed over 4 billion in chips. Coupled with his initial capital, Luo Sheng's total chips were now perilously close to 10 billion. This spectacle compelled Atian to rush to Brother Zhong's office in a state of panic. "Brother Zhong, please, help me. Mr. Luo has already won over 4 billion. If he suddenly decides to withdraw, those businessmen will suffer greatly." Brother Zhong glanced at Atian with indifference. "Their suffering bears no relation to you," he remarked nonchalantly. In desperation, Atian retorted, "Brother Zhong, are you truly unaware of the caliber of those businessmen? They will accept their losses, but they will not spare me. I have also absorbed a portion of the losses myself. If this continues, I will not be able to withstand it." "Brother Zhong." With apparent gravity, Brother Zhong replied, "Atian, I have long advised you against acting as a safety net for others. You did not heed my counsel, yet now you seek my assistance? A little over 10 minutes later, Atian emerged from the office, dejected. However, the game was still ongoing. The businessmen seated in the lounge grew increasingly restless. In the VIP room, not far behind Luo Sheng, a group of the businessmen's subordinates gathered, observing the situation while reporting back to their respective bosses via phone. Initially, they communicated through text messages, but as Luo Sheng's winnings escalated and the atmosphere grew tenser, the speed of their texts could no longer keep pace. It was unclear who instigated it, but soon they began making phone calls. One by one, everyone followed suit, and the rear of the VIP room became a cacophony of voices. Boss, he has won again. Boss, he now has nearly 8 billion on the table. Understood, boss. I'm keeping an eye on it. Boss, it appears this game is nearing its conclusion. Indeed, he has won 11 consecutive rounds. As the cards were being dealt, Luo Sheng furrowed his brow and, in frustration, tossed his cards aside, shouting at Chen Tai, "Are you deaf? Tell them to quiet down." Chen Tai immediately bowed in apology to Luo Sheng and discreetly signaled to the surrounding bodyguards. The group of burly men quickly advanced to disperse those still on the phone. One of the subordinates, visibly displeased, explained, "Your boss is playing a high-stakes game. We must keep watch." Unfazed, Chen Tai withdrew a Glock from his waistband and pressed it against the forehead of the speaker. The cold metal prompted an immediate silence from him, and the remaining attendees bore expressions of sheer terror. How had this individual gained entry to the gaming establishment? Had the security at the entrance fallen asleep? In a chilling tone, Chen Tai declared, "I will count to 3. All unrelated personnel must exit the room." No one was foolish enough to gamble on whether the weapon in this man's possession was genuine or whether he would act on his threat. Thus, everyone complied, retreating to inquire with the casino staff about the situation. How it was that someone managed to enter the MGM VIP room with a Glock. This scene did not go unnoticed by the businessmen in the lounge and Atian, who were in a state of chaos. He brought a weapon. This is in Macau, within the territory of Great Xia. Atian, who on earth is this person? How did he get in here? Quick, call the authorities. Regardless of whether that weapon is real, we cannot allow him to act so recklessly. The atmosphere in the lounge had devolved into utter pandemonium. The already tense situation, exacerbated by Luo Sheng's formidable wealth and lucky streak, now erupted as the businessmen collectively directed their ire at Atian. Chen Tai's decisive actions restored a semblance of order in the VIP room, quieting the commotion. Even the service staff appeared visibly shaken. In response to the breach of security, the casino management explained that, due to Mr. Luo's esteemed status, heightened security measures were necessary, and all had been conducted with the approval of the authorities and Ms. He. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, though their reverence for the young man seated in the VIP room only deepened. By late afternoon, around 4 o'clock, Luo Sheng revealed a winning hand, declaring his final victory and concluding this extraordinary game. On the table, in addition to the 8 billion in capital, Luo Sheng had amassed a total of 15 billion in winnings. Underneath it all, the total amounted to an astonishing 300 billion. Even if the 20-odd businessmen divided the losses, each would still be liable for over 10 billion. Luo Sheng did not intend to handle the collection personally. He entrusted the matter entirely to Chen Tai. Meanwhile, he made his way to the VIP room's office to meet Brother Zhong. Observing Brother Zhong's pained expression, despite his forced smile, Luo Sheng offered a slight grin. "Zhong Sheng, this should mark our second encounter, wouldn't you agree?" Zhong Sheng nodded with earnestness, pouring a glass of whiskey for Luo Sheng before taking a somewhat reserved seat and remarking, "Indeed, Mr. Luo, our previous meeting was at Ms. He's birthday celebration." Luo Sheng took a sip of whiskey, then retrieved a freshly cashed check from his pocket, amounting to 15 billion. He placed it on the table, gesturing for Zhong Sheng to accept it. Although Zhong Sheng surmised Luo Sheng's intentions, he still inquired with a hint of confusion, "Mr. Luo, what does this signify?" Luo Sheng replied in a calm manner, "Do not misconstrue this. It is merely in consideration of Ms. He. My presence here is solely for leisure." The relationship between the entertainment city and the VIP lounge is akin to that of a shopping mall and its specialty stores. The VIP lounge pays fees and bears its own profits and losses while adhering to the management of the entertainment city. If Luo Sheng were to simply pocket the 15 billion, the entertainment city would incur no loss. Yet for Zhong Sheng, it would constitute a significant expense. Most importantly, since Luo Sheng's arrival in Macau, Ms. He from MGM has been making various introductions. Those in the know recognize him as Ms. He's friend, a distinguished guest, and it would be unnecessary to embarrass a friend over such a sum. Zhong Sheng was taken aback by Luo Sheng's actions. Although he felt a stir of temptation at the sight of the check, he resolutely responded, "Mr. Luo, this is a reward earned through your own merit, and thus rightfully belongs to you." With unwavering determination, Zhong Sheng pushed the check back towards Luo Sheng, simultaneously feeling a surge of admiration for him. Truly, he is the eldest son of the Luo family. Such grace, to even relinquish a rightful 15 billion. However, Luo Sheng had no intention of further pursuing the matter. He cast a glance at the check on the table, smiled faintly, and prepared to take his leave. To him, this money was akin to two friends dining together. The question of who pays the bill was hardly worth contention. As Zhong Sheng observed Luo Sheng's poised departure, he glanced at the check once more, opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately said nothing. That evening, in a premier Western restaurant within the entertainment city, Gao Xiaoyun raised a tall glass, filled with freshly opened Romani Conti, and gazed at the man beside her with slightly dazed eyes, saying, "Mr. Luo, congratulations on your remarkable acquisition of 300 billion today." Opposite her, Dong Xiaolei also lifted his glass, exclaiming excitedly, "Brother Sheng, you are truly phenomenal. I've lost nearly 3 million over the past few days. Yet you managed to win back 300 billion. That's equivalent to how many months of my salary." He was thrilled for Luo Sheng, as money held little meaning for him. However, witnessing his elder brother's extraordinary win was far more impressive than any gambling god he had seen in films. In contrast to Dong Xiaolei's amazement at Luo Sheng's luck and skill, Su Xiaoxiao, who dined alongside him, was simply taken aback by the sheer magnitude of the sum. Her eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the enormity of 300 billion. If laid before her, she felt she wouldn't even be able to absorb it at a glance. The thought alone left her in a state of bliss. Was this truly the man, described by Sister Xiaoyun as more esteemed than a lion king? How could one win 300 billion, yet remain so unfazed? He bore no resemblance to the bosses she had encountered before, who would float on air after winning mere tens of millions. Luo Sheng took a casual sip from his glass and slowly remarked, "Indeed, it is an unexpected windfall." Observing the almost uncontrollable excitement radiating from those around him, one might assume they were the ones who had won such a fortune. "Xiaoyun, arrange for us to go out to sea tomorrow morning," Luo Sheng instructed. Upon hearing of the task, Gao Xiaoyun promptly set her glass down and inquired, "May I ask how long Mr. Luo intends to play, so I can make arrangements?" After a moment of contemplation, Luo Sheng replied, "We shall set sail tomorrow morning and return the day after in the afternoon. Feel free to invite more people. You can coordinate the arrangements for both Japanese and Western guests." Gao Xiaoyun smiled slightly, assuring, "Rest assured, Mr. Luo, this outing will undoubtedly meet your expectations." Dong Xiaolei, overhearing this, beamed with excitement. Despite his recent losses, he felt a sense of dissatisfaction not from the money itself, but rather from the thought of his unfortunate luck. Nevertheless, he couldn't deny the allure of the women in this establishment. Their beauty, physique, and service were far beyond his previous perceptions of the industry, elevating him to an entirely new level. The following morning, Luo Sheng arrived at a pier in Macau, escorted by a Rolls-Royce Phantom provided by MGM Entertainment City. Gao Xiaoyun had arranged for a brand new Ferretti yacht for their excursion. The yacht measured 50 meters in length, boasting 4 decks and over 800 square meters of living space, alongside more than 300 square meters of outdoor space. Such ample outdoor areas allowed for a multitude of possibilities on each deck, culminating in a series of scenic terraces. As Gao Xiaoyun approached Luo Sheng, freshly disembarked from the car, she queried, "Mr. Luo, are you satisfied with this yacht?" Standing before the Ferretti yacht, Luo Sheng nodded in approval. "It's acceptable, though it largely depends on Xiaolei's thoughts. I have no strong preferences." Dong Xiaolei, feeling somewhat flustered, responded, "Brother Sheng, you overrate me. You decide what's best." In truth, it was his first experience aboard a yacht, and any vessel over 10 meters would have felt novel to him, let alone this luxurious beauty before him. Gao Xiaoyun smiled, gesturing invitingly. "Then please, Mr. Luo, await the ship. The lovely ladies will be arriving shortly." Due to the yacht's spatial limitations, Luo Sheng had not brought all his bodyguards on board, opting instead for Chun Tai and 4 additional guards, while the rest followed on another vessel. Upon entering the Ferretti yacht's interior, Luo Sheng settled onto the plush sofa, surveying the surroundings. Every piece of furniture, from the cabinetry to the flooring, was crafted from Canaletto walnut, complemented by expansive glass walls that imbued the yacht's interior with a sense of dynamism and lightness. Chun Tai and the 4 bodyguards stood expressionlessly on either side, seemingly impervious to their surroundings. Meanwhile, Dong Xiaolei explored the space with wide-eyed curiosity, alternating between inspecting this and touching that, his face alight with excitement. Shortly thereafter, Gao Xiaoyun led a dozen yacht beauties aboard, clad in revealing bikinis. Half of them hailed from Europe and America, while the other half were from Japan and South Korea. For safety reasons, they had all surrendered their phones and other recording devices, as well as their medical reports, before boarding. In addition to these enchanting women, the yacht was staffed with a seasoned captain, enthusiastic sailors, and a dedicated service crew, including a DJ. After the yacht beauties arrived, they lined up neatly, facing Luo Sheng and collectively greeted, "Hello, boss." Luo Sheng merely nodded in acknowledgement, while Dong Xiaolei's eyes widened in astonishment. Gao Xiaoyan clapped her hands and cheerfully instructed, "Ladies, make sure to entertain our esteemed guests. I shall return to collect you tomorrow afternoon." Turning to Mr. Luo Sheng, he added, "Mr. Luo, you and General Dong may enjoy yourselves. I shall disembark first." After Gao Xiaoyan departed, the yacht ignited with life, sailing forth into the vast sea. As the vessel gradually distanced itself from the dock, the sound of music filled the air, and the yacht's companions began to stir. Some approached Luo Sheng and Dong Xiaolei with toasts, while others swayed gracefully on the dance floor. Luo Sheng held his glass delicately, taking a gentle sip, his gaze calmly surveying the revelers. In contrast, Dong Xiaolei was already encircled by several enchanting companions, laughing exuberantly. The Ferretti yacht was also equipped with 2 jet skis. At Dong Xiaolei's suggestion, he and Luo Sheng each took a beautiful companion and sped across the endless ocean on the jet skis, while the rest cheered them on from the yacht's edge. As afternoon descended, the group engaged in an intensely spirited water gun battle on the deck, laughter and shouts echoing in the air. Gradually, the playful skirmish transformed into a chase, with Luo Sheng and Dong Xiaolei as the pursuers, and the yacht's companions as their quarry. The game continued until nightfall. Exhausted, Dong Xiaolei hastily dined, replenishing his energy, before retreating to his cabin with a beauty. The other companions similarly retreated to their quarters, leaving Luo Sheng sitting quietly at the bow of the yacht, a fishing rod in hand, attended by the meticulous Chen Tai. Listening to the rhythmic sound of the waves, Luo Sheng gazed up at the night sky. Days had passed since his rebirth, and he was gradually acclimating to his new identity. He had no intention of fixating on the people and events of his past life, much like Chen Yajun. However, one person lingered as a thorn in his heart, his wife from his previous life, Han Yutong. Luo Sheng knew she was likely a junior at Donghai University at this moment. Finding her would be simple, but what then? Should he offer her a sum of money to atone for past grievances, or whisk her away to Chiyun Mountain Villa? This dilemma remained unresolved in his mind. He vaguely recalled that Han Yutong had joined the Jingtai Corporation under Tian Luo Group after graduating. Their acquaintance blossomed during a corporate event. For now, he decided to set such thoughts aside. As night enveloped the world, the temperature dipped slightly, prompting Luo Sheng to rise and seek rest in the cabin. Suddenly, he heard a rustling behind him. The alert Chen Tai instinctively spun around, drawing his Glock, its dark muzzle aimed at a girl wrapped in a blanket. "I am sorry. I didn't mean to intrude. I just had trouble sleeping and came out for a stroll," the girl stammered, fright evident in her voice. She had never been confronted with a firearm before. Wasn't it said that firearms were banned in the Great Xia? How could he possess such a thing? Realizing the intruder was one of the yacht's companions from earlier, Chen Tai holstered his weapon but remained vigilant. Luo Sheng waved his hand, signaling Chen Tai to step aside. "What is your name?" The girl cautiously glanced at Chen Tai before responding. "Boss, you can call me Jiejia. I introduced myself earlier." "I forgot," Luo Sheng replied calmly. "By your accent, you are Korean? What is your real name?" The girl nodded obediently, replying, "Yes, boss, my real name is Park Soo-yeon." Luo Sheng scrutinized her anew. She possessed a delicate beauty, exuding the charm of a refined lady. With a height of approximately 1.65 meters, 2/3 of her stature was attributed to her long legs. Luo Sheng stepped closer, wrapping his arm around her shoulders. Park Soo-yeon nestled against him, asking softly, "Boss, do you need to rest?" Luo Sheng smiled slightly. "Aren't you sleepless? How about we engage in some exercise before resting?" With that, the two naturally made their way into the cabin. Chapter 32. Enchanting Moments on the Yacht. The following morning, the dawn light filtered through the curtain seams, casting a soft and warm glow within the room. However, this tranquility was soon shattered by a cacophony from outside the room, jarring Luo Sheng from his slumber. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he turned to his side and beheld Park Soo-yeon lying peacefully beside him. Her snow-white back glimmered alluringly in the morning light. She seemed still immersed in her dreams, with a slight smile gracing her lips, occasionally murmuring unintelligibly. Choosing not to awaken her, Luo Sheng quietly rose, donned his clothes, and after a brief wash, left the room for the deck. There, he found a throng of yacht companions gathered around Dong Xiaolei, engaged in some mysterious endeavor. Clearing his throat, he called out, "Xiaolei, are you already at play this early?" Upon hearing Luo Sheng's voice, Dong Xiaolei pushed aside the beauties encircling him and pulled one to stand before Luo Sheng. "Brother Sheng, what do you think of my artwork?" Following his gesture, Luo Sheng was momentarily speechless. This fellow had taken to drawing on a lady's bosom so early in the morning. Truly, he was pushing the boundaries of amusement. However, he refrained from commenting on the artistic style. After enjoying a simple yet delightful breakfast, Luo Sheng strolled briskly to the bow of the yacht. He reclined languidly on a comfortable deck chair, stretching out his limbs as if to merge his entire being into the splendid morning light. The weather was splendid, ideal for basking in the sun. With this thought in mind, Luo Sheng gently waved to the two beauties nearby, signaling them to come over and apply sunscreen. They obediently approached, holding a bottle of fragrant sunscreen. One of them gently dispensed some lotion into her palm and began to apply it to Luo Sheng's broad chest, while the other meticulously tended to his arms and shoulders, her delicate fingers gliding smoothly across his skin. A gentle sea breeze swept by, bringing a refreshing coolness. The warm sunlight generously bathed Luo Sheng, enveloping him in a golden radiance. In this moment, he relished an unparalleled sense of comfort and relaxation. He slightly closed his eyes, listening to the rhythmic crashing of the waves against the hull, surrendering to the gentle caress of the beauty's fingers as they massaged him. Perhaps, even the most opulent words in existence would struggle to accurately convey the profound relaxation and joy Luo Sheng experienced at this moment. This sensation transcended the realm of language. Meanwhile, Dong Xiaolei had successfully completed his unique artistic endeavor, leading a group of yacht companions in playful splashing within the grand swimming pool on the scenic terrace. Perhaps due to the previous day's exuberance or the overtly forward behavior of the beauties, Dong Xiaolei, without hesitation, engaged in games exclusive to adults right there in the pool. Luo Sheng merely cast a fleeting glance before turning his attention elsewhere, allowing Dong Xiaolei and the others to indulge in their merriment. After all, a young man like Dong Xiaolei, who has been single for over 20 years, is at the peak of his vitality. On one side, there is a group of enchanting and alluring beauties, exuding charm and grace. Such a scene could easily be likened to an awe-inspiring epic film. Fortunately, the bodyguards led by Luo Sheng are all elite individuals, meticulously trained in their profession. Otherwise, if ordinary people were to witness such a captivating spectacle, they might indeed feel tormented by desire. Yet, the bodyguards, including Chen Tai, stood there with impassive expressions, their eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings to prevent any unforeseen security incidents. As time swiftly passed into the afternoon, the yacht began its return journey. Dong Xiaolei slumped onto the sofa in the reception area, and though utterly exhausted, his face bore an expression of lingering satisfaction. He lifted a glass of water from the table to take a sip and remarked to Luo Sheng, who was seated across from him, "Brother Sheng, to be honest, I really don't want to go back." Observing his state, Luo Sheng understood that this fellow had been pent up for years. He resembled a starving man who, after 2 days without food, was presented with a lavish feast and would wish to devour the entire table in one go. There will be many more opportunities like this in the future. You need not be so impatient. I'll arrange for MGM to issue you a Lion King card, and next time you can come and enjoy yourself whenever you wish. Although the MGM Lion King card comes with various stipulations that must be met to obtain it, rules are never intended to confine those who create them. Dong Xiaolei chuckled. "So, are we returning to Donghai today? What's the matter? Are you reluctant to leave?" Luo Sheng inquired. "I'm just asking casually. I'll leave it all to your arrangements." "Brother Sheng," Dong Xiaolei replied with a grin. Luo Sheng glanced at the time and said, "We won tea return today. Let us wait until tomorrow. We'll head back to Donghai in the morning. After all, there is a guest from afar waiting at home, and it would be inappropriate to delay for too long." Before long, the yacht docked at the pier. Uncertain of the exact return time for Luo Sheng and his party, Gao Xiaoyan had already arranged for a convoy to await them on the shore. As she saw Luo Sheng, Dong Xiaolei, and the entourage of bodyguards disembark from the yacht, she promptly approached them. "Mr. Luo, were you satisfied with your outing at sea?" Luo Sheng nodded. "Quite good. Next time you come to Donghai, I'll treat you to a meal." "Mr. Luo, you are too kind. This is all part of my duties," Gao Xiaoyan replied. "This is not mere courtesy. It is a commendation," Luo Sheng asserted. Gao Xiaoyan, flattered, smiled and expressed her gratitude for Luo Sheng's recognition of her work. "If I have the chance to travel inland in the future, I will certainly visit you in Donghai." She then arranged for vehicles to take Luo Sheng and his companions to their hotel for rest. After having lunch that day and exchanging pleasantries with Luo Sheng, Dong Xiaolei once again plunged into the entertainment club. After several hours of intense play, he still ended up with a loss of 2 million. Meanwhile, Luo Sheng took advantage of the day, exploring various entertainment venues in Macau with 2 maids and a bodyguard. As evening approached, he made a special purchase at the duty-free shop, acquiring a pair of exquisite handbags for the 2 maids, which delighted them immensely. Upon returning that night, Luo Sheng, having learned of Dong Xiaolei's predicament, summoned him to Yonghua Mansion. Observing Dong Xiaolei's dejected demeanor, Luo Sheng spoke calmly. "Xiaolei, a loss is simply a loss. Consider it entertainment. Besides, it's merely 2 million. Must you wear such a look of devastation?" Dong Xiaolei sighed. "Brother Sheng, it's not that I'm distressed about the money. I'm just puzzled as to why my luck has been so dismal, especially in the last round. I lost 23 consecutive times. This has shattered my record from the past 2 days. Luo Sheng chuckled. This indicates that you are not suited for such games. Don't dwell on it. Go enjoy a sauna, find a girl to give you a massage and relax, and get to bed early tonight. Dong Xiaolei silently nodded in agreement. Chapter 33. I wish to advance my salary. That evening, Zhong Sheng, from the MGM VIP lounge, personally visited Yonghua Mansion to invite Luo Sheng to dinner. Considering that the latter would be taking a private jet back to Donghai the following day, it was uncertain when he might again encounter someone of such stature. In light of Zhong Sheng's invitation, Luo Sheng gladly accepted. Accompanying them were several other owners from the VIP lounge, who lavished praise upon Luo Sheng and repeatedly implored him to extend his stay in Macau so they could offer their hospitality. Meanwhile, at a modest restaurant on the roadside in Donghai City, Emily Mellon was checking her phone against some information. After confirming its accuracy, she strode confidently into the establishment. Accompanying her, Mengqing glanced around at the surroundings and the restaurant signage, slightly surprised at Emily's entrance. 2 Alfred vehicles were parked outside, with several bodyguards standing by, awaiting their return. Upon entering the restaurant, Emily instantly attracted the attention of all diners and staff. It was inevitable, as a stunning blonde with striking blue eyes. She was simply impossible to overlook. Noticing that a foreigner had arrived, a staff member immediately called out, "Yutong, come here." A youthful girl with long hair and a sweet demeanor ran out from within. "Sister Zhang, what's the matter?" Sister Zhang gestured toward Emily Mellon, and upon seeing her, Han Yutong smiled knowingly. She approached and asked in fluent English, "Hello, may I inquire what you need?" Emily paused for a moment before replying with a smile. "I speak Mandarin. I heard that your restaurant serves delicious food, so I came to try it." Han Yutong guided her to a seat in the hall. "Madam, what would you like to eat? You can order by scanning the QR code or using the menu." As she spoke, Han Yutong fetched a teapot from nearby and poured a cup of tea for Emily. "Thank you, little sister. I'll take a look myself first," Emily said. After Emily began to order, Sister Zhang remarked to Han Yutong, "Yutong, you truly embody the essence of a university student, effortlessly conversing in English." "Oh, I can only manage simple exchanges," Han Yutong modestly replied. Sister Zhang glanced at Emily, who was still placing her order, and whispered, "That woman who just walked in doesn't tea seem like an ordinary person. I wonder what prompted her to dine in our humble restaurant." "Sister Zhang, our place isn't bad, the food is good, and the prices are reasonable," Han Yutong defended. Sister Zhang scoffed, "What do you know? Wealthy people wouldn't choose to eat at a restaurant like ours. They go to high-end establishments for steak, fine cuisine, and red wine." "Perhaps she's just tired of those places," Han Yutong suggested, then recalled something and asked, "Sister Zhang, did Aunt Gu mention when she would return after going out this afternoon?" "No. She took Shanshan to attend someone else's wedding and probably won't be back until around 9 or 10 tonight," Sister Zhang responded. Noticing Han Yutong's anxiousness, she inquired, "Yutong, is something bothering you? Why don't you give the boss's wife a call?" Han Yutong shook her head and said, "It's just that an old friend of mine has encountered some difficulties and urgently needs money. I was hoping to request an advance on my salary from Aunt Gu." Upon hearing that the matter concerned money, Sister Zhang instantly lost her desire to continue the conversation. "You may wait for the boss lady to return. By the way, Table 3 just ordered a bottle of beer. Please deliver it." "Of course, Sister Zhang." Han Yutong turned and immersed herself back into her hectic work. It was not until after 9 o'clock in the evening that the restaurant's owner, Aunt Gu, returned alone. At that point, the establishment had already seen a significant reduction in patrons. After surveying the situation inside, Aunt Gu walked towards the bar to check the day's earnings. Just then, Han Yutong happened to walk by. "Aunt Gu, didn't Shanshan come back with you?" Aunt Gu, her attention entirely focused on the computer screen, replied without looking up. "Shanshan went home first. Yutong, you should wrap up your work and head back too. You all have classes tomorrow." Han Yutong hesitated for a moment, but did not leave. Sensing something amiss, Aunt Gu looked up and asked, "Yutong, is there something else on your mind?" Aunt Gu, may I request an advance on this month's salary?" Han Yutong inquired cautiously. Aunt Gu, somewhat displeased, responded, "Yutong, it's only the 24th today. Do you really need to request an advance on your salary so soon? Has something happened at home? A friend of mine is in urgent need of money due to some issues, and I don't have enough on hand, so..." Before Han Yutong could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Aunt Gu. "Yutong, while our business is doing reasonably well, there are many expenses to cover: rent, utilities." Aunt Gu enumerated the various costs on her fingers. Ultimately, the conclusion was that she could only advance her 10 days' worth of salary, amounting to 100 yuan. Upon returning to her dormitory at Donghai University, Han Yutong immediately transferred the advanced salary to her friend. "Yutong, here is all I can spare for now. Take it and use it." "Jia, thank you, Yutong." Once my dad's illness is treated, I will find a way to repay you. Yutong, I'm not in a hurry. Jejia, please take care of yourself. I look forward to good news from you. Just as Han Yutong set her phone down, her roommate suddenly approached her and asked, Yutong, does the restaurant where you work part-time still need staff? What's the matter, Xiaoya? Aren't you doing tutoring? With a frown, Xiaoya replied, today's kids are just too dull. No matter how I teach, they never seem to learn. At this rate, I'm going to get sick from frustration. Han Yutong pondered for a moment before saying, I'm not sure, but I can ask the boss lady tomorrow evening when I go in. Xiaoya teased, aren't you and Gu Shanshan best friends? The restaurant is her family's. Why not just call her? Let us hold off on that. I'll ask when I go in tomorrow. Gu Shanshan was Han Yutong's high school classmate. They had maintained a good relationship during their school years, and naturally, it evolved into a close friendship when they both enrolled in the same university. Gu Shanshan's family ran a beef offal restaurant, located just a 10-minute walk from Donghai University. She had always treated Han Yutong well, and, given her relatively comfortable circumstances, never forgot to share any good things with her. In the second semester of their sophomore year, upon learning that Han Yutong was considering a part-time job, Gu Shanshan proactively invited her to help out at the restaurant, assuring her that it was close by, family-owned, safe, and free from the risk of being deceived. Essentially, it was just serving tables. Chapter 34, Attending the Auction. In the skies above Donghai City, a Boeing 747-8 descended upon Donghai International Airport. While seated in the car returning to Chiyun Mountain Villa, Luo Sheng inquired about how Emily had been over the past few days. Sir, Miss Emily has been quite busy. She has visited several major attractions in Donghai City and even toured the headquarters of Tian Luo Group. However, since yesterday, Miss Emily has taken to exploring some recommended spots on her own, using her phone. Luo Sheng nodded, indicating his acknowledgement. And where is she now? Miss Emily is aware that you arrived in Donghai at noon today, so she has not gone anywhere and has stayed at the villa, Meng Qing reported earnestly. This woman truly has her eyes on me. All right, I understand. Once we return to the villa, please bring her to the main residence to meet me. Understood, sir. An hour later, in the main residence's reception area, Luo Sheng stood holding a glass of Krug champagne, gazing at the magnificent aquatic wall before him. His deep-set eyes, framed by gold-rimmed glasses, admired the mermaids swimming freely in the water. Sheng, these little pets of yours are quite unique. Emily's voice came from behind him. Luo Sheng turned, casually placing his glass on a nearby coffee table. Miss Emily, how have you been these days? Emily settled onto a sofa, arms crossed, and replied, not bad. Donghai City is indeed a cosmopolitan city, especially the night scenery. It's beautiful. Luo Sheng took a seat opposite her and remarked, I heard you visited the headquarters of Tian Luo Group? Yes, is that a problem? After all, I am here representing the Melon family, just making an appearance, Emily replied nonchalantly. And how did your trip go? Was everything successful? Unbeknownst to Emily, Luo Sheng had visited Haokong, and even when she later inquired with Meng Qing, she did not receive the answer she sought. It went relatively smoothly. After all, being within the Great Xia territory, everything is a piece of cake for me. By the way, Miss Emily, are you interested in auctions? Luo Sheng suddenly changed the subject. Auctions? They are fine, but as you know, I lack for nothing. Emily replied with indifference. Luo Sheng habitually raised his hand to check the time. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, there is an auction taking place right here in Donghai. This auction has been in preparation for a month, and there is one item that particularly piques my interest. If Miss Emily is inclined, shall we attend together this afternoon? A month prior, Luo Sheng had received an invitation to the auction. Initially, he had no intention of attending, but he was attracted by a particular item up for bid. He needed to travel to Kyoto shortly, and this gift would be perfect for him to present to someone. Sure, I don't have anything else planned. After a bit more casual conversation, a maid approached, bowing slightly as she announced, Sir, lunch is ready. Understood. Luo Sheng stood and gestured invitingly. Please, Miss Emily. Given that Western cuisine held little allure for Emily, the main residence had arranged for Chinese cuisine for lunch. As she savored the unfamiliar dishes, Emily's palate experienced an unprecedented liberation. From her initial restraint, she soon found herself neglecting her table manners. Sheng, did you know that my reason for coming to Great Xia goes beyond just you? The food here is a significant factor. I absolutely adore it. I almost feel I should live here, Emily exclaimed. Luo Sheng chuckled. You simply haven't been exposed to enough. To me, even this table full of delicacies is rather ordinary. As Emily stuffed more food into her mouth, she shook her head, insisting, No, it's different. I found an excellent restaurant last night. Why don't we go there together tonight? It's truly delicious. Luo Sheng couldn't shake the feeling that when it came to food, Emily transformed into an entirely different person. Greetings, as a core member of the Melon family. What has become of your modesty and poise? Very well. Let us dine at the restaurant you suggested this evening, so that I may indulge in a taste of its offerings, replied Luo Sheng with a nod. Were Ming Qing present, she would undoubtedly have advised Luo Sheng to reconsider his choice of venue. Such a roadside eatery, no matter how delectable, is simply not befitting of his stature. Alas, she is not here. After their lunch, the two took a brief respite before setting off for the auction house. Though the Donghai Hongtu auction house is not ranked among the world's premier auction houses, it holds a respectable position within the top 3 in the Great Xia region, particularly in Donghai City. Established in the early 1990s, its scope of business is extensive, specializing in the auctioning of rare artworks, luxury watches, exquisite jewelry, automobiles, and fine wines. The attendees of today's auction are all individuals of considerable wealth, each possessing assets worth over 100 million. The guest of honor, however, is none other than Luo Sheng, the esteemed heir of the Luo family. His confirmation to attend this afternoon's auction signifies an interest in the items on offer. Upon arrival at the auction house, Chen Tai proactively presented the invitation. The staff, upon recognizing the contents of the invitation, immediately greeted Luo Sheng with respect, subsequently escorting him and Emily to an exclusive VIP room on the second floor. This spacious room, measuring over 20 square meters, was furnished with sofas and coffee tables, alongside 2 large LCD screens, one displaying the entire auction venue and the other providing close-ups of the items on stage. Bidding from such a privileged room ensures complete privacy and significantly minimizes external distractions. After settling in with Emily, the staff brought forth tea and snacks before discreetly exiting the room. With time to spare, Luo Sheng picked up a nearby tablet to review the day's auction items, while Emily scrutinized the delicacies on the coffee table. Shortly thereafter, following a rather tedious introduction from the auctioneer, the auction commenced. One exquisite item after another was presented, each a rarity seldom seen by ordinary eyes. The audience began to bid enthusiastically for their desired pieces, yet Luo Sheng remained silent, observing intently. When a tray was presented, atop which lay a platinum necklace adorned with rubies, Luo Sheng's eyes lit up. It was the very item he had come to acquire. Emily, too, halted her snacking, captivated by the unique beauty of the necklace. Chapter 35, Lighting the Lanterns. The necklace not only garnered Emily's attention, but also captivated everyone present, including those in other VIP rooms. The auctioneer, noting the collective intrigue, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. Allow me to introduce the exquisite heart of the Crimson Flame necklace. Originating from the Kingdom of Cambodia, it features pigeon blood red rubies set in platinum, embellished with 32 untreated rubies, each of the highest pigeon blood red hue. The rubies range from 13 to 29 carats, with a total weight of 641 carats. As many of you are aware, natural rubies are exceedingly rare, and pigeon blood red rubies are the finest among them. This necklace, with its vivid color and impeccable clarity and purity, stands as a paragon of excellence. Whether gifted to a beloved lady, kept for personal use, or passed down through generations, it is indeed a remarkable choice. The bidding shall commence with an opening price of 20 million, with minimum increments of 100,000. As the auctioneer concluded his announcement, the audience fell silent for only a few seconds before a flurry of bids erupted. 25 million, 28 million, 30 million, 62 million. Once the price exceeded 60 million, the hall fell into a hush. Everyone understood that while the necklace was undoubtedly a treasure, its value capped around 60 million. Bids beyond that would lack justification. Moreover, though many present boasted billions in assets, much of that wealth was tied up in real estate, stocks, and bonds, leaving only a limited amount of liquid cash. Noticing the silence, the auctioneer cast a casual glance toward the VIP room where several billionaires were seated, including a particularly noteworthy figure. Logically, given the necklace's exquisite quality, one would expect any of them to be stirred into action. Yet, the VIP room remained eerily quiet. Is there a higher bid? After a brief pause, the auctioneer continued. 62 million, going once. In the VIP room, Luo Sheng pressed a button beside him and spoke into the microphone with an air of nonchalance. 80 million. In stark contrast to the previous increments of 2 to 3 million, Luo Sheng had raised the price by a staggering 18 million. Before the auctioneer could respond, a woman's voice from another VIP room called out, 90 million. 90 million from room 5? Is there a higher bid? The auctioneer proclaimed, 100 million. A middle-aged man's voice resonated from room 4. Soon, rooms 2 and 3 followed suit with their bids, and the price rapidly escalated to an astonishing 350 million. At this juncture, the bidding had become excessively inflated. Those continuing to bid were genuinely enamored with the item and possessed ample funds. It was rare to encounter anyone foolish enough to drive up the price for pride's sake. Such foolishness would not be found among those in the VIP rooms. Fortuitously, Luo Sheng had a strong desire for the necklace. He calmly announced a figure sure to astonish all present, 1 billion. He then added, should anyone else bid, I will raise it by 100 million. This declaration sent shockwaves through the room. Even those in other VIP rooms were taken aback. This was akin to lighting the lanterns at past auctions, signifying a resolute intent to acquire the item regardless of the price. Should anyone maliciously raise the bid, the one who lit the lantern would incur significant losses. Yet, such actions were seldom taken. To do so would breed enmity. After all, those bold enough to light the lanterns were invariably individuals of considerable means. Luo Sheng's audacious move not only illuminated the auction, but also catapulted the price from 350 million to 1 billion. After a moment of deliberation, the occupants of the other VIP rooms chose to withdraw from the bidding. To muster 1 billion in cash for an auction would require careful consideration, even for them. The other party exhibited such ease that it was clear this was not a feat achievable by an ordinary tycoon. Simultaneously, several individuals discreetly dispatched their subordinates to investigate the identity of the person in VIP room number 1. The outcome was, of course, beyond doubt. Luo Sheng acquired the pigeon blood red platinum necklace at an overwhelmingly extravagant price. With that, the auction came to an end. The individuals in the various VIP rooms were informed by the auction house that the person in room number 1 represented the Tian Luo group. However, specifics regarding their identity remained undisclosed. Upon learning that the individual hailed from the Tian Luo group, the names became inconsequential. A few sought to forge connections. But upon arriving at the entrance of VIP room number 1, they found only a solitary cleaner inside. En route back to Chiyun Mountain Villa, Luo Sheng retrieved the necklace he had purchased for 1 billion from a sophisticated briefcase. The necklace felt somewhat weighty in his hand, its surface exuding a slight chill. Emily leaned closer, scrutinizing the exquisite piece. The rubies sparkled like a myriad of stars in the night sky, captivating Emily's gaze. She could not help but exclaim, "Sheng, this necklace is truly beautiful. No woman could possibly refuse such a gift. If someone were to present me with such a necklace, I would surely sleep with it. But it is not intended for you," Luo Sheng replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Emily's expression shifted slightly, though she quickly regained her composure. Then, "To which fortunate lady do you intend to present it?" "My sister. Her birthday is approaching," Luo Sheng answered. "Your sister?" Emily pondered, perplexed. Does one really need to spend 1 billion to procure a necklace for their sister? I know you are wealthy, but that seems excessive. Sheng, you are incredibly kind to your sister. I wish I had such a brother, Emily remarked wistfully. Luo Sheng smiled faintly. No, our sibling relationship is rather ordinary. It's just that her status is unique, making a common gift inappropriate. This only deepened Emily's confusion. Given Luo Sheng's stature, even a necklace worth several 100,000 would carry significant meaning. How could it not suffice? What makes your sister so special that you, the direct heir of the Luo family, must treat her with such seriousness? Luo Sheng met Emily's gaze calmly and responded, "Her name is Luo Yao. She is the crown princess of the great Xia dynasty, the future empress." Chapter 36, A Fairy Tale Becomes Reality. The great Xia dynasty operates under a dual monarchical constitutional system, where the sovereign's powers far exceed those of the parliament. Various decrees require the monarch's consent to become legally effective, and they serve as the nominal and actual supreme commander of the military forces. Typically, the monarch does not directly manage the state, with the prime minister acting on their behalf. The monarch retains the right to appoint and dismiss all officials within the dynasty. This situation arose during a particular historical period when certain individuals with ulterior motives exerted considerable influence, leading to this outcome. The principal figure in this was Luo Sheng's great-grandfather, his grandfather's grandfather. Thus, the Luo family's position within the Great Xia was firmly established, impervious to upheaval. To speak somewhat irreverently, even the current emperor of the Great Xia, Xia Jie, would not dare to confront the Luo family. As long as the Luo family refrains from rebellion, they shall endure through generations, coexisting with the nation. As for Luo Sheng's sister, Luo Yao, her engagement was bestowed by Emperor Xia Jie as a means to further fortify the bond between the two families. This union was mutually advantageous, garnering no opposition. Consequently, last year, Luo Yao officially married Crown Prince Xia Ran, transforming into the crown princess that every girl in the Great Xia yearns to become. Emily had not previously taken much interest in the affairs within the Great Xia, thus was unaware of this development. However, upon learning of it, she became visibly unsettled. No wonder when she expressed a desire to be with Luo Sheng. Her family overwhelmingly supported her. Her father even encouraged her to conceive Luo Sheng's child, if necessary. It seemed that these elders had long been privy to such matters. "I had no idea your sister was the crown princess of the Great Xia. It's no wonder you prepared such a gift," Emily said, pouting. Luo Sheng placed the necklace back into the briefcase, remarking, "This is merely the most ordinary of the gifts I have prepared for her." "You have more," Emily gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment. "Is there any other way?" Luo Sheng replied casually. I wouldn't present a necklace worth only several tens of millions to the crown princess. Emily was surprised but, considering their statuses, soon came to terms with it. After returning the necklace to the villa and noting the time was still early, Luo Sheng invited Emily to tour his horse ranch, as he had not visited in some time. Sheng, I've heard you possess a thoroughbred horse since our school days. I'm finally going to see it today? Emily exclaimed excitedly upon arriving at the ranch entrance. Yes, if you're interested, you can ride a few laps later, Luo Sheng offered. However, as a member of the Melon family, is a thoroughbred horse truly such a rarity for you? Emily shot Luo Sheng an exasperated glance before responding, Young Master Luo. That is a thoroughbred, a commodity that is priceless. I recall a few years ago, a thoroughbred was auctioned for over $60 million. That amount is equivalent to my allowance for 10 years. Luo Sheng chuckled softly, remaining silent. The thoroughbred in the ranch was, presumably, the one Emily had mentioned. However, it wasn't purchased by Luo Sheng, but rather a gift from another. The thoroughbred, a breed more precious than the Akeltech, is not merely defined by its pure bloodline, but is a specific breed renowned for its short-distance speed. It holds world records in speed, high jumps, and long-distance jumps, establishing its undeniable dominance in flat racing through its innate sensitivity and exceptional athleticism. The ranch contained 5 stables, each housing a single horse. Luo Sheng's thoroughbred was located in stable number 1. Upon noticing Luo Sheng's sudden arrival, the grooms respectfully greeted him. Given Luo Sheng's stature, it was inappropriate for him to enter the stable directly. He pointed to one of the grooms and instructed, Bring my thoroughbred out. Miss Emily would like to see it. Before long, a tall, brown stallion emerged from the stable, led by the groom. Its robust limbs exuded an unmistakable sense of power. Emily eagerly approached, stroking the thoroughbred's neck. Luo Sheng approached with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking slowly. This horse has a gentle temperament, so if you like, you may ride it. He gestured towards a nearby building. There are various types of saddles inside. You can change into one. Emily, having received horse riding training since childhood, found riding to be an easy endeavor. Seizing the rare opportunity to ride such a thoroughbred, she was eager to give it a try. All right, then wait for me. With that, Emily dashed off to don her gear. Upon her return, she beheld Roshan already clad in his attire, seated upon a magnificent pure white steed. His resolute features, profound gaze, and robust physique emanated a formidable confidence, complemented by an exquisitely tailored white suit and the ethereal horse beneath him. He smiled at her under the fading glow of the setting sun. This tableau instantaneously conjured images of a fairy tale prince upon a white horse in Emily's mind. A perfect convergence of fantasy and reality. Noticing her momentary distraction, Roshan flicked his riding crop, teasing, Are you dazed? And no. I'm just curious as to how you mounted so swiftly without equipping any gear. Emily stammered, hastily concealing her astonishment. Roshan, with an air of self-assurance, merely tilted his head back, offering no explanation. He urged his steed forward with a subtle pressure of his legs. Hasten and mount your horse. I wish to see your equestrian skills. The stableman led a thoroughbred to Emily's side. She gracefully swung onto the horse's back, gently patting its neck, and the stallion began to trot. Adjusting her rhythm, she gradually quickened her pace, galloping across the arena. Roshan intentionally slowed down, allowing Emily to catch up. Once they were aligned, he guided his steed while occasionally glancing at Emily, admiring her spirited elegance. It must be said, her riding skills were commendable, though they paled in comparison to his own. Yet, this was not a competition. They were merely relishing the exhilarating sensation of riding. As the sun dipped lower, they rode side by side, basking in the tranquility and beauty of the moment. Chapter 37. A fateful connection after several laps around the expansive arena. A slightly fatigued Emily suggested they return to freshen up and agreed to reconvene in an hour to dine at the restaurant she had mentioned for lunch. Upon returning to the main residence, Roshan indulged in a bath and, with the assistance of a maid, changed into a new blue suit. After a brief respite, he collected Emily from the guest villa, and together they departed from Chiyun Manor. More than half an hour later, within the bustling Gu family beef offal restaurant, Roshan surveyed his surroundings with a complex expression. Turning to Emily, his meaning was clear. Is this the restaurant you claimed was exceptional? It resembled nothing more than a roadside eatery, its size barely half that of his own family's dining hall. As it was mealtime, the restaurant buzzed with lively chatter, making it difficult to secure a table, forcing them to wait. Dressed in a suit worth millions, Roshan sat in bemusement on a red plastic stool at the entrance, surrounded by the pungent aroma of hot pot spices and the cacophony of noise. Despite having once been a commoner in his previous life, this incarnation, influenced by the memories of his former self, found the familiar hustle and bustle somewhat jarring. In stark contrast, Emily wore an expression of eager anticipation, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. Roshan sighed inwardly, indeed, a true foodie. Sister Zhang at the bar noticed the waiting couple, especially Emily, whose presence had left a lasting impression from her visit the previous night. Today, she had brought a gentleman with her, and to Zhang, he appeared akin to a domineering CEO from a television drama. His aura, even while seated on a cheap stool, exuded an ineffable air of authority. After a brief wait, Han Yutong hurried over. Addressing Roshan, who was absorbed in his phone, she announced, "Brother, a table has opened up." The familiar voice drew Roshan's gaze upward in disbelief. How could it be her? Isn't she studying at Donghai University? What is she doing here? Could it be another instance of the butterfly effect? Staring at Han Yutong, the woman who had been his companion for 8 years in his past life, he noted her unchanged appearance, though now with a hint of youthful innocence and even healthier skin. The last message she had sent him flashed in his mind, a reminder of her enduring concern for him. "Sheng, there's a table available. Let us go." Emily's voice pulled Roshan from his reverie. He nodded slightly and silently moved towards the newly vacated seat. Settling into it, he fixed his gaze on Han Yutong as she poured tea for him. She soon sensed his intense scrutiny and, feeling somewhat shy, asked, "Brother, is there something on your mind?" "No, I simply found you somewhat familiar. Are you attending Donghai University?" Roshan inquired, his eyes locked on hers. Han Yutong looked at him in surprise. "How do you know I'm at Donghai University? Are you also a student there?" Realizing she was likely working part-time, he recalled that she had mentioned doing so during her college years, though without elaboration. "I'm not a student there. I've just visited Donghai University and may have seen you," Roshan replied nonchalantly. Han Yutong smiled slightly. "Oh, all right then. If you need anything, just call for me." With that, she turned to leave. Roshan was taken aback by the serendipity of their encounter, merely accompanying Emily to a modest eatery, yet here they were. Was it fate at play? "Do you know that girl who just left?" Emily asked once Han Yutong had departed. "I don't know her. She just seemed familiar." "So I inquired," Roshan deflected, unable to divulge the truth about Han Yutong. Not pressing further, Emily returned to studying the menu. Before long, their beef offal hot pot arrived, accompanied by various boiled and cold dishes. Just as Han Yutong approached their table with a plate of cold cucumbers, she slipped, nearly losing her balance. Although she managed to remain upright, the contents of her plate splattered onto Roshan's arm, staining the sleeve of his suit with a large blotch of sauce. "I am so sorry," Han Yutong exclaimed, regaining her composure. "What kind of service is this? You can't even carry a plate properly." Emily chastised angrily. "Are you all right? Did you twist your ankle?" Roshan asked instinctively, his tone laced with warmth and concern, a fact he did not even realize himself. "I'm fine, I'm really sorry." "It was unintentional," Han Yutong replied anxiously. Sister Zhang from the bar rushed over, her voice sharp. "Yutong, what have you done? Look at how you've ruined the guest's clothing." Emily was poised to continue her tirade, yet a single glance from Roshan silenced her. Luo Sheng turned to Han Yutong and said in a calm tone, "It's all right. It's merely a piece of clothing. You go about your business." Seeing that the guest had no intention of pursuing the matter further, Sister Zhang adhered to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble. She first apologized to Luo Sheng, then reminded Han Yutong to be more cautious next time before returning to the bar counter. Han Yutong cast an apologetic glance at the soiled sleeve of the suit. She bit her lip and suggested, "Brother, why not take off your jacket? I can help you take it to the dry cleaners later. Add me on WeChat. And once it's cleaned, I'll return it to you." Luo Sheng initially intended to decline, but upon noticing the WeChat QR code that Han Yutong had already displayed, he inexplicably added her as a friend and removed his jacket. After taking the suit jacket, Han Yutong apologized once more and departed. Emily looked at Luo Sheng with some dissatisfaction. "Sheng, why did you let her off so easily? That suit is quite expensive." Luo Sheng replied nonchalantly, "It's no problem. It can be cleaned anyway. Besides, do you expect her to compensate for a small restaurant server's mishap?" As he uttered the last sentence, his gaze turned noticeably stern. Emily found it perplexing. After all, she was merely a waitress. Why did Luo Sheng feel the need to be so courteous? Yet, his expression clearly conveyed that the matter was settled. Chapter 38. The Exorbitant Dry Cleaning Fee. After dinner, Luo Sheng, who had initially intended to take Emily to the Golden Earl, lost his enthusiasm. He drove Emily back to the manor and then descended to the private bar located in the basement of the main house. In the dimly lit bar, Luo Sheng sat alone at the counter, a freshly mixed cocktail before him, his eyes fixated on his phone, lost in thought over Han Yutong's WeChat profile picture. He casually browsed through her moments. Fortunately, she had set no restrictions, allowing him to view nearly a year's worth of posts. The latest update was from today, October 25th. Does anyone understand? My meal card has run out of money. Accompanied by a pitiful image. October 19th. Darn it. I have a pimple. Accompanied by a bathroom selfie, though her face was obscured by her phone. October 12th. I still prefer the feeling of being alone in the library. accompanied by a photo of a library table with an open book and a pink cup. October 7th. Classes start tomorrow. I'm so sad. October 5th. Day 3 of my trip. My legs are no longer my own. Crying. October 4th. Day 2 of the journey. Trying various delicacies. Can't finish them all. October 3rd. Day 1 of the trip. The capybara is too adorable. September 30th. Tomorrow is a holiday. So happy. Confetti. Confetti. After perusing nearly a year's worth of updates, Luo Sheng exited her moments, feeling the familiar sensation of her presence. He downed his drink in one gulp, raised his hand to check his watch. It was nearly 10 p.m. She must have finished work and returned to her dorm by now. Just as he was pondering this, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Han Yutong. Yutong, I'm really sorry about today. I'll take your suit to the dry cleaners tomorrow during the day. Luo Sheng stared at the message in surprise, not expecting Han Yutong to reach out. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to reply. The suit is no rush. Have you finished work? Yutong. Yes, I just got back to my dorm. What year are you in at Donghai University? Yutong. I'm in my junior year. What is your major? Yutong. I'm studying language and literature. I have a fondness for literary works. This indeed resonated with Han Yutong. Even after years of marriage, she still delighted in reading and would write a few pieces in her leisure time. You carry a strong scholarly aura. It suits your major well. Yutong. Haha. Thank you. Yutong, I'm truly grateful to you today. Without your help, I wouldn't know what to do. It's a trivial matter. Don't take it to heart. Yutong, it's getting late, so I won't disturb your rest. I'll contact you once the suit is cleaned. Alright, goodbye. After their brief exchange, Luo Sheng felt that perhaps this serendipitous encounter was fate guiding him toward a choice. What needed to be confronted would eventually have to be faced. Putting his phone away, Luo Sheng stood up and left the bar, heading towards the spa room. The following afternoon, after finishing her morning classes, Han Yutong took the bag containing Luo Sheng's suit jacket and made her way to a dry cleaner outside the campus. Upon entering the shop, the owner greeted her. Student, are you here to have clothes cleaned? Han Yutong nodded. Could you please tell me how much it would cost to dry clean this jacket? She then retrieved the suit jacket from the bag and handed it to the owner. As soon as the owner touched the fabric of the suit, he sensed something unusual. This texture was not ordinary. It was undoubtedly finely spun wool. He laid the suit flat on the counter and began to examine it closely. After 2 minutes, just when Han Yutong thought the stains on the sleeve would be impossible to remove, the owner finally spoke. Student, this suit doesn't seem to belong to you. Does it? Han Yutong nodded. It was obvious that this was a men's suit. How could it possibly be hers? However, the owner clearly meant something else. With a hint of excitement, he declared, this is a suit made from pure handcrafted fine wool. Both the cut and workmanship are of the highest caliber. Do you see these buttons with the emblem? Even these seemingly inconspicuous buttons are custom-made. He continued, pointing at the buttons. Moreover, the material wrapped around the button base is unfamiliar to me. It must be some precious leather. The golden metal and gemstones adorning the buttons are genuine gold and real gemstones. Just one of these buttons is worth a small fortune. I cannot specify an exact amount. So, student, where did you acquire this suit? The dry cleaner's gaze shifted toward Han Yutong, filled with skepticism. She appeared to be an ordinary college student and could not possibly own such a top-tier custom suit. Han Yutong was taken aback. She had suspected the suit was quite luxurious, potentially costing thousands. However, she never expected it to be of such high caliber, with each button being custom-made. This belongs to a customer from my part-time job, she stammered, her face flushing. Last night, I accidentally stained the sleeve. Embarrassed, she hesitated to continue. Such a sophisticated garment, now in this condition, would be disastrous if it couldn't be cleaned. The owner pondered for a moment, deciding to give Han Yutong the benefit of the doubt. In that case, considering you are a student, I won't charge you excessively. He then raised 5 fingers, 5,000 yuan. And I can restore this suit to pristine condition. Han Yutong's eyes widened in disbelief. How much? 5,000 yuan. Her entire fortune amounted to barely over 300 yuan. How could she possibly afford it? Boss, there must be some mistake. It's merely a matter of dry cleaning one piece of clothing. The proprietor shook his head and stated, even that is an understatement. If the owner of this garment were to come in, I would demand at least 10,000. You must understand that cleaning such attire is not akin to handling ordinary clothing. The intricacies involved are numerous. A moment's negligence could result in losses that would surpass the worth of my establishment. Han Yutong's heart was in turmoil. She never imagined that the cost of dry cleaning a single garment could be sufficient to purchase another piece that she deemed quite exquisite. Clenching her fists, Han Yutong gritted her teeth and said, very well, boss, please assist me with the cleaning. How long will it take? The proprietor pondered for a moment and examined the stains on the sleeve before replying, 3 days. That is already the swiftest possible turnaround. You may return in 3 days to collect it. However, I must forewarn you. should you be unable to produce the payment at that time. I will not allow you to take the garment. Chapter 39. Borrowing money for laundry. Upon returning to her dormitory, Han Yutong found herself at a loss. 5,000 yuan. While seemingly not an exorbitant sum, was quite difficult for a third-year student to procure in a short span of time, even if she sought to borrow from classmates. Accumulating that amount within 3 days was a mere fantasy. However, directly asking her parents for such funds posed its own challenges, as she could not adequately explain the purpose of the money. Her parents had always disapproved of her part-time job, holding the belief that since she was in university, her focus should solely be on her studies. The family was not in dire straits, necessitating her financial assistance. Yet, as a young woman, Han Yutong had her own desires. She too cherished beautiful handbags and the latest smartphones. Witnessing other girls possessing these luxuries, she longed for them herself. The 2,000 yuan monthly allowance from her parents barely sufficed for her daily expenses, particularly in a first-tier city like Donghai where everything was costly. With no way to extract additional funds from her parents, she was left to seek alternatives. Thus, Han Yutong picked up her phone. After much hesitation, she could not bring herself to ask Lu Jiejia to return the 1,100 yuan she had transferred the day before. Instead, she sent a message to her close friend. Gu Shanshan. Yutong. Shanshan, would you be able to lend me 5,000 yuan? I will repay you once my salary comes in. Approximately 2 minutes later, Gu Shanshan replied. Shanshan, what's wrong? Have you gotten into something? Shanshan, whose is it? Han Yutong's face flushed crimson upon reading Gu Shanshan's messages. Yutong, you're the one with something. I haven't even dated anyone, let alone have a thing. Shanshan, then why do you need so much money? Han Yutong briefly explained her predicament, including the high-end nature of the suit. Shanshan, no way, you encountered such misfortune? Shanshan, however, I don't have that much on me. My allowance from my mom this month is down to just over 4,000. If you need it, I can transfer 4,000. Yutong, alright, transfer that to me first, and I'll figure out the remaining 1,000. After receiving the 4,000 yuan from Gu Shanshan, Han Yutong borrowed a few hundred from several other roommates, finally amassing the 5,000 yuan. As she gazed at the balance in her account, a myriad of emotions surged within her. The individual from last night seemed young, likely around her age, yet the dry cleaning fee for a single garment was exorbitantly high. The disparity was staggering. Driven by curiosity, Han Yutong opened the individual's social media profile for the first time, eager to learn more. However, she was met with a blank canvas. The only somewhat informative detail was the background image at the top of the profile. It depicted a figure seated on a couch before a grand floor-to-ceiling window, holding a goblet filled with red wine, gazing out at the view with an air of contentment. As the face was not visible, she could not ascertain whether this was indeed the young man from the previous evening. At that moment, Han Yutong's roommate entered the dorm. Yutong, didn't you go out for lunch? You're back so soon? Yes, I just had to take care of something, Han Yutong replied, exiting the social media profile and tucking her phone back into her pocket. Have you eaten yet? Her roommate inquired. Not yet. I just came back to grab my meal card. Let us head over together. All right, Han Yutong agreed, and the two departed the dormitory, making their way toward the dining hall. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by. On that midday, with sunlight pouring over the campus, Han Yutong stepped out of her classroom with a light-hearted stride, having just concluded her lesson. Suddenly, a delightful ringtone shattered the tranquility. She pulled out her phone to discover it was a call from the dry cleaner, informing her that her garment was ready for pickup. 10 minutes later, upon arriving at the shop, Han Yutong transferred the agreed sum of 5,000 yuan to the owner. After confirming the transaction, the proprietor smiled and cautioned, Dear student, I must advise you that this garment is extremely precious. Once you take it back, you must handle it with utmost care, ideally returning it to its rightful owner as soon as possible. Han Yutong took a moment to inspect the clothing. The stains had vanished entirely. Moreover, a subtle, refreshing fragrance emanated from the fabric, evoking a sense of tranquility. The dry cleaner's owner even retrieved a special suit bag from behind the counter for her. With great care, Han Yutong placed the garment inside the bag. Excuse me, but may I inquire about the approximate value of such a suit? For days, Han Yutong had pondered this question. While she was aware of the garment's high-end, bespoke nature, she was curious about its worth, particularly given the steep dry cleaning fee. The owner stroked his chin, uncertain, and replied, This is my first encounter with such high-end custom clothing, so I cannot say for certain. However, based solely on the materials and craftsmanship, it must be worth at least 4 to 500,000. Upon hearing that it could be valued at 4 to 500,000, Han Yutong instinctively tightened her grip on the bag. That amount could cover a down payment for a house back in her hometown of Lucheng. After leaving the dry cleaner, Han Yutong felt compelled to act quickly and immediately messaged Luo Sheng. Yutong, hello, I have cleaned the suit. Please send me your location, and I will deliver it now. Luo Sheng, dining with Emily at a restaurant, received Han Yutong's message. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and began to compose a response. I'll come find you. Please send me your location. Yutong, sure. Yutong, WeChat location, XXXXX. Seeing that Han Yutong's location was near Donghai University, approximately 10 kilometers from his current location, Luo Sheng replied, I'll be there in about 10 minutes. Yutong, I'll wait for you here. Putting away his phone, Luo Sheng wiped his mouth with a napkin and said to Emily, I have a matter to attend to. I need to step out for a bit. In the afternoon, I arranged for Meng Qing to accompany you. Emily expressed her disappointment, saying, Did you not promise to accompany me to the movies this afternoon? Luo Sheng showed no hesitation as he donned his coat and replied, Miss Emily, please be mindful of your words. I am under no obligation to accompany anyone, and no one has the right to demand anything from me. Do you understand? With that, Luo Sheng dialed Meng Qing's number. Come to Guantang Banquet. Accompany Miss Emily this afternoon. Before Meng Qing could respond, he hung up the phone and exited the private room, leaving Emily alone, gazing at the table laden with dishes. Her expression complex. Chapter 40. I do not have a boyfriend. Outside, Chen Tai and a group of bodyguards awaited. Upon seeing Luo Sheng emerge, they all bowed their heads in greeting. Sir, have you finished your lunch? Chen Tai inquired with surprise, noting that they had only been inside for a little over half an hour, and the dishes had only been served a mere 10 minutes prior. Yes. I have an urgent matter. Hand me the car keys. I will drive myself. You can take a few people in another vehicle to follow, Luo Sheng instructed. Chen Tai was momentarily taken aback, then promptly retrieved the keys to the Rolls-Royce from his pocket and presented them to Luo Sheng with both hands. Noticing the keys in Chen Tai's palm, Luo Sheng gently pushed his hand aside. Give me the keys to the Mercedes. The Rolls-Royce Phantom is too ostentatious. I prefer the more understated Mercedes G-Class that you are driving. Sir, Chen Tai began, opening his mouth to dissuade him, but hesitated to speak. What is it? Do you wish for me to fetch them myself? Luo Sheng remarked coolly. I would not dare, sir. Please accept them. Upon hearing Luo Sheng's words, Chen Tai hastily retrieved the keys to the Mercedes from another person's pocket and bent down, offering them with both hands. After sending a message to Luo Sheng, Han Yutong stood anxiously, awaiting his response. She was uncertain whether he would be pleased upon receiving the clothing. If he were to request compensation, how would she handle it? Even though he had repeatedly stated that it was of no concern, attempting to downplay the situation, Han Yutong still perceived it as a display of his refinement. An absence of pressure. After all, it was a garment worth several $100,000. Who could truly be indifferent? In truth, such clothing was disposable for Luo Sheng. Oftentimes, he would change outfits before even wearing them for a full day. As Han Yutong was lost in her thoughts, a sudden honking sound broke her reverie. Turning her head, she spotted an SUV towering over her. The prominent three-pointed star on the front was unmistakably eye-catching. Luo Sheng stepped out of the vehicle, a smile gracing his face as he approached Han Yutong. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Han Yutong gently shook her head, cautiously offering the bag containing the clothing. It's no trouble. I've inconvenienced you by making you come in person. Luo Sheng casually accepted the bag without a glance, tossing it into the back seat of the car. Observing this, Han Yutong instinctively wanted to caution him to be more careful, but the words caught in her throat. Instead, she asked, Aren't you going to take a look? No need. It's just a piece of clothing, Luo Sheng replied indifferently. By the way, have you had lunch yet? Taken aback by his sudden question, Han Yutong responded, Not yet. I was about to head to the school cafeteria. How about you treat me to a meal? Luo Sheng suggested unexpectedly. You want me to treat you to a meal? Han Yutong's tone was tinged with surprise. Luo Sheng nodded affirmatively. Regardless, that garment of mine is quite valuable. Because of you, I not only went without a coat last night, but also had to make this unnecessary trip. It is only fair that you treat me to a meal. Han Yutong found his argument reasonable, yet her financial constraints left her uncertain about where to take him. Before she could respond, Luo Sheng continued. Let us dine at the East Sea University cafeteria. I've always wanted to try it. In a previous life, during their romance, Han Yutong had taken Luo Sheng back to her alma mater, where they had dined in the cafeteria. This would be a return to familiar grounds. Surprised by his suggestion to eat at the school cafeteria, Han Yutong realized that she could easily afford this. Sure, let us go, she replied timidly. In the car, Han Yutong occupied the passenger seat, stealing glances at Luo Sheng from the corner of her eye. He was still clad in an exquisitely tailored suit, adorned with an indistinguishable watch on his wrist. One hand gripped the steering wheel, his gaze fixed ahead, exuding an air of confidence that suggested he held the world in his grasp, a demeanor she could never find in the boys at school. In truth, while driving, Luo Sheng was also observing her through the rearview mirror. Noticing her silence, he broke the ice. Let me introduce myself. My name is Luo Sheng. Oh, I'm Han Yutong. Pleased to meet you, she replied, slightly flustered. Yutong, what made you decide to take on a part-time job? Are you in dire need of money? Luo Sheng inquired. Han Yutong sat stiffly and replied, Not really. I just wanted some extra pocket money. Luo Sheng was aware that Han Yutong's parents were ordinary workers, with a monthly family income of around 20,000. While this was not considered wealthy, it was generally sufficient for normal living expenses. Pocket money? Don't your parents provide you with any? He asked. Han Yutong lowered her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she replied, They do, but it's just not quite enough. At this point, Luo Sheng understood her predicament. A slight smile crept onto his lips. This was a common issue among many contemporary university students. Parents often believed that their children only needed money for meals, assuming that a budget of $2,000 or $3,000 a month would suffice. Little did they realize that university life is akin to a microcosm of society, with social groups and interactions that inevitably lead to additional expenses. Unless one is a complete loner. In a typical prefecture-level city or a provincial capital, this might be manageable, but in a first-tier city, or in a super first-tier city like Donghai, it is best to avoid going out altogether. Otherwise, one might find themselves, like Han Yutong, seeking a part-time job to earn extra living expenses. It could also serve as a valuable experience. The vehicle soon arrived at the entrance of East Sea University. After parking, Luo Sheng and Han Yutong entered the campus together. Strolling along the paths of East Sea University, Han Yutong observed the distinguished Luo Sheng and curiously asked, Luo Sheng, what do you do? You seem to be about my age, yet you drive such a fine car and wear high-end suits. Anticipating this question, Luo Sheng smiled and replied, My family runs a business, but as for me, I'm merely an aimless drifter. That makes sense. But you seem different from the typical wealthy second-generation individuals one encounters online. By the way, was the girl you had dinner with the other night your girlfriend? Somehow? As Han Yutong posed this question, she felt an inexplicable tension in her heart. Not at all. She can only be considered a friend, Luo Sheng answered without hesitation. He then followed up with a question, What about you? If you need living expenses, doesn't your boyfriend help share the burden? Han Yutong lowered her head and gently shook it. I don't have a boyfriend. Luo Sheng chuckled inwardly, fully aware that she was indeed single. Before encountering me, you had never engaged in such discussions. Thus, the two strolled and conversed, swiftly arriving at the dining hall. Chapter 41. I need to clear the room. The campus dining hall at Donghai University surpasses many others in both ambience and variety of offerings. Being a campus facility, it also maintains remarkably affordable prices. Luo Sheng and his companions opted for some snacks, and during this time, the two engaged in delightful conversation. It was unclear whether it was the other's striking appearance or an innate charisma, but Han Yutong felt an uncanny familiarity with the man before her, as if they had spent years together. As fate would have it, with no classes in the afternoon, they meandered around the campus for a while after lunch. Along their path, they encountered numerous young couples, either embracing or holding hands, unmistakably in love. Sensing a slight awkwardness in the atmosphere, Han Yutong proposed they visit the library. Luo Sheng promptly dismissed her suggestion, saying, Let us skip the library. If you're free this afternoon, how about accompanying me to the mall? To the mall? Yes. I need to purchase a few items. Would you join me? Faced with such an invitation, Han Yutong instinctively wanted to decline. For they had only known each other for a few days. Just over an hour ago, they were mere strangers. Yet, Luo Sheng's aura felt so familiar that she nearly forgot how short their acquaintance truly was. Luo Sheng. Perhaps that isn't quite appropriate for us. He gazed earnestly into her eyes and softly replied, Trust me, today will offer you a unique experience. After today, you may contemplate other matters. Fine, let this be a form of compensation for him making this trip today, Han Yutong thought to herself. All right, shall we set off now? Let us go, he said, striding towards the parking area. In the underground parking lot of Jingtai Central Plaza, Luo Sheng expertly maneuvered his car into a parking space. The choice of this location was not merely to cater to his business interests. Rather, Jingtai Central Plaza is renowned in Donghai as a premier high-end shopping destination, boasting an array of the world's most luxurious brands. From fashion houses like Chanel, Givenchy, and Armani to accessories from Hermès, Louis Vuitton, and Gucci, as well as exquisite timepieces and jewelry from Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Bulgari, and Cartier. Each brand has its flagship store here. Interestingly, Luo Sheng himself holds a stake in some of these luxury brands, for Louis Vuitton, Givenchy, Bulgari, and Dior all belong to the LVMH group. In pursuit of a stable supply of Krug champagne, he had leveraged his financial prowess to become the second-largest shareholder in the LVMH group, just behind the Arnault family. One might argue this is a lavish indulgence or a shrewd investment. For Luo Sheng, it simply means that whenever he desires a glass of Krug champagne, it will be readily available. As they entered Jingtai Central Plaza, Han Yutong was captivated by the dazzling array of luxury brands, and a wave of self-doubt washed over her. Were it not for Luo Sheng's presence, she might have turned around and fled. Although she had been in Donghai for 3 years, this was her first visit here. It wasn't that she had never shopped at malls before, but some places inherently exuded an aura that kept many at bay. Sensing her discomfort, Luo Sheng gently patted her back and offered a reassuring smile, as if to say, "Relax, I've got this." Thus, Han Yutong followed Luo Sheng into an Herm's flagship store. The sales associate, noticing their distinguished attire, promptly greeted them with respect. "Welcome to Hermes. How may I assist you?" Luo Sheng bypassed the associate and led Han Yutong to a seating area. Observing the few customers scattered about the store, he addressed the nearby associate. "I prefer not to shop in the presence of uninvited guests." The associate, inquiring if they needed the VIP room, was surprised by Luo Sheng's calm declaration. "No, I need to clear the room." The purpose of this request was to avoid any unnecessary disturbances, preventing any melodramatic scenes from unfolding. The associate glanced at the gentleman before her, clearly aware that he was no ordinary individual, especially given the bespoke suit he wore, which was unattainable for the average person. Nevertheless, she politely replied, "I apologize, sir, but all individuals who enter the store are our customers. I hope you understand." Even Han Yutong, standing beside Luo Sheng, tugged at his sleeve, astonished by his audacity. Who demands a clearance while shopping? No amount of wealth could justify such behavior. Yet Luo Sheng remained unfazed, asserting, "I am a VC of Hermes, and I have the right to clear the room." Confused by the term VC, which she assumed should be VIP, Han Yutong was taken aback when the associate's demeanor shifted dramatically. She bowed respectfully, saying, "My apologies, esteemed VC. This is, of course, your prerogative. Might you kindly provide your membership account for registration?" Though framed as a mere registration, it was essentially a verification of authenticity. After acquiring Luo Sheng's membership information, the associate proceeded to document it. Meanwhile, another associate approached with 2 cups of tea. "Sir, madam, please enjoy some water." Shortly thereafter, the first associate returned. Her gaze towards Luo Sheng transformed, brimming with admiration. "Esteemed Mr. Luo, it is with great pleasure that I welcome you to our Herm's Jingtai Central Plaza store." Her tone was markedly more respectful than before. Noticing the change, Han Yutong couldn't help but ask Luo Sheng, "So, is VIC a rank above VIP?" Luo Sheng merely smiled subtly without responding, while the nearby associate elaborated, "Mr. Luo is not only a VC but also a globally invited VC of Hermes. There are only a handful of individuals worldwide who achieve such a distinction. It is not solely based on accumulated spending, but is reserved for those recognized as major clients by all high-end brands. Upon invitation, one becomes a VIC across all luxury brands. In other words, Mr. Luo is not merely the most esteemed guest of Hermes, but indeed the most distinguished patron of every brand in this hall." Han Yutong was left speechless, staring wide-eyed at Luo Sheng. Throughout the exchange, his expression remained unchanged, and only after the associate concluded her explanation did he say, "Is the explanation finished? Then let us proceed with the clearance." Chapter 42. Do you like it? Among the myriad of luxury brands, the number of VIC members constitutes approximately 23% of the total membership, a truly rarefied group. However, despite their limited numbers, they accounted for over 50% of the brand's annual sales. It is no exaggeration to assert that they have nearly encapsulated more than half of the global luxury goods market. The premier luxury brands are acutely aware of this reality, treating these individuals as their benefactors. It is their incessant purchasing power that enables these brands to thrive amidst the ever-intensifying competition of the marketplace. Consequently, a plethora of privileges also ensue. Prior to launching new products, every luxury brand will first allow VIC members to select their offerings. This selection process may involve personal visits or take place within exclusive lounges. In any case, ordinary VIPs or non-members will never be privy to it. Only after the VC members have made their selections will the brand display the remaining items in the store windows as the season's new arrivals. Luo Sheng is naturally aware of this. However, today is a day of limited time, and it is not the occasion for new releases. Thus, he can only bring Han Yutong to the store to procure a few items. The sales associate at Hermes swiftly cleared the store of all unrelated personnel. As for the method employed, Luo Sheng was indifferent. The sales associate returned to Luo Sheng's side, respectfully standing there. "Mr. Luo, the area has been cleared. You may now begin selecting your preferred items." Luo Sheng nodded towards Han Yutong. "Go ahead, help me choose a few women's bags that you like." "Me? Aren't you the one shopping?" Han Yutong queried, pointing at herself in confusion. Luo Sheng offered a faint smile. "Indeed, I am the one making the purchase. But I would like you to assist me in the selection. Is there any issue with that?" "But I have never bought these before," Han Yutong stammered. "Just choose according to your preferences. I trust your judgment, and do not mind the price." With that, Luo Sheng nonchalantly sat down and began scrolling through his phone. Han Yutong inhaled deeply, pondering. After all, he is not short of money. I shall merely act as his advisor. She stood up and, under the attentive gaze of the sales associate, slowly approached the display cabinet brimming with bags. Her eyes swept over each exquisite piece, feeling both nervous and exhilarated. This was her first time openly selecting items in a luxury store. The bags radiated an enchanting luster, each appearing as a work of art. Any woman would find herself momentarily entranced in the presence of these bags, and Han Yutong was no exception. Her hand gently brushed against a crocodile leather Birkin bag, and after a moment of hesitation, she picked it up. Next, she was drawn to a petite Kelly bag. The sales associate stood by with a smile, introducing the features and craftsmanship of each bag, but Han Yutong primarily relied on her intuition for her choices. After selecting 5 bags, she returned to Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng set down his phone and glanced at her, a look of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Very well done. Your taste is impeccable. Really? Then you decide which one to purchase. I find them all quite appealing. Observing Han Yutong's infatuation with the bags, Luo Sheng rose, retrieving a black gold card from his pocket. Since you like them all, let us have them all packaged up. You want them all? Han Yutong exclaimed, her mouth agape. She had just seen the price tags. The least expensive bag was still priced at 58,000. I am not accustomed to selecting. As long as I like it and it suits me, I take it all. He replied. The sales associate accepted the black gold card, her face blossoming into a smile as she swiftly processed the transaction. Still in shock, Han Yutong whispered to Luo Sheng. This is exceedingly extravagant. Luo Sheng shrugged. For me, this is merely a routine expenditure. Upon completing the purchase, the sales associate returned the black gold card to Luo Sheng. Mr. Luo, your total expenditure today is 473,000 yuan. Here is your card. Would you like these bags delivered to your home? Or would you prefer to take them with you now? Luo Sheng took the card and casually remarked, please obtain this young lady's contact information. Have her coordinate with you afterwards. With that, he stepped outside the store. The sales associate pulled out her phone, smiling at Han Yutong. Shall I add you on WeChat so you can contact me directly later? Oh, okay. Han Yutong complied, uncertain of why Luo Sheng wanted to leave contact information. But she followed suit. Meanwhile, she mused. Why do I feel like I have become his personal assistant? After departing from Hermes, Luo Sheng led Han Yutong to visit brands such as Chanel, Givenchy, and Louis Vuitton. The process remained the same. Clear the area, then shop. Each time, Han Yutong was the one to step forward, even trying on clothing that was purchased according to her size. Ultimately, it was always her contact information that was retained. Gradually, Luo Sheng ceased to request her assistance in selections, instead shifting to inquiries such as, do you enjoy wearing dresses? Or are you fond of high heels? Han Yutong began to realize that these items might not all be for herself. However, Luo Sheng did not clarify, and she chose not to confront the matter. Instead, her emotions began to swirl in uncertainty. It is important to note that within this brief span of just over an hour, they had amassed nearly 3 million in purchases. If her suspicions were correct, it would be utterly astonishing. After all, they had only just met. Could he be interested in pursuing me? Or perhaps there were other motives at play. It is improbable that there exists another girl who shares her exact size in clothing and shoes. As they exited the last store, Luo Sheng suddenly inquired whether she liked wearing watches or bracelets. Han Yutong, lost in thought regarding his intentions, instinctively replied, I prefer bracelets. The moment the words left her lips, she realized the potential implications. Sure enough, the next second, Luo Sheng halted, gesturing towards the Bulgari jewelry store ahead. Let us step inside and take a look. Han Yutong glanced around. What a coincidence. She had just mentioned her preference for bracelets, and they happened to arrive here? Or had he intended to bring her here even before asking her? Upon entering the Bulgari store, the area was similarly cleared in swift order. Reluctantly, Han Yutong approached the bracelet display, captivated by the dazzling array of sparkling pieces. Her gaze was drawn to a delicate chain adorned with sapphires, prompting her to request the sales associate to show it to her. The moment she slipped the bracelet onto her wrist, Luo Sheng leaned in close to her profile and softly remarked, this one suits you beautifully. Han Yutong felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks, her heart beginning to race. Chapter 43. The Man Who Is Irresistible to Women. After emerging from Bulgari, Han Yutong wore a somewhat dazed expression, her wrist now adorned with a sapphire bracelet worth over 100,000. I remember you mentioned at noon that you obtained your driver's license last year, correct? Luo Sheng's voice drifted into Han Yutong's ears. She nodded slightly. Yes, that's right. Good, then accompany me to the 4S dealership to purchase a car. Han Yutong hesitated. Am I to help you select it again? Of course, your taste is far superior to mine. I mentioned, I am not accustomed to making selections. Luo Sheng replied with a smile. Once they settled into a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Luo Sheng started the engine. Han Yutong, touching the bracelet on her right wrist, spoke with a hint of uncertainty. Actually, those bags and clothes were all meant for me, weren't they? A brief silence enveloped the car, a tranquility that echoed Han Yutong's lingering doubts. Summoning her courage, she turned to the side and glanced at Luo Sheng, ready to speak, only to discover he was gazing back at her. An inexplicable flutter took root in her heart. Yet, she struggled to steady her breath, questioning. We didn't know each other before, so why this gesture? Because I like you, Luo Sheng replied, his gaze unwavering upon the young woman before him. Like me? But we've only just met, Han Yutong responded, confusion etched across her features. With the conversation flowing, Luo Sheng decided to turn off the engine. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a calm tone. Is that not permissible? But Han Yutong attempted to continue, yet her attention was captured by a necklace he retrieved from his pocket. It was a diamond necklace that sparkled with radiant brilliance. Its exquisite and unique design showcased diamonds that appeared perfectly arranged, harmoniously reflecting one another's light, exuding an enchanting glow. At the end of the necklace hung a jadeite pendant, the size of a pigeon egg, glistening with an ethereal allure. The entire piece emanated an air of mystery and nobility that was utterly irresistible. This is what I chose for you while you were admiring the bracelet earlier. Do you like it? Luo Sheng held the necklace by its ends, his words seemingly imbued with enchantment, prompting Han Yutong to nod involuntarily. He smiled gently, bringing the necklace closer to her fair neck, preparing to fasten it around her. At that moment, Han Yutong's mind went blank. As Luo Sheng leaned in, she felt his breath grazing her cheek, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. Allowing him to adorn her with the necklace, they locked eyes once more. Luo Sheng gazed at the girl, her cheeks flushed with shyness, and remarked, "You look beautiful. It truly suits you. Now tell me, do you still think it's not permissible?" Han Yutong's thoughts were a whirlwind, her mind battling itself. Yutong, you've only interacted with him for less than a day. You don't even know who he is. Yutong, he is so exceptional, a far cry from the boys at school. If you let this chance slip away, you will surely regret it. Yutong, don't be deceived by this dazzling exterior. He might just be toying with you. Yutong, consider the bags and clothes you bought today. How many toil their entire lives and still cannot afford such luxuries? Don't you wish to live like this in the future? Yutong, even if you rely on yourself, you can lead a prosperous life. Believe in yourself. Yutong, why not give it a try? It's just a relationship. You are a grown woman now, capable of dating. Yutong, don't agree. Women can never resist the allure of glittering things. Much like Europe can never be without its sacred cities. She gently caressed the necklace around her neck, feeling its cool and tangible presence. Her gaze began to grow distant, her breath quickening. I don't want to agree either, but it truly is beautiful. I assentee it. Ultimately, under Luo Sheng's fervent gaze, Han Yutong nodded. Observing her acquiescence, Luo Sheng felt a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The trajectories of their two worlds finally converged at this moment, resolving one of the lingering concerns in Luo Sheng's heart. He extended his hand, gently taking hold of Han Yutong's small hand. She did not pull away, merely feeling a touch of awkwardness, for this was her first intimate contact with a boy since she became aware of such matters. Do not overthink it. In the days to come, you will not regret the decision you made today. Now somewhat composed, Han Yutong quietly inquired, what shall we do next? Luo Sheng restarted the vehicle, stating, didn't I mention? We're heading to the dealership to look at cars. You will choose, and I will purchase. Arriving at the Porsche dealership, once out of the car, Han Yutong instinctively recoiled upon realizing that Luo Sheng had brought her there to select a car. Even a girl as naive as she was understood the prestige of the Porsche brand. Nevertheless, Luo Sheng remained undeterred, reiterating, choose whatever you like. The price is not something you should concern yourself with. His audacity and carefree demeanor captivated Han Yutong deeply. Not only would a girl with little exposure to society be enchanted, but even married women would find themselves ensnared by such a man. As they entered the dealership, Luo Sheng personally guided Han Yutong around. When they arrived at a wine-red Porsche 911, he gestured for her to sit inside and try it out. Experience it. If you like it, we'll purchase it for your use. His tone left no room for negotiation. Though taken aback, Han Yutong found herself enjoying this passive role. Cautiously, she slid into the car, relishing the comfort of the leather interior. Nervously gripping the steering wheel, she felt a thrill surge within her. She had just learned that the base price of this car exceeded $2 million, and everything about it, the design, the color, the luxurious interior, met her expectations perfectly. Just days ago, she had been scrambling to gather a few thousand for dry cleaning, and now, she might be driving such an opulent vehicle. Were it anyone else, they would be utterly bewildered. Luo Sheng noticed the spark of admiration in Han Yutong's eyes and snapped his fingers at a nearby salesperson. The salesperson, having recognized the extraordinary aura of the man, had been attending to him with utmost respect. Upon being summoned, he hurried over. Sir, did you call for me? Luo Sheng casually pointed to Han Yutong, still exploring the car's interior, and said nonchalantly, "This young lady has taken a liking to this vehicle. Please assist her in processing the full payment purchase. I will settle the expenses shortly." His lavish display of wealth undoubtedly awakened the deepest desires within every woman present. Yet, for Luo Sheng, it mattered little whether a woman was materialistic or not. Chapter 44. Han Yutong's shift in mindset. Having watched countless dramas, Han Yutong had always found the sight of domineering CEOs whipping out their credit cards to pay utterly captivating. Today, she experienced that feeling firsthand. How to describe it? It was surreal, yet undeniably exhilarating. Seated inside the already purchased Porsche 911, Han Yutong's emotions were a tangled web as she looked at Luo Sheng, who was not far away. Aside from knowing his name, she was entirely in the dark about his true identity and profession, blinded by a relentless barrage of financial gestures. She had unwittingly accepted his advances. Luo Sheng approached, materials in hand, opened the car door, and settled into the passenger seat. "What are you thinking?" lost in thought. Han Yutong's cheeks flushed as she murmured, "Nothing, just wondering if you always shop so casually." Luo Sheng shook his head initially, then replied, "Generally. I seldom need to personally purchase anything. Let us head out for a drive and see how well you handle it." "What about your car?" Han Yutong queried, attempting to glance back, only to be gently pinched on the cheek by Luo Sheng. "Someone will take care of that. Right now, your focus should be on driving." With a hint of shyness, Han Yutong nodded. "Where shall we go?" Luo Sheng glanced at the evening sky and replied, "You treated me to lunch. It's my turn to treat you to dinner. I'll suggest a place, and you can drive us there." Han Yutong hesitated momentarily, stammering, "But I still have to work part-time at a restaurant tonight. What about tomorrow noon?" This statement undoubtedly amused Luo Sheng. Was it that his intentions were not sufficiently clear? Or was it that you deemed his abilities unworthy? "In a moment, make a call to that place. Henceforth, you shall no longer engage in part-time work." "But I'm still a few thousand short." Han Yutong felt increasingly embarrassed as she spoke. Luo Sheng offered a faint smile without inquiring about the reason behind her financial shortfall, swiftly opening his messaging app and transferring 100,000 to her. Observing Han Yutong's astonished expression, he casually remarked, "Keep this money for now. Tomorrow, I shall have someone deliver a supplementary card for you. From now on, you may use it for any purchases you desire. For the moment, let us drive and indulge in some delightful cuisine." Han Yutong was rendered speechless with surprise, never having imagined that someone would so effortlessly bestow such a sum upon her, something even her parents had never done. Before long, they arrived at a restaurant named Baiwei Zhai. Upon disembarking, Han Yutong regarded the establishment with a rather peculiar gaze. The exterior of Baiwei Zhai was exceptionally unique, unmistakably indicative of a high-end dining venue. However, its location was somewhat secluded, seemingly deliberately distancing itself from the clamor of commercial districts. Despite it being peak dining hours, the entrance was devoid of patrons, with only a few luxury cars parked outside, creating an atmosphere of solitude. It feels rather empty here. Perhaps we should consider another place?" Han Yutong mused, believing that a restaurant lacking customers at mealtime must be subpar. It could either indicate inferior cuisine or poor service. There had to be some underlying issue. Luo Sheng, however, chuckled dismissively, suggesting that sometimes fewer patrons merely indicated the exclusivity of the dining experience. Han Yutong was perplexed, even if the prices were steep. As long as the food was delectable, affluent patrons would surely flock to it. She followed Luo Sheng toward Baiwei Zhai. As they approached the entrance, a man clad in traditional attire, accompanied by an attendant, bowed respectfully and said, "Mr. Luo, it is an immense honor to have you dine with us this evening." Luo Sheng ascended the steps, casting a brief glance at the man and stating, "This Miss Han is my guest tonight. Do ensure she is not disappointed." The man immediately turned to Han Yutong, adopting the same respectful tone. "Miss Han, my apologies for my oversight. Please, do come inside." Han Yutong, adhering to the principle of listening more and speaking less, smiled in response. The private room at Baiwei Zhai exuded a distinctive charm, featuring a semi-open design that artfully combined intimacy with transparency, allowing a sense of independence without complete isolation. Upon entering the room, Han Yutong was greeted by meticulously arranged decor. From the antique calligraphy and paintings adorning the walls to the exquisite porcelain displayed on the table, every detail exuded a rich cultural essence. Seated opposite Luo Sheng in this artistic atmosphere, the two found themselves enveloped in a tranquil ambience. While awaiting the dishes, an attendant presented a pot of fragrant tea. "Mr. Luo, Miss Han, please enjoy." Luo Sheng poured a cup for Han Yutong, smiling warmly as he said, "It will be a while before the dishes arrive. Let us savor some tea in the meantime. The tea here is exceptional, typically unavailable elsewhere." Han Yutong nodded absent-mindedly, lifting the cup to savor a sip. Even for someone unversed in tea, She could discern the distinct quality of the brew. At that moment, two young women dressed in flowing, traditional dresses entered the room. They moved gracefully, exuding elegance and poise. In response to Han Yutong's bewildered gaze, the duo first bowed respectfully before positioning themselves in a corner of the room. One of them gently plucked the strings of a guqin, and melodious notes cascaded through the air like flowing water, while the other danced gracefully at the center of the room, reminiscent of a butterfly in flight. Their fluid movements, alternating between spins and leaps, resembled celestial beings descending to earth, captivating all who beheld them. Han Yutong's mouth fell agape in astonishment at this spectacle. It dawned on her that dining in such opulence could be so creatively orchestrated. What difference was there between this and the banquets of ancient emperors? Yet, before Han Yutong could fully comprehend the scene, the attendant entered, bearing an array of exquisitely presented Chinese delicacies. The sight of the beautifully arranged dishes was enough to make anyone's mouth water. As the attendant arranged the dishes and elaborated on their origins, Han Yutong recognized familiar ingredients and tentatively sampled a few bites. However, once the flavors touched her palate, they ignited a delightful explosion of taste. Surrounded by the enchanting melodies, the graceful dance, and the exquisite cuisine, all within the serene environment, and while seated across from the man who was quietly savoring his tea and observing her, Han Yutong felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Reflecting on the day's experiences, a profound sense of relaxation and superiority enveloped her, an intoxicating sensation she had never encountered in her 20-plus years of existence. It was as if, in the company of this man, she could cast aside all worries yet still possess everything. Suddenly, as she indulged in the culinary delights, Han Yutong heard Luo Sheng's calm voice, "Stay with me tonight." This unexpected pronouncement left her momentarily frozen as she was about to reach for another dish. Raising her head, she gazed at Luo Sheng, thinking she might have misheard. However, upon meeting his earnest gaze, she realized her ears had not deceived her. Luo Sheng, unhurried, continued to sip his tea, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he regarded her. After a brief internal struggle lasting several seconds, Han Yutong finally uttered, "But we've only just begun." Luo Sheng reclined in his chair, casually resting a hand on the table. "Opportunities are reserved for the prepared. We are all adults. Wouldn't you agree?" Noticing the lingering turmoil on Han Yutong's face, Luo Sheng stood up. "I'll step out to the restroom. If you are unwilling, you may leave directly now." To Luo Sheng, Han Yutong held a significance unlike any other. Yet, he was no longer the person he once was. For him, there were no absolute rights or wrongs, only the varying degrees of value. He could no longer afford a lengthy courtship, nor could he journey through years to reach the final step. The time spent in the restroom was brief, merely a few minutes. Upon his return, he found Han Yutong seated silently, her head bowed. Luo Sheng's lips curled slightly upwards. Everything had unfolded according to his expectations. After all, given the prowess he had demonstrated that day, it was more than sufficient to compel any ordinary girl to surrender herself to him completely. While Han Yutong remained somewhat unique in his heart, it did not alter the fact that she was merely an ordinary university student. Luo Sheng waved off the two young women in traditional attire and settled beside Han Yutong, his right hand resting naturally on her shoulder. Feeling her body tense slightly at his touch, he spoke in a measured tone, "There is no need to be anxious. You will be grateful for the decision you make today." Han Yutong slowly lifted her head, her gaze reflecting a complex array of emotions as she softly replied, "But I don't even know who you truly are." Luo Sheng gently released her shoulder, rose to his feet, and lifted the glass containing a modest quantity of liquor from the table, presenting it before Han Yutong, the firstborn son of the esteemed Luo family in the Great Xia. Luo Sheng spoke with a softness that belied the gravity of his revelation. One might surmise that such a status would elucidate everything. Han Yutong's mind felt as though it had been struck by a bolt from the blue, leaving her momentarily blank. How could it be him? How could he possibly be interested in me? Han Yutong stared vacantly at Luo Sheng, her heart racing as she grappled with the realization that her seemingly ordinary boyfriend was, in fact, the scion of one of the most prestigious families in Great Xia. A torrent of thoughts surged through her mind. It took a full 5 minutes for Han Yutong to regain her composure, trembling as she finally uttered, "Is what you say truly the case?" "Indeed," Luo Sheng affirmed, his gaze unwavering as it met hers, offering no further proof. For such a title in Great Xia was not one that could be easily impersonated. An hour post-dinner, Han Yutong found herself standing in the bathroom of the Ritz-Carlton's presidential suite. In a daze, she struggled to recall how she had arrived at this juncture, only remembering that she had entered the hotel in a Rolls-Royce Phantom alongside Luo Sheng, amidst a throng of admirers. Gazing into the mirror, she saw herself clad only in a bath towel, entirely bare beneath. Overcome with shyness, Han Yutong covered her face with her hands. She patted her cheeks. attempting to bolster her spirits. Yutong, fret not. It is merely a first experience that everyone encounters. After bestowing upon her reflection a resolute gaze, she prepared to step out. Yet, before she could do so, the bathroom door swung open, revealing Luo Sheng. Upon seeing Han Yutong's flushed countenance, he smiled gently and stepped forward, enveloping her in his embrace. His resolute features drew near to her cheek, whispering, "Yutong, it is time for us to rest." No sooner had he spoken than the bath towel slipped from her form, cascading onto the tiled floor. Meanwhile, at an upscale bar in Donghai City, a Ferrari SF90 arrogantly occupied the entrance. Luo Sheng, his hair stark white and donned in a flamboyant red suit, emerged from the vehicle. In the passenger seat, a young woman wearing a cap and sunglasses cautiously descended, linking her arm with Luo Sheng, as if fearful of being discovered. Luo Sheng, however, paid her no mind, casually tossing the car keys to an approaching bartender. "Make sure to park it properly. If you scratch it, I'll have your hand," he declared with bravado. The bartender hastily assured him, "Rest assured, young Master Luo." Luo Sheng sauntered into the bar, accompanied by the young woman, with Ahu and several bodyguards trailing behind. Upon entering the prearranged private room, he encountered a group of young men, each with a beauty in tow, drinking and reveling boisterously. "Hey, I arrive and find you've already started the festivities?" The moment the words escaped his lips, the revelers froze, turning to face the door. Upon spotting Luo Sheng and the mysterious girl at his side, they promptly rose and approached him. The girl instinctively took a step back, only to be drawn closer by Luo Sheng's arm around her shoulders. "Young Master Luo, we were just trying to lighten the mood in your absence," one remarked. "Yes, indeed, young Master Luo, we were all eagerly awaiting your arrival. Please, come in and take a seat." They warmly ushered him into the room. Once seated, the enigmatic girl remained closely beside Luo Sheng, neither drinking nor removing her cap and sunglasses. The other men in the room, intrigued, inquired, "Young Master Luo, who is this beside you?" Luo Sheng set down his glass and turned to the girl, his tone laced with irritation. "I didn't bring you here to serve as a mere decoration. Remove those." Taking a deep breath, the girl slowly removed her cap and sunglasses, revealing a sweet, oval face. Wang Monk. Despite the dim lighting, the others instantly recognized her as the celebrated star currently rising in the entertainment industry. Emerging from humble beginnings, she had gained fame through a talent show and, in a mere 3 years, had become a household name due to her striking looks and roles in popular films and television series. It was unexpected for her to be seen as Luo Sheng's companion in such a modest setting. "You all must know her. This is Wang Monk from Xinghui Entertainment. She has been in Donghai shooting an advertisement and is keeping me company for a couple of days," Luo Sheng stated casually, pulling Wang Monk closer, who, in turn, leaned against him like a bird seeking shelter, refraining from any resistance. The sudden appearance of Wang Monk undoubtedly took everyone by surprise, as the national goddess seemed to have no choice but to nestle obediently in Luo Zhao's embrace. "Young Master Luo, you truly have a way with charm. Even Wang Monk is yours," one remarked, raising a toast in admiration. As the flattery washed over him, Luo Sheng reveled in the attention, dismissing the praise with a casual air. "Just an actress, how pitifully starry-eyed you all are." He raised his glass once more, not for himself, but to offer it to Wang Monk. "Drink this." Wang Monk, faced with his unyielding demeanor, furrowed her brow but complied, downing the drink in one go. Luo Zhao's laughter echoed through the room. The alcohol took its toll on Wang Monk, who delicately covered her lips after finishing her drink, feeling the warmth of the alcohol coursing through her. Yet, Luo Sheng showed no signs of letting her off easily. He filled her glass again and presented it to her. "Continue." The others around them erupted in cheers, chanting, "Drink, drink, drink." Even the accompanying girls joined in, reveling in the spectacle of the goddess they had only seen on screen now reduced to their level. Wang Monk cast a pleading glance at Luo Sheng, hoping he would not push her too far. "Young Master Luo, I cannot hold my liquor. May I have a moment to breathe?" Luo Zhao's expression turned cold. "Cannot hold your liquor? Fine then. You sing rather well, don't you? Go on, sing something to entertain me." The humiliation was overwhelming for Wang Monk, who fought back tears as she nodded and took the microphone to select a song. Moments later, her voice filled the room, while Luo Sheng lounged on the sofa, flanked by beauties, openly appraising Wang Monk's figure. Internally, he mused, no wonder she emerged from a talent competition. Her singing does possess some merit. As the others toasted him, praising his discerning eye for choosing such a companion as Wang Monk, they marveled at her celebrity status. For ordinary people, she was a goddess, a star, an unattainable figure. Merely standing beside her for a photograph would be a dream. Yet to Luo Sheng, she was merely a plaything, a source of emotional gratification for his amusement. In his world, There was no one in the entertainment industry who could refuse him. The consequences of defiance extended far beyond mere obscurity or retirement. As Wang Monk fervently showcased her vocal prowess, the door to the private room was abruptly thrust open. A middle-aged man with a square face strode in, followed by Hu and 2 bodyguards, who wore expressions of resignation. Luo Sheng, perturbed, was about to confront Hu, but the middle-aged man preempted him. Apologies for intruding on your enjoyment, second young master Luo. I am Tan Feng from the Municipal Police Bureau. Here is my identification. Tan Feng stated, extending his credentials towards Luo Sheng. However, Luo Sheng dismissed the document with a careless wave, not even sparing it a glance. Officer Tan, why are you here instead of apprehending thieves? Are you perhaps short on funds for a drink and wish to mooch a glass? He taunted, gesturing dismissively. A nearby individual chuckled and filled a glass to the brim, placing it on the table before Tan Feng. Go ahead, drink up. This bottle costs over 100,000. One glass is worth several months of your salary, Luo Sheng sneered. Tan Feng regarded the arrogant second son of the Luo family with a serene smile, leisurely pulling a chair from the side to sit across from him. Regrettably, I cannot indulge in alcohol during working hours. Luo Sheng beckoned Wang Monk to approach, pinching her chin and remarking, did you hear that? Another one who can't drink. He then turned back to Tan Feng. If you can't drink, what business do you have in a bar? Luo Zhao's demeanor was brazen, clearly belittling Tan Feng. Unperturbed, Tan Feng simply smiled and said, you must know a certain female streamer named Xiao Yuer, don't you? Yes, and what of it? Is it illegal to invite her for a meeting? Luo Sheng shot a cold glance at Tan Feng. Not at all. Given your status as the second young master of the Luo family, many women would desire to get to know you, Tan Feng replied, shifting his gaze towards Wang Monk. However, this particular streamer went missing a few days ago, and her last known appearance was in your company. Upon hearing this, Luo Sheng scoffed. So, Officer Tan, are you implying that I kidnapped her? Is this some sort of joke? With a knowing glance, Luo Sheng signaled Hu, who silently instructed a bodyguard to block the door of the private room. As if anticipating an escape, Tan Feng noticed this and casually produced several photographs from his pocket, tossing them on the table. One showed a roadside checkpoint capturing a DUI stop, where Xiao Yuer was seen exiting a vehicle. Another depicted them entering and exiting a hotel together, along with screenshots from her live stream captured by viewers. Could you explain, second young master Luo, why she was last seen heading to Chiyun Villa with you? If she were still a guest at your residence, she should have returned by now, wouldn't you agree? Luo Sheng glanced at the photographs, scoffing before suddenly splashing a full glass of wine across Tan Feng's face. Who do you think you are, meddling in the Luo family's affairs? Tan Feng remained unfazed, wiping the wine from his face as he calmly remarked, if it were your elder brother, I might consider it, but you, Luo Sheng, hardly represent the Luo family. Standing up, Tan Feng produced a silver bracelet from his pocket. Second young master Luo, I must ask you to accompany me. Luo Sheng cast a disdainful glance at him, rising from the sofa without uttering a word, and beckoned Hu closer. As Hu approached, Luo Sheng swiftly drew a Glock from his waist, pressing it against Tan Feng's forehead. Let us see how you intend to take me away. Tan Feng, unperturbed, replied coolly, second young master Luo. Do not blame me for not warning you. Your current actions constitute a serious crime in Daxia. You can choose to come with me voluntarily, or wait 2 minutes for someone to burst in and escort you away. Luo Sheng stared intently at Tan Feng, the room enveloped in a peculiar silence. Ultimately, he holstered the Glock and strode purposefully towards the exit, all the while declaring, I'll play along. If you're so impressive, lock me up. The following morning, Luo Sheng was roused from his slumber by the insistent ringing of a phone. Extracting his arm from beneath Han Yutong, he answered the call. Hello, it's me. After listening for nearly a minute, Luo Sheng furrowed his brow and replied coolly, I understand. There's no need to rush. I'll be there shortly. What's the matter? Han Yutong inquired, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Luo Sheng sat up, gently squeezing her cheek. It's nothing urgent. I need to step out for a bit. You can head back to school once you're up. Is it really that urgent? I was hoping we could have breakfast together, she pouted. Having just become Luo Sheng's partner the previous night, Han Yutong was reluctant to part ways so soon. Behave. I'll have someone send you a supplementary card later so you can treat yourself, Luo Sheng reassured her. Han Yutong nodded obediently in response. An hour later, Luo Sheng arrived at the Donghai City Police Bureau with Chin Tai. In the office, he sat comfortably at the main seat, a freshly brewed cup of tea before him, while an older man sat across from him. Mr. Luo, I sincerely apologize for troubling you over such a minor issue. It is truly my oversight, the man said. After a sip of tea, Luo Sheng replied calmly, when someone goes missing, we search for them. If we cannot find them, do we then apprehend members of the Luo family? The man smiled obsequiously. It's all a misunderstanding. I assure you I will handle Tan Feng appropriately upon his return. Placing his teacup down, Luo Sheng moved closer to the man and patted his shoulder. Director Lu, The youth of today tend to be impulsive. Perhaps assign him to the grassroots of the Public Security Bureau for a few more years of experience. Director Luo hesitated for a moment before nodding. I understand, Mr. Luo. Luo Sheng inclined his head slightly, then turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, he paused as if recalling something. Also, Director Luo, I hope you can be more meticulous in your future endeavors. I can overlook this incident, but should there be a next time? It won't be as simple as having someone gain experience. Director Luo hastily replied, Yes, Mr. Luo, your admonitions are duly noted. Upon reaching the lobby downstairs, Luo Sheng noticed his brother, Luo Xiao, had already been escorted out by Tan Feng and was waiting by the entrance. Luo Sheng merely cast a fleeting glance at the two before heading towards the parking lot with his hands in his pockets. Seeing that his elder brother had not said much, Luo Xiao felt relieved and turned to Tan Feng, who wore an impassive expression. Leaning closer, he whispered, Captain Tan, it seems you're not quite up to the task. Tan Feng chuckled coldly. Whether I am capable is not for you to decide. You would do well to be cautious. Luo Xiao shrugged off the warning with a nonchalant smile. When it comes to banter, I concede. You outclass me, Captain Tan. Ha. With a boisterous laugh, Luo Xiao exited the police bureau. Once back in the car, Luo Sheng unexpectedly slapped Luo Xiao. Is this how you handle matters? Where's that girl? Rubbing his cheek, Luo Xiao hesitated before divulging Xiao Yu's ultimate fate to Luo Sheng. After listening, Luo Sheng appeared unfazed, stating flatly, in the coming days, find someone discreet to manage this situation. Ensure you handle matters more thoroughly in the future. Understood, brother, Luo Xiao replied. On the other side, Han Yutong set off from the hotel, returning to Donghai University. Desiring to maintain a low profile, she opted to park her newly acquired Porsche 911 in a nearby lot and proceeded to walk to campus. Upon her return to the dormitory, several of her roommates gathered around her, inquiring about her escapades the previous night. Naturally, Han Yutong could not reveal that she had spent the night with Luo Cheng. Instead, she concocted a casual excuse, claiming a close friend had visited her from out of town and that they had stayed out late together. After finally dispersing her roommates, she received messages from the sales associates of the luxury boutiques she had visited the day prior, indicating that her purchases needed to be delivered to a certain location. This posed a dilemma for her. It was inconceivable to have such extravagant items sent to the university, as her roommates would undoubtedly speculate, and she would find it difficult to explain. Perhaps she should consider renting a place outside? Han Yutong glanced at her phone, where she saw the 100,000 yuan transferred to her by Luo Cheng. Renting a place didn't seem too daunting after all. After some contemplation, she dialed Gu Shanshan's number. Shanshan, are you free this afternoon? Han Yutong asked. I am. What is up? Gu Shanshan replied. I'd like you to accompany me to look at some apartments. Wow. Yutong, have you won the lottery? Or have you caught the eye of some wealthy heir? First, you suddenly quit your job last night, and now you want to rent a place? Gu Shanshan exclaimed excitedly. It's not a purchase. I'm renting. I don't have that much money. Renting? I thought you were perfectly content in your dorm. What made you decide to rent outside? It's just a bit inconvenient. I want to find a place near the school, Han Yutong explained. Come on, just admit it. Are you in a relationship? Gu Shanshan teased. Let us discuss it in person. After ending the call, Han Yutong pondered for a moment and resolved to share her situation with her close friend. After all, Gu Shanshan was different from her roommates. Such matters could not remain hidden indefinitely. However, she knew she could not disclose Luo Cheng's identity without his consent. Around 4 in the afternoon, Han Yutong exited the campus and spotted Gu Shanshan arriving in her Honda CR-V. As an ordinary university student, Han Yutong had always envied Gu Shanshan, who, at their age, owned her own vehicle. Although many might view it as an SUV worth less than 200,000 yuan and not particularly remarkable, the reality was that most of those who would scoff at it did not even possess a modest vehicle worth several thousand. Gu Shanshan, noticing Han Yutong emerging from the school gates, quickly rolled down her window and greeted her warmly. Yutong, over here. Get in. Han Yutong smiled as she took the passenger seat. Shanshan, you're right on time. I thought I'd have to wait for you a bit. I just couldn't wait to see you. Now tell me, who is the guy? Is he a senior or an old classmate? Gu Shanshan asked with enthusiasm. Han Yutong shyly swatted her friend's arm. First, let us find a place to park. I have an appointment with the landlord nearby. We can walk there. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the Lanting Apartments, located less than 500 meters east of Donghai University. Though the apartment's environment was not as upscale as a commercial complex, it was suitable for Han Yutong, who would be living alone. Additionally, its proximity to the school made attending classes much more convenient. Han Yutong had contacted the property management, which also handled rentals, so she could choose from any available room. Prior to arriving, she had already targeted a few options. After careful consideration, Han Yutong selected a 1-bedroom, 1-living room apartment, exquisitely furnished. Upon entering the apartment, Her eyes were immediately drawn to a quaint, open kitchen. The living room and bedroom were adorned with neatly arranged, stylish furniture. Furthermore, the condition of the furniture and appliances was impeccable, as if they had just been purchased. However, the only downside was that such high-quality living conditions came with a hefty price tag. The monthly rent of 800 yuan, along with a 1-month deposit and payment plan, would have previously deterred Han Yutong from renting. Yet, after the events of the previous day, she felt as though she had changed, becoming somewhat indifferent to the rental cost. After thoroughly inspecting the apartment with Gu Shanshan and confirming everything was satisfactory, Han Yutong felt immense satisfaction. Believing this would become her warm and comfortable home for the foreseeable future, she promptly signed the rental agreement and paid the rent and deposit. Holding the keys in her hand, she felt an inexplicable joy. She had long desired a more private space. Hearing that many people chose to move out of the dormitory to live independently, she too had entertained such thoughts. However, the exorbitant rental costs had forced her to suppress her aspirations, planning to wait until after graduation to pursue them. After concluding the rental arrangements, the two friends discussed visiting a supermarket to stock up on supplies, aiming to move in the following day. As they exited the apartment, Gu Shanshan could not help but tease. "Wow, Yutong, you're quite the generous spender. Is that money from your boyfriend?" Han Yutong blushed, responding, "Why do you say that? Why else? Just a few days ago, you borrowed money from me, and now you're paying back and renting a place, and later, you're off to shop. You've spent 10,000 yuan in one day. That's quite unusual for you." Gu Shanshan counted on her fingers, calculating Han Yutong's expenditures while eyeing her suspiciously. "Yutong, you're not being taken care of by someone, are you?" Han Yutong's face turned crimson as she stammered, "Shanshan, don't say such things." Gu Shanshan crossed her arms, fixing her gaze on Han Yutong. "Then you better explain what's really going on." Han Yutong bit her lip, walking towards the nearby supermarket while divulging the truth to Gu Shanshan. From the accidental stain on his clothes to their shared night together, she recounted everything. By the time they returned to the apartment, laden with bags, Gu Shanshan exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh my goodness, you've been taken care of. Not counting the first time you met, you've only known him for a day, and he has already taken you out to dinner, bought you things, and sent you money? Just like that?" Han Yutong felt embarrassed, saying, "But he insisted." "If he insisted, then you should have said no. Are you out of your mind?" Gu Shanshan said, deeply concerned that her friend had fallen for a scoundrel who so easily ensnared an innocent girl. "How much did he send you? 10,000 or 20,000? Han Yutong hesitated, finally admitting, "He transferred 100,000 and mentioned sending me a card later." Gu Shanshan was taken aback. 100,000? "Well, that's not too shabby then. But what did he buy for you?" "I didn't see anything. Everything is still at the store and hasn't been delivered yet. That's why I need to rent a place. Otherwise, there's nowhere to store it. And explaining it would be a hassle." As she spoke, Han Yutong suddenly remembered something and quickly retrieved the sapphire bracelet she had purchased from Bulgari, along with the icy jade diamond necklace she wore around her neck. Indeed, these items were also purchased by him at Bulgari. "I am uncertain of the necklace's worth, but the bracelet, which I personally selected, was priced at over 14,000. Gu Shanshan stared in astonishment at the scene before her. How could the unfolding narrative diverge so drastically from her prior assumptions? Logically, given the circumstances of her friend, it seemed improbable that someone would bestow such lavish gifts on the very first day of their acquaintance. This individual was either a fool or a fraud. Yet, could a fraud truly seek to deceive through seduction? Wouldn't that come at too high a price? Just as Gu Shanshan remained lost in disbelief, Han Yutong retrieved a Porsche key from her pocket. He remarked that, being a student, he deemed it inappropriate to drive an extravagant vehicle. Thus he had gifted her a Porsche 911, although he felt it was still too ostentatious. Gu Shanshan plopped onto the bed, staring at Han Yutong, rendered speechless. A Porsche 911 would cost at least 1 to 2 million. The combined value of the bracelet and necklace must surely amount to several 100,000. Furthermore, he had mentioned acquiring numerous items that remained at the store, which likely were not the ordinary clothing and bags she had initially envisioned costing merely a few thousand. Taking a deep breath, Gu Shanshan finally spoke. "Yutong, have you considered why he is treating you so exceptionally?" Han Yutong shook his head, looking perplexed. "Perhaps he genuinely likes me?" Gu Shanshan rolled her eyes in exasperation. Such fortune seemed too good to be true. Yet, she quickly reconsidered. Were she in Han Yutong's position, she might also find it hard to resist, especially upon gazing at the exquisite necklace adorning Han Yutong's neck, a gift no woman could possibly refuse. At that moment, Han Yutong's phone abruptly rang, and upon answering, a chilling voice of an unfamiliar woman resonated through the line. "Good afternoon, Miss Han. I am Meng Qing, assistant to Mr. Luo Sheng. I contacted you earlier today." Earlier that morning, while Han Yutong was still at school, this woman, claiming to be Mr. Luo Sheng's assistant, had reached out to inform her that she was processing a supplementary card for her, which would be delivered in the afternoon. Hello, Assistant Ming. Are you coming to see me now? Yes, Ms. Han. May I inquire where you are located? I need to personally deliver the card to you. Oh, I'm at Lanting Apartment. 20 minutes later, Han Yutong held a black and gold Daxia Bank card embossed with a dragon, watching as Meng Qing led 2 bodyguards out of the apartment. Beside her, Gu Shanshan's ears still echoed with Meng Qing's prior words. Ms. Han. This Daxia Black Gold card is a supplementary card for Mr. Luo. It affords an unparalleled monthly spending limit of 100 million in any country worldwide, along with privileges such as a 24-hour personal concierge, global legal team assistance, private jet travel, and a dedicated medical team. After a lengthy silence, Gu Shanshan finally spoke softly. Yutong, are we not good sisters? Han Yutong, puzzled, replied, Yes, Shanshan, rest assured, I will share my fortune with you and will not forget you. Gu Shanshan shook her head. Yutong, that's not what I meant. I wanted to say that I have never had a boyfriend either. Chapter 49, Wishes Fulfilled. In the evening, within the comprehensive sports hall of Chiyun Mountain Villa, Luo Sheng had just finished a game of tennis with Emily. He accepted a towel from a nearby maid and casually wiped the sweat from his brow. Sitting on a bench in the relaxation area, he sipped water while glancing at Emily. When do you plan to return? Upon hearing Luo Sheng's inquiry, Emily put down her towel and replied, Sheng, do you wish for me to leave sooner? Luo Sheng squinted at her. After their workout, Emily's skin glowed with a faint flush. Or do you prefer I wait until after marriage to return? That's not entirely out of the question, Emily murmured softly. Luo Sheng flicked her forehead lightly. Stop daydreaming. You should understand that marriage is not a possibility for us. It would be prudent to return soon. I will communicate with the Mellon family, expressing my satisfaction with you. With that, he rose to head to the shower, only to be abruptly halted by Emily grasping his wrist. Looking at the confusion in Luo Sheng's eyes, she took a deep breath and quietly said, But I've been here for several days, and yet you haven't even touched me. How can you claim to be satisfied? At this, she seemed to voice a grievance, her tone tinged with despair. You were like this in college too, always indifferent toward me. Now that I am in Daxia, you still treat me the same. Am I truly so unattractive that I must stand before you completely undraped for you to acknowledge me? Listening to Emily's lament, Luo Sheng appeared unsurprised, his expression unyielding. He gently pried her hand away from his wrist and gestured for the maids to leave. In all honesty, even through the lens of traditional Daxia standards, Emily's features were undeniably striking. Coupled with the voluptuous curves characteristic of Western women, any man would find himself captivated. Unfortunately, she was in the presence of Luo Sheng, a man who had never lacked for beautiful women throughout his life. For him, extraordinary beauty and form were not particularly compelling attributes. Once the maids had all departed, Luo Sheng finally spoke. As long as you can accept that there will be no children in our future, I will make you my woman tonight. Why? Emily queried, perplexed. Being young, she naturally desired children of her own in the future. Moreover, she was acutely aware that her union with Luo Sheng held implications for both families' futures. Without children, the bond would be significantly lessened, and in a few years, their relationship could amount to nothing. That is my condition. If you agree, you may come to the main residence tonight. Otherwise, it would be wise for you to return soon. Emily found herself momentarily speechless. She had never anticipated that his reluctance to touch her stemmed from this reason. Noticing her silence, Luo Sheng gently caressed her cheek before turning to leave. In the shower, Luo Sheng tilted his head back, allowing the pleasantly warm water to cascade over his face, washing away his fatigue. He pondered whether his earlier conversation with Emily had been overly direct. Suddenly, he heard a soft rustling behind him. Before he could turn to investigate, he felt a delicate, supple touch against his back, as a pair of fair arms encircled his chest. Without waiting for Luo Sheng to speak, Emily's unfamiliar Daxia accent reached his ears. Sheng, I believe I need not wait until tonight. Have you made your decision? Luo Sheng inquired. Emily pressed her cheek against his robust back, savoring his warmth, and slowly replied. Does it matter whether I have decided? From the moment I fell for you, I had no choice left. Luo Sheng turned to face the exotic beauty before him, gently lifting her chin. Within Emily's sapphire-like eyes swirled a myriad of intricate emotions, adoration, resentment, longing, and loss. For you, this is the best choice. With that, Luo Sheng leaned down to kiss her. Later, at around 10 o'clock, Luo Sheng reclined on the sofa in his bedroom, cradling a glass of freshly poured Romani Conti. Moonlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a gentle glow upon Emily, who had succumbed to slumber without even having dinner. The faint smile lingering at the corners of her lips seemed to herald her long-awaited fulfillment. Still devoid of drowsiness, Luo Sheng rose, draping a robe over his shoulders, and made his way to the living room outside his bedroom, dialing Qin Jun's number. As soon as the call connected, A cacophony of noise erupted from the other end. Qin Zhen, raising his voice, exclaimed, "Master Luo, what are your instructions?" Luo Sheng replied, "Find a quieter place." After a brief pause of several seconds, the noise on the line diminished significantly. "Master Luo, can you hear me now?" Qin Zhen inquired. "Where are you that it's so noisy?" Luo Sheng asked. "I'm at the Golden Count, Master Luo. Are you coming? My girlfriend, Sasha, is bringing along a friend tonight." At this juncture, Qin Zhen lowered his voice conspiratorially. "Sasha mentioned that the girl is still a virgin, but her father is gravely ill and she is looking to meet some wealthy men." Luo Sheng expressed minimal interest in the latter part of the statement, merely responding with a hint of exasperation. "You've gone to a bar again? What else is there to do during a long night?" "It'd be terribly dull not to go to a bar," Qin Zhen retorted. "Master Luo, will you join us? The party has just begun, and I can introduce you to that young lady. She is quite attractive." Casting a glance toward the bedroom, Luo Sheng pondered for a moment. "Fine, I'll come over now." After ending the call, he summoned Meng Qing. "Sir, aren't you going to rest at this late hour?" Meng Qing inquired respectfully. Standing before Luo Sheng donned a sleek black suit and adorned his wrist with a Patek Philippe watch. "I need to step out. Emily will be staying here tonight. If I don't return by morning, please take care of her needs." Meng Qing, understanding her role, did not pry into Luo Sheng's whereabouts. Instead, she maintained her head bowed, replying, "Understood, sir." "Shall I arrange for a convoy?" Luo Sheng shook his head. "No need. Just have Chen Tai bring a few people in one car to follow me. I'll drive myself." "Very well, sir. Which vehicle would you prefer?" Meng Qing asked, retrieving a tray filled with over 20 car keys from a nearby drawer. Luo Sheng glanced at the assortment and casually selected a key adorned with a bull emblem. It was the key to a Lamborghini Veneno, a limited edition supercar valued at nearly 100 million, one of the many luxurious vehicles in Luo Sheng's collection. Chapter 50. Be Your Pet. As Luo Sheng drove the Lamborghini Veneno, its pure black carbon fiber body appeared as a phantom in the night. In no time, he arrived at the entrance of the Golden Count bar. The moment the extravagant silhouette of the Veneno came into view, it elicited gasps of astonishment from onlookers. Before Luo Sheng had the chance to exit the vehicle, two stunning women approached, their phones in hand, timidly asking if they could add him as a friend. He merely smiled in response before stepping out and closing the door. It was only after he emerged that the surrounding beauty realized the car's owner was even more handsome than the vehicle itself. Unable to contain their enthusiasm, they sought to acquire his contact information. In this modern age, a young man who was both affluent and strikingly handsome was simply irresistible. However, before they could act, they were intercepted by Chen Tai and a group of imposing men in black attire. Upon entering the bar's main hall, vibrant lights, pulsating music, and a raucous atmosphere compelled every young patron to revel in the experience. Luo Sheng initially frowned, but soon located the booth where Qin Zhen was seated. In addition to Qin Zhen, the booth was occupied by Wang Yaozong, Li Su, and Shen Feng, who had shared drinks with Luo Sheng previously. Upon noticing his arrival, the trio immediately set aside their companions, raising their glasses in salute. "Master Luo has arrived. Welcome, Brother Sheng, good to see you again," they exclaimed, surrounding Luo Sheng as he took a seat, leaving Qin Zhen momentarily at a loss. Once Luo Sheng was seated, Qin Zhen approached with a fresh-faced young woman, gently shooing away Wang Yaozong, who was about to pour Luo Sheng a drink. "Go play elsewhere. Master Luo requires your attention," he said, pushing the girl to sit beside Luo Sheng. With an instructive tone, Qin Zhen added, "Little girl, why are you just sitting there? Speak up." The girl, clearly overwhelmed by the situation, shyly stammered, "Luo, Master Luo, hello." After her greeting, she appeared at a loss for words. Noticing her discomfort, Qin Zhen seized the opportunity while pouring Luo Sheng a drink to explain, "Master Luo, this is Su Jiejia, Sasha's high school classmate. She hails from Luqing and just arrived in Donghai today. I picked her up from the train station. I heard her father is suffering from some kidney disease and can't afford treatment, so she is looking to find a good benefactor. I was originally planning to take her under my wing, but since you're here, let us see if she suits your taste." With a knowing wink towards Su Jiejia, he concluded, "Master Luo, I'm still a novice." Su Jiejia's innocent appearance belied the bombshell she had just dropped. Luo Sheng swiftly interrupted her. Turning to Qin Zhen, "You, Qin Zhen, are quite the figure in Donghai's circle. How have you stooped to playing the pimp?" Qin Zhen raised an eyebrow. Pointing to himself, "What am I? As long as Master Luo is satisfied, I could be a pimp or even take to the field myself." Luo Sheng regarded Qin Zhen with a silent intensity for several seconds before calmly stating, "Let us save that for another time." "No, brother, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously." Qin Zhen's expression shifted as he hastily added. Unexpectedly, Luo Sheng remained unfazed, his tone steady. "I took you seriously." Qin Zhen, upon hearing this, gazed conflictedly at his drink, then abruptly downed it in one go. Setting the glass down, he turned to find Luo Sheng staring at him impassively, gritting his teeth, and declared, "Fine." Luo Sheng raised his glass, clinked it against Qin Zhen's, took a sip, and remarked, "I was joking as well. Go entertain your girlfriends. I'll have a word with this young lady." Qin Zhen exhaled a sigh of relief, casting a resentful glance at Luo Sheng before turning to rejoin the women. His heart had just endured a significant emotional blow and desperately craved the comfort of companionship. Luo Sheng poured a drink for Su Jiejia, presenting it to her. The young girl, a bit anxious, accepted the glass and gazed at Luo Sheng with her large, glistening eyes, hesitating to drink. "Your name is Su Jiejia?" Luo Sheng inquired casually. "Yes, Master Luo, I'm very obedient," she replied, her chin nodding slightly. Luo Sheng chuckled softly, recognizing Su Jiejia. She was a childhood friend of Han Yutong, and they had been classmates in high school. In a previous life, she had attended Luo Sheng's wedding, gifting a red envelope containing 2,000 yuan. He recalled hearing that she had dated a wealthy second-generation heir in Donghai years ago, but their relationship ended in heartbreak due to an unplanned pregnancy. Nevertheless, she had received a handsome settlement from the breakup and returned to Lucheng to start a small business. Luo Sheng's impression of her was limited to these fragmented memories, especially since by the time of his wedding, Han Yutong and Su Jiejia had already grown distant. The moment Su Jiejia approached him, Luo Sheng recognized her, contemplating how curiously intertwined their fates were. "Initially, I had no desire to entangle myself further with the people and events of my past life, yet fate seems to play a jest upon me." Luo Sheng gestured towards the wine glass in Su Jiejia's hand, instructing her to drink. With a slight bite of her lip, she downed the contents of the glass in one swift motion. Having never tasted alcohol before, she was immediately engulfed by a fiery sensation that coursed through her throat and into her stomach, prompting her to furrow her brow in discomfort. Once she regained her composure, she softly uttered, "Luo Shao, I have finished." Luo Sheng smiled as he handed her a tissue, remarking, "Qin Zhen has already briefed me on your situation. Assisting you is a trivial matter for me. However, I must ask, why should I assist you?" After wiping the remnants of the alcohol from her lips, Su Jiejia clutched the tissue tightly and replied, "Luo Shao, I can be your pet. I will be very obedient." It was only due to the raucous atmosphere of the bar that Su Jiejia found the courage to voice such sentiments. Luo Sheng, with a chuckle, embraced the demure girl. "Now, tell me, at which hospital is your father receiving treatment?" Su Jiejia, her body tense, cautiously inquired, "Luo Shao, do you agree?" Luo Sheng gazed down at the delicate young woman in his arms and replied nonchalantly, "As I said, helping you is simple for me, provided you can make me see the value in it." Su Jiejia quickly responded, "My father is at Lucheng Tongren Hospital. I sincerely hope Luo Shao can assist me." "Oh, that hospital is an asset of the Luo family. Provide me with your father's name, and I will arrange for someone to reach out tomorrow." Luo Sheng's words left Su Jiejia in a state of astonishment. Who exactly was this young affluent heir before her? The prestigious Tongren Hospital in Lucheng, a gem among provincial hospitals, was indeed his family's enterprise. Thus, he was none other than the young master of Tianluo Group. In Chapter 51, Su Jiejia embarked on this journey to Donghai City, prompted by an invitation from Shasha. On one hand, she sought material assistance for her father's illness. On the other, she harbored a deeper desire within her heart. She yearned for an older brother figure who could provide her with a life of affluence, an aspiration she had harbored since childhood. Throughout her romantic endeavors, Su Jiejia had remained in the innocent phase of merely holding hands. This was not due to an overly virtuous disposition, but rather an awareness that a woman's greatest bargaining chip lay within herself. However, her naturally pure beauty led those around her to mistakenly perceive her as a good girl. Yet, this was her unique advantage, for most men are drawn to demure appearances. What she truly wished to convey was that she would be willing to give everything for someone who met her standards, regardless of the form that might take. Upon her arrival in Donghai, watching Qin Zhen and Shasha pull up in a Cullinan, she felt a wave of envy wash over her. That was a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, a vehicle worth millions. Previously, she could only admire such luxury online, never imagining she would find herself in such a car today. When they arrived at the bar that evening, listening to Qin Zhen introduce his friends, who were either heirs to chain restaurants or venture capitalists, Su Jiejia realized that without Qin Zhen's connections, she would never have encountered individuals of such wealth. Had it not been for the awkwardness of their first meeting and her own inexperience in bars, she would have eagerly approached them. Later, upon learning that a top-tier heir was coming and that Qin Zhen intended to introduce her, Su Jiejia felt her visit was finally worthwhile. However, she never anticipated that this esteemed heir would be none other than the young master of the Luo family from Tianluo Group. Ignoring the still-stunned Su Jiejia, the others began to drink in camaraderie. Unlike the previous gathering in a private room, This time, everyone engaged with a bit more restraint. Yet, for Su Jejia, who had never experienced such revelry, it felt like stepping through the door to an entirely new world, leaving her awestruck. The table was laden with bottles of exorbitantly priced liquor, some worth tens of thousands, and even a few reaching over 100,000 per bottle. They stood arranged like a lavish banquet awaiting indulgence. Observing the youthful, vivacious women around her, all shamelessly nestled against the affluent young men, Su Jejia felt a mix of both envy and admiration. Dressed in alluring attire, these girls danced freely, unbothered by the gazes of onlookers, their movements captivating and vibrant. In that moment, Su Jejia finally witnessed the extravagant lifestyle of the wealthy elite, a life filled with revelry and excess, both foreign and enticing to her. Like a dream that seemed both distant and within reach. As the atmosphere enveloped her, Su Jejia gradually began to find her footing. It seemed she possessed an innate talent or perhaps an undiscovered essence within her. She shed her tightly wrapped wool coat to reveal a loose-fitting white knit top underneath, then boldly took Luo Sheng's hand, nestling into his embrace. While Luo Sheng raised his glass to toast with the others, he gently caressed Su Jejia. Each time he finished a drink, she would eagerly refill his glass and offer him a piece of fruit. After a few rounds, Su Jejia poured herself a drink and held it before Luo Sheng, saying, "Luo Shao, I toast to you." Luo Sheng, watching Su Jejia's expression grow increasingly dazed, smiled as he casually rested his hand on the back of the sofa. "I want to see you drink." Without hesitation, Su Jejia placed her hand softly on his chest and tilted her head back, downing the entire glass. Fortunately, it was only champagne, which was relatively mild. Had it been anything stronger, that one drink would have been enough to lay her flat. After several more drinks, a slightly tipsy Su Jejia's cheeks flushed. There is a saying, you can never truly know how much a seemingly ordinary person can compromise in the face of wealth. Yet Luo Sheng understood this well, having witnessed and experienced much. Each individual has their own threshold. Once your financial capacity allows you to cross it, you can glimpse a version of them that is entirely different and undeniably real. Luo Sheng squinted at Su Jejia, a smile tugging at his lips. This woman intrigued him. As someone well-versed in the ways of the world, he quickly discerned Su Jejia's true intentions. It was likely that her concern for her father's health was merely a pretext. What she truly sought was an opportunity to transcend her current social status. A college girl on the verge of graduation exhibiting such awareness was rare in the past, but in today's society, it was becoming increasingly common. "Let us explore something more interesting," Luo Sheng whispered a few words into Su Jejia's ear. After finishing a bottle of Ace of Spades, Su Jejia smiled as she adjusted her appearance. Luo Sheng coolly stated, "Tonight, don't return to the hotel. Come with me." With a simple gesture, Su Jejia took Luo Sheng's hand and softly uttered a sound of acknowledgement. The drinking party continued until well past midnight. After the gathering dispersed, Luo Sheng bid farewell to Qin Jun and others, taking Su Jejia directly to a nearby hotel, where he booked a presidential suite. Chapter 52, M1NT Club. The following noon, back at Qian Villa, Luo Sheng was enjoying lunch in the Western restaurant with Emily. Regarding his sudden disappearance the previous night, Emily refrained from inquiring, and he chose not to mention it. Naturally, even if Emily had asked, Luo Sheng would have simply replied, "Where I go is none of your concern." As for Su Jejia, she had already returned to Lucheng this morning, courtesy of a private car arranged by Luo Sheng. By this time, she was likely nearing her destination. Before parting, Luo Sheng had transferred 200,000 to her as pocket money and encouraged her to obtain a driver's license swiftly, promising to provide her with a vehicle for her convenience in the future. Such a small act of generosity delighted Su Jejia immensely, prompting her insistence on another meeting with Luo Sheng. However, considering the wild enthusiasm she exhibited the previous night, Luo Sheng thought better of it, fearing he might not return until noon. As he savored a piece of A5 Wagyu steak, Luo Sheng wiped his mouth with a napkin handed to him by a maid. He then turned to Emily and said, "If you have no plans for tonight, accompany me to a cocktail party." As he spoke, he produced an invitation from his pocket and handed it to her. Setting down her wine glass, Emily accepted the invitation, surprised. "A cocktail party? Is it at the M1NT Club?" she inquired, glancing at the exquisite invitation. She had heard of this club, as her father was one of its members. M1NT Club, also known as the Billionaires Club, is a premier global establishment headquartered in London, recognized as the world's first private club where members are also shareholders. It aims to provide an exclusive venue for the elite, offering both privacy and a luxurious lifestyle. Typically, M1NT clubs around the world combine private lounges, bars, and top-tier restaurants. They operate publicly, with revenues distributed to shareholders in the form of dividends. However, when the club hosts an internal gathering, it ceases public operations, granting entry solely to shareholders, and specially invited guests. The threshold for becoming a shareholder member of M1NT Club is exceedingly high. Applicants must pay a substantial membership fee as an investment, and they undergo rigorous scrutiny by the board concerning their social standing, profession, and wealth. Only those who meet these criteria can successfully join the ranks of M1NT Club's shareholder members. Given Luo Sheng's stature, Emily was not surprised that he was a shareholder member of M1NT Club. What astonished her was the existence of a branch in Donghai City. Yes, it's a cocktail party organized periodically by the club, Luo Sheng remarked nonchalantly. I recall your father being a shareholder member. I met him at a cocktail party in America before. Emily nodded, acknowledging that her father had indeed mentioned it. Then it's settled. Prepare in advance for tonight. I'll have Meng Qin come to pick you up. After leaving the restaurant, Luo Sheng called Han Yutong. Since the previous night, she had been incessantly messaging him, even sending photos of her newly rented apartment. After several rings, the call connected just as Luo Sheng was about to hang up. Are you in class? He asked. No, not today. I don't have class. I was just busy moving things, Han Yutong replied, panting slightly. Are you so eager to move? Why not hire a moving company? Luo Sheng questioned. It's just a few bags from the dorm. There's no furniture, so I didn't need a moving company, she explained. Shan and I finished it in one trip. Then you should treat your friend to a nice meal, Luo Sheng suggested. Thinking of her friend made him recall Su Jiejia. I'm exhausted. I need to rest, Han Yutong sighed. Speaking of meals, Shan mentioned that you should treat her because she did what you were supposed to do. Luo Sheng chuckled on the other end of the line, unsure whether Yutong truly didn't understand or was pretending not to. While her friend had a decent background, it was merely relative to the average person. Knowing Yutong's situation, her friend likely had other intentions. If you want me to treat her, it will probably have to wait until tomorrow, Luo Sheng replied. Do you have plans for tonight? Han Yutong asked. I was thinking we could go to a restaurant I've wanted to try for ages. I need to attend a cocktail party tonight. Which restaurant are you talking about? I can arrange it for you tomorrow evening. Forget it. Let's talk about it tomorrow. How about we go out in the afternoon? Bring your friend along so I can express my gratitude. Sure. Let us tidy up and come find you. No need. I'll come to you. After finishing the call with Han Yutong, Luo Sheng prepared to leave for her apartment. Considering her friend would be joining them, he decided against taking his sports car. Instead, he settled into a Rolls-Royce Phantom, personally driven by Chun Tai, with a convoy of 4 standard Mercedes G-Class vehicles following closely behind. Qin Jun had once inquired about such an extensive security detail, perplexed as to why Luo Sheng would require so many bodyguards in a country as safe as Daxia. Luo Sheng had responded at the time, what you see is merely the surface. There is much more you cannot see. As the rightful heir to one of the most prominent families in Daxia, his safety was paramount, not only for the continuation of his family legacy, but also for the economic lifeblood of countless households beneath their corporate umbrella. The convoy soon arrived at the apartment building. As soon as the vehicle stopped, the bodyguards in the Mercedes G-Class swiftly exited and took positions around the vehicle in vigilance. Passers-by paused, intrigued by the spectacle, eager to catch a glimpse of the person in the Rolls-Royce Phantom. However, Luo Sheng remained inside, sending Han Yutong a message to inform her of his arrival. A short while later, Han Yutong and Gu Shanshan emerged from the building. Upon seeing the lineup of luxury cars and the multitude of black-clad bodyguards, Gu Shanshan's eyes sparkled with excitement, her heart racing. She leaned closer to Han Yutong and whispered, Yutong, your boyfriend is something else. Han Yutong simply smiled proudly, feeling a rush of exhilaration. Chun Tai, familiar with Han Yutong, approached swiftly and gestured for her to enter the vehicle. Ms. Han, please get in. The bodyguard stationed by the Rolls-Royce promptly opened the door for her, while Gu Shanshan had no choice but to take the front passenger seat. Once they were settled, the bodyguards swiftly entered the vehicle as if responding to a unified command. With the roar of the engine, the convoy gradually departed from the apartment. Chapter 53. You choose. I pay. The convoy glided smoothly towards the Jingtai Central Square. In the rear seats, Luo Sheng personally poured a glass of Krug champagne for Han Yutong and Gu Shanshan. Gu Shanshan, who usually possesses considerable knowledge about luxury items, became exceedingly excited upon spotting the label on the champagne bottle. Before she could even savor it, she exclaimed, Shengge, is this the Krug Black Diamond champagne? Luo Sheng smiled and nodded, confirming her assumption. He was pleasantly surprised that Miss Gu recognized it. Gu Shanshan, feeling rather proud, replied, Of course I know. This is the designated champagne for banquets at the British Royal Palace. It's a rare find in the market. I've only seen it online, and I heard it costs tens of thousands for a single bottle. The price Gu Shanshan mentioned was not the inflated figures one might encounter at a bar, but the genuine market value. Luo Sheng gently swirled the pale golden liquid in his glass and remarked, Among the myriad of champagne brands, I particularly relish its flavor. I often indulge in a glass or two during my leisure time. If you fancy it as well, I can gift you 2 bottles when we leave, as I have some in the car. Gu Shanshan expressed her gratitude to Luo Sheng, astonished that such an expensive wine would be offered so casually. Unlike some wealthy individuals she had encountered before, who were often stingy and overly frugal, he exuded a sense of generosity. Luo Sheng took a sip of his champagne and turned his gaze towards Han Yutong. Yutong, you should temporarily stay at an apartment for the next few days. Later, use the secondary card I gave you to purchase a place you like. I've seen your current apartment, and the environment is rather poor, with too many complicated residents. Choose a more upscale community. Consider it a gift from me. Han Yutong quickly shook her head. I'm still in school, and I only moved out for convenience. Otherwise, I wouldn't have enough space for all the things you gifted me. The average price per square meter in Donghai City is around 40 to 50,000, and better locations can reach 70 to 80,000. Not to mention those high-end communities, which can easily exceed 100,000 per square meter. Buying a decent upscale apartment would cost at least several million, which was an overwhelming psychological burden for someone like Han Yutong, who had never spent such an amount. Whether you like it or not, I insist you purchase one, or I'll arrange one for you. In any case, you shouldn't stay in the current apartment anymore, Luo Sheng stated. Seeing that Han Yutong was still hesitant, Gu Shanshan interjected, Yutong, are you foolish? Shenggu must have his reasons for this arrangement. You can't expect him to visit your little apartment every time he comes to see you. After contemplating for a moment and considering Luo Sheng's status, Han Yutong conceded. All right, I'll take a look in the next few days. Sitting in the front passenger seat, Gu Shanshan couldn't help but think to herself how oblivious her friend was. With a wealthy man like him sitting right next to them, she should be more proactive. Receiving a house from him was an opportunity not to be missed, especially in Donghai, where every inch of land is precious. If someone were willing to gift her a place and allow her to choose, she would be overjoyed even in her dreams. The vehicle soon arrived at Jingtai Central Square. As the three of them exited, envious glances from the surrounding crowd were directed their way. With handsome men and beautiful women arriving in a luxury car, who wouldn't steal a few glances? Upon entering the first floor of the mall, the sales associates at the luxury brand stores recognized Luo Sheng and Han Yutong. After all, Luo Sheng had recently visited them as a globally invited VIP. Such esteemed guests were impossible to forget. Consequently, as the trio passed each brand, all the sales associates lined up at the entrance and greeted in unison, "Welcome, Mr. Luo. Ms. Han." This display left Gu Shanshan utterly bewildered. Watching the sales associates from brands like LV, Chanel, and Gucci, their faces exuding respect. It was a stark contrast to their usual haughty demeanor. Gu Shanshan tugged at Han Yutong's sleeve and whispered, "Yutong, this treatment is extraordinary. I'm a bit envious." Han Yutong chuckled helplessly. She hadn't anticipated such a response. Yet, the sensation was quite delightful, making her feel revered and elevated wherever she went. Cautiously glancing at Luo Sheng beside her, she noticed he remained unfazed, hands in his pockets, striding confidently ahead. He was simply too handsome, Han Yutong thought to herself. However, Luo Sheng did not intend to take them to these luxury brands today. For ordinary people, luxury items may hold significant allure. Carrying a Chanel bag or wearing an LV outfit could elevate one's status. But for Luo Sheng, they were merely commonplace commodities. If the mood struck him, he would indulge the girls by purchasing a few items to bring them joy, as most women tend to appreciate such things. Yet, if he lacked interest, he wouldn't even spare them a glance. "Yutong, we want to be purchasing these today," Luo Sheng casually gestured towards the surrounding luxury brands. "If you fancy something, have them come to you next time. Today, I'll take you and your friend to buy some items that girls adore." Han Yutong gently replied. "As long as it's from you, I will cherish it." Luo Sheng smiled without further comment and led the two of them to the gold and jewelry section. This area also showcased many renowned domestic gold brands, such as Lao Fengxiang and Zhou Daxing, all unified in one section of the mall. A glance revealed an entire area shimmering with golden brilliance. Luo Sheng casually took a seat, pointing at the display counters before him, and said nonchalantly, "You two choose whatever you like, I'll cover the cost. As long as it's something you fancy, it's all good." "Isn't this a bit extravagant?" Han Yutong inquired. "This is gold. Go ahead and choose. I'll be waiting here," Luo Sheng reiterated with a calm demeanor. If anything could touch a woman's heart more than sincerity, it would undoubtedly be these glimmering treasures. From the elderly to the youth, the allure of wealth would surely yield results. This was the simplest and most direct way to win affection. After receiving Luo Sheng's affirmative response again, Gu Shanshan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she dashed toward the nearest counter. Han Yutong, however, hesitated, slowly trailing behind. She gazed at the dazzling jewelry in the display cases, feeling a sense of unreality wash over her. When did buying gold become so casual? Yet, she couldn't resist the innate attraction these items held for women and began selecting alongside Gu Shanshan. Chapter 54. He is not an ordinary person. The staff at the jewelry store quickly discerned that their visitors were no ordinary patrons. Just Luo Sheng's mere presence exuded an immense aura of power, complemented by the row of bodyguards clad in black, standing behind him. It was clear to everyone that this man was either extraordinarily wealthy or of noble birth. Thus, wherever Han Yutong and Gu Shanshan approached a display counter, the staff treated them with utmost enthusiasm. While the two women were engrossed in their selections, a man in the distance, accompanied by a woman, was also making his way toward them. At first, the man was perplexed, wondering who could be so formidable. Strolling through a mall, accompanied by a throng of bodyguards, one might easily mistake them for a group of robbers. As he approached and discerned Luo Sheng seated comfortably in a chair, the man immediately relaxed his furrowed brow. Young Master Luo, what a coincidence. I was curious who wielded such influence. Luo Sheng turned to look. The newcomer was none other than Li Jun, the president of the East Sea Lin Supercar Club, whom he had briefly met at the East Sea International Racing Circuit. Presently, quite the coincidence indeed. Li Jun glanced at the almost exclusively occupied jewelry section and the two women inside, engrossed in examining gold ornaments. Uncertain of the trio's relationship, he refrained from inquiring further and simply smiled. With your status, young Master Luo, you surely need not come in person. It would be more fitting for the store staff to bring items for your approval. Luo Sheng waved his hand dismissively. It's all the same. I made a last-minute decision to bring them along for a look. And you, President, are you here to purchase gold as well? Li Jun gestured to the young girl by his side. My little girlfriend's birthday is tomorrow. I brought her along to select a few gifts and to browse some gold jewelry. Young Master Luo, he continued, since it's rare for us to meet here, might I have the pleasure of treating you? The expenses for the two lovely ladies shall be on me. This remark was overheard by a female staff member who had come to present Luo Sheng with a cup of water, and she was taken aback. After all, this was a gold purchase, not a casual meal where one might compete to pay the bill. Had she not seen that neither of the men appeared to be short on funds, she would have surely exclaimed, what a boast. Luo Sheng merely smiled faintly. For an ordinary person, such eagerness to foot the bill would be a source of pride, as it would enhance their social standing. However, for Luo Sheng, the situation was entirely different. He had never required anyone else to pay for gifts for his women. Yet, he understood that Li Jun meant no harm. He merely sought to ingratiate himself. During their last encounter at the race, Li had offered to treat him to a meal, only to be ignored. Naturally, upon this unexpected meeting, he wished to make a good impression. How about this? Li Jun proposed. Since your little girlfriend has a birthday tomorrow, I shall gift her anything she desires from the entire Jingtai Central Plaza. Realizing he had overstepped, Li Jun quickly added, Young Master Luo, I truly mean no offense. Please do not misunderstand. Luo Sheng waved his hand. It's all right. I appreciate your kindness, but sometimes one should not rush things. At that moment, Han Yutong and Gu Shanshan approached after selecting their desired gold ornaments. Upon seeing Li Jun, Han Yutong paused momentarily, mistaking him for a friend of Luo Sheng's. Just as she was about to greet him, Luo Sheng stood up. Have you chosen so soon? Han Yutong nodded. Although Luo Sheng had encouraged them to choose freely, she was aware that he was not lacking in funds. Still, she remained mindful of their choices. She and Gu Shanshan had each selected a bracelet and a necklace, totaling a mere 140 grams. After handing over the black gold card to the staff for payment, Luo Sheng said to Li Jun, President Li, let your little girlfriend select a few items as well. Consider it a birthday gift from me. Li Jun hurriedly shook his head. Young Master Luo, you are too kind. Your thoughtfulness is the best gift for her. Luo Sheng nodded expressionlessly. Then, President Li, we shall take our leave. Watching Luo Sheng and his companions depart, Li Jun finally exhaled a sigh of relief. His silent girlfriend, who had been observing, curiously asked, Brother Jun, who was that person? Why did it seem like you were afraid of him? Li Jun, being the president of the East Sea Lin Supercar Club and the son of a Southeast Asian real estate magnate, belonged to the upper echelons of society in East Sea. It perplexed the girl that anyone could intimidate her brother Jun to such an extent. He affectionately tapped her nose. He is no ordinary individual. He is someone whose mere presence can cause tremors across the entire nation. Should you encounter him again, you must show him the utmost respect. Meanwhile, Luo Sheng, noting that it was still early, decided to take Han Yutong and Gu Shanshan to a CAF on the second floor of the mall for a brief respite. Given the relatively enclosed environment of the mall, he considered for a moment before instructing the bodyguards to wait in the cars outside, allowing only Chun Tai to accompany him. If they walked around with an entourage, people would either keep their distance in caution or gawk from afar. Luo Sheng was indifferent, having grown accustomed to such attention throughout his life. However, Han Yutong and Gu Shanshan seemed somewhat unsettled by it. Once seated in the CAF, Han Yutong could no longer contain her curiosity. Brother Sheng, I believe I've seen that President Li online before. Luo Sheng stirred his freshly brewed coffee and replied, yes. His name is Li Jun, the president of the East Sea Lin Supercar Club. He frequently appears in the media, so it's not unusual for you to have seen him. Realization dawned on Han Yutong. So that's who he is. No wonder he looked somewhat familiar. Is it typical for someone like President Li to show such deference to you? Luo Sheng took a gentle sip of his coffee, replying nonchalantly, in this world, wealth and power are hierarchically structured. The higher one ascends, the less frequently they reveal themselves, and the more obscure they become to the public eye. Li Jun is but a minor figure. Han Yutong pondered this thoughtfully, while Gu Shanshan interjected playfully, Brother Sheng, what about you? With your wealth and the entourage you keep, you must also be a hidden bigwig, right? Luo Sheng chuckled softly, setting down his coffee cup. He regarded Gu Shanshan with a gaze that conveyed a hint of authority. Miss Gu, do you know why some individuals prefer to occupy secluded private rooms in bars rather than revel in the more convivial atmosphere of the main hall? Gu Shanshan shook her head in confusion, unsure of how the conversation had shifted to this topic. Some matters are best kept from the ears of outsiders, he concluded. Returning to his coffee, Gu Shanshan, sticking out her tongue, refrained from pressing further. Chapter 55, A Lavish Feast. The trio continued to sip their coffee while enjoying the exquisite pastries offered by the CAF. Han Yutong shared her plans for the winter break, expressing her desire to travel north with Gu Shanshan to witness ice sculptures and, if possible, to experience skiing. However, with Luo Sheng's appearance, she found herself reconsidering her own intentions. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Sheng suggested, if you wish to go, I can take you both to the St. Moritz ski resort in Switzerland. The scenery is splendid, nestled in the heart of the Alps. Besides being a world-class ski destination, I can also show you the glacial valleys. Han Yutong was taken aback. Abroad? But I've never traveled outside the country. Don't worry, I will handle all the arrangements. Your only responsibility will be to enjoy yourself. Luo Sheng replied calmly. Han Yutong's eyes sparkled with anticipation, though a hint of hesitation lingered. Beside him, Gu Shanshan suddenly brightened with excitement. Wow, skiing abroad? How splendid. Luo Sheng turned to her with a gentle smile. Indeed, it is a delightful experience. Speaking of which, it has been nearly 2 years since my last visit. He then turned his gaze toward Han Yutong, his eyes imbued with warmth and resolve. Trust me, this will be an extraordinary journey. Han Yutong bit her lip and nodded softly. Subsequently, Luo Sheng began recounting various amusing tales from his trip to the St. Moritz ski resort 2 years ago. He spoke of the unique snowmobile experiences that allowed one to race freely among the snow-capped mountains, and the charming alpine restaurants where one could savor exquisite delicacies while gazing at the breathtaking snowy vistas. As Luo Sheng narrated, Han Yutong's apprehensions gradually dissipated, replaced by a burgeoning sense of anticipation. Finally, Luo Sheng retrieved his phone and scrolled through some photos he had taken during his time in St. Moritz, showcasing the stunning scenery that left Han Yutong utterly enchanted. With a smile, she declared, "It's settled then. This winter vacation, we shall go to St. Moritz together." Time swiftly advanced to 4 in the afternoon. After returning the two ladies to their apartment, Luo Sheng made his way back to Chiyun Mountain Villa. He needed to allocate some time for preparations for the evening's gala. The M1NT Club Soirée, aptly named the Luminous Gala, was scheduled for 7 o'clock that evening. The organizers had taken into account the schedules of various guests, notifying every shareholder and special invitee a month in advance. The announcement of this luminous gala undoubtedly captured the attention of the elite circles of Donghai City, with countless gentlemen and socialites eagerly awaiting the event. From the guest list, it was evident that, in addition to the shareholders from the Donghai branch, numerous dignitaries, business magnates, and top-tier celebrities had been invited. Even the fourth prince of the Daxia royal family, Xia Yao, was to attend. Upon returning to the villa, Luo Sheng changed into a sleek silver suit, complemented by a Cartier platinum brooch. From a tray brimming with car keys, he selected a Koenigsegg as his chariot for the evening. After picking up Emily, the two drove towards the M1NT Club. By the time they arrived at the club, it was already past 6 in the evening. The parking lot outside was now filled with luxury vehicles. Those who did not meet the qualifications had no choice but to park their cars and walk to the entrance. Luo Sheng, however, drove the Koenigsegg directly to the red carpet at the entrance without any hindrance. Two attendants, who had been eagerly awaiting their arrival, swiftly approached to open the car doors for him and Emily. As Luo Sheng stepped out, he adjusted his collar slightly, linking arms with Emily, who was adorned in a black evening gown, and gracefully walked down the lengthy red carpet. Their entrance immediately became the focal point of attention. Amidst the flickering lights and the melodious music, the pair slowly made their way towards the entrance. As Luo Sheng and Emily reached the midpoint of the red carpet, a commotion erupted behind them. The fourth Prince Xia Yao, accompanied by a retinue of attendants, made a grand entrance, exuding an aura of authority that compelled those around him to instinctively step back. After surveying the crowd, Xia Yao's gaze settled on Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng paused and turned to face him. With a warm smile, Xia Yao approached Luo Sheng with a steady stride. "Mr. Luo, it has been a while." He extended his hand. "I trust you have been well, Your Highness," Luo Sheng replied, also extending his hand to shake Xia Yao's. Numerous media personnel present seized the moment, capturing this instant on their cameras. After their handshake, Xia Yao leaned closer to Luo Sheng and whispered, "During my visit to Donghai, my brother and sister-in-law specifically asked me to send their regards to you. Next month is my sister-in-law's birthday. My brother mentioned he looks forward to your arrival in Kyoto." Luo Sheng smiled lightly, responding in a hushed tone, "We are all family. There is no need for such formality." With that, in front of the surrounding crowd, Luo Sheng made a rare gesture of invitation, saying, "Your Highness, please, after you." Xia Yao nodded slightly and walked ahead of Luo Sheng with a hand behind his back. Once inside the venue, Luo Sheng and Xia Yao parted ways. Luo Sheng and Emily mingled among the various luminaries, who were seizing the opportunity to chat before the gala officially commenced. In no time, a peculiar scene unfolded within the venue. On one side, centered around Xia Yao, gathered numerous dignitaries. On the other, congregated business magnates surrounding Luo Sheng. They vied to raise their glasses to the two men, exchanging pleasantries about their recent affairs. Luo Sheng and Xia Yao, accustomed to such dynamics, shared a knowing smile across the room and raised their glasses to one another in mutual respect. Soon, the luminous gala commenced in earnest. A renowned host took to the stage to deliver an introductory speech. Following this, the evening's entertainment began. The opening act was a breathtaking vintage lingerie show that instantly ignited the entire venue. The top supermodels, akin to brilliant stars in the night sky, dazzled as they appeared on stage. Clad in exquisitely luxurious lingerie, they radiated an alluring glow. Their slender waists, elongated legs, and subtly revealed skin tantalized the audience, ensnaring them in a spell of enchantment. Yet, this feast was far from over. A stunning aerial ribbon performance further elevated the atmosphere to new heights, as vibrant ribbons danced gracefully through the air, unfolding like a vivid tapestry. Moreover, the organizers had specially invited a plethora of unique performing troupes from abroad. Some appeared with bold and extravagant body art, while others transformed into street revelers, exuberantly showcasing their passion and vitality. Even more captivating were those who presented themselves in sensuous and alluring forms, capturing the attention of everyone present. These performers generously displayed their talents, weaving through the crowd, engaging intimately with the guests. In their distinctive manner, they stirred the nerves of all attendees, leading to spontaneous bursts of gasps and cheers, with a joyous ambience permeating the air, lingering long after. Chapter 56, The Blossoming Maiden. Luo Sheng reclined on a sofa in the venue, adopting an exceedingly relaxed posture. Holding a glass of champagne, he quietly observed the crowd. Beside him, in addition to Emily Mellon, was a dignified middle-aged woman, the illustrious He Chaoguan, the owner of MGM and known as the Queen of Macau. Of course, this was merely one of her many titles. "Mr. Luo, I sincerely apologize for not being able to welcome you personally during your last visit to Macau." He Chaoguan spoke with a refined tone, blending respect with her esteemed status. She raised her glass in a toast to Luo Sheng. "No need for such formality, Ms. He. I am aware you were in Kyoto during my last visit." Luo Sheng replied with a smile. "Did you accompany His Highness this time?" He Chaoguan nodded slightly. "I learned of His Highness's visit and decided to join in the festivities. I was fortunate enough to travel on his private jet to Donghai." Luo Sheng took a sip of his champagne, his gaze sweeping across the attendees, appearing casual, yet seemingly perceptive of everything. "I surmise His Highness has other matters to attend to during this trip," Luo Sheng remarked nonchalantly. After all, as the esteemed fourth prince, no matter how extravagant the M1NT Club soirée may be, adorned with celebrities, it remains merely a gathering of the common folk. To invite a prince to attend would necessitate that he had intended to come of his own accord. A flicker of something unusual crossed He Chaochuan's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and remarked with a smile, "Mr. Luo is ever so perceptive. Indeed, His Fourth Highness has come to attend to some personal matters. Though I am not privy to the specifics." Luo Sheng gently swirled the champagne in his glass, watching as the bubbles danced in ripples. Since it was merely a matter of the fourth prince, he chose to relinquish his curiosity. At that moment, the music shifted its tempo, prompting the guests to flock to the dance floor. Emily Mellon rose, her gaze directed at Luo Sheng, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "Sheng, shall we dance?" Setting down his glass, Luo Sheng bid He Chaochuan farewell, smiling as he took Emily's delicate, fair hand and led her to the dance floor. In the center, couples took to the floor, and as Luo Sheng held Emily's slender hand, their synchronized movements revealed a remarkable chemistry. "Sheng, your dancing remains as exquisite as it was back in our school days," Emily whispered, leaning close to Luo Sheng's profile. "You too," he replied, their eyes meeting in a shared smile that transported them back to the memories of their university ball. Just as they danced and exchanged hushed words, the fourth prince, Xia Yao, approached with a young lady clad in an opulent gown. "Mr. Luo, would you be interested in a change of dance partner?" Luo Sheng glanced at Emily, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Your Highness, I shall not refuse such an invitation." He released Emily's hand politely, accepting the hand of the young lady beside the fourth prince. The girl curtsied gracefully before melding into the rhythm of the dance with Luo Sheng. She was strikingly beautiful, particularly with her clear, autumn-like eyes, crystal and untainted. Such purity seemed untouched by the world's chaos, retaining an innate innocence and goodness. Luo Sheng felt a surge of curiosity and softly inquired, "May I ask how to address you, miss?" The young lady's lips parted gently. "You may call me Yike, Mr. Luo." Her voice was as graceful as her movements, akin to a lovely butterfly in flight. "You know of me?" Luo Sheng had presumed her merely a sheltered songbird of Xia Yao's acquaintance, unaware that she recognized him. Yike tilted her head slightly. "My brother is Li Junshin. Hence I naturally know of you, Mr. Luo." Upon hearing Li Junshin's name, Luo Sheng's understanding dawned. Li Junshin was the eldest son of the current prime minister, Li Xiong, and their family was also connected to the royal lineage. The current empress was his aunt. In the circles of the capital, aside from the numerous princes, Li Junshin was the most prominent young gentleman. Luo Sheng had known him for a long time, but had never heard of such an extraordinary sister. "So, you are Junshin's sister. How surprising indeed." The sudden appearance of Li Junshin's sister in Donghai, accompanying Xia Yao, piqued Luo Sheng's curiosity, though he deemed it inappropriate to pursue such questions at present. As Luo Sheng danced and conversed with Li Yike, he found her not only striking in appearance, but also remarkably articulate. "Mr. Luo, my brother often speaks of you before me. I have long wished to meet you. And today, that wish is finally fulfilled." Inhaling the faint fragrance that emanated from Li Yike, Luo Sheng replied with a smile, "It is my honor to meet you today." As the dance progressed, Luo Sheng and Li Yike grew increasingly attuned to one another's movements. The onlookers occasionally turned their gazes toward them, admiring Luo Sheng's elegance and captivated by Li Yike's beauty. At the conclusion of the dance, Luo Sheng returned Li Yike to Xia Yao's side. The fourth prince first glanced at Emily, who had rejoined Luo Sheng's arm, then at the composed Li Yike. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back. "Mr. Luo, after the soiree, might I have the pleasure of visiting Chiyun Villa?" Luo Sheng pondered briefly before responding. "I would be most grateful for your highness's kind invitation." As the gathering neared its end, Luo Sheng bid farewell to the others alongside Emily, leading the fourth prince Xia Yao and Li Yike towards Chiyun Villa. Throughout the journey, Luo Sheng was filled with questions, uncertain of Xia Yao's intentions. Upon arriving at the estate, Xia Yao surveyed the elegant decor, exuding a regal opulence that was distinctly royal. "Ah, how times have changed. Had this been in previous dynasties, regardless of your family's vast influence and wealth, any hint of transgression would have led to confiscation and exile." Inside the main residence, Luo Sheng instructed Meng Qing to show the two young ladies around while he escorted Xia Yao to a tranquil tea room on the third floor. The air was fragrant as a waiting maid knelt before the tea table, preparing the brew. Xia Yao lifted his teacup, taking a delicate sip, and expressed surprise. "This is Imperial Dragon well." Luo Sheng replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, it is the Imperial Dragon well bestowed by His Majesty." After savoring another sip, Xia Yao smiled. "Only at Mr. Luo's residence could one indulge in such a rarity. My father cherishes it dearly. Besides my elder brother, none of my siblings would even dare to hope for it." Luo Sheng chuckled. "It is indeed a fortune for this tea to be graced by your highness's presence." He then personally poured another cup for Xia Yao. After a moment of silence, Xia Yao, gazing at the teacup, spoke with subtlety, "Mr. Luo, my visit to Donghai is not merely to partake in the so-called Li Guang Grand Gathering." Luo Sheng set down his cup, alarmed. Could it be that the fourth prince's purported personal matters were somehow related to him or the Luo family? He remained silent, dismissing the maid at his side and fixing his gaze earnestly on Xia Yao, awaiting further elucidation. Noticing Luo Sheng's attentive demeanor, Xia Yao was taken aback. He had yet to disclose his purpose. "Mr. Luo, what are your thoughts on the young lady you danced with tonight?" Luo Sheng's intuition stirred, and he relaxed internally, a broad smile spreading across his face. "Your Highness, are you perhaps playing matchmaker for the Li family?" Xia Yao's expression briefly faltered, and he exhaled in exasperation, raising a hand to his forehead as he downed the remaining tea in one gulp. Setting down the cup, he replied with irritation, "Oh, it's hardly matchmaking. It's merely that Li Junshin asked me to take his sister to Donghai, claiming he wished for you to meet her. His words conveyed a clear distaste for the situation. Luo Sheng's smile deepened. Given the Li family's royal connections, with Li Xiang serving as prime minister and the empress being his sister, and Luo Sheng himself being the brother of the crown princess, an alliance between the Luo and Li families would be a splendid prospect, both now and in the future. Moreover, the young lady named Li Yike seemed quite extraordinary. Your Highness, in future instances, let Junshin approach you directly for such matters. Ha! Luo Sheng was well aware of the intentions behind the Li family's actions. They merely sought to gauge his response. Should he express satisfaction, it would undoubtedly lead to mutual contentment, paving the way for subsequent developments. Conversely, if he found it lacking, they could easily dismiss it as mere youthful folly. However, the young lady in question, Li Yike, possessed a beauty that could rival the grace of fish diving or geese alighting, and her demeanor was both elegant and gentle, likely evoking pity in the hearts of any man who beheld her. What do you think, Your Highness? Xia Yao pondered over Li Yike's poise and eloquence and readily concurred. Indeed, the Li family has given birth to a remarkable daughter. The discussion surrounding Li Yike was deliberately brief. They then transitioned to conversations about the upcoming birthday banquet for the crown princess-to-be next month. It was not until after 10 o'clock in the evening that Xia Yao's attendant arrived to urge him, prompting the conclusion of their meeting. As they parted, Xia Yao grasped Luo Sheng's hand and said, Mr. Luo, I shall return to the capital tomorrow. My brother and I will await your arrival there. Luo Sheng smiled in response. May you have a safe journey, Your Highness. I shall certainly arrive in the capital on time next month. Beside them, Li Yike charmingly interjected. Mr. Luo, I shall take my leave with the fourth prince first. We will meet again in the capital next month. Luo Sheng nodded slightly. I too hope to witness your grace once more then. After bidding farewell to Xia Yao and Li Yike, Luo Sheng lingered at the entrance of the main residence. Lost in thought, the notion of a woman of Li Yike's caliber being presented to him was something he accepted with equanimity. Everything seemed preordained. After all, given Luo Sheng's status, only a select few could be deemed his equal. There was no possibility of exceeding that circle. As for women like Han Yutong, Emily, Su Jiejia, and all others who might intersect with Luo Sheng's life in the future, they might devote their lives to him, but they would forever remain mere companions, never wives. The narratives of wealthy heirs marrying ordinary girls might exist within the realm of television, but reality presented an insurmountable chasm between the two. Emily approached from behind, taking a coat from a nearby maid and draping it over Luo Sheng's shoulders. It's quite chilly tonight. Why don't you come inside? Luo Sheng turned to the foreign girl who harbored feelings for him, brushing his cool palm gently against her cheek. It's nothing, it's getting late. And you should return to rest. Meng Qing. Just as Luo Sheng was about to instruct Meng Qing to escort Emily back to her guest residence, he was abruptly embraced by her. Emily nestled her head against his chest, speaking softly. May I keep you company tonight? Luo Sheng hesitated briefly before responding with a simple The next morning, Luo Sheng donned a light cotton homeware, leaning against the enormous rosewood desk in his study. He gazed out at the overcast sky as the gentle rain tapped against the floor-to-ceiling windows, creating a rhythmic sound. November's weather had begun to turn cold, and after a night of rain, the temperature outside had dipped into single digits. Yet, the climate control system within the residence maintained a comfortable 20 degrees. Luo Sheng took a sip of coffee and turned to the ever-composed Meng Qing, asking, Has Emily's flight been arranged? Yes, sir, it is scheduled for this afternoon at 4. Meng Qing replied respectfully, her voice retaining a hint of chill. It's time for her to return and provide her family with an update, Luo Sheng mused. Do you need to personally see Miss Emily off at the airport? Meng Qing inquired. Luo Sheng set down his cup and crossed his arms, observing her. Meng Qing instinctively lowered her strikingly composed visage. No need for that. However, please run an errand at noon and select a gift for Emily. Present it to her before her flight this afternoon. Meng Qing responded, Understood, sir. Do you have any specific requirements for the gift? Choose according to your own judgment. There is no budgetary constraint, Luo Sheng instructed. One more thing. How has the situation progressed with the contact at Luqing's Tongren Hospital that I asked you to follow up on? Without a moment's pause, Meng Qing reported. After your last directive, I promptly instructed the group's executive office to issue a notice. The patient, Su Haidong, has since been transferred to a VIP ward, with a dedicated medical team providing 24-hour care, and all costs have been waived, with prior expenses refunded. Luo Sheng nodded. Su Jiejia had sent him a lengthy message of gratitude the previous night. He surmised that the matter had been adequately resolved, hence his inquiry. All right, you may leave now. Luo Sheng gestured with his hand. Understood, sir. Once Meng Qing had respectfully exited the study, Luo Sheng settled into an armchair, picked up his phone, and after a moment's hesitation, dialed a landline number. After a few rings, the call was answered, and a sweet female voice came through. "Hello. This is the presidential office of Tian Luo Group's global headquarters. Who may I assist you with? I am Luo Sheng. Please connect me to Vice President Xiao Qingming." Chapter 58. Is he just a minor employee? The name Luo Sheng, though brief, carried a weight that felt inconsequential to others. Comparatively, it paled against titles like Governor Gao from the Provincial Committee or Central Secretary Su, appearing rather insipid. Yet, for those within the Tian Luo Group's global headquarters, those two words held more gravitas than even the emperor of the Great Xia. The secretary who answered the call paused momentarily before promptly responding. "Certainly, Mr. Luo. I will connect you to President Xiao immediately. Please hold." The reason for not contacting Xiao Qingming directly was that his number had yet to earn a place in Luo Sheng's personal phone directory. Within the vast organization of millions, only the CEO, Yu Min, was privileged enough to communicate directly with Luo Sheng. Beneath Yu Min were senior presidents overseeing various overseas divisions, as well as those managing specific business lines, among whom Xiao Qingming was merely one of over 100 vice presidents. After a brief wait, the call was connected. "Mr. Luo, how may I assist you?" Xiao Qingming inquired, now fully alert due to the secretary's prior announcement of Luo Sheng's call. "Xiao Qingming, I need you to arrange something, but ensure that no third party is aware that it originates from me," Luo Sheng instructed. "Mr. Luo, your requests are my commands. Please proceed," Xiao Qingming replied, his heart racing with excitement. Despite holding the title of vice president at Tian Luo Group's global headquarters, he felt like a mere cog in the grand machinery before Luo Sheng. The fact that Luo Sheng chose to bypass others and seek his assistance directly was an immense honor. If he executed this task well, it would surely secure him a favorable day ahead. There is a subsidiary named Jingtai Commercial under the group. Within their Jingtai Central Square project, there is an individual named Chun Yajun. Luo Sheng continued, "Arrange for this person to be transferred to the subsidiary headquarters, placing him in a nominal position, with his compensation adjusted upwards." Luo Sheng provided no further explanation, instructing Xiao Qingming to fulfill the task. On the other end of the line, Xiao Qingming hesitated momentarily. "Xiao Qingming, excuse me, Mr. Luo, may I be so bold as to inquire about the relationship between you and Chun Yajun?" Luo Sheng, "Do not ask what should not be asked. Keep this matter to yourself from now on." Xiao Qingming, Understood. Luo Sheng, now? Go and make the necessary arrangements." Xiao Qingming, "Very well, Mr. Luo." After concluding his conversation with Luo Sheng, Xiao Qingming exhaled deeply. He reminded himself that if he wished to work steadily until retirement, he must focus on his responsibilities. Without further delay, he promptly searched through the company's internal directory on his computer. Before long, he discovered Chun Yajun's details. An assistant in the Human Resources Department at the Jingtai Central Plaza? Just a mere entry-level employee? Xiao Qingming slapped his forehead. Who cares who he is? Curiosity must be curbed. He swiftly located the contact information for Zhang Sheng, the general manager of Jingtai Commercial. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Qingming opted to call using his personal mobile phone. The outcome was that Chun Yajun, a recent university graduate who had only joined the company a few months prior, was directly reassigned from the project to the headquarters as a special assistant to the executive office. His salary surged from the original 42K to an astonishing 220K, comparable to that of a subsidiary director. This sudden elevation led many colleagues to suspect he might be the son of a certain executive within the subsidiary. However, within the vast Tian Luo Group, this matter barely caused a ripple. It merely stirred some commotion within the Jingtai Commercial Management Company. Yet, no one dared to elucidate or intervene in this affair, for the order for this personnel shift came directly from General Manager Zhang Sheng. To Luo Sheng, Chun Yajun's situation was a trivial matter. After his conversation with Xiao Qingming, he chose not to dwell on it further. This was the only favor he could extend to his brother from a past life. Beyond this, there was little more he could do, as in this timeline, they were, emotionally speaking, merely strangers, and in terms of status, they were worlds apart. As noon approached, Meng Qing, having organized her tasks, drove her white BMW 740 to a high-end commercial street. After parking, she walked directly to a private dining establishment named Yunin. The waiter respectfully guided her to a private room. Inside, a fashionably dressed young lady sat, idly scrolling through her phone. Upon seeing Meng Qing enter, she set her phone aside and greeted her with a smile. "Miss Meng, you finally have time to come out today." Meng Qing placed her Chanel bag down with a smile and sat beside the young lady. "Han Lu, is it really that exaggerated? Wasn't I just shopping with you last month?" Han Lu raised a finger, replying earnestly, "To be precise, it was 45 days ago. How much does the Luo family pay you per month to allow you to work so tirelessly year-round?" Meng Qing replied, "Without counting bonuses and other benefits, it's roughly around 300,000 a month. 300,000, and that is not including bonuses and benefits?" Han Lu exclaimed, her mouth agape. What would that amount to if you included them? That is hard to say. Last Mid-Autumn Festival, I received 50,000, and then my employer transferred me an additional 200,000, saying it was for me to buy gifts for my family since I couldn't go home for the holiday, Meng Qing said casually. However, Han Lu was taken aback, not expecting Meng Qing to divulge such information. Although she had been curious in the past, she had never asked, fearing it might be inconvenient for Meng Qing to share, considering she served the illustrious Luo family, not just any affluent household. But now that it was out in the open, Han Lu regretted not asking sooner. As a fashion model, she often had to maintain poses for hours to satisfy her employers, earning only 2,000 to 3,000 a month. The disparity was indeed staggering. Meng Qing, you often mention your employer. Could it be that he has taken a liking to you? Han Lu inquired with a hint of gossip. Meng Qing smiled and confirmed generously, I am indeed already his. Meng Qing. Han Lu's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had just heard an earth-shattering revelation. Yet, Meng Qing continued, I find this quite normal. A man of such noble status as him, no woman could possibly resist his charm. To what stage has your relationship developed? Meng Qing, are you on the verge of marrying into a wealthy family? Han Lu asked, her excitement rendering her speechless. Meng Qing gently tapped Han Lu on the head and chuckled, what are you thinking? To my employer, women are merely embellishments in life. Chapter 59, I no longer wish to strive. Han Lu listened in disbelief, scrutinizing Meng Qing. Were it not for the fact that she had known this person for over a decade, she might have suspected her to be an imposter. Meng Qing, I remember you were never like this. You were the aloof goddess of our school, with suitors lined up from the dormitory to the school gate. And you turned them all away, claiming all men were the same, filthy and ugly, vowing never to let a man touch you. In Han Lu's memory, those vibrant college years seemed like yesterday. Campus life was filled with youthful energy and unrefined emotions, a time when hormones surged among young men and women. Yet, for Meng Qing back then, regardless of how attentive the infatuated admirers were, or how charming the playboys, or even the wealthy second-generation heirs and outstanding senior students, she maintained a cold and resolute demeanor, keeping them at arm's length as if she had built an impenetrable wall in her heart that no man could easily cross. However, time has passed. Today, Meng Qing openly admits to being the woman of the eldest son of the Luo family. This news struck like a bombshell. The once indifferent ice queen, now willingly subjugating herself to a man. Is the world going mad? Or has Han Lu developed a split personality, distorting her memories? Meng Qing listened quietly to Han Lu's remarks, and then, with a dismissive tone, replied, I no longer find those men appealing. However, my employer is different. His status is exalted, and he possesses a prominent position globally. He is powerful and self-assured. There is nothing and no one that can defy his will. Power, wealth, and women, things that ordinary men chase throughout their lives, are mere embellishments for him. Lu, tell me, what woman could possibly reject such a man? Han Lu stared intently at Meng Qing, observing the infatuation reflected on her face, and found herself momentarily speechless. Is this still a human? Has my dear friend been brainwashed? Noting Han Lu's incredulous expression, Meng Qing merely smiled serenely. What seems illusory to you is because you have yet to encounter it or truly experience it. As Han Lu prepared to respond, the waiter entered to inquire if they were ready to be served. Let us dine first. After our meal, accompany me to shop. For that is my primary task today, Meng Qing stated. Once the waiter received her consent, an array of exquisite dishes was served at the table. Each dish resembled a work of art, emanating an irresistible aroma. Meng Qing gracefully picked up her utensils and began to savor the food, recommending to Han Lu. This truffle caviar paired with foie gras is simply divine. You must try it. However, Han Lu seemed distracted, still pondering Meng Qing's earlier words. Yet, faced with such culinary delights, she could not resist taking a bite. Her taste buds ignited in an instant. Throughout the meal, Meng Qing incessantly recounted tales of Luo Sheng. The more Han Lu listened, the more perplexed she became, and finally, she could not restrain herself from interjecting, Qing, have you considered that perhaps he is merely toying with you for a fleeting moment? Meng Qing's expression shifted, but she quickly regained her composure. She set down her utensils and replied earnestly, Lu, I appreciate your concern, but he truly has no need to do so. Han Lu shook her head in resignation. She felt that the Meng Qing before her had become a stranger, utterly enraptured by the world of the affluent Luo family. After their meal, Meng Qing insisted on paying the bill, which amounted to just over 2,000. Having served Luo Sheng for an extended period, she felt no pangs at the sight of the modest bill. Upon exiting Yuan-E private kitchen, Han Lu glanced at the BMW 740 parked at the entrance, repeatedly commenting on how Meng Qing now resembled a petite wealthy lady, driving a luxury car worth over $1 million. adorned in high-end custom fashion. And clutching a limited edition Chanel handbag, her demeanor exuded an air of elegance that was simply breathtaking. Over an hour later, seated in the passenger seat, Han Lu kept stealing glances at the gift box resting in the back seat. Inside lay a set of jewelry she had just purchased with Meng Qing, comprising earrings, a necklace, a bracelet, and a ring, all crafted by Van Cleef Arpels, valued at over 700,000. According to Meng Qing, this exquisite set was a gift she procured for a lady on behalf of her employer. Did the wealthy not select such expensive gifts themselves, fearing their subordinates might take a cut? Lulu, where are you headed this afternoon? I can drop you off. Meng Qing's voice interrupted Han Lu's musings. Aren't you joining me? We haven't seen each other in ages, and you must rush back after just one lunch? Han Lu inquired. Meng Qing nodded yes. I need to escort that young lady to the airport this afternoon and personally deliver the gift that my employer prepared for her. Then please take me to the gym. I have nothing planned this afternoon, Han Lu replied, her spirits low. She shook her head, realizing her friend was beyond saving. Not only did she assist in selecting gifts, but she also had to deliver them to another woman on behalf of the young master of the Luo family. However, that young master certainly was generous. Observing Meng Qing's attire, Han Lu felt a ripple of envy. If it were her in that situation, she might very well succumb to temptation. She considered how casually the young master could bestow such lavish jewelry worth over 700,000. Though Meng Qing was ostensibly just a lifestyle assistant, she was surrounded by luxury cars and designer brands. How long would it take her to amass such wealth through her hard work? Each day was a monotonous grind. Clad in ordinary attire worth a few hundred, residing in a rental she could never afford to buy. If only she had a wealthy patron like that. Perhaps her life would not be so burdensome. Han Lu then recalled Meng Qing's admiration and infatuation with the young master of the Luo family. Perhaps he truly possessed an exceptional allure. In the face of such a vast disparity in wealth, her long-held views on love seemed to waver. Perhaps love itself is indeed built upon a certain material foundation. Individuals like the young master, endowed with both wealth and power, could effortlessly captivate one's heart. Han Lu let out a soft sigh. She recognized that her thoughts were somewhat materialistic, yet she could not suppress her yearning for a life of affluence. Throughout the journey, Han Lu battled with her thoughts. Before long, Meng Qing drove the BMW 740 to the gym Han Lu frequented. Just as they were about to exit the vehicle, Han Lu seemed to muster her courage and grasped Meng Qing's slender right hand. Meng Qing. Meng Qing turned to Han Lu, her expression one of curiosity. Why not recommend me to your employer? I no longer wish to strive, Han Lu said. Chapter 60. The bath as evening approached. In the private gym located in the basement of the estate, Luo Sheng, clad in athletic wear, was jogging on the treadmill. A beautiful personal assistant stood nearby, holding a white towel, occasionally wiping the sweat from his brow. Sir, you can take a break in about 5 minutes, she informed him. Got it, Luo Sheng replied, panting heavily. At that moment, Meng Qing entered the room. Not wishing to interrupt his routine, she nodded to the assistant, accepted the towel, and quietly waited by the side. A few minutes later, Luo Sheng pressed the stop button on the treadmill. After glancing at Meng Qing, he moved to a nearby bench to rest. Meng Qing gently wiped his body with the towel. After taking a few sips from a water bottle on the bench, Luo Sheng inquired, Has Emily boarded the flight? Yes, sir. Moreover, she adored the Van Cleef Arpels pieces you sent her, Meng Qing replied. Luo Sheng nodded slightly, stretched his arms, and walked toward the spa room, with Meng Qing following closely behind. In an enormous and opulent bath, Luo Sheng reclined like a dragon, serene in the water. Two beautiful attendants stood at either side of the bath. One stood at the edge, her delicate hands gently massaging Luo Sheng's broad shoulders. The perfect pressure gradually eased the tension in his muscles. The other attendant cautiously entered the water, holding a pristine white towel, gently wiping away the sweat from Luo Sheng's body. Each motion was executed with meticulous care. Meanwhile, Meng Qing stood quietly alongside another attendant, holding a bath towel. They slightly bowed their heads, their expressions respectful and reverent, patiently awaiting Luo Sheng's emergence from the bath. The entire spa room was enveloped in tranquility, with only the faint sound of flowing water to be heard. Suddenly, Meng Qing's earpiece crackled to life. This is Meng Qing. Please proceed, I understand. Raising her head, she addressed Luo Sheng, who remained immersed in the bath. Sir, the master has returned and requested your company for dinner this evening. With his eyes half closed, Luo Sheng tilted his head back and lazily replied, Understood. Before long, accompanied by the sound of splashing water, Luo Sheng's tall and muscular figure rose from the bath. Completely unclad, he descended the steps of the bath one deliberate step at a time. The attendant holding the towel immediately approached him, expertly drying his body with the towel, ensuring every inch was attended to without oversight. Finally, she draped a loose and comfortable bathrobe over him. Stepping out of the bathroom, Luo Sheng reclined on a massage bed that had already been prepared outside. The two attendants who had assisted him in bathing had swiftly tidied themselves and gracefully approached the bed to commence his massage, their techniques exceptionally professional. Two pairs of nimble fingers glided over every inch of Luo Sheng's skin, at times gently kneading, at times applying firm pressure, deftly mastering the balance of force and acupressure points. Occasionally, they would indulge in a bit of playful mischief, seeking to ignite Luo Sheng's interest. However, he had long since grown accustomed to their antics and tacitly accepted such behavior, though he remained largely unmoved most of the time. By the time the massage concluded, it was already 7 in the evening. As Luo Sheng exited the spa room, he passed by an area undergoing renovation, originally designed to accommodate 20 people. This private cinema had been repurposed into an esports room at Luo Sheng's behest, as he had deemed it unnecessary. It seemed the transformation was now complete. Meng Qing. Luo Sheng halted and called out to Meng Qing, who followed behind him. Sir, how may I assist you? She inquired. How is the renovation of the esports room progressing? Luo Sheng gestured towards the construction area. Meng Qing replied, Sir, it is nearly finished. All hardware has been installed. But there are still some finishing touches and clutter that need to be addressed. Nodding, Luo Sheng instructed, have the crew work overtime tonight to finalize it. With that, he proceeded directly to the elevator, intending to head to the restaurant on the second floor. Meng Qing wasted no time and immediately began contacting the project supervisor at the estate. On the outskirts of Chiyun Mountain Villa lies a cluster of modest buildings, serving as both the office and living quarters for the estate's maintenance team. At that moment, in the dormitory assigned to the engineering department, Old Ma was chatting with his nephew. Xiaofeng, since you just arrived today, you might not be familiar with many of the rules. Don't wander off on your own. He cautioned. Tomorrow, I'll take you around the office area to get acquainted. The young man, referred to as Xiaofeng, nodded earnestly. I understand, second uncle. I never imagined Chiyun Mountain Villa would be so vast. I couldn't believe it when I arrived this afternoon. Old Ma chuckled. Vast is an understatement. The value of what is here is astonishing. Aside from our section, even the most unassuming little tree outside is worth several thousand. Not to mention the priceless items within the villas. If you were to damage even one, we would be ruined. Xiaofeng's jaw dropped, and his voice rose involuntarily. Second uncle. Is it really that exaggerated? Shoo, keep your voice down. After years of serving the Luo family, do you think I would deceive you? Old Ma whispered, lowering his voice. But remember, don't blame me for not warning you. When working at the estate, keep your hands and feet to yourself. You can take only what the master grants you. Anything else is off limits. The consequences can be severe. It's not as simple as just packing up and leaving. Old Ma earnestly advised his nephew. Xiaofeng, with genuine intent, assured, second uncle, rest assured, my mother told me to listen to you in all matters. Old Ma nodded with satisfaction. He had watched Xiaofeng grow up. He was confident in the boy's character. Just then, the dormitory door swung open, and a middle-aged man hurried in. Old Ma, I just received news from Steward Ming that the esports room at the main residence needs to be finalized tonight. Old Ma looked puzzled. So urgent? The man pressed. Don't dawdle. You still have some wiring to finish. Hurry and grab your tools. Understood, I'll be on my way. Old Ma replied. After the man left, Old Ma quickly stood up. Xiaofeng, come with me and lend a hand. Uncle, what are we going to do? I just started today, and I'm afraid I want to do it well, Xiaofeng said, visibly anxious. He hadn't expected to be thrust into work so soon after arriving, especially with such urgency. Old Ma patted his shoulder, reassuring him, it's nothing complicated. Just some final touches. It's mainly to help you familiarize yourself with the work environment. Chapter 61. Golden Wiring. Old Ma swiftly gathered his tools and, along with Xiaofeng, boarded the shuttle to the main residence of the estate, accompanied by 2 others. However, Old Ma deliberately chose to sit at the back, maintaining a distance of 2 rows from the others. On the shuttle, Old Ma quietly instructed Xiaofeng, you will officially begin your pre-job training tomorrow. Until then, let me give you a lesson now. Xiaofeng listened intently, awaiting his uncle's words. First, do not look at what you shouldn't see, especially once inside the main residence. Keep your head down and focus on your work. Second, refrain from asking questions that are not yours to ask. Tonight and in the future, you will encounter various scenes unfamiliar to you. Don't foolishly inquire about them. Once we return to the dormitory and close the door, you can ask me anything, understood? Xiaofeng nodded earnestly. Third, avoid listening to what you shouldn't see and refrain from speaking what you shouldn't see. Whether it's the master or the guests, they are individuals far beyond our reach. They may say things that you should avoid, even if you inadvertently hear something. Act as though you didn't see, and never discuss it with anyone. After imparting this advice, Old Ma observed Xiaofeng, who appeared too nervous to speak, merely nodding repeatedly. He chuckled and added, but we are merely workers. Generally, we want to encounter such individuals or matters. I'm just giving you a heads up to prevent any potential trouble. Xiao Feng, feeling a bit apprehensive, cautiously glanced at the two men in front of them, then whispered, "Second uncle, if the work here is so challenging, why did you so strongly recommend me to come? It's merely a matter of following the rules. Out of 30 days in a month, you'll spend about 10 days in the dormitory playing cards, plus 8 days off, and all meals are provided. The fixed salary alone is 2,000 to 3,000 a month. You won't find such a job anywhere else in the country. Do you know how many people plead and beseech to get a chance here, yet find no way in? If it weren't for my efforts and a generous tip to the supervisor, you would never have a chance to enter." Old Ma earnestly explained the nuances of working at Chiyun Mountain Villa to his nephew as the shuttle swiftly approached the main residence. Upon disembarking, Xiao Feng was awestruck by the sight before him. He had never seen such a grand and magnificent residence in his life. This was no mere house. It was a palace. Had Old Ma not pulled him along, he would have continued to stand there in disbelief. They were not permitted to enter through the main door, but rather through a small side entrance, taking the elevator down to the basement. Since Luo Sheng had personally instructed it, Meng Qing also chose to remain on site. Upon seeing the engineering team's arrival, she urged them to promptly commence the final work. Old Ma greeted Meng Qing with utmost respect before leading the head-down Xiao Feng into the esports room, where they confronted a tangle of intricate wiring. He adeptly opened his toolbox and retrieved testing instruments, then handed Xiao Feng a small wire clip, instructing, "Xiao Feng, hold this and clamp the wires in the order I specify. I will check the wiring status with this device." Xiao Feng accepted the clip, feeling a surge of nervousness. As Old Ma operated the instruments, he whispered, "Don't be anxious. This is merely the final check to prevent any oversights." Following the sequence of wiring numbers called out by Old Ma, Xiao Feng carefully attached the clips. After a considerable amount of effort, Xiao Feng discovered several discarded wires haphazardly tangled together, creating quite an eyesore. "Second uncle, what should we do with these excess wires?" he inquired. Lao Ma glanced at them and replied, "They all need to be cut off. Otherwise, they could easily cause a short circuit or similar dangers." Thus, Xiao Feng retrieved a pair of scissors and began to snip away at the surplus wires one by one. However, before he could neatly organize all the discarded wires, he noticed something unusual. Holding a piece of wire, he brought the exposed core closer to Lao Ma. "Second uncle, this wire core doesn't look like copper, does it?" Xiao Feng asked uncertainly. Lao Ma merely cast a casual glance and chuckled softly. "Indeed, it is pure gold. Enough chatter. Let us get everything sorted." Stunned, Xiao Feng stared at the approximately 6 square millimeters of golden wire in his hand, then turned to the scattered ends around him. It dawned on him that the wires used here were not copper core, but rather gold core. This was utterly unprecedented. Nevertheless, he diligently continued to gather all the wires into a small bundle. Before long, Lao Ma had also finished his task. Nonchalantly, he took the wires from Xiao Feng's hands and approached Meng Qing with a courteous inquiry. Steward Meng, these wires were necessary reserves from the previous construction. How should we handle them now?" Meng Qing glanced at the wires Lao Ma held, fully aware of their contents. However, as the personal assistant to Luo Sheng, her mindset had long since diverged from that of an ordinary person. Such trivial assets held no value for her to quibble over with the subordinates. "You may take them back and deal with them yourself," she replied in a neutral tone. "Thank you, Steward Meng. If you have no other matters, I shall take my leave," Lao Ma said, suppressing his excitement with a quiet word of gratitude, wary of being overheard by others in the room. Meng Qing merely acknowledged him with a cold HM and turned her attention away. After leaving the main residence, Lao Ma and Xiao Feng boarded the ferry back to the employee living quarters. The two remained silent throughout the journey. Yet the uncontainable thrill on Xiao Feng's face revealed the extent of his exhilaration. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lao Ma locked the door behind him and finally produced the small bundle of golden wires from his coat. Xiao Feng was the first to speak. "Second uncle, I noticed earlier that all these 6 square wires are gold core." With a beaming smile, Lao Ma responded, "I laid the wires during the construction. How could I not know?" Xiao Feng, incredulous, asked, "So that beautiful stewardess just let us take these with us?" "These wires total at least 5 or 6 meters, he added. 55 meters in total. And at 6 square, that amounts to approximately 300 grams, Lao Ma confidently stated. 300 grams of gold. "Second uncle, perhaps we should return them," Xiao Feng suggested anxiously. Assuming the stewardess was unaware, Lao Ma calmed himself, carefully storing the golden wires in the wardrobe while explaining, "Put your worries to rest. All material purchases must go through Steward Meng. She knows exactly what these items are better than anyone else." "But why?" Xiao Feng questioned, puzzled. "Steward Meng would not deign to bother with such trifles. When she processes them, there will be a share for you too," Lao Ma said with a grin. "This is precisely what I meant earlier. You can only accept what is given to you." Chapter 62. She has always liked him. Situations akin to that of Lao Ma and Xiao Feng occur occasionally within the Qiyun Mountain Villa. Sometimes, it involves precious ingredients that no longer meet quality standards, or high-end beverages and teas nearing their expiration dates. Other times it is about discarded furniture and decorations deemed worthless by the master. Then, there are instances like this one, where residual golden wires remain after renovations. Some may argue that this is absurd and unrealistic. The master could easily collect these items and handle them collectively. It's akin to the old clothes many ordinary families possess. Although the garments are in good condition, they are discarded simply because one feels they are outdated and no longer worthy of their current self. Thus, they choose to abandon them or give them away. However, whether one accumulates them for recycling or sells them at a second-hand market, they could indeed fetch some money. Most people refrain from doing so merely out of disdain. But what if your wealth increased 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold? Would you seek to liquidate outdated electronic devices, small appliances, bicycles, etc., or casually hand them over to your household staff? Luo Sheng has never concerned himself with such matters. Under Luo Sheng's influence, Meng Qing has also shed the mindset of an ordinary person. In her view, she truly lacks for nothing and does not require excessive wealth. Setting aside her annual salary in the millions, Luo Sheng has already gifted her a mansion worth over 10 million in Donghai City for her birthday last year, as a present for her 24th year. Yet, she has only visited it a few times, spending the majority of her time at Qiyun Mountain Villa. Her clothing, shoes, bags, and cosmetics are all provided free of charge by various luxury brands. The reason is simple. Luo Sheng's unbranded haute couture is designed by exclusive teams from these brands. He incurs expenditures in the hundreds of millions annually, all of which line the pockets of these brand partners. Meng Qing is the one who coordinates these affairs. As for her savings, Meng Qing can no longer recall the last time she checked her account balance. The reason is that she genuinely has no need to spend money. Even luxury vehicles such as the BMW 740, worth $1 million, have been provided to her by Luo Sheng in multiple numbers, under the pretext that she can switch them out for occasional errands. When a person no longer has to worry about high-quality food, clothing, housing, and daily necessities, wealth truly becomes just a string of numbers. Meng Qing was still overseeing the finishing touches on the esports room, on the second floor of the Chinese restaurant. Luo Sheng was having dinner with his father, Luo Zhen. Tonight's table held no extravagant delicacies, only simple, home-cooked fare. After finishing a bowl of soup, Luo Zhen handed the towel he used to wipe his mouth to a nearby maid. He looked at his eldest son, hesitating to speak. But soon after, he dismissed the servants from the dining room and said in a calm tone, "Sheng, the day after tomorrow marks your mother's Memorial Day. You should go in my stead to pay your respects." Luo Sheng initially thought his father had invited him for an important discussion, but upon arriving, he found that not only did Luo Zhen say nothing of significance, but he had also unusually requested a table of light dishes from the kitchen. It was only now that he realized it was because of his mother. Luo Sheng's biological mother had passed away in a traffic accident 20 years ago. At that time, both Luo Sheng and Luo Xiao were still quite young, so their memories of their mother were rather vague. "Father, are you not going this year?" Luo Sheng asked. A hint of sadness flickered in Luo Zhen's sharp eyes before he quickly regained his composure. "No, I won't go. I'd rather not dwell on the past. Just you and your younger brother should go. After all, it's been so many years. There will be plenty of opportunities to meet again after I'm gone. If you see your grandfather, remember to send my regards." Luo Sheng gazed at his father, whose expressions had long since become inscrutable, and spoke gently. "Father, I believe that over the years, Mother would have wished for you to visit her personally. Moreover, Grandfather has never expressed any desire to blame you." Luo Zhen shook his head resolutely. "This is my own issue, unrelated to your grandfather. Also, when you go, remember to bring a box of linglong pastries from Shangyunji. Your mother always enjoyed their delicacies. I cannot fathom what is so appealing about them. I have tried for years and still find their flavors unaccustomed." Listening to his father's heartfelt confessions, Luo Sheng could sense the undercurrent of nostalgia for his mother. This was a side of his father he had never witnessed before. The man who held dominion over countless lives, often stern and unyielding, yet capable of wielding words with an effortless charm. At this moment, he seemed to transform into an ordinary man. "Father." Luo Zhen waved his hand, steadying his breath, and soon returned to his usual demeanor. "Sheng, the arrangements for the day after tomorrow are settled. You should rest now." Luo Sheng rose, bowing respectfully to Luo Zhen. "Father, I take my leave." "Go ahead," Luo Zhen replied indifferently. Upon returning to his room on the third floor, Luo Sheng opened the door to the living area. A young and beautiful maid set down her book and stood, bowing her head in respect. "Sir, you have returned." Luo Sheng responded with a soft hum, making his way to the sofa. After sitting down, he picked up the book the maid had just been reading, It was the old man and the sea. Do you enjoy reading? Luo Sheng inquired, looking at the maid standing beside him with her head bowed. Yes, sir. I find that reading brings tranquility to the heart. She replied softly. With a smile, Luo Sheng set the book down, crossed his legs, and said, Lift your head. At his words, the maid slowly raised her gaze, her lively and spirited eyes meeting Luo Sheng's. To be honest, he had rarely taken the time to observe the appearances of the maids over the past 2 years. Each of them had undergone rigorous selection before entering Chiyun Villa, excelling in both beauty and figure. If they were to step outside, they would undoubtedly be pursued by admirers. Yet this maid possessed a unique freshness beyond mere physical attributes. Perhaps it was the aura that accompanies those who cherish literature. Luo Sheng felt a subtle stirring in his heart and asked, What is your name? The maid replied softly, in response to Sir, my name is Xian. Luo Sheng nodded, gesturing to the seat beside him. Come, sit down. As Xian approached and settled next to him, she thoughtfully took his left hand and placed it on her smooth, delicate thigh. Luo Sheng remained unfazed, simply handing her the book and saying, Now, tell me what you gleaned from this book. Xian was initially taken aback, but soon began to carefully articulate her understanding and feelings regarding the book. As their conversation unfolded, time slipped away, and soon it was 10 o'clock in the evening. Sir, it is getting late. Allow me to assist you in preparing for rest. The next day, Luo Sheng drove his Pagani Huayra to Donghai University. After parking on the roadside, he made his way to the university entrance. The two had arranged to view a property together that morning. To avoid causing unnecessary commotion for Han Yutong on campus, everyone except Chun Tai remained on standby. Strolling through the Donghai University campus, he observed the throngs of students, their faces radiating youthful exuberance. Some clutched books, heading to class, while others gathered in groups, planning to engage in a game together. Feeling the gentle breeze, Luo Sheng took out his phone and called Han Yutong, but the call was abruptly disconnected. Moments later, a message from her arrived. I am in class. Please wait for me at the Xingyu CAF by the school gate. I will come to find you after class. Luo Sheng chuckled awkwardly, accustomed to others waiting for him wherever he went. This sudden turn of events left him somewhat unaccustomed, not wanting to disturb Han Yutong further. He and Chun Tai proceeded to the nearby Xingyu CAF. This CAF boasted an artistic ambience with a semi-open design, featuring several sets of all-metal outdoor tables and chairs. After ordering a latte, Luo Sheng found a seat outside to wait for Han Yutong. Meanwhile, Chun Tai stood closely behind him, his sharp gaze constantly surveying their surroundings. Suddenly, a young man with a backpack approached, accompanied by a girl holding a phone aloft. Their trajectory suggested they were heading straight for Luo Sheng. Chun Tai immediately stepped forward, positioning himself between them and Luo Sheng, speaking with a serious tone. What is your business? The backpack-wearing youth, clearly taken aback by the unexpected encounter, quickly replied, Apologies. We are students from Donghai University and would like to conduct a street interview with the gentleman over there. With a stoic expression, Chun Tai responded, The gentleman does not accept interviews. Please leave. He then gestured with his arm, indicating they should depart. This reaction caught the backpack youth off guard. It was his first encounter with such a situation, which only piqued his curiosity further. Tilting his head to steal a glance at the man seated before him, he noted that Luo Sheng had not once diverted his attention towards them. He simply sipped his coffee while engrossed in his phone, appearing entirely unfazed by the unfolding events. However, driven by curiosity, the backpack youth summoned his courage and called out to Luo Sheng from a few meters away. Sir, excuse me for interrupting. We are students from Donghai University and would like to conduct a street interview with you. Would that be permissible? Luo Sheng set down his cup and addressed Chun Tai. Let them come over. Only upon hearing Luo Sheng's words did Chun Tai part the way for the two, though his eyes remained fixed on them. Should they display any sign of mischief, he would be ready to draw his Glock in an instant, regardless of the bustling university environment. To him, Luo Sheng's safety was paramount. The backpack youth found himself feeling somewhat uneasy under Chun Tai's watchful gaze, sensing the underlying threat. After sitting down across from Luo Sheng, he initially offered what he believed to be a friendly smile, extending his hand in an attempt to shake hands while saying, Good day, sir. I apologize for the interruption. However, Luo Sheng merely regarded him coolly, showing no intention of shaking hands. It was not a matter of arrogance, rather, an innate pride that prevented him from easily engaging in such gestures. Considering you are students from Donghai University, feel free to share what you wish to discuss, he offered. The tone of Luo Sheng's voice evoked a peculiar sensation in the backpack youth, reminiscent of a highborn noble surveying a kneeling subject, inquiring about their desired reward. Suppressing his discomfort, the backpack youth awkwardly retracted his hand. I would like to ask you, sir, what line of work are you in? Luo Sheng chuckled softly, bemused by the frivolity of today's youth. To simply approach a stranger on the street and inquire about their occupation seemed absurd. He replied nonchalantly, You could say I am a business operator. The young man with the backpack felt a surge of joy upon hearing Luo Sheng's response. As long as it was not a rejection, he was content. He promptly inquired, "May I ask which industry you are involved in?" This question caused Luo Sheng to furrow his brow momentarily. However, he patiently replied, "The investment sector." In Luo Sheng's eyes, any industry that Tian Luo Group engaged in was, in essence, merely an act of investment. The backpack man, evidently well-versed in various topics, seized upon the mention of investment and followed up with a series of pertinent questions. Luo Sheng addressed each query with thoughtful answers. Eventually, the young man remarked, "Sir, achieving such success at your young age is commendable. Do you have any advice or experiences to share with today's youth? As you know, many young people feel lost after graduating from university, unsure of what to pursue." This thought inexplicably reminded Luo Sheng of another version of himself in a different timeline. 7 years of toil, 3 years of struggle, culminated in nothing but a fleeting illusion. "Invest in a good beginning," Luo Sheng replied nonchalantly. The backpack man was taken aback. After an extensive discussion, this was the response he received. He expressed his disbelief, saying, "But sir, with the rapid development of the internet these past few years, we have witnessed many grassroots individuals achieving remarkable success. They have transformed from ordinary individuals to rising stars through their talent and hard work. Is this not a testament that transcending class is possible, apart from merely having a good start?" Luo Sheng gazed calmly at the young man before him, deciding to conclude the conversation. It is the era that shapes them. Moreover, the internet merely clarifies the existing social strata, but does not facilitate crossing them. Upon uttering these words, Luo Sheng noticed Han Yutong hurrying toward him from a distance. Leaving the bewildered backpack man behind, he approached her. "Apologies for keeping you waiting, Luo Sheng. Shall we depart?" Han Yutong said, slightly breathless. Luo Sheng smiled as he gently caressed her cheek. "All right, let's get in the car." Just as they reached the roadside, the earlier backpack man caught up with them. "Sir, may I ask what you meant by the inability to transcend social classes?" Luo Sheng halted, embracing Han Yutong, and turned to glance at the young man without speaking. Instead, he retrieved the key to his Pagani Huayra, unlocking the car door before taking a seat with Han Yutong. Meanwhile, a dozen robust bodyguards clad in black suits assembled neatly, boarding for Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles. Amidst the backpack man's complex expression, the Pagani Huayra sped away. Chapter 64, Sponsorship of the Opening Ceremony. Most ordinary individuals find it challenging to accept anything beyond their comprehension. Once their understanding is surpassed, they perceive it as mere nonsense or delusion. For instance, the garments worn by Luo Sheng are all custom-made, and each piece is discarded after a single use. To someone who has never encountered high-end luxury items, this notion appears absurd, akin to the emperor wielding a golden hoe. They might wonder how such expensive clothing could be discarded after just one wear. Does money grow on trees? In reality, the majority of high-end bespoke garments are crafted meticulously by hand, making them impossible to wash. Are you aware of what the luxury brands say regarding this? From the inception of these products, we have never considered the possibility of laundering. Furthermore, many top-tier wealthy individuals do not travel like ordinary people, burdened with numerous bags or accompanied by assistants to manage their luggage. That notion is akin to the emperor's golden hoe. The truth is, apart from essentials, they travel light and return empty-handed. If asked what they do about changing clothes, they simply purchase new ones locally, wearing them once before discarding them. Throughout history, clothing has been a durable good for the common populace, yet for those at the top, it is merely a disposable commodity. As Luo Sheng sat in the car, he reflected on the conversation with the backpack youth. His words hinted that ordinary people could ascend the social ladder by riding the winds of their era, while a small fraction may have accumulated wealth in the millions or even billions through the era's dividends. This merely improves their material existence. It does not equate to transcending social classes. Class represents far more than mere financial wealth. When one's understanding is limited, seeing the lives of the affluent through the internet can make one feel like a frog at the bottom of a well. Yet, with sufficient effort, one can leap beyond that constriction. As for what those above might tell him about the broader world beyond, no matter how accurately or vividly described, if it surpasses his comprehension, he will dismiss it as fabrication. However, one day, after emerging from the well and believing he has transcended, he may look up and realize he is merely a mayfly glimpsing the sky. Noticing Luo Sheng lost in thought, Han Yutong in the passenger seat curiously asked, "Luo Sheng, what are you pondering?" Luo Sheng turned to her, offering a smile. "Oh, nothing much, just contemplating some intriguing perspectives." Han Yutong blinked and pressed on. "What intriguing perspectives? Please share them with me." Luo Sheng gathered his thoughts and replied slowly, "It pertains to the relationship between class and understanding. You see, those striving to rise from the bottom often believe that acquiring wealth signifies transcending social classes. Yet, It is somewhat amusing that they struggle to accept anything beyond their comprehension. Han Yutong speculated that Luo Sheng was referring to the backpack man who had just conducted street interviews. She often encountered similar short videos, featuring individuals in first-class cabins or dining in upscale restaurants. Isn't that the case? She asked. However, she then recalled Tian Luo Group. The Luo family's ability to reach such a scale certainly involved more than mere wealth. Yet, as an ordinary university student, she struggled to grasp these complexities. As Luo Sheng paused at a traffic light in his Pagani Huayra, he calmly stated, "Power is forever the cornerstone of class transcendence and the foremost element. Otherwise, you remain merely a player in this game. The distinction lies in whether you are an ordinary player or a pay-to-win player. Wealth, more often than not, is merely a byproduct of power and insignificant in comparison." Han Yutong was taken aback, yet Luo Sheng's words undeniably enlightened her. She recalled a certain internet celebrity, one of the top streamers, who amassed wealth in mere 2 or 3 years, an amount that would take ordinary individuals several lifetimes to earn. Everyone admired such grassroots individuals for their rags-to-riches stories, achieving elevated social status. However, after a series of negative incidents, the official accounts were banned overnight, and the individual vanished from public view. Indeed, he had earned an immense fortune, sufficient for a life devoid of worries, living a life many envied. Yet, perhaps that was the extent of it. This could very well exemplify what Luo Sheng referred to as a pay-to-win player. In this game, he could surpass millions and experience greater excitement. Luo Sheng, what about the Luo family? Han Yutong softly inquired, cautious that her question might displease him. Luo Sheng merely smiled indifferently, for the foremost sponsor of this gaming venture was none other than the Luo family. What do you think? Han Yutong, somewhat dazed, nodded in agreement. This brought to mind her prior research on the Luo family of Daxia, which she had conducted upon discovering Luo Sheng's true identity. One particular detail stood out. Last year, the Tian Luo Group had contributed a staggering 84 trillion yuan in taxes to Daxia. This astronomical figure accounted for 40% of the entire fiscal revenue of the Daxia dynasty. It was reported that the Tian Luo Group, single-handedly, not only fully covered the national defense budget, but also absorbed a third of the government's expenditure. This meant that after the game's launch, they would also shoulder the operational costs. To think that the heir of such a prestigious family was now seated beside her, engaging in conversation, this left Han Yutong utterly astonished. Why did you choose to involve me? I'm just an ordinary girl. Han Yutong was acutely aware that he was surrounded by women, particularly those of striking beauty. As the traffic light turned red, Luo Sheng released the handbrake and replied, "You will come to understand in due time." With that, the green light illuminated, and the Pagani Huayra surged forth like an arrow released from its bow. The vehicle swiftly entered a luxurious residential complex and came to a halt. A well-dressed man, accompanied by 2 elegantly attired women, awaited their arrival. Upon seeing Luo Sheng's car, he promptly approached with haste. The bodyguards exited first to open the doors for Luo Sheng and Han Yutong. Luo Sheng adjusted his jacket, surveyed the surroundings, and said to Han Yutong, "This is Huafu Junting, a premium residential development by the Tian Luo Group. I have selected an apartment for you, and I hope you will find it to your liking." The suited man stood respectfully before Luo Sheng, saying, "Mr. Luo, it is an honor to meet you. It is truly our oversight that such trivial matters required your personal attention." Luo Sheng replied in a calm tone, "Please show Miss Han around." The suited man, unable to meet Han Yutong's gaze, bowed his head and invited. Then, "Mr. Luo, Miss Han, please follow me." The group swiftly ascended in the elevator to the apartment chosen by Luo Sheng, which was a spacious flat with a dedicated floor. The staff approached and entered a code on the electronic lock. With a beep, the entrance door swung open. Luo Sheng took Han Yutong's hand and stepped inside first. Han Yutong was awestruck by the scene before her. As she entered the foyer, she marveled at the imported marble flooring, its warm texture and unique patterns exuding sophistication. Han Yutong nodded slightly, her eyes reflecting a sense of satisfaction. The suited man quickly interjected, "Miss Han, the foyer's design is both minimalist and stylish, offering ample space for your daily belongings. Please, follow me to the living room." The suited man graciously guided Luo Sheng and Han Yutong into the living area, where the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows showcased the breathtaking cityscape. Sunlight poured in generously, illuminating the exquisite handcrafted sofa that adorned the living room. Above, a Swarovski crystal chandelier sparkled brilliantly, each facet refracting enchanting light. Unable to resist, Han Yutong approached the window, gazing out at the view. The suited man continued, "This living room is spacious, with a high ceiling that enhances your perspective, complemented by top-tier materials and furnishings that will undoubtedly reflect your esteemed status. Of course, while Huafu Junting is among the most exclusive developments in Donghai, it still pales in comparison to Chiyun Mountain Manor. After a careful glance at Luo Sheng, who remained unresponsive, the suited man added, "Miss Han, please follow me to the kitchen." As they entered the kitchen, he elaborated, "Miss Han, we have equipped the kitchen with international luxury brands. All necessary appliances are included, and the fully automated control system will effortlessly meet all your culinary needs." The suited man then proceeded to introduce the dining room, study, and 2 secondary bedrooms, reserving the pièce d'assistance, the master bedroom, for last. The nearly 40 square meter master bedroom boasted not only an array of lavish furnishings, but also featured a plush cashmere rug beneath the grand bed. In the ensuite bathroom, opulent branded fixtures gleamed with a cold brilliance, and the oversized bathtub invited Han Yutong's fanciful thoughts. Yet, it was the walk-in closet that truly opened the door to a new world for her. Throughout her life, she had never experienced the sensation of stepping into a wardrobe. Though this closet was less than 10 square meters, it felt like a realm of possibilities. After the suited man completed his tour of the layout, he led Han Yutong back to the living room. As they walked, he remarked, "Miss Han, this flat spans a total of 369 square meters. Although it is not the largest in Huafu Junting, it is undoubtedly the most exquisitely appointed. We retained several units after the launch, keeping them off the market, and this one appears to have been prepared specifically for you." His obsequious tone lingered as he awaited Luo Sheng's next command. Luo Sheng reclined on the sofa, watching Han Yutong emerge from the rooms, and smiled. "So what do you think? Are you satisfied?" Han Yutong nodded vigorously at Luo Sheng. Were it not for the presence of so many onlookers, she would have leapt forward to bestow a kiss upon him. The overall decor of the flat was luxurious and grand, with all household appliances fully equipped. If one were not informed otherwise, Han Yutong could easily believe this was already a lived-in home, exuding an aura that suggested it was ready for immediate occupancy. Most importantly, she had only ever seen such residences in short videos, never imagining she would actually inhabit one. Seeing Han Yutong's contentment, Luo Sheng gestured to the suited man, who promptly understood. He took a stack of documents from a staff member behind him and presented them to Han Yutong. "Miss Han, all you need to do is sign your name on these documents, and I will handle the rest. Within a day, this property will belong to you." Han Yutong gazed at the home purchase contract and the power of attorney. In the price section, a glaring figure of 1 yuan per square meter was emblazoned, totaling a mere 369 yuan. Although she recognized this was merely a formality, her heart still fluttered. Even as a naive young girl, she was aware of the housing market in Donghai. Given Huafu Junting's prime location and quality, the price on the market would surely be at least several hundred thousand per square meter. With a mix of excitement, she signed her name on the documents, only to instinctively inquire, "How do I make the payment?" This question left the suited man and his 2 accompanying female employees utterly flabbergasted. This was not the expected script. Wasn't she the young mistress of the family? Had they misjudged the situation? However, it seemed implausible. Just as the suited man pondered how to respond, Luo Sheng rose and wrapped an arm around Han Yutong's shoulders. "Let's go. I'm taking you out for lunch." At that moment, Han Yutong belatedly realized the implication, awkwardly smiling at the suited man, while internally chiding herself. "Xiao Yutong, are you a fool? The Huafu Junting belongs to the Luo family. Why are you asking how to pay a few $100s? You've embarrassed yourself thoroughly." Sitting in the semi-open private room of Baiwei's High, Luo Sheng personally poured juice for Han Yutong as he spoke. "The Huafu Junting will likely contact you tomorrow. If you need anything, just instruct them to procure it for you. There's no need for you to handle it yourself. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? After all, they are employees of the company." "Perhaps I should manage it myself," Han Yutong replied. Although her current status had a hint of a boss lady, she believed in keeping work and personal matters separate. It felt awkward to have employees running errands for her personal affairs. "Rest assured, your needs are more important to them than their work," Luo Sheng said with a smile. At that moment, a waiter wheeled in a cart laden with exquisite dishes, each presented like a work of art. The first dish was meticulously crafted Longjing shrimp, with translucent shrimp nestled among the vibrant green Longjing tea leaves, emanating an alluring fragrance. "Try this. It's a signature dish we didn't tea order last time," Luo Sheng gently encouraged. Han Yutong picked up a shrimp and placed it in her mouth. The tender and bouncy texture combined with a subtle tea aroma burst delightfully on her palate, causing her eyes to light up. Following this was the lotus leaf steamed pork, its fragrant essence seeping into the tender morsels of meat. There was also the uniquely shaped Wensi tofu soup, where delicate strands of tofu floated gracefully in the clear broth. Han Yutong delicately scooped a spoonful. The silky tofu melted in her mouth. Classical melodies filled the air as she admired the dancers, their movements as graceful as a startled swan or a gliding dragon. A table adorned with exquisite porcelain held an array of delectable dishes, while the man seated across from her was not only the heir of a prestigious family, but also her boyfriend. In that moment, Han Yutong felt like the happiest girl in the world. If this were a dream, she wished she would never awaken. Chapter 66. Han Yutong's Confusion. Han Yutong and Luo Sheng chatted over their meal, recounting the events of the past few days. One particular incident piqued her curiosity. It involved her friend Su Jejia. A few days ago, Su Jejia had borrowed 100 yuan from her due to her father's severe illness. Han Yutong had no intention of pressing her for repayment. And after meeting Luo Sheng, she even considered offering assistance to her friend. Surprisingly, Su Jejia not only refrained from mentioning the loan, but also returned the borrowed amount to Han Yutong. Luo Sheng, isn't it strange? She was so anxious before. Han Yutong remarked with confusion. Upon hearing Su Jejia's name, Luo Sheng chuckled before responding. Perhaps she encountered a benefactor. But when I asked her, she wouldn't say? Han Yutong speculated suspiciously. Do you think she might have done something she shouldn't have? I've heard that many girls are taking on side jobs these days. What about Jejia? Luo Sheng playfully flicked Han Yutong's forehead. Stop overthinking, rubbing her forehead in mild pain. Han Yutong was about to respond when a cheerful voice called out from the entrance. Young Master Luo, what a coincidence. You're here for lunch too? I just heard Manager Hao mention it, and I couldn't believe it. Luo Sheng turned to see Qin Zhen entering, accompanied by an unfamiliar girl. Setting down his chopsticks, Luo Sheng stood up. So, have you changed your leading lady again? Qin Zhen chuckled lightly, unconcerned, as he playfully patted the girl in his arms. Quick, introduce yourself. This is the eldest son of the Luo family, young Master Luo. The girl initially appeared taken aback, but quickly complied, saying, Hello, young Master Luo, I'm Xiao Rou. Luo Sheng nodded slightly, then gestured towards Han Yutong to introduce her to Qin Zhen. This is Han Yutong. Miss Han, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Qin Zhen, a friend of young Master Luo, he said, eyeing the beautiful woman before him with curiosity. However, while Luo Sheng could joke with him, he dared not jest with her. Han Yutong gracefully rose to greet Qin Zhen. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. Qin Zhen didn't linger, as he had merely come to say hello. Recognizing that Luo Sheng was dining with a lady, he tactfully decided not to overstay his welcome. Well then, young Master Luo, please continue. I need to go order some dishes, so I won't disturb you. After Qin Zhen departed, Han Yutong asked, Who was that just now? Luo Sheng resumed his seat. He is a friend I've known for many years. The top 3 companies in Daxia, including Sinan Insurance and Huaxing Bank, are owned by his family. Han Yutong nodded thoughtfully. She understood that anyone associated with Luo Sheng must be someone of significance. While she was not familiar with Sinan Insurance, she was well acquainted with Huaxing Bank, as it was the institution that issued her savings card. Huaxing Bank was among the few large commercial banks aside from the state-run banks in Daxia. She was astonished that the seemingly carefree young man was actually the heir of Huaxing Bank. He seemed quite polite to you. Aren't you friends? Han Yutong inquired. We are friends, but also clients, Luo Sheng replied, sipping his tea. A portion of Tian Luo Group's subsidiaries maintain corporate accounts with Huaxing Bank, with an annual transaction volume of approximately 4 to 5 trillion. Personally, I have over 10 billion in investments at Huaxing. With this revelation, Han Yutong understood. She had heard that having 1 billion in a bank account could lead to certain privileges, but Luo Sheng surpassed that by a significant margin. Not merely in deposits, but in investments, which banks favored. No wonder even the heir of the bank treated him with such respect. As she pondered this, her phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the screen to find it was Su Jejia calling. Upon answering, she heard Su Jejia's excited voice. Yutong, I have good news. My dad's illness has been cured. Han Yutong quickly asked for details. Su Jejia hesitated before saying, Actually, someone gave me a large sum of money, but I can't reveal who it is. Now, he just needs to rest for a while before being discharged. Seeing that Su Jejia was unwilling to divulge more, Han Yutong decided not to press further. That is truly wonderful news. Indeed, I'm really grateful to that person. I plan to come to Donghai in about a week. Can I visit you then? Su Jejia asked. Jejia, what made you think of coming to Donghai? Aren't you in school? Han Yutong replied. I have some matters to attend to and won't stay long. I'll take a leave of absence from school, Su Jejia explained. Oh, that is fine. Just let me know when you arrive, and I'll treat you to a meal, Han Yutong said. After hanging up, she informed Luo Sheng about her friend's plans to visit Donghai soon. Luo Sheng nodded casually, indicating he understood. In fact, he had already received a message from Su Jejia earlier that morning while he was having coffee, stating that she would come to Donghai to accompany him for a couple of days once her father's condition stabilized. After enjoying lunch at Baiwei's High, Luo Sheng escorted Han Yutong back to school, as she had classes in the afternoon. Given Han Yutong's current circumstances, the significance of attending university is rather diminished. For even if Luo Sheng ultimately cannot formally wed her, he can at the very least ensure her future affluence and prosperity. What is the common person's motive for pursuing higher education? Is it truly for the acquisition of knowledge or to serve the nation? It is rather to secure a foothold in society and to seek an ideal profession. However, the reason Luo Sheng refrains from such pursuits is, to put it plainly, to provide her with some semblance of purpose. After bidding farewell to Han Yutong, Luo Sheng drove back to Chiyun Mountain Villa. Upon entering the main hall, he encountered his younger brother, Luo Xiao, who was seated on the sofa engrossed in his phone. "You're back?" Luo Sheng remarked indifferently. Luo Xiao looked up at his elder brother, rising with a cheerful smile. "Elder brother, tomorrow is Mother's Memorial Day, so I naturally returned home today." Luo Sheng nodded. "At least you have some thoughtfulness. I was about to call you and advise you not to roam about this evening. Since you're home, let us dine together tonight." A hint of hesitation crossed Luo Xiao's face as he quietly inquired, "Elder brother, will father be attending tomorrow?" Luo Sheng's gaze hardened. "He will not. If you see grandfather tomorrow, simply inform him that father is unwell and recuperating elsewhere." Luo Xiao nodded in understanding. Satisfied that his younger brother had no further inquiries, Luo Sheng patted his shoulder and turned to leave the living room. Chapter 67, Commemoration. The next day, a convoy composed of Maybach S-Class vehicles slowly departed from Chiyun Mountain Villa. Luo Sheng occupied the second row of the procession in a Rolls-Royce Phantom, accompanied by Luo Xiao. Their destination that morning was a large private cemetery established by the Luo family on the outskirts of Donghai City. In the entirety of the Great Xia, aside from the royal family, the Luo family stands as a singular exception. Others, whether they be dignitaries or affluent merchants, are strictly forbidden from claiming extensive land for private burial sites. It is here that Luo Sheng's biological mother is interred, perhaps due to the solemnity of the occasion. The two brothers in the vehicle exchanged little conversation, and the atmosphere was notably quiet. Luo Sheng gazed out the window, his recollections of his mother confined solely to the visage captured in photographs. Beyond that, his memories were scant. It was only after maturing that he learned from his father that his mother's name was Xie Qingyan, the eldest daughter of the Xie family in the Liangguang region, renowned for her beauty. Tragically, a traffic accident claimed her young life over a decade ago, when Luo Sheng was merely 7 and Luo Xiao 5. Though the Xie family may not wield the extensive influence of the Luo family, they hold a prestigious position within Liangguang. Generations of the Xie family have flourished, with connections spanning from humble merchants to high-ranking officials. Fortunately, the previous head of the Xie family, Luo Sheng's grandfather, Xie Yunhai, extended a helping hand during the nascent days of the Great Xia, providing substantial financial contributions that preserved the family's foundation. This was further solidified through a marital alliance with the Luo family. In the present day, while the Xie family may not possess the same clout as a century past, they remain an unassailable presence in Liangguang. The burial site is situated on a hillside known as Jing Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, the Luo family's private armed guards maintain a constant vigil. Anyone approaching will be warned or even detained. After a brief journey, the convoy arrived at the parking area halfway up Jing Mountain. Upon disembarking, Luo Sheng noticed another convoy and a gathering of people nearby. An elderly man, well into his 80s yet still vibrant, led a group of similarly distinguished individuals, flanked by a retinue of bodyguards, as they approached Luo Sheng. The elder halted several meters away, removed his sunglasses, and regarded Luo Sheng with a benevolent gaze. "Xiao Sheng, are you not going to greet your grandfather?" Luo Sheng stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Grandfather, you still exude your former grace." He then turned to a middle-aged man beside Xie Yunhai. "Uncle, I hope you are well." The man nodded, his expression tinged with melancholy as he remarked, "Xiao Sheng, after a year, you resemble your mother more and more." He then turned to Luo Xiao. "You, young man, cannot you dye that white hair back? What do you resemble?" The speaker was none other than Luo Sheng's maternal uncle, Xie Zheng, the eldest son of Xie Yunhai. Xie Zheng was known for his serious demeanor and lack of humor. Luo Xiao chuckled awkwardly. "Uncle, I'm just following trends." Following Xie Zheng were two young adults, his children, the eldest son, Xie Tao, and the younger daughter, Xie Li. "Cousins, it has been quite a while," they greeted. Stepping forward, due to late births, they were both slightly younger than Luo Sheng and Luo Xiao. Luo Sheng replied, "Xiao Tao and Xiao Li are here today. This is indeed a rarity." Xie Tao, the eldest, stated, "Though my sister and I were quite young when our aunt passed, she remains our beloved aunt, and we ought to be here today." Luo Sheng nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Xie Yunhai surveyed the surroundings and casually inquired, "Xiao Sheng, where is your father?" Luo Sheng lowered his head and replied softly, "Grandfather, father has been unwell recently and is recuperating elsewhere. Thus, he cannot attend today." Xie Yunhai interrupted him directly. "Do not use such excuses to placate me. For years, Luo Zhen has either been ill or caught up in flight delays, always unable to visit. Can it truly be that he has no intention to see me again in this lifetime?" Luo Sheng sighed. "Father is indeed burdened by guilt." Xie Yunhai gazed toward the cemetery in the distance, his tone tinged with sorrow. It is natural for a man to have several women by his side, especially within a large family. It was your mother who was overly steadfast. That day, in a fit of anger, she drove under the influence and met with tragedy. It was simply fate. I have long since come to terms with this and no longer hold your father accountable. If given the chance, I would like to have a proper conversation with him. Luo Sheng responded, Grandfather, I will convey your sentiments. Xie Yunhai nodded, noting that everyone had exchanged pleasantries. He turned to Xie Zheng and said, Have the offerings brought forward. Let us proceed to visit your sister. Xie Zheng silently nodded. Understood, father. The group, led by Xie Yunhai, followed by Xie Zheng, Luo Sheng, Luo Xiao, and the siblings Xie Tao and Xie Li, accompanied by a host of bodyguards bearing various offerings, made their way to the grave of Luo Sheng's mother, Xie Qingyan. The Jing Mountain Private Cemetery is the resting place for generations of ancestors of the Luo family and their principal spouses. Non-direct descendants are only permitted burial here if they have rendered significant service to the family, although Luo Sheng's mother lies among this group. Her grave is surrounded by meticulously pruned evergreens, creating a serene sanctuary, seemingly detached from the world. A pathway of polished white marble slabs leads directly to the gravestone, each stone glistening softly in the sunlight. On either side of the path, exquisitely crafted marble sculptures are artfully arranged, appearing almost as guardians of this sacred ground. At the end of the path stood a towering white marble gravestone, over 2 meters high. Upon it was intricately carved the inscription, In memory of my beloved wife, Xie Qingyan, alongside the specific dates. Surrounding the gravestone were exquisitely detailed floral patterns, each nuance showcasing the artisan's remarkable craftsmanship. As the only 2 offspring of Xie Qingyan, Luo Sheng, accompanied by Luo Xiao, held a cloth and gently wiped away the dust that had settled upon the gravestone. Simultaneously, Luo Sheng received several boxes of delicate pastries from his subordinates, which he neatly arranged on the stone pedestal before the gravestone. Mother, these are from father. I hope after all these years, you can still enjoy them. Chapter 68, The Xie Siblings. The memorial ceremony proceeded smoothly. After the burning of paper money, the attendees stepped forward one by one to pay their respects. However, at the moment of parting, Xie Yunhai knelt before Xie Qingyan's gravestone, tenderly caressing the photo embedded within, remaining silent for an extended period. Ultimately, it was with the support of Xie Zheng that the elderly gentleman rose slowly. Luo Sheng understood that while the old man spoke of having come to terms with it, as a parent, no matter how time passed, how could one truly reconcile the sorrow of burying a child? He simply wished for his father not to be ensnared in this emotional turmoil for a lifetime, given that it was his daughter he had loved so dearly. After departing from the cemetery and arriving at the parking lot, Luo Sheng contemplated inviting his grandfather's family for a meal, considering they had traveled from afar. Even with a private jet, it still required time. Xie Yunhai gently patted Luo Sheng's shoulder. Xiao Sheng, your grandfather and uncle won't be joining for dinner. Let Xiao Tao and Xiao Li stay behind. You young people have topics to discuss. Unlike me, an old bone, I have a generational gap with you. With that, Xie Yunhai entered the vehicle. Xie Zheng turned to Luo Sheng and said, Xiao Sheng, since grandfather has spoken, let Xiao Tao and Xiao Li stay in Donghai for a couple of days. As their older brother, you must take good care of them. Luo Sheng smiled and replied, Uncle, rest assured, I'll ensure they enjoy their time in Donghai. I'll arrange for a private jet to send them back to Liangguang in a couple of days. Xie Zheng nodded, then leaned closer to Luo Sheng and whispered, Grandfather's health has not been good this year. Have your father make time to visit. We mustn't let him leave with regrets. Luo Sheng felt a jolt of alarm. Just moments ago, his grandfather seemed quite robust. How could he be unwell? He glanced at his uncle, who, without hesitation, shared softly, it's Alzheimer's disease. He is currently entirely reliant on medication to sustain him. Upon hearing this, Luo Sheng remained composed, merely nodding to indicate his understanding. Alzheimer's, an irreversible affliction with no cure, only allows for temporary alleviation of symptoms. Yet, what is destined to come will inevitably arrive. With a heavy heart, Luo Sheng bid farewell to his uncle and, along with Xiao Tao and Xiao Li, boarded his convoy. The siblings were evidently elated at the prospect of staying in Donghai for a few days, fully aware of their cousin's affluent status as an exceptionally wealthy young man. Donghai, renowned as an international metropolis of Daxia, is a place of vibrant nightlife and indulgent pleasures, evoking aspirations in all who visit. Despite being born into the Xie family, Xie Zheng maintained strict oversight over the siblings, even limiting their monthly allowances to a mere 2,000 or 3,000, which was hardly sufficient. This trip, under the pretense of memorializing their aunt, they had diligently prepared for a month, attempting to persuade Xie Yunhai to allow them to extend their stay. The old man, unable to withstand their charming entreaties, had just agreed to let them remain for a few days of enjoyment. Finally achieving their wish, the siblings were overjoyed. As they got into the car, Xiao Tao and Xiao Li eagerly suggested sharing a vehicle with Luo Sheng. Without a second thought, he acquiesced. Recognizing that they seldom saw each other throughout the year and that their desire for closeness was entirely natural, allowing Luo Xiao to ride in another vehicle. During the journey back to Chiyun Mountain Villa, Xiao Tao occupied the front passenger seat while Xiao Li settled in the rear. As they conversed, Luo Sheng learned that Xiao Tao was currently in his third year of university, while Xiao Li had just begun her freshman year. However, as direct descendants of the Xie family, their education was more a formality, primarily aimed at broadening their social circles and acquiring a respectable diploma for appearances. Therefore, their visit to Donghai was not a concern for their academic commitments. Xiao Li, sitting in the back seat, exuded grace and poise, embodying the demeanor of a refined young lady. Meanwhile, Xiao Tao, seated in the front, presented himself as a handsome young man of distinction, unmistakably the scion of a wealthy family. "Cousin, are we headed to Chiyun Mountain Villa?" Xiao Li inquired softly. "Yes, I'll first settle you in, and then we can have dinner together," Luo Sheng replied nonchalantly. "Wow, Chiyun Mountain Villa. I've heard my father mention that it is exceptionally luxurious," Xiao Tao exclaimed with excitement. Luo Sheng chuckled. "Once we arrive, you can explore the area a bit. Cousin, will you take us to a bar tonight?" Xiao Li asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "A bar?" "The bars in Donghai are likely quite similar to those in Liangwang. There isn't much difference," Luo Sheng mused, puzzled as to why the siblings were so eager to visit a bar after traveling such a distance. Did they not have enough access to such places in their everyday lives? Xiao Tao, with a wry smile, explained, "Cousin, you see at home, our father is rather strict with my sister and me. Consequently, our financial allowance isn't particularly generous, especially for my little sister. If she sets her sights on a handbag, my entire month's allowance gets drained." "That's an exaggeration," Xiao Li protested. "I only borrowed 2,000 or 3,000 from you. It's a loan, and I intend to pay it back," Xiao Tao retorted immediately. "But you have borrowed a total of 540,000 from me. When do you plan to repay it?" Xiao Li pouted, feigning anger. "Are you still my brother? You get all worked up over me borrowing a little money." Showing no grace whatsoever, Luo Sheng began to comprehend the situation. It was evident that their uncle, fearing reckless spending, had imposed strict controls on their allowances, resulting in this predicament. No wonder the two had looked at him with such longing when they first got into the car. "All right, now that you've come to Donghai, as your cousin, I want to shortchange you. We'll discuss everything once we get back," Luo Sheng reassured them with a smile. The two siblings exhibited none of the haughty demeanor one might expect from the direct descendants of the Xie family. Fortunately, the driver was Chun Tai and not someone else, so Luo Sheng had no concerns about gossip spreading. Upon arriving at Chiyun Mountain Villa, Xiao Li was immediately captivated by the stunning scenery before her, meticulously designed gardens, and opulent architectural facades. Meng Qing had long been waiting at the main entrance, ready to greet them. Upon seeing Xiao Tao and Xiao Li, she respectfully announced, "Welcome, young Master Xie and Miss Xie, to Chiyun Mountain Villa. I am Mr. Xie's assistant, Meng Qing. Accommodations have been prepared for you both. Please follow me." Luo Sheng gestured toward Meng Qing and said, "Xiao Tao, Xiao Li, please accompany Meng Qing to freshen up first, and then we will have dinner together." "All right, cousin," the siblings chimed in unison. By noon, after refreshing themselves and changing into new attire, the siblings, under Meng Qing's guidance, arrived at the western dining hall of the main residence. "Young Master Xie, Miss Xie, the gentleman will be down shortly. Please, have a seat and wait for a moment." As Meng Qing's words fell, Luo Sheng's voice resonated from the entrance. "No need to wait. Please take your seats." Following closely behind was Luo Xiao. After the four settled in, Luo Sheng took advantage of the maid pouring wine for everyone and spoke. "We have arranged Western cuisine for lunch today. After the meal, I will take you on a tour of the estate, as this is your first visit." Xie Tao and Xie Li exchanged glances, each catching a glimmer of anticipation and excitement in the other's eyes. Chapter 69. The tour of the group was savoring their lunch when suddenly, Luo Sheng's phone vibrated with a buzzing sound. Upon checking, he discovered an unfamiliar number. With a hint of curiosity, he answered the call. "Who is this?" "Brother Sheng. It's me, Akuan. This is my number in Daxia. Save it." A rough voice emanated from the receiver. Luo Sheng stood, signaling Luo Xiao to continue dining with the Xie siblings while he stepped outside to sit on a sofa. "Akuan, you've come to Daxia?" Akuan, whose real name is Duan Kuan, is a Cambodian national with half Daxia heritage. "Yes, I just landed in Xinjiang this morning. As soon as I got off the plane, I got a SIM card and called you. What's prompted you to come to Daxia? Aren't you the prince back in Cambodia?" "My father has invested in a project here in Xinjiang, so I've come to check it out and do a bit of sightseeing. Do you have time tonight? Let's get together. We haven't seen each other in over half a year." Luo Sheng pondered for a moment. He was in Donghai, and it was over 700 kilometers to Xinjiang. The distance was manageable, and he could probably arrive in 2 hours. However, I have guests today. Bring them along. I'm hosting a gathering tonight at my newly purchased villa. Brother Sheng, who are your guests? The CF family from Liangwang, my cousins. The CF family? No problem. Leave everything to me. Just tone it down. They are just kids. Brother Sheng, you can rest assured. I know what I'm doing. After hanging up, Luo Sheng returned to the dining area. Noticing that everyone had nearly finished their meal, he spoke. Xiao Tao, I'll take you to Qingyang tonight for some fun. A friend is hosting a gathering there. Luo Xiao interjected with a hint of dissatisfaction. Brother, what about me? Luo Sheng shrugged nonchalantly. You can join too. Akuin will likely want to see you. Upon hearing that Akuin was organizing the gathering, Luo Xiao immediately lost interest. Forget it, if it's Akuin's gathering. Luo Xiao and Akuin have never gotten along well, but due to Luo Sheng's presence, neither has expressed their grievances. It would likely be quite challenging to get them to willingly sit in the same room together. Xie Tao then inquired with confusion. So, cousin, are we leaving shortly? Luo Sheng looked at him and replied, it's still early. Let's first explore the estate this afternoon. But cousin, isn't Qingyang over 700 kilometers from Donghai? Shouldn't we leave earlier? Xie Tao glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly 1 o'clock. After lunch, if they rested a bit, they would arrive just around evening. Luo Sheng smiled lightly and beckoned to Meng Qing, who was standing at the door. Sir, do you have any instructions? Meng Qing approached Luo Sheng respectfully. Arrange a few helicopters for a round for this afternoon. I need to make a trip to Qingyang. Understood, sir. Traveling from Donghai to Qingyang by helicopter would take approximately 2 hours, which explained Luo Sheng's lack of urgency. Xie Tao suddenly realized, cousin, so you plan for us to take a helicopter? Yes, it will be more convenient, Luo Sheng replied calmly. After lunch, Luo Xiao excused himself, mentioning he had plans to play cards with some friends in the afternoon. Luo Sheng paid no mind to his actual activities, as long as he didn't cause any trouble. He was free to do as he pleased. Accompanied by the CS siblings, he boarded a shuttle bus that traversed the winding paths of the estate, surrounded by scenic gardens adorned with exotic flowers and stones. Passing servants paused to bow and greet the three as the shuttle bus went by. Upon arriving at the racetrack, the vast expanse unfolded before them, with the lush green grass resembling a soft velvet carpet. Several majestic horses strolled leisurely within the enclosure, their muscular forms graceful as their manes danced in the gentle breeze. Meng Qing softly introduced, this is the master's racetrack, covering over 20,000 square meters. And all the horses here boast top-tier bloodlines. Among them, there is a thoroughbred that was gifted to the master after being purchased for over $60 million. Xie Tao and his sister's eyes sparkled with astonishment. $60 million? That translates to over 400 million daxia currency. To spend such a sum on a horse. As a gift, no less. What an extravagant display of wealth. Luo Sheng calmly remarked. Today, time is limited. Perhaps tomorrow I can take you inside for a few laps. Certainly, cousin. Next, they proceeded to the comprehensive sports complex. Gazing at the facility before him, Xie Tao marveled. To have a sports complex covering nearly 100 acres in one's own estate, one could only find such grandeur in Qiyun Mountain Villa. Entering the venue, they found an array of advanced sports equipment. The spacious and well-lit area featured a professional boxing ring, alongside neatly arranged boxing gloves and protective gear. On the other side, a basketball court gleamed like a polished mirror, with brand new and sturdy hoops. In the center of the facility lay a football field that met international standards. 2 staff members were performing routine maintenance on the lush green pitch, prepared for any potential use by the master. As they walked, Luo Sheng commented, this sports complex is mostly vacant. I occasionally come here to play some ball. Sometimes, when the mood strikes, I invite professional clubs to hold friendly matches. However, since I always participate, the outcome is invariably my team's victory. Luo Sheng remained indifferent to this fact. At least the process of these friendly matches was exhilarating, and he found it enjoyable. After leaving the sports complex, they traveled by car to the estate's largest private garden. Although referred to as a private garden, its scale rivaled that of public parks, even surpassing them in refinement. The entrance to the private garden was a lush green lawn, resembling a massive emerald carpet spread across the earth. Not far away lay a shimmering artificial lake. Further ahead, a uniquely shaped artificial hill loomed. The hill was adorned with oddly shaped stones, presenting various formations. At its base, a winding creek babbled gently past. Crossing a stone bridge that spanned the creek, they noticed exquisite carvings on the bridge, bestowing an air of rustic elegance to the scene. The water beneath the bridge was crystal clear, allowing glimpses of fish frolicking and swimming freely, occasionally leaping into the air and splashing delicate droplets. Surrounding them was a serene ambience, broken only by the chirping of birds, creating a tranquil escape from the world. In such a private garden, one felt as though they were isolated from the outside world, leaving them in a state of blissful contentment. Chapter 70. A notable figure? Time swiftly approached 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Meng Qing leaned closer to Luo Sheng, informing him that the helicopter was ready. Luo Sheng nodded, then, accompanied by the still reluctant CS siblings, proceeded towards the helipad within the estate. 4 large helicopters ascended from Qiyun Mountain Villa, heading towards Qingyang City. 2 hours later, the helicopters arrived over the outskirts of Qingyang City. Luo Sheng opened his eyes and inquired of Chen Tai, "How much longer until we arrive?" "Sir, we are approximately 5 minutes away from the location provided by young Master Duan," Chen Tai responded. Luo Sheng nodded, gazing through the window at the urban landscape below. The roads were bustling with traffic, as it was the peak hour for commuters, with pedestrians and vehicles flowing incessantly. A Bentley sped through the congested main road. Sun Xiaolong reclined in the back seat, his rebellious gaze scanning the surrounding vehicles, occasionally checking the messages on his phone. "Xiao Xiao, how much longer?" Sun Xiaolong's tone carried a hint of impatience. "Mr. Sun, we have 5 kilometers left, but the traffic ahead is severe. We cannot move," the driver, Xiao Xiao, replied. "Damn it. A 10-minute journey has taken 20 minutes, and we still have 5 kilometers to go?" Sun Xiaolong frowned, his tone distinctly displeased. The driver, Xiao Xiao, dared not say more and kept apologizing. Sun Xiaolong stared at the messages on his phone, muttering to himself, "Some unknown entity dares to encroach on my territory. Tianqing Construction. Is it? I'll make sure you leave Qingyang." With that thought, Sun Xiaolong scrolled through his contacts, locating someone noted as Old Cheng, and dialed the number. "Hello, Old Cheng. It's me, Sun Xiaolong," he said. "Oh, Mr. Sun, what a pleasant surprise to receive your call," Old Cheng replied. "I need you to do me a favor." "Mr. Sun, you needn't be so formal. Whatever you need, just let me know. I will take care of it," Old Cheng assured him. "There's a company called Tianqing Construction here, led by a man named Duan Cohen. I want you to ensure he leaves Qingyang within a month." Old Cheng on the other end of the line clearly paused for 2 seconds. "Mr. Sun, have they offended you?" he asked. "Don't ask what you shouldn't. Remember, it must be done within a month," Sun Xiaolong concluded, hanging up before waiting for a response. His demeanor suggested that anyone unaware would think he was merely instructing a subordinate. Meanwhile, Cheng Yuan, situated in a high-end villa in Qingyang City, listened to the busy tone on the phone, feeling somewhat awkward as he turned to the young man beside him. "Mr. Duan, is there a misunderstanding between you and Mr. Sun?" The young man waved away the attendants and turned to Cheng Yuan. He was indeed Duan Cohen, the very person Sun Xiaolong had mentioned. He raised a glass of red wine, savoring its taste before remarking, "Mr. Sun? You mean Sun Xiaolong? I've never even met him. How could there be a misunderstanding?" "Oh, could it be because I've taken a few of his projects? But such occurrences are quite normal in business." Cheng Yuan listened to Duan Cohen's words, clearly dismissive of the other party. Being caught in such a predicament soured Cheng Yuan's previously pleasant mood, leaving him disinterested in the 2 young ladies in his arms. After a moment's hesitation, he sighed and replied, "Mr. Duan, I have known your father for a long time and understand he is a man of considerable influence in Cambodia. However, here in Great Xia, Sun Xiaolong is no ordinary figure." Duan Cohen scoffed, gripping the hair of the beauty beside him and pulling her aside before rising to reveal his body covered in dragon tattoos. "Come now, Uncle Cheng. Tell me what sort of significant figure this Sun Xiaolong is that makes you, the top dog in Qingyang, so anxious." Cheng Yuan swallowed hard, his expression somewhat hesitant. "Feel free to speak. If this Sun Xiaolong is indeed a remarkable individual, I want to make it difficult for you, Uncle Cheng. I will leave Great Xia and return to Cambodia within 3 days." Duan Cohen's words were undoubtedly a reassurance to Cheng Yuan. He began to speak slowly. "Sun Xiaolong's father is Sun Yeqing, a figure within the court in the capital. I cannot divulge more specifics." Cheng Yuan assumed that this information would deter Duan Cohen. However, after whispering a few words to an attendant, Duan Cohen donned a bathrobe nonchalantly and said, "All right, my friend should be arriving soon. Uncle Cheng, please wait a moment." Cheng Yuan opened his mouth, but refrained from saying anything further. As the whirring of helicopter blades echoed, the helicopter carrying Luo Sheng landed smoothly in the villa's courtyard. Upon disembarking, he was greeted by Duan Cohen's hearty voice. "Brother Sheng, I suspected you would arrive by helicopter, huh?" Luo Sheng observed Duan Cohen approaching from the villa, clad in blue patterned shorts and a half-open white long bathrobe, his dragon tattoo occasionally visible. Even though the outdoor temperature was only in the teens, he appeared unaffected by the chill. Duan Cohen opened his arms and immediately embraced Luo Sheng warmly. Luo Sheng, smiling, assessed Duan Cohen, "A Cohen. It's been quite a while. You've certainly been hitting the gym." Duan Cohen laughed. "I'm just fooling around. Come, let us head inside." The CS siblings, clearly encountering someone like Duan Cohen for the first time, were somewhat bewildered by his formidable aura and could only silently follow Luo Sheng's lead. Once inside, Luo Sheng noticed another person present, older than all of them. Cheng Yuan, initially curious about whom Duan Kuan had gathered for the evening, surmised that the distinguished figure must be Luo Sheng, as he exuded an air of affluence. However, he was perplexed that this young man was of a similar age to Duan Kuan. It was unusual for Duan Kuan to regard anyone of his generation with such respect. After everyone was seated, Duan Kuan began, "We'll have dinner first, and only after that will the real entertainment commence. Brother Sheng, let me introduce you to my father's longtime friend, the top figure in Xinjiang, Uncle Cheng." Cheng Yuan, hearing Duan Kuan introduce him, was about to rise to shake hands with this younger generation. Even though he was a prominent figure in Xinjiang, he felt it necessary to show some respect to Duan Kuan's friend. However, as he extended his right hand with a smile, it hovered awkwardly in the air. The young man across from him remained unfazed, sitting calmly, merely nodding slightly upon learning of his identity. Chapter 71, Cambodia, Duan Kuan. Cheng Yuan discreetly retracted his right hand. Apart from his superiors, he had never encountered anyone who dared to make him appear so foolish in front of others. Just as his expression was about to darken, Duan Kuan continued, "Uncle Cheng, allow me to formally introduce you. This is my only good brother in Great Xiao, the legitimate eldest son of the Luo family, Luo Sheng. I believe you have heard of him." Cheng Yuan's expression was quite the spectacle, reflecting a mix of frustration and the abrupt suppression of his ire. What a joke. The individual before him was actually the legitimate heir of the Luo family. How could this grand Buddha appear here, and moreover, be the brother of Duan Kuan? Yet he immediately returned to his usual demeanor, adopting a facade brimming with affability. He rose and approached Luo Sheng, bowing slightly as he said, "Ah, Mr. Luo, what a pleasure it is to meet you." In such a setting, Luo Sheng had no intention of being difficult with local officials, nor did he place much importance on such matters. He merely turned to Duan Kuan and remarked, "Did we not agree that it was just to be a gathering of brothers?" Clearly, he wished to maintain a distance from the local dignitaries. "Mr. Luo, I came this afternoon to discuss matters with General Manager Duan, intending to take my leave, but General Manager Duan insisted on introducing you to me," Cheng Yuan explained, casting a subtle glance at Duan Kuan. "General Manager Duan, since Mr. Luo has arrived, I shall not intrude upon your brotherly gathering any longer." With that, Cheng Yuan prepared to depart. Duan Kuan grasped Cheng Yuan's arm, smiling as he snapped his fingers, prompting a subordinate to approach with a gift box. Without reservation, Duan Kuan presented it to Cheng Yuan in the presence of Luo Sheng and the Xie siblings. "Uncle Cheng, I want to keep you for dinner. Please accept this small token of Highland specialties." Cheng Yuan instinctively glanced towards Luo Sheng, noting that he was quietly sipping tea, seemingly indifferent to the proceedings. Only then did he exhale in relief and hurriedly accept the gift bag. "Thank you, General Manager Duan," he said before swiftly leaving. Xieli leaned closer to Luo Sheng. Her curiosity piqued. "Cousin, what's in that bag? It seems so mysterious." Luo Sheng gently rapped her on the head, admonishing, "Little one, do not concern yourself with such matters." Duan Kuan chuckled. These two must be the young master and young lady of the Xie family. There's nothing particularly special inside. Just some tea and the like, unique varieties from the highlands. "Uncle Cheng enjoys tea. Is that so?" Xieli queried, casting a doubtful glance in the direction Cheng Yuan had departed. Meanwhile, after exiting the villa, Cheng Yuan climbed into his car. After surveying his surroundings to ensure he was alone, he carefully extracted the gift box from the bag. Indeed, it contained 2 packages of high-end tea, valued at several thousand yuan, nothing too extravagant. However, nestled at the bottom of the gift bag was a thin envelope. Upon opening it, Cheng Yuan withdrew a check, the amount boldly inscribed as 10 million yuan. Inside the villa's dining room, Duan Kuan welcomed everyone to take their seats, and soon the servants began to serve a succession of exquisite dishes. Seated at the head of the table, Luo Sheng introduced the Xie siblings, saying, "Xiao Tao, Xiao Li. This is Duan Kuan. You may call him Kuan Ge." "Kuan Ge," the siblings chimed in unison. Duan Kuan waved his hands dismissively. "We are all friends here. Regardless of whether you hail from the Xie family or are an ordinary person, as long as you are under Sheng Ji's wing, you are my friend." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Luo Sheng continued, "Kuan Ge is from the highlands. His father is Prince Duan Yi. Should you ever wish to visit the highlands, you may reach out directly to your Kuan Ge." Duan Kuan, eschewing further niceties, stated plainly, "I cannot speak for other places, but in the highlands, should you come, I will ensure you experience what it is to be in a paradise on earth." "Kuan Ge, I've heard that the situation in the highlands is rather chaotic," Xietao remarked. Duan Kuan retorted dismissively, "Chaotic? That may be the case for ordinary folk. Should you set foot in the highlands, I, Duan Kuan, guarantee your safety. No one would dare lay a finger on you." The highlands, a nation governed by warlords, were rife with countless illicit activities and scenarios beyond the imagination of regular citizens. Men chained, women caged, If northern Myanmar is the hell for the impoverished, the highlands are akin to the depths of the abyss. For the destitute, life there is as easily crushed as grass. The Duan family stands as the most formidable warlord in the highlands, without rival. It can be said that, apart from his father, Duan Kuen's words carry the weight of authority in the highlands. While Sietao could not yet comprehend the significance of Duan Kuen's name in the highlands, he nonetheless trusted his words, for he was a brother of his cousin and could not possibly deceive him. After addressing Sietao, Duan Kuen shifted his gaze to Cieli. However, young ladies should refrain from venturing to the highlands. It is not a suitable place for you. If Master Xie wishes to go, I would welcome him with open arms. Cieli, puzzled, noted that she was merely a freshman in college. Moreover, being a girl, Xie Zheng had always protected her, leaving her somewhat unaware of the darker aspects of society. Kuen Gu, why is it that my brother is welcome, yet I am not? Duan Kuen smiled at Luo Sheng, who replied coolly, because you are a girl, and the highlands lack the things that girls cherish. Cieli was about to protest further when Duan Kuen interjected, let us not dwell on this. We Wun Ti want the dishes to grow cold. Come, everyone, let us raise our glasses. Luo Sheng took the lead in raising his glass, prompting the others to follow suit. After several rounds of drinks and courses, the Xie siblings, feeling the effects of the alcohol, began to sway slightly. Shenggu, shall we call it a night for now? Duan Kuen asked Luo Sheng, who glanced at the Xie siblings and agreed. Very well, the next arrangements are in your hands. Duan Kuen grinned. Shenggu, everything has been arranged before your arrival. He then called out, Xiaoya. A young assistant wearing glasses entered the dining room, approaching Duan Kuen. General Manager Duan, how may I assist you? Duan Kuen pointed to the slightly flushed Cieli. Please take this young lady to the spa room and ensure she is well taken care of. Xiaoya nodded in understanding. Of course, General Manager. She turned to Cieli respectfully. Miss Xie, please. Having already guessed that her cousin and the others were likely to engage in activities she could not partake in, Cieli stood up. Before departing, she shot her brother an ambiguous glance, clearly conveying the message, Big brother, have fun. Once Cieli had left, Duan Kuen remarked, now that it's just the three of us gentlemen, let us not hold back. He clapped his hands, signaling, ladies, it's time to serve the next course. The sliding door on the side of the dining room was slowly pulled open, revealing a spacious indoor swimming pool before Luo Sheng and Sietao, alongside over 20 beautiful girls clad in various bikinis. The girls, each possessing graceful figures and fair skin, were either frolicking in the water, seated at the pool's edge, splashing water with their delicate feet, or reclining on sun loungers by the pool, quietly sipping juice. At the moment the door swung open, all 20 girls paused, turning in unison toward the direction of the dining room, their youthful and alluring faces aglow with anticipation. Their natural and unpretentious smiles might have led an outsider to believe that the individuals making their entrance were their beloved boyfriends. Yet, in truth, the focal point of the evening was but 3 individuals. Duan Kuen rose and moved to the door, gesturing an invitation. Shenggu, Master Xie, the changing room is right next door, and we've prepared some clothes for you. Please, do come in. Luo Sheng smiled calmly and proceeded toward the changing room. While Sietao, despite being somewhat restricted at home, was well aware that those eager to curry favor with him were numerous. He had attended similar pool parties before and felt no apprehension. Engaging in playful games with beautiful women is an endeavor that, for any normal man, never grows tiresome, no matter how many times it occurs. After changing into appropriate attire, Duan Kuen had already discarded his bathrobe and was energetically racing through the pool, surrounded by a multitude of enchanting ladies. The atmosphere was vibrant, filled with laughter and splashes of water harmoniously intertwining. Luo Sheng settled comfortably into a nearby lounge chair, casting a calm gaze over the young women in the pool, a faint smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, Duan Kuen dove beneath the water, as if to proclaim his triumph, letting out a jubilant shout before tossing the fabric in his hand far away. Ignoring the feigned panic of one girl, he swam to the edge of the pool and called out to Luo Sheng, Shenggu, come down and join us for some relaxation. Luo Sheng chuckled lightly, showing no intention of entering the water. Instead, he gestured for a nearby attendant to bring over a dozen plastic rings. With a nonchalant demeanor, he addressed the ladies in the pool, let us play a game. Whoever catches one of these rings I'm holding will earn a reward of 100,000. The rules are simple, no hands allowed, and if you fall into the water, it's forfeit. He glanced at Duan Kuen with a mischievous grin, adding, afterward, we'll have to settle the accounts with you, General Duan. Although Luo Sheng's voice was not loud, it reached every ear present. Instantly, the eyes of the young women sparkled with excitement, and those who had initially refrained from diving and eagerly plunged into the water, brimming with anticipation. Duan Kuen leaned casually against the pool's edge, his arms draped over the side, laughing heartily. Shenggu, your calculations are quite clever, Just count it all as mine. Not to be left out, Xietao seized a massive water gun from somewhere and aimed it at the ladies in the pool. Cousin, let me raise the stakes, he declared, pulling the trigger. A powerful jet of water erupted, striking the girl's skin. Amidst the laughter and playful dodging, Duan Kuan called to an attendant, "Hey, give me one of those too." With Duan Kuan joining in, the scene grew increasingly chaotic. As time passed, the beautiful young women, once preoccupied with evading the water blasts, began to lose their inhibitions. They allowed the torrents to drench them, all for the chance to skillfully catch one of Luo Sheng's rings. As night deepened, the lights by the pool reflected off the shimmering water, creating an ethereal ambience. In such an enchanting atmosphere, only those seasoned in the ways of the world could remain unaffected. Anyone else would be utterly mesmerized by the spectacle. This post-dinner amusement was perhaps a dream come true for every ordinary man. And it was not just men. Were these beauties replaced with handsome young men? It would be intriguing to see which woman could resist. After an extended period of the ring-throwing game, most of the young women had managed to collect some rings, with a few even adorning 2 or 3 around their necks. Luo Sheng was preparing to announce the conclusion of the merriment when Xietao, feeling that distant shooting was insufficiently thrilling, discarded the water gun and dove into the pool, creating a significant splash. Like a ravenous wolf among a flock of sheep, he gleefully pursued the unsuspecting girls. Their shrieks filled the air, yet their faces were alight with exhilaration. Seeing this, Duan Kuan also tossed aside his water gun and joined the fray. Mere moments later, Xietao swam beneath one girl's legs and with a gentle lift, sent her soaring from the water, eliciting a soft squeal from her. As the pool erupted in joyous chaos, one daring girl swam over to Luo Sheng. Catching him off guard, she extended a delicate hand, resting it on his foot. Her damp hair cascaded over her upturned cheek, and with eyes sparkling with charm, she inquired, "Sir, would you like to join us in the water?" Her voice was as clear and melodious as a mountain spring. With a playful smile, Luo Sheng leapt into the pool. The following morning, Luo Sheng awoke alone in bed. He had opted not to entertain the unknown young women from the previous night. While playful banter was one thing, sharing a bed required a clean bill of health. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a row of maidens from Qiyun Mountain Manor at the foot of his bed, along with Meng Qing quietly standing nearby. After learning that Luo Sheng would stay overnight, Meng Qing had summoned the maidens at dawn, bringing along the clothes and accessories he would need for the day, arriving by helicopter. Such arrangements had occurred numerous times before, unless in a distant location. Meng Qing consistently ensured that Luo Sheng maintained the demeanor befitting the scion of the Luo family. In her eyes, his esteemed status demanded unwavering respect and attention. Each morning, at least one maid was required to assist him with his morning routine. Regardless of the location, whenever he stepped out, he had to be impeccably groomed and never clad in the same attire as the day prior. Luo Sheng greatly appreciated this aspect of Meng Qing's dedication, as she effortlessly managed these matters without him needing to utter a word. Upon noticing Luo Sheng had awoken, Meng Qing and the maids inclined their heads respectfully and in unison greeted, "Good morning, sir." After completing his morning rituals, Luo Sheng followed the villa attendants to the breakfast area, with Meng Qing and her entourage closely trailing behind, making it appear as though he were in his own home. Upon reaching the dining room, he found Xie Li and Duan Kuan already seated and enjoying breakfast. As Duan Kuan spotted Luo Sheng accompanied by the maids, his eyes sparkled with delight. The maids, in terms of beauty, figure, and grace, were undeniably a cut above the girls he had arranged the night before. Truly, Luo Sheng's presence attracted such exquisite company wherever he went. With an appreciative expression, Duan Kuan mused whether he should elevate the quality of those around him upon his return to Cambodia. Luo Sheng smiled and chose a seat. Just as he approached the chair, a maid promptly stepped forward to pull it out for him, inviting him to sit. Once seated, Luo Sheng accepted a cup of freshly brewed premium coffee from the maid. After savoring it, he remarked, "It's their diligence that makes it so pleasant. I've grown accustomed to it." He then turned to Xie Li. "Xiao Li, how did you rest last night?" "We're heading back to Donghai shortly." Xie Li nodded with satisfaction. "Quite well, I must say. I didn't expect Kuan Gu's private therapist to possess such exceptional skills. They far exceed the ones at my home." After a brief pause, she added, "They are also much more attentive." Duan Kuan smiled broadly. "Miss Xie, you flatter me." His personal therapists were all meticulously selected from Cambodia, ensuring impeccable skill and unwavering dedication, as those who sought to take advantage had long since been dismissed. "By the way, where's my brother? It's strange that you're all here, but he hasn't arrived yet?" Xie Li inquired curiously. Luo Sheng and Duan Kuan exchanged knowing smiles. "Let us not worry about your brother. We'll call him before we leave," Luo Sheng replied. Last night, this young fellow indulged excessively, reveling in his youth and unleashing his full vigor. At this moment, he is likely still in slumber. After the three of them had breakfast, they made their way to the tea room for a brief respite. During their casual conversation, Duan Kuan subtly hinted at the circumstances surrounding his relationship with Sun Xiaolong, as well as the fact that his father is Sun Yeqing. To this, Luo Sheng understood perfectly. The appearance of Cheng Yuan last night was orchestrated deliberately by Duan Kuan, merely to leverage his influence and establish the Duan family's foothold in Qingyang. Kuan, how do you intend to repay me for this favor? Luo Sheng remarked with a smile, catching Duan Kuan off guard with his sudden inquiry. Cieli, sitting beside them, appeared bewildered. Hadn't they just been discussing matters concerning Kuan Ji's company? How did it shift to personal favors? Could it be that Kuan Ge was suggesting a collaboration with Tian Luo Group? Duan Kuan, masking his smile, regarded Luo Sheng seriously and said, Brother Sheng, you know that whatever my Duan family possesses. Luo Sheng raised his teacup and lightly clinked it against Duan Kuan's across the table. Then on my next trip to Gaomian, treat me to a delightful meal. Duan Kuan, taken aback, stared at Luo Sheng in astonishment. After all, Qingyang is the provincial capital. If the Duan family could firmly establish themselves here, avoiding direct competition with Tian Luo Group, they could easily rake in billions annually. In the face of such monumental profits, familial bonds could easily fray, and brotherly trust could be betrayed. Duan Kuan had braced himself for a substantial cost, yet he never anticipated that the final price would merely be a meal. Feigning to check the time, Luo Sheng stood to adjust his attire. It's about time. We should return to Donghai. He patted the still-dazed Duan Kuan on the shoulder. I'll call you later. If you encounter any insurmountable issues here, reach out to him. Duan Kuan looked at Luo Sheng with a solemn expression, silently nodding in agreement. Half an hour later, Luo Sheng, accompanied by Xie Li and the yawning Xie Tao, boarded the helicopter. As they were about to part ways, Duan Kuan received a luxurious gift box adorned with gold and diamonds from one of his subordinates and handed it to Luo Sheng. Brother Sheng, this is just a token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Upon opening it, Luo Sheng discovered a platinum necklace encrusted with 9 exquisite jadeite cabochons. To his discerning eye, the necklace must have been worth over 100 million in the market. Closing the gift box, he passed it to Meng Qing, who was seated beside him, and smiled. Kuan, your intentions are duly noted. I shall take my leave. As he watched Luo Sheng's aircraft depart, Duan Kuan whispered to himself, Brother Sheng, your intentions are equally acknowledged. In the villa of Sun Xiaolong in Qingyang, he had just awakened that morning, suffering from a hangover due to the previous night's revelry. He noticed a message from Cheng Yuan sent late last night on his personal phone, stripping away the pleasantries. The message essentially conveyed that he was unable to manage matters at Tianqin Construction. This infuriated Sun Xiaolong, who was Cheng Yuan, the top authority in Qingyang. To claim that he was incapable of handling things within his own territory was outrageous. Just hours earlier, he had been compliant and agreeable over the phone. And now he was backtracking? In a fit of rage, Sun Xiaolong hurled the ashtray on the coffee table to the floor. The loud crash brought his assistant rushing into the room. Seeing the shards scattered across the floor, she cautiously inquired, Mr. Sun, what happened? Sun Xiaolong shot her an irritated glance and replied in a low tone, that useless Cheng Yuan can't even handle a fledgling Tianqin Construction. I think it's time for him to be replaced. The assistant, hesitant to respond, timidly handed over a stack of documents. What is this? Sun Xiaolong asked impatiently. The assistant took a deep breath and explained, Mr. Sun, this is the project regarding the citywide renovation of old districts in Qingyang that you asked us to pay special attention to a couple of months ago. Although it had not been finalized until this morning, it has now been fully entrusted to Tianqin Construction. This is the internal notification document, along with their proposal, which is 5 percentage points higher than ours. After delivering this message, the assistant took a cautious step back. The room fell into a heavy silence. Sun Xiaolong, expressionless, perused the documents in his hand, his cold gaze scanning each line. He was acutely aware of the project's profitability. In all of Qingyang, numerous factions aspired to secure it, all of whom he had either coerced or pressured through various means. Now, it appeared that a newcomer, Tianqin Construction, had secured the deal. The more he considered it, the angrier he became. He had already expended millions in preliminary expenses for this project. Were they conspiring with Cheng Yuan to undermine him? Throwing the documents aside, Sun Xiaolong lit a cigarette and leaned back on the sofa. After taking several deep puffs, he pointed at his assistant without even looking. I don't care if you have to use money or threats. Within 3 days, I want a complete understanding of that Duan Kuan at Tianqin Construction. Qingyang will not tolerate such an audacious presence. Chapter 74, Virtual Reality. After returning to Donghai and taking a brief respite, Luo Sheng had lunch with the Xie siblings. He then arranged for several bodyguards for them and transferred an additional 200,000 for their leisure. After all, he was merely a cousin, not a caretaker, and could not accompany them around the clock during their brief visit. Upon leaving Chiyun Mountain Villa, Luo Sheng took his Rolls-Royce Phantom directly to the Technology Park at 118 Qihai Road. Earlier that morning, upon his return to Donghai, Dong Xiaolei had sent him a message, inviting him to come by if he had the time, mentioning that there had been a significant breakthrough. Although Luo Sheng was not well versed in virtual reality technology, he found Dong Xiaolei's rapid progress astonishing and almost unbelievable. How much time had passed since their parting after the trip to Haojiang? Yet, here was a result worthy of his special visit. Filled with anticipation, Luo Sheng arrived at the Technology Park and entered Dong Xiaolei's workspace. He found Dong deeply engrossed in testing various complex data on a massive screen, completely absorbed in his task. So much so that he didn't notice Luo Sheng approaching from behind. Luo Sheng hesitated to interrupt, but could not help but comment on Dong's disheveled hair and the faint, peculiar odor emanating from him. Xiaolei, when was the last time you bathed? Hearing the voice from behind, Dong Xiaolei turned, his bloodshot eyes brimming with excitement. Brother Sheng, you're here. Just give me 5 minutes. It will be ready soon. He then returned his focus to the screen, his fingers flying over the keyboard. Luo Sheng glanced around, noticing the floor littered with papers covered in various calculations and designs. Finding a spot that was barely clear, he pushed aside some documents and sat down. At that moment, a young secretary brought over a cup of coffee, respectfully handing it to Luo Sheng. How long has President Dong been in this state? He inquired of the secretary after accepting the coffee. The secretary thought for a moment before responding. Mr. Luo, President Dong has been in this state since we returned. Aside from brief restroom breaks and less than 5 hours of sleep a day, he has either been here or with the engineering team downstairs. Even dining has become an act performed in front of this array of devices. Luo Sheng nodded, continuing to inquire. What is the current progress of the deployment in the technology park, particularly concerning the supercomputing center? Mr. Luo, please hold on a moment, the young secretary replied, hurrying to her office area. After rummaging through some documents, she returned with a stack of materials in hand. Presently, the entire technology park comprises 18 buildings. Aside from 2 designated as employee dormitories, 12 of the remaining 16 buildings are allocated for the current and future deployment of the supercomputing center. Among the remaining 4, one is the main building of the park, which is the one we are in. The other 2 serve as offices for Director Dong and various engineering teams. The last building has been repurposed for the research, manufacturing, and testing of various terminal devices. After more than 20 minutes of dry mouth from speaking, the secretary finally completed her report on the hardware deployment progress in the technology park. She then picked up another document and continued, Mr. Luo, the supercomputing center has been officially named by Director Dong as the Superdimensional Supercomputer Cluster. Thanks to Director Dong's unique insights, our supercomputing center has been designed from its inception for rapid deployment and large-scale scalability. According to prior calculations by Director Dong, we anticipate achieving the first phase of deployment within the next year. At that time, Superdimensional will significantly surpass the combined capabilities of the current top 3 supercomputers in the world. Just as the secretary was elaborating on the progress of the supercomputing center, Dong Xiaolei suddenly exclaimed, "We've done it." Luo Sheng looked up to see a dazzling 3-dimensional image materializing on the screen after a rapid succession of scrolling data. Dong Xiaolei turned around, his deep-set eyes radiating an unusual brilliance. With an excited tone, he said to Luo Sheng, Brother Sheng, we have successfully created an entirely new mode of virtual reality interaction. It now allows users not only to see and hear, but also to move and even speak. Although significant technological barriers still exist concerning taste and smell, I firmly believe that soon we will enable users to feel virtually indistinguishable from reality. Luo Sheng rose slowly, first glancing at the large screen, then at the almost frenzied Dong Xiaolei. Just as he was about to speak, Dong Xiaolei seized his arm, insisting, "Come on, Brother Sheng. Let me take you to experience the terminal prototype." However, Luo Sheng placed a hand on Dong Xiaolei's, firmly stating, "What you need most right now is to go rest immediately. Brother Sheng, we can talk about resting later. Just let me show you, it won't take long." Dong Xiaolei countered, yet Luo Sheng showed no signs of yielding. "What nonsense. In your current state, I fear you might collapse at any moment." Chen Tai, who had been stationed at the door, swiftly approached. "Sir, what can I do for you?" "Bring 2 people over to take Xiaolei to rest," Luo Sheng commanded. "Understood, sir." Though Dong Xiaolei wished to argue, perhaps due to the long-standing tension finally easing, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of fatigue, causing his legs to weaken. Luo Sheng quickly supported him, calling out to Chen Tai, "Hurry and arrange for someone to take Xiaolei to rest." Once Dong Xiaolei was forcibly carried away by the bodyguards Chen Tai arranged, Luo Sheng surveyed the disarray of the office and turned to the still-waiting secretary, asking, "Aside from Director Dong, who else can operate the terminal prototype?" The secretary nodded, "Yes, Engineer Su, who is responsible for leading the development and maintenance of the prototype, can also operate it. Where is he? Luo Sheng inquired. Engineer Su usually stays in the building where the terminal prototype is located. Mr. Luo, shall I take you there now? Luo Sheng nodded. Yes, let us go. As Luo Sheng, accompanied by Chen Tai, entered the room housing the terminal prototype, he immediately spotted the uniquely designed machine standing at the center. Setting aside the numerous debugging devices surrounding it, the main body resembled a massive capsule tilted at an angle. Engineer Su explained, Mr. Luo, this prototype's exterior is still in its most primitive stage. According to the vision shared by myself and Director Dong, its final form will be far more streamlined than it is now. Luo Sheng nodded slightly and approached. With Engineer Su's assistance, he entered what is truly the world's first virtual chamber and donned the equipment. Moments later, accompanied by a familiar sensation of dizziness, Luo Sheng momentarily lost consciousness. Chapter 75. The Boundary Between Virtual and Reality. When Luo Sheng regained awareness, he found himself in a modest wooden cabin. The sensation was akin to a person standing up abruptly after squatting for a long time, inducing a brief moment of disorientation. The duration was fleeting, perhaps merely a heartbeat. As he surveyed the small cabin, he observed a wooden bed with a simple mattress, accompanied by a table and 2 chairs. On the table lay various miscellaneous items and a steaming cup of tea. Directly across from the bed was a small door, seemingly leading to the outside. Despite the absence of windows or candles, the interior radiated an unusual brightness. Luo Sheng tentatively raised his hands. This time, he could perceive his body, unlike before. Yet the sensation remained peculiar. There was a disconcerting distortion, as if he could control something that did not feel like a part of himself. Lowering his gaze to his raised hands and the body they belonged to, he noted that the palms were slightly dark, clad in coarse linen garments with patched sleeves. Upon closer inspection, the intricate textures and hues were astonishingly lifelike. With a look of astonishment, Luo Sheng touched the wooden bed and the chair. Even sitting down to examine the items on the table in detail, he glanced at the cup of tea and, without hesitation, lifted it to take a sip. The feedback from this body sent a shockwave through Luo Sheng's consciousness. In the next moment, he stood up and approached the small door, pulling vigorously on the doorknob. But the wooden door remained steadfastly shut. Mr. Luo, the current development of this world is confined to this room. Engineer Su's voice resonated from the surrounding space. Luo Sheng released the doorknob, acknowledging, I understand. His gaze swept across every corner of the room. Did Dong Xiaolei truly comprehend the significance of all this? The world he had created, though still rough in various textures and lacking in sensory elements such as smell and taste, was already sufficient to astonish the globe. Even Luo Sheng found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The boundary between virtual and reality began to blur at this moment. As Luo Sheng emerged from the virtual world, Engineer Su hurriedly approached him. Suppressing his inner excitement, he wore a beaming smile and inquired, Mr. Luo, are you satisfied with this outcome? As the leader of the virtual chamber development, he had been the first to enter the virtual world just yesterday. The lifelike scenes that evoked the sensation of being in the real world had left him utterly astounded, akin to being struck by lightning, resulting in a sleepless night. In his mind, he was fervently relishing the opportunity to witness this epic-making moment, his heart swelling with excitement. Now that the true magnate had arrived, it was only natural for him to wish to take credit. Luo Sheng gazed at his counterpart with a benign smile, commending their efforts. You have all done remarkably well. Upon my return, I shall decree that from today forth, everyone's salary shall be doubled, along with an additional 3 months' wages as a bonus. The smile on Engineer Su's face grew even more radiant. The prospect of receiving extra income was certainly a cause for joy. But what delighted him even more was the recognition of their accomplishments by the esteemed magnate. After departing from the equipment building, Luo Sheng made another visit to Dong Xiaolei. The latter, who had previously claimed he did not require rest, had succumbed to a deep slumber in a mere moment. Not wishing to disturb him, Luo Sheng, accompanied by Chen Tai, returned to the car. As soon as they were seated, the previously jovial Luo Sheng immediately donned a serious expression. In an unequivocal tone, he addressed Chen Tai at the wheel. Upon our return, elevate the security level of the technology park to its highest tier. No one, including Dong Xiaolei, is permitted to communicate with the outside world without authorization. Furthermore, all external leave is hereby revoked. No one may venture outside without my express permission. Chen Tai, who had just started the vehicle, appeared taken aback. Having followed Luo Sheng for so long, he had never witnessed him treat a matter with such gravity. I understand, sir. Chen Tai replied with utmost seriousness. Should anyone voice dissent regarding this, a hint of coldness flickered in Luo Sheng's gaze, suggesting they should remain silent. Such formidable virtual reality technology could not be permitted to leak before its official unveiling. On the way back, still contemplating matters concerning the technology park, Luo Sheng received an unexpected call from Han Yutong. As soon as the call connected, her sweet voice filled his ear. "Darling, what are you up to?" "Just finished handling some matters and am now preparing to return to the estate," he replied. "Do you have any plans for tonight?" Checking the time, he noted it was just past 4 in the afternoon. "I have no arrangements for the evening. What is on your mind? Do you miss me?" "Yes, I do," Han Yutong responded candidly. "The new house is so large, and I'm all alone. I couldn't sleep a wink last night." "What about Gu Shanshan? Didn't you invite her over for company?" She insisted I was trying to lure her into a situation of 2 women serving 1 man. Who knows what she was thinking? Even if she were willing, I wouldn't be, Han Yutong huffed. After a brief moment of contemplation, Luo Sheng continued. "All right then, I'll come over later. We'll have a good chat tonight." A melodious laugh emanated from the other end of the line. "Then I'll pick up some ingredients on my way back and personally cook for you tonight." Feigning surprise, Luo Sheng remarked, "You can cook?" In truth, during their years together in the past, he had savored her culinary creations almost daily. Having been in this time and space for some time, he found himself reminiscing. "I've been cooking for myself since high school, you know? And I must say, my dishes are quite delightful," she boasted. Upon hearing this, Luo Sheng nearly blurted out, "Yes, I know." Instead, he simply replied, "Well, I shall sample your culinary skills." After ending the call, Luo Sheng leaned back in the seat, closing his eyes to rest. Once back at the estate, he retrieved the gift box that Duan Kuan had given him that morning and switched to a different Koenigsegg. Half an hour later, he drove into Huafu Junting, arriving at the base of Han Yutong's building. He signaled for everyone to remain on standby as he ascended the stairs alone, gift box in hand. As the door swung open, Han Yutong joyfully ran to greet him. Stepping inside, a wave of warmth enveloped him, and he noticed the dining table was laden with fresh ingredients. This scene felt oddly familiar. "This is for you," Luo Sheng said, presenting the gift box to Han Yutong. "Wow, you brought me a gift," she exclaimed, taking it and placing it carefully in the bedroom before returning to say, "I just got home too. Please, make yourself comfortable in the living room while I prepare dinner." With that, Han Yutong donned an apron and busied herself in the kitchen. Watching this oddly familiar sight, Luo Sheng couldn't help but smile softly. Chapter 76. You are beautiful too. Seated on the living room sofa, he idly scrolled through short videos on his phone. At that moment, Han Yutong embodied the image of a devoted wife. As her husband returned home, she meticulously prepared dinner for him. The nonstick pan on the stove sizzled as ingredients were added, filling the air with a delightful warmth that enhanced the coziness of their home. Before long, enticing aromas wafted from the kitchen as Han Yutong emerged, elegantly presenting dishes arranged on exquisite plates. She looked at Luo Sheng with gentle eyes and cheerfully called out, "Dinner is ready. Come and taste my cooking." Luo Sheng promptly took his seat at the dining table. Gazing at the vibrant, aromatic dishes before him, he sampled a bite, and the flavors exploded in his mouth. "How is it?" Han Yutong asked expectantly, knowing that the Luo family had their own private culinary team. She worried that her culinary skills might not meet his standards. To her surprise, Luo Sheng nodded appreciatively. "It's quite good. Truly comparable to the expertise of my family's professional chefs." Han Yutong suspected he was merely flattering her to make her happy, yet she felt a swell of satisfaction. She quickly pulled out a chair and joined him. "Try this one, it's my specialty," she urged, using her chopsticks to offer him a piece of sweet and sour pork. Thus, under the warm glow of the dining room's lights, they savored the delightful moments of their dinner together. 3 hours passed, and the moonlight cascaded through the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows of the bedroom, spilling into the room. Luo Sheng reclined on the sofa near the window, holding a glass of red wine that Han Yutong had thoughtfully prepared for him. Though it was not a luxury brand, her sentiment was more than enough. Gazing out at the bustling nightscape of Donghai City, the dazzling neon lights rendered the view exceptionally enchanting. It was reminiscent of the scene that had unfolded just half an hour prior, effortlessly drawing one into its allure. In a state of dual relaxation, both physically and mentally, Luo Sheng's thoughts began to drift into the distance. In another realm, he had once envisioned this very moment, toiling during the day for his career, then driving luxury cars worth millions, basking in the envy of others as he returned to his own spacious abode. After shedding all constraints and pretenses, he would engage in a passionate encounter with the one he loved, following which he could, much like now, recline comfortably by the panoramic window, whether sipping a glass or brewing a pot of tea, all while enjoying his favorite music and taking in the entire cityscape. In that moment, it might feel as though the whole world belonged to him. Yet, ordinary individuals would always harbor beautiful fantasies about things they could not possess. For those who were born into privilege, however, such a life was as natural as breathing. Much like the present Luo Sheng, his heart was devoid of any tumult. In this realm, his innate nobility had granted him everything from the very beginning. Within the confines of the bathroom, the once rushing sound of water ceased abruptly. Han Yutong, drying her slightly damp hair, swathed in a towel, emerged gracefully, her delicate feet resembling exquisitely carved jade. She approached Luo Sheng and settled beside him, resting her head against his chest. "What are you watching?" she inquired. Luo Sheng opened his arms, enveloping Han Yutong in an embrace, and with a gentle smile replied, "I am observing this city." Han Yutong followed his gaze. The nightscape of Donghai City was indeed breathtaking. Yet, in her past, she had never had the opportunity to overlook the entire city from such a vantage point. Not only her, but countless dreamers who had journeyed to Donghai might spend their entire lives, with the only chance to witness such beauty occurring during late-night work shifts. "Darling, do you think this is the life of the upper class?" Han Yutong mused. Luo Sheng tenderly caressed her smooth, delicate shoulder. "Why do you ask that?" Han Yutong, with a contented smile, softly replied, "It just feels as though after meeting you, my entire perspective has transformed. There is an illusion of being elevated above all." Inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from her, and gazing at her slightly flushed cheeks, Luo Sheng set down his wine glass and remarked, "Let us not discuss social standings just yet. Let us first converse about the more base matters." After a brief interlude, Luo Sheng stood beside the sofa, a mischievous grin adorning his face. "Get up and show me the necklace I gifted you today." Han Yutong, breathless, turned around, casting a glance of feigned reproach at Luo Sheng. Slowly, she rose and retrieved the opulent gift box from her vanity, opening it to reveal a platinum necklace adorned with 9 exquisite jadeite egg-shaped stones, shimmering brilliantly under the bedroom lights, captivating her gaze completely. Luo Sheng stepped forward, delicately extracting the necklace from the box, and, under Han Yutong's watchful eyes, personally adorned her neck with it. Han Yutong turned to face the vanity mirror, and as she gently caressed the necklace, her eyes brimmed with emotion and happiness. "Thank you, darling, it's truly beautiful." Luo Sheng stood behind her, resting his head on her shoulder, his intense gaze fixated on the enchanting reflection before him, a subtle smile playing on his lips. "Yutong, you are beautiful now as well." Han Yutong, feeling shy, lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze, and whispered, "Could you please not look at me in that way?" Luo Sheng, with a firm pull, turned her towards him, beholding her endearing visage that resembled a young girl wronged and overwhelmed with grievance. Without uttering a word, he lifted her effortlessly and carried her towards the bed. Chapter 77. Call out your boyfriend. The following morning, while Luo Sheng remained in peaceful slumber, Han Yutong stealthily rose from bed. She had classes at school that morning and needed to hurry. However, the moment she opened the door to leave, she was taken aback by the sight before her. Meng Qing stood outside the main entrance, accompanied by a row of neatly arranged maids. Upon seeing Han Yutong emerge, she immediately bowed. "Good morning, Miss Han." Han Yutong recognized Meng Qing. She had been the one to deliver a card to her previously. As for the line of maids behind her, while Han Yutong had long suspected Luo Sheng's household might employ servants, the reality of witnessing them was still quite shocking. Most notably, in her imagination, the maids would be middle-aged women lacking in both beauty and presence. Yet, the women before her were stunningly beautiful, captivating enough to make Han Yutong herself feel envious. Their grace was ethereal, and their perfectly proportioned figures were undeniably alluring, compelling her to steal glances. "Hello, Assistant Meng." Han Yutong managed to stammer, feeling slightly nervous. Meng Qing, her demeanor warm yet composed, inquired, "Miss Han, are you heading out?" "Yes, I have classes at school this morning, so I need to leave," Han Yutong replied. Meng Qing respectfully offered, "Shall I arrange transportation for you?" Han Yutong waved her hand dismissively. No, I'll drive myself." "By the way, what brings you here?" Meng Qing stepped aside, revealing the bags held by the maids. "I am here to attend to the master's needs. These are his clothes for today." Han Yutong was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Meng Qing, as Luo Sheng's assistant, would be responsible for such matters, especially to the extent of bringing others along. Did that mean each morning, a group of stunning maids attended to Luo Sheng's every need? Although she felt a twinge of discomfort, Han Yutong said, "You may come in, but Luo Sheng is still asleep. You can wait for him in the living room." Meng Qing bowed once more, expressing gratitude for Han Yutong's support of her work. "We will await the master quietly in the living room." As Han Yutong descended to the designated parking area, preparing to drive her Porsche 911, she spotted an unfamiliar sports car parked along the roadside, flanked by a line of Mercedes G-Wagons. A dozen or so men in black suits, wearing sunglasses, stood resolutely beside the vehicles. The leader, Chen Tai, approached her with measured steps as she descended the stairs. "Good morning, Miss Han." Recognizing them as Luo Sheng's bodyguards, Han Yutong wondered if they had been stationed there since Luo Sheng's arrival last night. "Have you been here since last night?" she inquired. Chen Tai replied in an emotionless tone, "Yes, Miss Han." But it's already mid-November. Weren't you cold last night? Han Yutong remarked, glancing at the group behind Chen Tai. They stood upright, expressions serious, emanating an air that discouraged approach, completely unfazed by the chill of the night. Chen Tai, with unwavering conviction, stated, "It is our mission to protect the master. In any circumstance, his safety is our foremost priority. We appreciate your concern, Miss Han." The brothers took shifts throughout the night. Han Yutong felt a wave of respect for Chen Tai's words as she nodded in acknowledgement before getting into her car and driving away. As she drove towards Donghai University, Han Yutong reflected on the morning's events. So many were devotedly caring for and safeguarding Luo Sheng. It seemed as though they all centered their lives around him. Especially the maids. Did they, like the handmaidens of old, assist in warming his bed? Meanwhile, Luo Sheng had awoken and, upon exiting his bedroom, was not surprised to see Meng Qing and the others in the living room. Meng Qing bowed in greeting and signaled for the maids to step forward to assist him with his morning routine. Luo Sheng raised his hand, his gaze landing on the pair of slippers Han Yutong had left by the door. "How long has Miss Han been gone?" he inquired. Meng Qing respectfully replied, "She left not long ago. I heard from Miss Han that there are classes at school this morning." Luo Sheng expressed mild surprise. This girl studied so late into the night, yet managed to rise early for school. What a dedicated student she is. It seems tonight would be an opportune moment to offer her some additional tutoring, reinforcing the knowledge from last night. Meanwhile, Han Yutong parked her car in a roadside space and hurried to the school. Arriving at the classroom just 10 minutes before the lesson commenced, she settled into her seat. No sooner had she caught her breath than a handsome young man approached her, presenting a concert ticket. "Yutong, Wang Monk is having a concert at the Donghai Gym next week. Would you like to join me?" he said confidently. Han Yutong looked up at him, her eyes filled with disdain. This individual was Fong Su, a fellow student from her department who had pursued her since their sophomore year. However, she had learned from her dormitory mates that he was nothing but a scoundrel, boasting about his affluent background as a local heir in Donghai. He owned several properties and had substantial savings. Since the second semester of his freshman year, he had been notorious for his promiscuity, juggling multiple relationships with ease. Over a dozen girls had endured heartbreak after brief flings with him, discarded the very next day. Han Yutong had always maintained a respectful distance from such a man. "I'm afraid I must decline," she said curtly. Fong Su, unfazed by her outright rejection, continued, "Isn't Wang Monk your idol? This ticket is for one of the front rows. Are you truly not interested?" To which Han Yutong replied, still coldly, "I'm not going. And could you refrain from seeking me out in the future? I have a boyfriend." Fong Su appraised Han Yutong with a derisive chuckle. He had long since deduced her background, a girl from an ordinary family in Luo Sheng, who had never had a relationship. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but she was also still a virgin. In today's society, any girl with a semblance of attractiveness was often not as pure as she seemed. Even he, with his numerous conquests, had rarely encountered someone so untouched. "Yutong, you needn't fabricate a boyfriend to reject me. If you truly have one, why not call him over? I'd like to see what he looks like," he said dismissively. Chapter 78. A slap naturally. Han Yutong had no intention of calling Luo Sheng merely to appease such a cad. To her, that would be a complete degradation of her boyfriend's dignity. Glancing at the time, she said impatiently, "You are not worthy of meeting him. Class is about to start, so please return to your seat." Fong Su seemed more obstinate than usual today. He did not leave as he typically would, but instead focused on the slender boy with glasses sitting next to Han Yutong. "Get lost, I'm taking the seat today," he commanded. The bespectacled boy, Zhang Wei, glanced up at Han Yutong, took a deep breath, and replied firmly, "No, I can't." Fong Su raised an eyebrow and slapped Zhang Wei on the head. "Who do you think you are? Get out of my way, do you hear me?" Zhang Wei's face flushed crimson, but he remained silent, casting a lingering look at Han Yutong before quietly gathering his belongings and departing. Fong Su scoffed at Zhang Wei's retreating figure before turning back to Han Yutong. "Yutong, your boyfriend isn't going to be anything like this loser, is he? You're too embarrassed to call him out." Ignoring his taunts, Han Yutong began organizing her textbooks. Finding Fong Su's mockery tiresome, he soon ceased his ridicule. However, he quickly noted her attire, a striped Chanel tweed ensemble. With a smile, he remarked, "Yutong, it's been a few days, and I see your fashion sense has improved significantly. I saw the original of this high-quality imitation at the Jingtai Center last week, and it's priced around 50 to 60,000. If you like it, how about joining me for dinner tonight? I might consider gifting you a set." Fong Su smirked to himself, thinking, university truly transforms a girl. The once ordinary Han Yutong now appeared to be pursuing materialism, donning high-quality imitations. With such intentions, he believed it would be easy to ensnare her, as he had done with countless others before, even recalling a time when he had orchestrated a gathering at a KTV, where he encountered a breathtaking girl accompanied by her boyfriend. Fearing he might never see her again, he prepared 100,000 in cash. discreetly placing it on a table in an adjacent room. Then he lured the girl away under the pretext of helping with grocery shopping. Ultimately, he had his way with her. Rumor had it she ended up pregnant, but her boyfriend had always taken precautions. Fang Su had thought he would finally succeed this time. However, upon hearing Han Yutong's response, he was taken aback when she started to laugh. Though her smile was far more appealing than her usual stoic expression, he sensed a mocking undertone. Suppressing his irritation, he demanded, "What are you laughing at?" Han Yutong turned her head, her gaze icy as she replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I just suddenly realized how vast the gap is between you and him, another boy. You don't even deserve to know his name." Fang Su clenched his fists in anger, but with class in session, he could not unleash his frustration. Throughout the lesson, he was distracted, fixated on Han Yutong's derisive smile and her stinging words. In his youth, he had often faced ridicule from classmates in Donghai. But after his family underwent 2 relocations in 3 years, he felt he had risen in stature. Since then, no one had dared speak to him in such a manner. After class, Fang Su intercepted Han Yutong as she prepared to leave, disregarding the surrounding crowd. "Han Yutong, do you think you found some remarkable boyfriend? He could just be a kept man. I ask you once more, will you join me tonight?" Han Yutong scoffed, "I'm not interested. And my affairs are none of your concern." After leaving the classroom, she dismissed the incident. Fang Su had pursued her for nearly a year, and she had long since grown accustomed to his antics. As dusk settled, Han Yutong was preparing to leave school when she received a call from Luo Sheng. "Yutong, the classes have concluded for today, haven't they?" Luo Sheng inquired. "Yes, they just finished. I was about to leave," Han Yutong replied. "All right then. Wait for me at the school gate. I'll come pick you up," Luo Sheng said. "Great. Are we heading back to my place tonight?" Han Yutong asked. "No. Tonight I'll take you somewhere else," Luo Sheng responded. "Where's that?" "You're being all mysterious," Han Yutong teased. "You'll find out soon enough." "I'm on my way now," he assured her. With a heart full of joy, Han Yutong hung up the phone, gathered her belongings, and headed towards the school gate. However, when she arrived at the entrance of Donghai University a little over 10 minutes later, the smile on her face abruptly vanished, for she spotted Fang Su, who was leaning against a BMW X5, a bouquet of flowers in hand. The timing coincided with the peak hour when students were exiting after classes, and the school gate was bustling with Donghai University students. Han Yutong deliberately pretended not to see him, attempting to bypass him. Yet, Fang Su had no intention of letting her succeed. He quickly approached and stood in her way. Offering the flowers with a smug expression, he taunted, "Yutong, isn't your little pretty boy coming to pick you up? Why not hop in my car? I'll take you to see the world tonight." As he finished speaking, Fang Su reached out to grab her arm. "Fang Su, remove your filthy hands. My boyfriend will be here soon," Han Yutong protested. However, Fang Su remained unmoved, his face displaying a near-obsessive madness. Meanwhile, onlookers began to gather, some even pulling out their phones to record the scene. Seeing the crowd grow, and realizing she could not free herself from Fang Su's grip, desperation took over Han Yutong, prompting her to slap him across the face. With a sharp sound, Fang Su's head snapped to the side. Yet, in the next instant, he retaliated with a slap that sent Han Yutong's tears cascading down her cheeks. Nevertheless, she suppressed her sobs, refusing to let them flow freely. "Stop pretending. I've been pursuing you for a year. Do you think I'm unaware of your boyfriend?" Fang Su shouted arrogantly. "I'm here to see what kind of man he is." His voice boomed loudly, cutting through the noise of the crowd, ensuring everyone could hear. Some familiar with him whispered among themselves, commenting on his brazen behavior. "Fang Su is outrageous, acting like this in public. He has always been like this. That girl probably just wants to ignore him. Damn it, he is just relying on his family's wealth." If he faced a real challenge, he'd back down immediately. It's not like there are countless heroes to save the day. Poor girl, so beautiful yet treated like this by Fang Su in front of everyone. It's outrageous that he is not just a jerk, but also resorts to violence against women. Despite the numerous murmurs of disapproval, no one stepped forward to intervene. While the crowd awaited the unfolding drama, a powerful cadence of footsteps echoed from a distance, growing nearer. The onlookers parted to create a path. Suddenly, a group of tall, serious-looking men in black suits surged into the crowd. They moved in unison, forming 2 lines, like loyal sentinels, clearing a space in the center. Everyone was taken aback, wondering what was happening. Even Fang Su, who had just been boasting, was momentarily stunned, a bad premonition washing over him. Only Han Yutong's face lit up with joy, for she knew he had arrived. In the next moment, Luo Sheng, donned in a light blue suit, stepped into view with measured strides. His elegant and luxurious demeanor shimmered like stars in the night sky, instantly capturing everyone's attention. With each step he took, an invisible pressure emanated from him, as if he were standing on the clouds, looking down upon the world, making the surrounding atmosphere feel palpably tense. Behind his exquisite golden-rimmed glasses, his eyes, deep as the sea and seemingly able to perceive everything, now radiated an icy chill. Fang Su felt a surge of panic. Why did it seem like Luo Sheng was approaching him? Could it be that this girl truly had such an impressive boyfriend? This shouldn't be. In his shock, Fang Su unconsciously released his grip on Han Yutong's arm. Seizing the opportunity, she dashed into Luo Sheng's embrace, and at the moment she felt his warmth. Her pin-up grievances erupted. Tears streamed down her cheeks, soaking the fabric of Luo Sheng's shirt. Luo Sheng, she called out softly, her voice trembling. Luo Sheng remained silent, merely lifting her chin gently, brushing away the faint redness on her cheek, where 5 finger marks were still visible. Gazing into her tear-filled eyes, which held both sorrow and relief, he exhaled a deep breath filled with warmth and frustration. No matter in this life or the last, he had never laid a hand on a woman he cherished, yet today, she had been slapped publicly by a scoundrel. He looked at Han Yutong, silently blaming himself for not having arranged matters properly. Then, in an indifferent tone, he called out, "Chen Tai." Understanding immediately, Chen Tai nodded, signaling 2 bodyguards to spring into action. He pointed at the trembling Fang Su, who was leaning weakly against the BMW X5, instructing them to bring him over. The bodyguards swiftly approached, hauling the pale Fang Su toward Luo Sheng. With 1 meter separating them, Fang Su still struggled to stand firm. But Chen Tai swiftly advanced and delivered a punishing kick to Fang Su's shin. With a loud thud, Fang Su's knee crashed to the ground. He attempted to push himself up, but the 2 bodyguards seized his wrists, pinning him down, rendering him immobile. Pain washed over Fang Su's face, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to cry out, instead locking eyes with Luo Sheng. Though fear coursed through him, he was certain that, with so many witnesses, Luo Sheng wouldn't dare to go too far. At worst, he would just get beaten up and insulted. Life would go on as usual for him. Luo Sheng surveyed the scene, noting the crowd had swelled to hundreds, with more people continuing to gather. No one had ever witnessed such a spectacle. Even seasoned individuals in society found it astounding. Who is that man? His aura is so formidable. Do you know? I just arrived. That beautiful girl really does have such a powerful boyfriend. That man is handsome and has so many bodyguards. Fang Su has really kicked a steel plate this time. That man exudes such charm. I would endure 10 slaps just to be his woman. Back up, everyone. If you crowd any closer, I might just kneel down too. Ignoring the surrounding clamor, Luo Sheng remained focused on the unfolding situation. Luo Sheng first pulled Han Yutong aside, instructing her to wait for him. He then approached Fang Su, regarding him with the disdainful gaze typically reserved for ants, looking down from a position of superiority at the man kneeling before him. Now that I am here, why don't you enlighten me on what kind of person I am? In truth, given Luo Sheng's past conduct, it was uncharacteristic of him to engage in conversation with someone of such a lowly status. Merely allowing Fang Su to behold him was, in fact, the greatest honor of his life. However, the remnants of tears still staining his chest compelled him to make an exception today. Fang Su, with a stiffened neck, attempted to feign bravado, albeit lacking conviction as he retorted, "Humph, no matter who you are, I can always publicly apologize to your girlfriend. But if you dare to lay a hand on me again, I will ensure you lose everything." This bravado was not born out of genuine courage, but rather due to the overwhelming number of onlookers. Even if he were to concede defeat, he was loath to appear overly cowardly. In the future, should anyone mention this incident, he could easily claim that he was merely a victim of bullying. Luo Sheng let out a cold laugh, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous of jokes. At that moment, a few patrolling security officers pushed through the crowd, led by Tan Feng, who had previously attempted to arrest Luo Xiao. Since the last incident, he had been inexplicably reassigned to this district security office, serving as the captain of a patrol unit. A significant demotion. As Tan Feng and his 3 team members finally squeezed into the scene, he was about to bellow an inquiry regarding the situation. However, upon catching sight of Luo Sheng's frosty visage, he instantly contemplated retreating back to the patrol car. This was an ill-fated encounter. He acknowledged that he had acted impulsively last time, and confronting the second son of the Luo family was a perilous endeavor. This time, he truly dared not proceed further, lest he find himself dismissed from even the most mundane responsibilities. Chapter 80. Take him away. Luo Sheng's gaze naturally fell upon Tan Feng. Upon realizing that he was being scrutinized, Tan Feng felt a tightening in his chest, but had no choice but to steel himself and approach Luo Sheng. As he passed by the kneeling Fang Su, he did not deign to glance at him, as though the man were non-existent. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to soften his tone as much as possible before slowly addressing Luo Sheng. "Mr. Luo, greetings. I did not expect to find you here." Luo Sheng regarded Tan Feng with an impassive expression, finding the man somewhat familiar. After a brief moment, he indifferently inquired, "Oh, do you know me?" Hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Tan Feng's face, yet he quickly regained his composure. He responded with a smile, Of course, I had the privilege of seeing you once before. It has been a while, Mr. Luo, and you still exude the same charisma. At this moment, Tanfeng silently thanked his stars that Luo Sheng had not recognized him, as that would surely have led to an uncomfortable revelation about how he had previously apprehended Luo Sheng's brother. Just as Tanfeng was about to inquire about the unfolding incident and whether his assistance was required, he was met with Luo Sheng's nonchalant after which he was dismissed entirely. This abrupt coldness stifled the words that had been on the tip of Tanfeng's tongue. Noticing their captain's unusual demeanor, one of the officers leaned in and quietly asked, "Captain, should we restrain the individual?" As he spoke, he discreetly glanced at Feng Su and the two bodyguards holding him. Tanfeng did not dare to look in that direction. With so many eyes upon them, he pondered whether to intervene or not. First, step back and disperse the crowd, he commanded decisively. Although the three officers were puzzled by their captain's orders, they complied, scattering to clear the onlookers. However, their efforts proved largely ineffective, as the spectators merely retreated a few steps, expanding the circle of observation outward. Seeing the security personnel arrive, Feng Su breathed a sigh of relief. He mused to himself, "Now I can probably avoid a beating." With this thought, the corners of his mouth curled slightly, revealing an almost imperceptible smile, as he envisioned himself departing this tumultuous scene unscathed. However, what he could never have anticipated was that, just as he believed himself to be safe and on the verge of being released, Luo Sheng, who had been standing before him, suddenly made a move without warning. With an impassive expression, Luo Sheng slowly raised his right hand and then swiftly swung it down. Like a tempest, his palm struck Feng Su's left cheek with tremendous force. The sudden blow was resounding, causing Feng Su's head to snap aside and nearly rendering him unconscious. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and his cheek began to swell visibly, a shocking sight to behold. Seeing this, Chen Tai stepped forward, lowering his voice, "Sir, there is no need for you to take action personally. This minor matter should be left to me." Yet, Luo Sheng remained unmoved. With a casual flick of his arm, he delivered another resounding slap, accurately landing on Feng Su's right cheek. 2 consecutive blows left Feng Su dazed, his vision swimming with stars. In that moment, he felt the world spinning, his head throbbing violently, as saliva and blood flowed uncontrollably from his mouth, rendering him a pitiful sight. The patrolling officers stared in disbelief, astonished that someone would so brazenly assault another in their presence. A young officer attempted to intervene, but was halted by Tanfeng, who shook his head in disapproval. The young officer was momentarily at a loss for words. Tanfeng surveyed the surrounding students, many of whom were capturing the scene on their phones. It was clear they could no longer remain there. Furrowing his brow, he quietly instructed, "We must leave. This matter is beyond our control." With that, he lowered his head and discreetly led his team away from the scene. After delivering those 2 resounding slaps, Luo Sheng leaned in, speaking in a tone barely audible to those nearby. "You foolish wretch, someone of your lowly status is utterly insignificant. I could crush you without lifting a finger. Yet today, I am willing to make an exception, so that you may remember this lesson for all your future lives." Luo Sheng's voice was deep and filled with menace, his gaze flashing with lethal intent. He then turned to the ever-steadfast Chen Tai, commanding, "Chen Tai, take him away." Chen Tai responded promptly, "Understood, sir." In truth, for Luo Sheng, dealing with someone as inconsequential as Feng Su had never been of any interest. His public display of aggression was merely to assert his stance before the onlookers and to vent the anger simmering within him. Upon returning to Han Yutong, he wrapped his arm around her shoulders and strode purposefully towards the Rolls-Royce Phantom parked at the roadside. Han Yutong gently remarked, "You really didn't have to go this far. There are so many witnesses, and he hardly deserves your wrath. I need everyone to understand the consequences of provoking you." Luo Sheng replied, his voice soft yet resonant with undeniable authority. At this moment, the atmosphere at the scene was so tense it felt as though it could drip with moisture. A multitude of onlookers had witnessed the entire process with their own eyes and clearly heard those words. Among them was Feng Su, who was kneeling on the ground, utterly disheveled. He had been closely monitoring the movements of the security patrol. Initially, when that resounding slap struck his face, he eagerly hoped that someone would step forward. Yet, to his dismay, they all chose to remain silent and turned away without hesitation. Coupled with the captain's respectful demeanor towards Han Yutong's boyfriend, a dreadful thought began to take shape in his mind. This man wielded such power that even the patrol officers dared not provoke him lightly. As Feng Su gradually emerged from his shock, his face had turned ashen, etched with terror and despair. Ignoring the searing pain on his cheek, he hurriedly implored, "Dear sir, it is all my fault. Every mistake lies with me. Please, I beg you, show mercy and spare me this once." However, Luo Sheng paid no heed to Feng Su's pleas, ushering Han Yutong into the car. Meanwhile, Chen Tai ordered 2 bodyguards to forcibly drag Fong Su towards another vehicle. Fong Su struggled desperately, shouting, but all was destined to be in vain. The students who had previously been curiously observing the scene were now pale with fear, instinctively retreating, anxious to avoid any trouble. Inside the car, Han Yutong leaned against Luo Sheng's shoulder. It was evident that today's events would soon circulate widely. Luo Sheng smiled nonchalantly, dismissing it. As long as no one dared to provoke her in the future, that was all that mattered. Moments later, Chen Tai returned to the vehicle. "Sir, the person has been brought into the car," he announced. Luo Sheng nodded in acknowledgement, and they returned to Chiyun Mountain Villa. As the convoy traveled along Yunding Avenue, Han Yutong, seated in the back of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, observed the checkpoint and the armed guards on either side. Instinctively, she thought it resembled a military restricted area. Yet, to her surprise, the convoy passed through the checkpoint without hindrance, encountering neither obstacles nor requests for identification. All the guards turned to pay their respects to the vehicle. It was then that she realized this must indeed be the much-rumored Chiyun Mountain Villa. Earlier, she had come across a live stream from a minor online broadcaster who had purportedly been at Chiyun Mountain Villa. However, she had joined the stream late and missed the entire broadcast. She only recalled the broadcaster discussing the value of various plants in a garden before abruptly ending the stream. Later, she learned that someone had recorded it. However, when she returned out of curiosity, she found that both the original recording and any reposts had vanished without a trace. It seemed that the platform had swiftly removed all related videos under official orders. Some bloggers had only been able to recount the event in text, accompanied by dubious screenshots, narrating tales of luxurious items like a water feature valued at hundreds of millions, restricted mermaids, and royal-grade Longjing tea sets, among other extravagant descriptions. Unbeknownst to her, the so-called exquisite maids mentioned by these bloggers might not be mere fabrications. As the grand iron gates of the villa swung open, Han Yutong was struck for the first time by the sheer magnificence before her. What lay before her was merely the villa's front courtyard. Yet it left her utterly dumbfounded. "Dear Luo Sheng, is this really Chiyun Mountain Villa?" She could not help but tug on his arm, her voice trembling with awe. Luo Sheng opened his eyes and smiled, nodding. "Yes, indeed. There's no need to be anxious. You will come here often. Today is merely a preliminary visit." As they traversed the winding tree-lined path, Han Yutong marveled at the extravagant scenery surrounding her. Whether it was the crystal fountain in the square, the expansive green lawn in the distance, the gently rippling lake, or the elegantly arranged villas, she found it hard to believe that all of this could exist within a single estate. Yet, she was fortunate, for despite her astonishment and disbelief, she was here today as Luo Sheng's woman. Everyone would regard her with reverence, treating her as the most esteemed guest. In stark contrast, in the Mercedes G-Class at the rear of the convoy, Fong Su's mental state had completely shattered. Though he was unaware of their exact location, that no longer mattered. He had, like Han Yutong, witnessed the opulence through the car window. To possess such a grand estate in Donghai, an international metropolis, with armed guards at the entrance was a calamity beyond measure. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not fathom how an ordinary person like Han Yutong could have such a boyfriend. His body trembled uncontrollably, filled with fear, helplessness, and regret. Excuse me, gentlemen. Once we arrive, may I please use the restroom? I am in urgent need," Fong Su stammered, addressing the 2 intimidating men in black beside him. However, they paid him no mind, their eyes fixed firmly ahead. After a brief silence, he ventured again. "Could you perhaps disclose what your boss intends to do with me?" He looked expectantly at the men, his swollen cheeks betraying his anxiety. Yet, after several seconds of silence, the cabin remained enveloped in an oppressive quiet, save for the soft hum of the engine. Just as he was about to speak again, he felt the cold, metallic touch of a firearm against his forehead. The bodyguard in the front seat turned to him, coldly commanding, "Be quiet." Fong Su's face drained of color as he closed his mouth. At this point, he could only suppress his need to urinate, praying that he would return home for dinner that night. He vowed that after today, he would behave himself and never again engage in such reckless actions. The convoy soon arrived at the open space in front of the main residence. Meng Qing, accompanied by several maidservants, descended the steps, standing respectfully to one side. As Luo Sheng held Han Yutong's delicate hand and stepped out of the car, the entourage of maids along with the newly disembarked bodyguards respectfully bowed and proclaimed, "We warmly welcome you back home, sir, and extend our greetings to Miss Han upon her arrival at Chiyun Villa." Observing the slightly stunned expression on Han Yutong's face, Luo Sheng remarked casually, "Have I startled you?" Han Yutong, in a daze, nodded affirmatively, admitting, "This is my first experience of such grandeur, especially in a place as opulent as this." With those words, she turned her gaze towards the main residence. Luo Sheng, wearing a composed smile, casually tucked one hand into his pocket and led Han Yutong up the staircase to the main house. Once the two of them vanished from the sight of the onlookers, Fong Su was dragged from the car by the bodyguards, bringing him face to face with Chen Tai. Captain Chun, how should we deal with this person? Chen Tai glanced at the crumpled Fong Su, whose eyes were already devoid of life, and a flicker of disdain crossed his gaze. The sir did not provide specific instructions, but since he was brought back, let us confine him to a dark room for the time being. After coldly issuing his orders, Chen Tai turned to leave. However, Fong Su, seizing the opportunity like a drowning man grasping for a lifeline, clutched Chen Tai's pant leg, pleading, "Brother, you can't do this. This is illegal detention. Please let me go back. I realize my mistakes. I won't dare to do this again. I'll even kowtow to you. Yes, I'll kowtow." In his desperation, Fong Su hastily knelt down and knocked his forehead against the ground several times. Chen Tai crouched down and grasped Fong Su's hair firmly, stating, "You have no future left." Chapter 82. A discussion on remedial lessons. As night fell, Donghai City was engulfed in the evening rush hour. Countless weary workers began their journey home after a day of toil. Among them was Han Lu, who had just wrapped up her filming for the day. Dragging her fatigued body from the elevator of an office building, she made her way to the nearby subway station. Since parting with her close friend Meng Qing, Han Lu had been reflecting on her friend's words, yearning for a day when she could live a life of luxury rather than toiling endlessly as an unnoticed model for meager pay. Just as she reached the subway entrance, a photographer with whom she had collaborated a few times called her. Assuming he had a job for her, she stepped aside to answer the call. After all, regardless of life's discontent, one must still eat. "Hello, Brother Pan, do you have a job for me?" Han Lu inquired. "Indeed, you guessed correctly, Xiao Lu," Pan replied. "What product are we shooting for this time?" Han Lu asked. "This time is different. You'll be traveling abroad with the team for the shoot," Pan informed her. "Abroad? Which country?" Han Lu was taken aback, as she had primarily worked within Donghai City, given its commercial prosperity and high demand. The prospect of a job overseas was truly unexpected. Yet, customers are kings, and as long as the price is right, a trip is worth it. After all, it's about earning money wherever one goes. "We're headed to Siam, planned for 3 days and 2 nights, with all flights and accommodations covered, and the remuneration is 12,000. Pan explained. "Such a high fee? This won't entail anything dubious, will it?" "You know I won't shoot certain things," Han Lu cautioned. "What are you thinking? It's a legitimate commercial modeling job, just a bit longer and more labor-intensive. Otherwise, the client wouldn't offer such a price." Pan continued. "This job is privately arranged by me. The client is a friend of mine, so there won't be any nonsense." Sensing something off in Pan's tone, Han Lu quickly apologized. "Brother Pan, it's my fault. Rest assured, once it's over, I'll only take 10,000. The extra 2,000 can be your compensation for your troubles." "All right then, we'll tentatively schedule for next week. I'll contact you in advance," Pan concluded. After finishing the call, Han Lu let out a long sigh. Although there were safety concerns about traveling abroad for a shoot, knowing that the client was a friend of Pan's eased her worries. Moreover, the pay was significantly higher than usual, so she could treat it as a chance to enjoy a vacation in Siam. Meanwhile, within Chiyun Villa, Han Yutong sat in the western dining room of the main house. Even as a mere dining area, it resembled a palace fit for European aristocracy. The finely textured and warm natural marble floor reflected enchanting colors under the brilliance of the crystal chandelier. The surrounding walls were adorned with classical oil paintings unfamiliar to her, elegantly framed in ornate golden borders. Gleaming silver cutlery and crystal goblets were meticulously arranged on the dining table. In a corner, a beautiful pianist in a black high-slit gown played a gentle melody. Several maidens, each possessing stunning beauty, delicately served exquisitely plated dishes to Luo Sheng and her. After each serving, they would perform a courteous bow to express their respect and reverence for the two, showcasing the meticulous etiquette of subordinates that highlighted their esteemed status. Since Han Yutong entered the main house, this level of service was evident everywhere. Once all the dishes were served, the maidens lined up neatly along the edges of the dining room, their hands crossed before them, poised to await any commands from their masters. In such an atmosphere, anyone seated there would naturally exude an air of sophistication and elegance. Thus, even though Han Yutong was well aware that she was not a princess at that moment, she felt as though she surpassed one. What Luo Sheng considered an ordinary dinner left Han Yutong feeling timid and anxious, fearful of losing her composure. After dinner, Luo Sheng took Han Yutong to tour his bedroom. As she gazed upon the spacious room, larger than her home in Luqing, she felt almost numb. Sitting on the sofa near the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, Han Yutong suddenly recalled the scene she had witnessed on the first floor earlier. The familiar indoor courtyard landscape and the massive fish tank that occupied an entire wall had been overshadowed by the presence of a crowd, preventing her from inquiring then. Now, with only Luo Sheng and herself in the room, She hesitated before voicing her curiosity. Dear, I saw a female streamer earlier online. It seemed she was live streaming from the first floor. I'm not concerned about why she was banned. After all, how could the main residents of the Luo family allow outsiders to pry into its secrets? They would undoubtedly take measures to punish the streamer. I understand that. What I'm curious about is how she managed to enter here to stream. Even if I were just an ordinary person, it seems I can no longer claim to be one. Nonetheless, even other ordinary individuals would surely not accept a stranger live streaming and giving a tour of their home. Luo Sheng chuckled and replied, It was my younger brother who brought her in. She has already been dealt with, so I believe she won't repeat such mistakes. Han Yutong nodded in understanding. She was astonished that there were individuals so lacking in decorum. Even if she had merely been observing, she wouldn't dare to live stream. She feared it might incite Luo Sheng's displeasure. I have come across online discussions suggesting that her account was permanently banned at that time. Moreover, all videos circulating on the internet were forcibly taken down by the platform within a single day. However, it appears that the Biaoing platform does not belong to the Tian Luo group, does it? Luo Sheng approached Han Yutong, gently caressing her cheek, and spoke tenderly. This is quite normal, for within the global headquarters of the Tian Luo group lies a department known as the Strategic Investment Department. Each year, backed by ample financial resources, this department casts its gaze upon every corner of the globe. Thus, the Tian Luo group consistently remains at the forefront, evolving in tandem with the times. Han Yutong nodded, somewhat perplexed, and asked, So, the Tian Luo group has also invested in the Biaoing platform? Is it one of the shareholders? Luo Sheng did not respond to this inquiry. Instead, he lightly pinched Han Yutong's chin with his fingers, saying softly, Let us not dwell on such matters. Let us discuss your supplementary lessons. Supplementary lessons? What lessons? Han Yutong blinked her large eyes, appearing bewildered. The next moment, as Luo Sheng's hand descended, she shyly lowered her head and murmured, You are so mischievous. Chapter 83. This watch is a gift for you. Throughout that entire night, the two of them scarcely rested. Despite Luo Sheng's robust physique, he felt a hint of fatigue. Let alone Han Yutong, who could hardly muster the energy to move even a single finger. Stretching his body, Luo Sheng instructed Meng Qing to arrange for someone to tidy up the disheveled room. He then bent down and picked up Han Yutong, carrying her to the circular bathtub in the bathroom. The following morning, after a simple breakfast, Luo Sheng arranged for someone to escort Han Yutong back to school. On the way back to the main residence, he took the opportunity to visit the guest house to check on the CS siblings. In the tea room of the guest house, Luo Sheng sat facing them. Xiao Shaoli, how have you fared these past few days? Luo Sheng inquired, taking a sip from the tea presented by a maid. I heard from my subordinates that you two have reaped considerable rewards on this trip. Xie Tao was the first to speak. Cousin, spare me the details. Shaoli nearly bought out the entire Donghai. Luo Sheng chuckled. After granting the siblings some freedom, he initially transferred 200,000 to each of them. To his surprise, he received a call from Xie Tao seeking urgent assistance that very afternoon. Thus, he arranged for an assistant to accompany them, covering all expenses. After all, they seldom met throughout the year. It was akin to gifting his younger siblings. Xieli pouted, It's not that exaggerated. I merely purchased a few bags and clothes, totaling less than 3 million. Such an amount is insignificant to you, cousin. Luo Sheng replied with a smile. No matter, as long as you are pleased. He then turned to Xie Tao. Xiao Tao, what about you? Xie Tao raised his wrist, showcasing a blue Vacheron Constantine watch. Cousin, what do you think of this watch? Following Xie Tao's gesture, Luo Sheng smiled faintly. The Vacheron Constantine Heritage Series watch. Do you fancy such pieces, Xiao Tao? Xie Tao nodded eagerly. Absolutely. But Dad has always controlled my spending in this regard. Luo Sheng nodded slightly, signaling Meng Qing, who stood behind, to fetch a watch from the main residence. Before long, Meng Qing returned, holding a watch box. Luo Sheng opened it, confirmed its contents, and retrieved a Vacheron Constantine watch, handing it to Xie Tao. This is the 80172 watch from the Vacheron Constantine Heritage Series. I seldom wear this one. Consider it a gift. The joy on Xie Tao's face was unmistakable as he accepted the watch. He knew that the retail price in the country was over 5 million. And while the transaction price was less than half of that, it was still far superior to what adorned his wrist. Cousin, are you truly giving me this watch? Luo Sheng replied nonchalantly. Yes, it's a gift. I wore it during my school days and Haven Tea used it in ages. Nowadays, I typically wear this type. As he spoke, Luo Sheng revealed the Patek Philippe on his wrist. Xie Tao's eyes widened in astonishment, and after scrutinizing it closely, he hesitantly asked, Is this the Patek Philippe Grand Complications 6002G? A watch enthusiast, Xie Tao instantly recognized the timepiece. However, he had not anticipated that his cousin possessed such a high-value watch, which was priced at 15 million in the country, with the latest transaction price likely exceeding 30 million. It's merely a watch. once you successfully graduate from university. Consider this a gift from me, Luo Sheng stated. Xieli quickly chimed in, cousin, what about me? You? Luo Sheng gazed at his elegant little cousin, smiling as he said, pray tell, what graduation gift do you desire? I shall prepare it in advance. Xieli pondered for a moment, but could not think of anything specific she wanted. Bags and clothes seemed too mundane, if she wished for them. She could easily persuade her father to buy them. As for mansions and luxury cars, her family had no shortage. She even had a dedicated pink diamond-studded Cullinan for her transport. After some thought, she decided to leave this dilemma to Luo Sheng. What it is will depend on your sincerity, cousin. I am open to anything. The absence of specific demands is the highest standard of expectation. Fortunately, Luo Sheng possessed sufficient means and was confident he could satisfy his little cousin's desires. Very well, I shall ensure you are not disappointed, Luo Sheng replied confidently. Noticing that Xietao had already donned the watch he gifted him, Luo Sheng continued, you are returning tomorrow. I have no pressing matters today. So let us go out and explore together. Sounds great. The CS siblings exclaimed in unison. An hour later, Luo Sheng, accompanied by his two young companions, arrived at the Donghai Tushan International Golf Club. As a venue that had hosted numerous top-tier events, Tushan International Golf Club is vast and lush, covering an area of over 2,000 acres. Nestled against verdant mountains and overlooking flowing waters, this golf course ranks among the finest in the entire Donghai city. Anticipating their arrival, the club manager, Xiao Qinyang, stood at the entrance, eagerly welcoming them. Upon seeing Luo Sheng approach with a group, Xiao Qinyang promptly adopted a humble demeanor and stepped forward. Mr. Luo, greetings. We are honored by your presence at our club today. Having hosted Luo Sheng several times, Xiao Qinyang knew he was unworthy of a handshake, so after greeting him, he respectfully stood aside, gesturing for him to enter the club. Luo Sheng nodded slightly and stepped inside. Xiao Qinyang trailed a half-step behind, carefully guiding the way while quietly detailing the day's events at the golf course. Upon entering the lobby, all the staff seemed to have received prior notice. At the sight of Luo Sheng, they uniformly bowed and greeted him with respect, saying, welcome, Mr. Luo. The group proceeded to the VIP room, which had long been prepared. Xiao Qinyang hurried ahead, pulling out a chair and, not forgetting to gently dust it off, beamed as he said, Mr. Luo, please take a seat. After Luo Sheng settled in, he quickly accepted a meticulously crafted drink from a nearby server, presenting it before Luo Sheng with both hands, his eyes full of reverence. The CS siblings surveyed their surroundings with curiosity. Although they hailed from a wealthy family themselves, the extreme reverence displayed around them left them in silent astonishment. Luo Sheng, however, was accustomed to such decorum. After taking a delicate sip of his drink, he casually remarked, let us clear out the number 1 course today. I'd like to play a few rounds with my younger siblings. Xiao Qinyang quickly nodded in agreement, saying, rest assured. Mr. Luo, everything has been arranged perfectly. Chapter 84. Hello, my name is Luo Sheng. In the VIP room, Luo Sheng inquired if the CS siblings had ever played golf before. They replied that they had visited several golf courses, but mostly accompanied their father, Xie Zheng, for social events, and had hardly swung a club. Luo Sheng smiled and said, no worries, I'll have the caddy guide you both through some practice shortly. Before long, the group arrived at the number 1 course via several shuttle carts. Luo Sheng took a club from the caddy and effortlessly performed a few warm-up stretches. Xietao appeared eager to try but clearly lacked experience. Luo Sheng chuckled, Xiao Tao, golf emphasizes posture and technique. It's not like your usual playfulness. Xieli, standing nearby, teased, brother, you'd better not embarrass yourself in front of our cousin. Xietao huffed in indignation. The beautiful caddy beside him smiled and said, sir, allow me to assist you. She stepped forward, gently grasping his hands from behind to patiently instruct him on the proper grip. Feeling the soft touch behind him, Xietao beamed with a smile. He had never experienced such a moment during previous outings with his father. It was indeed delightful. Xieli leaned on her club, observing her brother with a hint of exasperation. Brother, your smile is rather lewd. Xietao shrugged off the comment, retorting, is it customary to insult your own brother? Besides, you're the one who has been eyeing that handsome caddy. He gestured toward the caddy next to Xieli, who stood over 185 centimeters tall. The caddy could only respond with an awkward yet polite smile. Realizing she had been called out, Xieli turned her head away and muttered, mind your own business. Just focus on your game. Accompanying them, Xiao Qinyang cautiously remarked, Mr. Luo, your younger siblings are truly charming. Luo Sheng nodded but did not respond to the compliment. He then positioned himself, slightly parting his legs, his gaze focused and resolute as he looked into the distance. Moments later, with a swift movement of his arm, the club traced a perfect arc through the air. The small white ball soared high, gliding toward the horizon before landing precisely near the green. The onlookers couldn't help but gasp in admiration. The caddy beside him exclaimed in awe, Mr. Luo, your skills are remarkable. Luo Sheng smiled modestly, preparing to take another swing. However, he soon noticed a young woman in a fitted white coat, her long hair flowing gracefully, strolling alone across the verdant grass of the course. Her steps were light, each movement akin to a graceful swan. Due to the distance, her features were indistinct, yet she radiated a unique aura, reminiscent of a celestial being untouched by worldly affairs. Even as someone who had encountered many women, her ethereal charm stirred something within Luo Sheng. Sensing his gaze, the young woman turned her head. In that fleeting moment, their eyes met, and a palpable current seemed to pass between them. Luo Sheng regained his composure, coughed lightly, and approached her. She, too, recognized his intent and stood still, awaiting his approach. As he drew near and beheld her features, Luo Sheng understood why she felt so extraordinary. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Her skin was as fair as jade, and her eyes sparkled like stars, clear and bright. Beneath a high-bridged nose lay softly parted scarlet lips, tender and alluring, invoking an irresistible desire for a kiss. Such exquisite features were indeed rare in this world. Combined with her tall stature and an otherworldly grace, anyone standing nearby would likely feel a sense of inferiority. If Han Yutong's beauty rated a 92, then Meng Qing's would be a 95, while Emily Mellon and Su Jiejia would be around 90. Those maids admired by countless netizens would hover around 85. As for Li Yike, whom he had seen at the M1NT club party, she would score approximately 96. A rating Luo Sheng assigned after discarding all external factors and familial status based on his own standards. Yet, before him stood this young woman, whom he could confidently rate a 99. The 1 point deducted was due to his unwavering belief that no one could possess an absolutely flawless visage. The young woman's clear eyes reflected a hint of curiosity as she looked at Luo Sheng. With a smile, he extended his hand and said, "Hello. Let me introduce myself. I am Luo Sheng. Hello, I am Su Qian. Are you here to play golf as well?" Her melodious voice chimed. Though she found Luo Sheng's sudden approach a bit abrupt, her upbringing compelled her to respond courteously. Luo Sheng raised the club in his hand, indicating the obvious nature of his visit, but quipped, "No, I'm here to meet someone." Noticing that they were likely of similar age, Su Qian spoke with a tone of shared understanding. "Were you also brought here by your elders to meet clients?" Luo Sheng paused momentarily, then smiled. "I'm here to meet someone I've never met before." Su Qian tilted her head slightly, a soft smile gracing her lips. "Have you met that person yet?" "I hadn't before, but I have now," Luo Sheng stated with unwavering conviction, his tone earnest, as if declaring an undeniable truth. Su Qian's eyes flickered with surprise. Having grown up sheltered under her parents' wings, she had never been approached in such a manner by a boy. Just as Luo Sheng was about to continue their conversation, a middle-aged man's voice interrupted their serendipitous encounter. "Qian, come over here. Your Uncle Wang and the others have arrived." The middle-aged man approached them with hurried steps. He cast a wary glance at the young man before turning to Su Qian, asking, "Qian, who is this?" Before Su Qian could respond, Luo Sheng calmly interjected, "I just met this young lady." The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, fell silent, not sparing Luo Sheng another glance as he attempted to lead Su Qian away. However, Luo Sheng casually inserted one hand into his pocket while gripping the middle-aged man's arm with the other. The man, taken aback by the young man's boldness, released Su Qian and turned to scrutinize Luo Sheng. It was then he realized that although this young man appeared youthful, he emanated an air of authority that suggested a long-standing status of privilege, a presence he had only felt in the likes of Cheng Yuan, the top official of Qingyang. Yet, in comparison, Luo Sheng was on an entirely different level. The man sensed that Luo Sheng was no ordinary individual. Thus, he retracted his earlier disdain and replied earnestly, "I am Su Yue, chairman of the Su Group in Qingyang. May I ask how to address you?" Luo Sheng met Su Yue's gaze with calm confidence. "My surname is Luo. I hope to get to know Miss Su Qian." Chapter 85. Father, are you out of your mind? The other party's tone was flat and devoid of emotion, which made Su Yue exceedingly uncomfortable. Particularly unsettling was the gaze directed at him, which exuded a calm confidence laced with a hint of condescending arrogance. It was as if everything before him failed to capture his interest, save for the daughter standing behind him. This was hardly the demeanor one would expect from a young man confronted with such a situation, at least not among the youth he was familiar with. "Mr. Luo, do you not think it somewhat inappropriate to speak such words in the presence of a father?" "Mr. Su, out of respect for your position as Miss Su Qian's father, I do not wish to exert my influence today. Perhaps it would be best for you to take a moment to rest over there," Luo Sheng replied, his tone remaining steady and forceful. Yet, his aggressively probing gaze had already bypassed Su Yue entirely, fixating instead on Su Qian behind him. Such a unique beauty, one that seemed to belong only to the heavens, was a rarity in the world, and Luo Sheng was determined to possess her. Across from him, Su Qian was also observing him, her eyes reflecting curiosity, confusion, a hint of shyness, and perhaps even a touch of admiration. Luo Sheng was unaware that since Su Qian had begun to form memories, numerous young men had harbored thoughts of approaching her, and many had acted on those impulses. However, each and every one had been intimidated by her father upon their initial encounter. Those young men either displayed a subservient demeanor or attempted flattery, while some even apologized, vowing never to disturb Su Qian again. Never had anyone displayed such composure as this individual before him, disregarding the weight of her father's title as the chairman of a major corporation. Even now, when faced with his father's slightly oppressive inquiries, he maintained unwavering eye contact. Su Qian acknowledged that she was intrigued at the prospect of getting to know this young man, just as Su Yue was about to lead his daughter away. A hearty laugh echoed from behind. "Old Su, had it not been for the caddy mentioning you were this way, I might have missed you altogether." A man dressed in traditional attire approached, accompanied by a young man who was engrossed in his phone. "Old Wang, I apologize for the delay. I was handling some matters." Su Yue replied courteously. The man, known as Wang Jianhai, operated a chain of specialty sports and outdoor equipment stores throughout the Daxia territory, and had managed to establish a commendable business. He and Su Yue were longtime friends. Wang Jianhai clapped the young man beside him on the shoulder. Speaking in a tone tinged with disappointment, "Yaozong, greet him. This is your Uncle Su. One moment, let me send a message." Wang Yaozong retorted, somewhat irritably. However, it was Su Qian who, without needing her father's prompt, spoke up first. "Hello, Uncle Wang." Wang Jianhai, gazing at Su Qian, could not hide his satisfaction. "Ah, Qian, you are becoming increasingly beautiful. If Yaozong were to marry you, that would truly be a blessing from my past life." After his warm remark, he turned to Luo Sheng. Eyeing him curiously, "Old Su, who might this distinguished gentleman be?" Su Yue replied curtly, "Just someone who wishes to make the acquaintance of my daughter." Upon hearing this, Wang Jianhai raised an eyebrow and promptly smacked Wang Yaozong, who was still preoccupied with his phone. "For heaven's sake, your future wife is right in front of you, and you're still glued to that phone." Wang Yaozong nearly dropped his phone from the sudden impact. With a hint of resentment, he looked up. "Dad, what are you doing? How is Shenggu here?" As he raised his head, ready to voice a complaint, he found Luo Sheng smiling at him, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. "Aren't you here to see Su Yue? Why is Shenggu also here?" Wang Yaozong, in a flurry of excitement, rushed towards Luo Sheng, exuding an enthusiasm reminiscent of a subordinate reuniting with an elder brother after a long separation. Luo Sheng remained silent, observing the four individuals before him. At that moment, Xiao Qianyang arrived with Luo Sheng's caddy. He slightly bowed, respectfully inquiring, "Mr. Luo, have you encountered some friends?" Wang Jianhai looked on in astonishment, recognizing Xiao Qianyang, the general manager of Tushan International Golf Club. "Manager Xiao, it's a pleasure," he greeted. Xiao Qianyang acknowledged him. "Ah, Mr. Wang, hello?" Just as Wang Jianhai was about to inquire about Luo Sheng's identity, Luo Sheng interjected, "Let us save the reminiscing for another time." He then took a few steps forward, standing in front of Su Qian. With one hand behind his back, he extended the other, invitingly saying, "Miss Su, would you care to take a stroll with me?" Su Qian gazed into Luo Sheng's eyes, and, almost as if compelled by an unseen force, nodded in acceptance of his invitation. Both Su Yue and Wang Jianhai instinctively prepared to intervene, only to be held back by Wang Yaozong, who exclaimed, "Dad, Uncle Su, what are you doing? Are you out of your minds?" His expression was one of sheer terror. Xiao Qianyang, witnessing Luo Sheng departing with an enchanting beauty, shared a knowing smile with Wang Jianhai before turning to leave. The affairs of Mr. Luo were not for a mere subordinate like him to meddle in. Wang Yaozong managed to calm his racing heart, relieved that he had acted swiftly. Otherwise, a calamity might have ensued. "Phew, clever as I am." Su Yue, still being held by Wang Yaozong, could only watch helplessly as Luo Sheng guided his daughter away. Wang Jianhai, pointing a finger at Wang Yaozong, was nearly speechless with anger. You better give your Uncle Su and me an explanation. Don't you know your Uncle Su intended to marry Qianqian into our Wang family?" Wang Yaozong nodded. "Yes. I know. This visit was merely for both parties to meet." Wang Jianhai's forehead twitched with frustration. "Then why are you still? Dad, do you not recognize Shenggu?" Wang Yaozong interjected. "What a joke. Given Sheng Ji's demeanor just now, it's obvious he is interested. You think I would dare compete with Luo Sheng over a woman I have never even met? What Shenggu? Are you referring to that young man just now?" "Shoo." Wang Yaozong hastily silenced his father. Meanwhile, Su Yue had calmed down, observing the still enthusiastic Wang Yaozong. Just a moment ago, he had questioned why the young man was behaving so foolishly, but now he withdrew that thought. "Dad, keep your voice down," Wang Yaozong urged. "Shenggu is the legitimate heir of the Luo family, Luo Sheng. I was just wondering why he was here, thinking you knew him." As Su Yue and Wang Jianhai exchanged astonished glances, they both recognized the shock reflected in one another's eyes. Chapter 86, A First Encounter. Luo Sheng and Su Qian strolled side by side. A gentle breeze swept across the verdant grass of the golf course, creating ripples in its surface. The bright and tender sunlight of the morning filtered through the branches of nearby trees, casting a warm glow upon the two of them. Apart from the occasional chirping of birds, the surroundings were enveloped in tranquility. Su Qian kept her head bowed, a strand of hair cascading over her forehead, appearing exceptionally ethereal in the sunlight. Her hands were tucked within the pockets of her white cinched coat as she walked quietly beside him. Luo Sheng was the first to break the silence, softly remarking, "Miss Su, I hope my earlier abruptness did not startle you." Su Qian shook her head, raising her gaze to meet his, admitting that while she was indeed taken aback, she was not frightened. Rather, she found him to be rather exceptional. Luo Sheng's lips curled into a smile, curious to know what exceptional meant in Miss Su's eyes. Su Qian tilted her head in contemplation, saying, "I'm not quite sure. It's merely a feeling, and you seem distinct from them." "Them?" She continued, "Those boys from before who wished to be acquainted with me. You exude a stronger presence, coupled with a confidence and poise that surpasses theirs. I find myself drawn to assertive and self-assured men. It brings me a sense of comfort." Su Qian's candidness took Luo Sheng by surprise. He paused, intrigued, and said, "Miss Su, it seems you possess a certain uniqueness as well. To be frank, I find myself quite interested in you." He gazed into her eyes, his tone earnest. Su Qian felt her heart race inexplicably. "Then why do you wish to know me? Is it merely due to my appearance?" Luo Sheng gently brushed aside a strand of hair from her forehead, confessing, "Indeed, I was initially captivated by your beauty. But it is your rare aura of tranquility that truly enchants me." In Luo Sheng's eyes, Su Qian, regardless of her true nature, was of little consequence. Her extraordinary beauty alone was enough for him to desire her as a prized possession. Su Qian's cheeks flushed, "But we have only just met. Are you not afraid that I may not be as you envision?" With a smile, Luo Sheng replied, "Then allow me to discover the true you." As Su Qian felt the intensity of his gaze, an unfamiliar sensation stirred within her. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded and took out her phone, suggesting, "Let us add each other on WeChat." After confirming their friendship, Su Qian glanced at Luo Sheng, inexplicably hopeful for him to say something. As he changed her contact name to Su Qian, he slowly began, "From afar, you seem to carry some worries." Su Qian initially smiled faintly before biting her lip and responding, "The Su group is encountering some issues, hence." She trailed off, revealing her father's inability to understand her or care for her feelings, as she did not wish to become a victim of circumstance. She cast him a peculiar look. "Yet I believe that one day, in some corner of the world, I will meet someone who understands me." Luo Sheng smiled gently. Perhaps fate has already orchestrated such a meeting. Su Qian regarded him with a complex expression, her heart igniting with a flicker of hope. At that moment, a breeze swept through, tousling her hair as if altering the course of her once unwavering destiny. After a brief interlude, Luo Sheng returned with Su Qian. Wang Jianhai had already departed with Wang Yaozong, leaving Su Yue alone in the lounge, smoking. Upon seeing his daughter return with the young master of the Luo family, his expression was mixed as he approached. By this time, Su Yue had shed his earlier demeanor, donning a peaceful smile. "Mr. Luo, I was unaware it was you earlier. I hope you can forgive my rudeness." Luo Sheng looked at him nonchalantly and remarked, "So you are Su Qian's father, Su Yue?" Indeed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Yue, managing several businesses in Qingyang. It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Luo." Su Yue lowered his posture significantly, leaving even Su Qian astonished. She had never witnessed her father humbling himself in such a manner. Luo Sheng nodded slightly, stating, "Su Qian has informed me of the difficulties faced by the Su group. Sun Xiaolong's Li Sen group is on the verge of dissolution, so you need not worry any longer." He added, "Su Qian is a good girl. You should let her visit Donghai more often." With that, Su Yue understood Luo Sheng's implication and eagerly nodded in agreement. However, he was curious about Sun Xiaolong's predicament and wanted to inquire further, but he refrained from doing so. It was better for someone like him, a typical private enterprise owner, to remain uninformed about the affairs of such high-profile individuals. Since Luo Sheng had spoken, he assumed the Su group would navigate through this crisis. After bidding farewell to the father and daughter, Luo Sheng made his way towards the first court. He was not in a hurry regarding Su Qian. After all, it was merely their first encounter. Good things are meant to be savored slowly, and with her father present, Luo Sheng would undoubtedly maintain a defense. Once Luo Sheng departed, Su Yue pulled Su Qian aside and quietly inquired, "Did Mr. Luo say anything to you?" Su Qian replied coolly, "Just casual conversation." "Did Mr. Luo mention anything about his family?" Su Yue asked cautiously. "Do you think everyone is like you, discussing family backgrounds upon first meeting? We were merely chatting, making a friend. Su Qian retorted, somewhat irritated. Since childhood, she had been the apple of her parents' eye, living a life that others envied as a rich young lady. However, no one knew that her parents had only ever taught her about corporate management and the etiquette of the elite. Even her interests and activities had to be conducted under their restrictions. Not a single day had she been allowed to explore the world for herself, let alone have personal interactions with the opposite sex, a strict prohibition. For Su Qian, her home was nothing more than a gilded cage, confining her for over 20 years and leaving her oblivious to the world beyond her parents' delineated boundaries. Luo Sheng was the first male to breach that circle, akin to the first rays of sunlight piercing the dawn. Even without knowing his identity, Su Qian was unconcerned and had no intention of prying into her father's knowledge. Upon returning to court Luo Sheng found the Xie siblings practicing their serves in an orderly fashion with the assistance of their caddies. Upon seeing Luo Sheng's return, Xie Tao handed his club to a nearby caddy and approached him. Cousin, did you see someone you knew just now, causing you to leave so suddenly? Luo Sheng raised an eyebrow. I suppose you could say that. How is your practice coming along? Xie Tao did not press further. It was not surprising for someone of Luo Sheng's stature to encounter acquaintances. Hearing the inquiry, Xie Tao grinned mysteriously. Cousin, let me show you what true talent looks like. With that, he picked up his club, ready to demonstrate his skills. As the evening arrived, Su Qian returned to her villa in Qingyang, lying on her bed with Luo Sheng's image lingering in her mind. Gripping her phone, her fingers absent-mindedly glided across the screen. Pausing at Luo Sheng's WeChat avatar for a moment, she then began to compose a message. Are you there? Chapter 87. What do you think? Is it beautiful? Within Qiyun Mountain Villa, after dinner, Luo Sheng reclined in his study chair. In his hand was a financial report for the third quarter of this year, recently handed to him by Meng Qing. Earlier that afternoon, Luo Sheng's father, Luo Zhan, had called him, expressing the hope that he would officially attend the year-end summary meeting of Tian Luo Group as the next heir, rather than just an ostensibly titled executive director. To this end, Luo Sheng needed to prepare in advance. The study was filled only with the occasional sound of pages turning. Once he finally finished reviewing the complex financial report, a notification chimed from his phone on the desk. Picking it up, he saw it was a message from Su Qian, who he had added earlier that morning. After finishing his interaction with the other party during the day, Luo Sheng chose to disregard her. He spent the entire day with the Xie siblings, feeling a sense of responsibility as an elder brother, especially since they were set to depart from Donghai early the next morning. After leaving the golf course, he first took them to his favorite dining establishment, Guantinjian, for lunch, and then hurried to several renowned spots in Donghai to create lasting memories. It was only when he returned to his study that he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Su Qian, are you there? A slight smile graced Luo Sheng's lips. Typically, unless there was a specific reason, such messages exchanged between individuals of the opposite sex merely hinted at one thing. They were thinking of each other. He turned his phone screen face down on the table and, addressing Meng Qing, who had been kneading his shoulders, said calmly, You can leave now. I have some matters to attend to. Meng Qing nodded silently and quietly stepped aside, bowing slightly as she said, Then, sir, I shall take my leave. Luo Sheng acknowledged her with a soft hum before picking up his phone to respond. Luo Sheng, I am currently handling some work matters, just finished up. Su Qian replied promptly, as if she had been waiting on the other side of the screen. Su Qian, still working at this late hour? Luo Sheng, yes. Some tasks require advanced preparation. Have you returned to Qingyang? Su Qian, I came back to Qingyang this afternoon. Now I'm lying in bed. But I can't sleep. Luo Sheng, still thinking about the marriage contract? Su Qian, not really. My father mentioned during dinner that the Wang family will not only assist us, but also will no longer bring up the marriage contract. Su Qian, by the way, can I call you Luo Sheng directly? I don't want to address you as Mr. Luo like my father does. Luo Sheng, you may address me however you wish. It is your prerogative. Su Qian, Luo Sheng, my father also said some peculiar things to me tonight. Luo Sheng, what did he say? Su Qian, he suggested that when I have free time, I shouldn't just stay cooped up at home, but should come to Donghai to chat with you. Su Qian, he used to reject all the males around me outright. Upon hearing Su Qian's words, Luo Sheng immediately realized that Su Yue might not have disclosed his identity to his daughter. He decided to test the waters with this young lady from the Su family. Luo Sheng, aren't you curious why your father has suddenly changed his attitude towards me so drastically? Su Qian, I am curious, but I don't want to ask. Luo Sheng, why not? Su Qian, I don't want my feelings for you to be influenced by your identity. Su Qian, besides, your status is of no importance to me. Su Qian, even if you were just an ordinary person, I could support you for a lifetime. How astonishing. This was the first time someone had told Luo Sheng, especially a woman, that she could support him for a lifetime. He could ascertain that Su Qian was utterly unaware of who he truly was. When he had taken Su Qian away earlier that day, Wang Yaozong had been present, and he would undoubtedly have revealed Luo Sheng's identity to Su Yue. Thus, Su Yue was fully aware of who Luo Sheng was, which explained the subsequent about-face in his attitude. However, the fact that he had not proactively explained this to his daughter, and that Su Qian herself did not wish to inquire further, added an intriguing layer to the situation. As for Su Qian pretending not to know his identity, not even her father, Su Yue, would dare to engage in such playful antics. Luo Sheng, is this your way of confessing? Su Qian, I'm not sure. I just feel that you are different from others. Does that count as liking you? Luo Sheng, what do you think liking someone entails? Su Qian, wanting to sleep with him? Luo Sheng, are you certain? Su Qian, that's what I read online. If you love someone, you should give yourself to them, right? Luo Sheng felt it necessary to reassess his understanding of this young lady from the Su family. Subsequently, the two of them continued their conversation via WeChat for over an hour. As their dialogue deepened, she seemed to have found an outlet for her emotions, sharing with Luo Sheng the minutiae of her recent years. Whether it was her parents' strict prohibition against her interacting with the opposite sex, the limitations placed on her social circle, or her feeling trapped in a gilded cage, she expressed it all. She felt like a canary in that cage. Although she appeared splendid on the outside, she could never touch the world beyond. Luo Sheng's arrival was akin to someone forcefully opening the cage. He was the only male to breach her world so directly. Thus, he began to understand Su Qian's earlier remark. Aren't you afraid that knowing me will reveal I am not what you imagined? Being confined in such a closed-off environment for an extended period, even a life of luxury, could lead to psychological issues. During their conversation, Luo Sheng also detected a significant issue. While Su Qian was polite and well-mannered, her understanding was limited to what she had been exposed to. When it came to matters beyond her comprehension, particularly those concerning relationships between men and women, she was as innocent as a blank canvas. Just moments ago, Su Qian had sent a message containing a selfie, a photo showcasing her long, slender, and fair legs, which appeared to be clad in only a pair of panties. Despite his vast experiences, Luo Sheng found himself both amused and bewildered by her unexpected display. As their conversation took a sudden turn, Luo Sheng sent a question mark back. Su Qian, I just searched online. It says boys love looking at legs, so I thought I'd send you a picture. Su Qian, or do you want to see something else? I can take more. Luo Sheng felt as though he had stumbled upon a remarkable treasure inadvertently. Beneath her angelic beauty lay a soul that seemed to harbor contrasting depths. Luo Sheng, you must be cautious. This could easily be exploited by the wrong individuals. Su Qian, but you're not a bad person. I trust you. Luo Sheng. Su Qian. By the way, Luo Sheng, you Haven Tea told me. Do you think it looks good? If Luo Sheng were an ordinary man, he would undoubtedly feel a surge of desire. However, as a seasoned individual, he now regarded the photograph with an appreciation for beauty alone. The proportions and lines were indeed exquisite, he mused. Luo Sheng, do you have a preference for purple? Su Qian, not particularly. I also have pink, white, and black lace. It just happened to be my turn today. Su Qian, do you want to see them? Just a moment. This insatiable desire for attention, what man could resist? Luo Sheng did not deter her. Instead, he squinted and quietly focused on the screen. After a few minutes, 3 notification sounds shattered the tranquility of the study. Su Qian, pink JPG, white JPG, black lace JPG. Su Qian, look, I indeed have other colors. Compared to the previous photo of her legs, this was merely a fleeting glimpse. The 3 subsequent images sent were all close-ups, and with the sender's high-definition pixels, every detail was crystal clear. When recalling Su Qian's exquisitely perfect visage and glancing at the photos before him, one couldn't help but be lost in fanciful thoughts. Luo Sheng, you seem to enjoy sharing these? Su Qian, not really. This is my first time taking such photos. It feels a bit odd. Su Qian, but if it's for you, I'm willing. Luo Sheng, what is your reasoning? Do you simply find me special? Su Qian, not just that. You're the only boy my father allows me to interact with, and I don't want to lose that. Su Qian, so do you enjoy looking? Luo Sheng, I prefer to appreciate in person. That feels more authentic. Su Qian, then I'll book a flight for tomorrow to Donghai to see you. My father has given his consent. Tomorrow? This girl is even more proactive than he is. However, in the coming days, he might not be available, as another talented individual, Yutong's friend, Su Jiejia, is arriving in Donghai. He had also received a message from her that evening. Luo Sheng didn't want to turn a delightful situation into something so urgent. It would give him an impression of being coerced into duty. Luo Sheng, let us postpone for a few days. I have some matters to attend to and may not have time to host you. Su Qian, oh, all right then. At that moment, a knock echoed from the study. Come in, Luo Sheng said, setting his phone aside. A maid clad in a black and white uniform entered gracefully, her long black stockings accentuating her legs as she approached him respectfully. She bowed her head and said, "Sir, it's getting late. Shall we retire for the night?" Luo Sheng glanced at the clock. It was already midnight. He nodded lightly. "You may go to the bedroom. I have a few things to handle." The maid, with a demeanor akin to a blooming flower, responded softly, "Understood, sir. I shall retire to the room now." Once she departed, Luo Sheng messaged Su Qian, "It's midnight. Aren't you going to rest?" Su Qian, "I'm a bit tired, but for some reason, I don't want to put my phone down." Luo Sheng, "Sleep. I need rest as well." Su Qian, "By the way, Luo Sheng, you aren't sleeping alone tonight, are you?" What kind of question is that? What decent girl stays up at night asking a man she has just met such inquiries? Yet, he had no reservations, so he chose to be candid. Luo Sheng, no? Su Qian, is it a girlfriend? Luo Sheng, not exactly. She is not an outside woman either. Su Qian, then you can be shy. Luo Sheng, just say what you wish to know. Su Qian, although it sounds strange, I still don't want to put my phone down. The chat box frequently displayed that the other party was typing, only to vanish moments later. This continued for a minute until the awaited message finally arrived. Su Qian, so, can we video chat? As if fearing rejection, she quickly sent another message. Su Qian, don't worry, I won't disturb you. What a preposterous claim of not disturbing. Luo Sheng, if you wish to see, wait until you come to Donghai. I'll give you a VIP seat. Luo Sheng, now rest. Su Qian, but I've already shown you. Ultimately, Su Qian awaited a response from Luo Sheng that never came. Lying in her expansive bed, she gazed at the ceiling, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep as her mind was filled with thoughts of Luo Sheng. What is he doing now? The next day, Su Jejia arrived in Donghai City as scheduled. She was dressed fashionably, her eyes sparkling with cleverness and mischief. As she surveyed the bustling crowd at the train station exit, she diligently searched for something. Finally, she spotted a man in a black suit holding a sign that read, "Welcome, Miss Su Jejia." Su Jejia hurried over to greet him. The man in black confirmed, "You are Miss Su Jejia from Luqing, correct?" Su Jejia nodded, "That's me. Did Sheng Ge send you to pick me up?" "Welcome to Donghai, Miss Su. The gentleman has some matters to attend to this morning, so I am here to escort you to the hotel." Seated in the back of a Cullinan, Su Jejia rested her chin on her hand, gazing out at the towering skyscrapers. This was her second visit to Donghai. Yet her feelings were entirely different. The last time she came, she had also ridden in a Cullinan, driven personally by the distinguished Qin Jun. However, at that time, her father was gravely ill, and she was merely a beautiful, ordinary college student. With only a few hundred yuan in her pocket, she ventured into the unfamiliar metropolis of Donghai, hoping to find assistance through her friend Shasha's connections, while also yearning to escape her dire family circumstances. To be honest, her emotions during that visit were quite dreadful. There was so much uncertainty and an uncomfortable feeling of being treated like a commodity. Yet this time, not only had her father received the most professional and comprehensive treatment at no cost, but she had also emerged from her predicament, poised to embark on a new chapter of her life, especially as she donned an outfit worth several thousand yuan, held a newly acquired iPhone, and had tens of thousands in cash resting in her bank account. Though these may seem trivial to the wealthy, they inexplicably provided her with a sense of security at this moment. Chapter 89. Dad, something has happened. Qingyang City, Li Shun Group Chairman's office. Sun Xiaolong sat in a luxurious executive chair, his expression dark as he scrutinized the report in his hands. Beside him, the nominal chairman Lin Dongji stood trembling, resembling a student caught in wrongdoing. Sun Xiaolong never anticipated that Tianqing Construction, which he had dismissed a year and a half ago, would now force Li Shun Group into such a predicament. All projects associated with Li Shun Group, whether contracts nearing expiration or those previously set to be unveiled, or even projects that had cleared connections and were merely awaiting procedural completion, had all been absorbed by Tianqing Construction. Moreover, many of these matters had surpassed the level of influence that Cheng Yuan, the top authority in Qingyang, could wield. This indicated that the opponent's network extended beyond Qingyang, with a more formidable hand paving the way for them. Market competition is merciless. After all, the share of a locality is finite. The more one takes, the less remains for others. To advance further, one must tread upon the remains of others. Currently, it was evident that Sun Xiaolong's Li Shun Group was being deliberately used as a stepping stone. Throwing the report across the room, Sun Xiaolong lit a cigarette and asked in a low voice, "What is the update on the matter I asked Assistant Lai to investigate?" Lin Dongji cautiously replied, "Assistant Lai sent me a message half an hour ago, stating he is on his way here and should have some leads. Are you not aware?" Sun Xiaolong shot a sidelong glance at him. Lin Dongji awkwardly responded, "Young Master Sun, Assistant Lai has been the one handling this matter. And where is she? She should be arriving shortly." Sun Xiaolong slowly rose to his feet, emanating an intense aura of intimidation as he approached Lin Dong. He raised both hands, adjusting Lin Dong's collar while remarking, "Little Lin, you say others are on the verge of dissolving the group, yet you persist in speaking of what ought to be done. Are you, as the chairman of the group, merely receiving the monthly sum of 200,000 from me to utter such trivialities? Or do you yearn to reunite with your late father sooner than expected?" As he spoke, Sun Xiaolong tightened his grip, nearly suffocating Lin Dong. "As Sun Xiao, I was mistaken. I underestimated Tianqing construction. I did not anticipate their actions would unfold so swiftly." Sun Xiaolong released his hold, casting a scornful glance at Lin Dong, who had crumpled to the ground. "You did not underestimate. You are simply foolish. Sun Xiao, you are right. I will be more vigilant in the future, I assure you." Sun Xiaolong, weary of conversing with such a worthless individual, barked, "Get up and call Assistant Lai, inquire about her whereabouts." No sooner had he spoken than the door to the chairman's office swung open. Lai Xianxian, clad in a black leather coat and towering high boots, entered with a grave expression. "Sun Xiao, there's no need to make the call. I have arrived." Sun Xiaolong extinguished his cigarette and settled onto the sofa by the desk, crossing his legs as he stated, "Since you're here, let's discuss the results of your endeavors over the past few days." Taking a deep breath, Lai Xianxian set her handbag aside and retrieved a document she had compiled that very morning. "Sun Xiao, on the surface, Tianqing Construction appears to be an ordinary private enterprise with a registered capital of 50 million, led by its legal representative and general manager, Chen Yi, a local from Qingyang. However, the actual controlling figure is an expatriate named Duan Kuan, who had not been in Qingyang until recently." Sun Xiaolong raised a hand. "Assistant Lai, could you share something I am unaware of? Were it not for the fact that this woman, who was of a similar age to him, was connected to his father, Sun Xiaolong would have slapped her outright. After all this time, she was merely reiterating information he had known for months." Lai Xianxian hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Sun Xiao, what I've gathered is that this Duan Kuan is not as simple as we presumed. He is the eldest son of Prince Duan Yi of Cambodia, a figure of considerable influence in that nation. Cheng Yuan, the top official in Xinjiang, maintains a cordial relationship with Prince Duan Yi, often seizing opportunities during holidays to privately visit him while traveling to Siam. I learned this from one of Cheng Yuan's drivers, as he is the one who arranges these trips. Moreover, the sudden aggression from Tianqing Construction, severing our ongoing projects, could involve another individual aside from Cheng Yuan." At this point, Lai Xianxian displayed clear hesitation, choosing not to elaborate further. However, Sun Xiaolong's interest was piqued as he raised an eyebrow. "Have you identified who this person is?" After weighing her words, Lai Xianxian finally replied, "It is the Li family from Kyoto." Upon hearing the name Li family, Sun Xiaolong sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief as he asked, "Is it the Li family of the Prime Minister, Li Xiang? To be precise, it is the son of Prime Minister Li Junqing." Lai Xianxian herself had been incredulous upon uncovering this information. "Sun Xiao, I believe it is time to contact your father. This matter cannot be resolved solely by us. If Minister Sun is willing to intervene, our Li Sen group should at least avoid expulsion." Sun Xiaolong resumed his seat on the sofa, resting his forehead on his hand. The Li family of Kyoto, having once been a young tycoon in the capital, he understood all too well what the Li family represented. They were descendants of the dragon's supporters, founding nobles. The family has remained loyal to the great Xia for generations, holding the status of royal relatives and being among the staunchest supporters of the imperial family, thus ranking as one of the most prestigious families in the realm. The current head, Li Xiang, holds a position just beneath the emperor, managing all affairs of the state. Li Junqing, the legitimate heir of the Li family, is not only the nephew of the current empress, but also one of the 3 young princes of the East Palace. Years ago, Sun Xiaolong had been forced to retreat to Qingyang after clashing verbally with Li Junqing. Logically, someone of Li Junqing's stature should not concern himself with local trivialities. Yet, after several years, this name resurfaced in his thoughts, leaving Sun Xiaolong feeling restless and perplexed. After a long moment, he turned to Lai Xianxian and inquired, "How did you discover that Li Junqing was involved in this matter?" Lai Xianxian handed him a document. "Sun Xiao, I initially intended to investigate who Duan Kuan was in contact with, so I obtained his call log from the telecommunications company. To my surprise, I found that just a few days ago, Duan Kuan called Li Junqing's personal number, and the call lasted 5 minutes and 8 seconds. Following this call, our Li Sen group immediately began to face pressure from various fronts." Sun Xiaolong nodded silently, indicating his understanding. He glanced at the document in his hand and dismissed Lai Xianxian and Lin Dong. Once they had departed, he took a deep breath, retrieved his phone, and dialed a number. As soon as the call connected, Sun Xiaolong spoke in a low voice. "Dad, Li Sen Group is in trouble.